Chapter 201. After arranging things for her men, Xie Wu quickly met up with Lei Tu and Ling Han. Ling Han handed her a pistol and bullets. Without hesitation, Xie Wu loaded the gun and asked, "How are the arrangements?" "The soldiers are already in ambush in every house, ready to fire as soon as the pirates appear. However, we don't have enough guns, and the orcs aren't familiar with firearms." Xie Wu looked at Luoya and the other orcs. "Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about our safety. Orcs are particularly sensitive to danger. We will lie in wait, kill the pirates, and seize their weapons." The orcs' eyes were bright, indicating that Xie Wu should rest assured. Xie Wu looked at them and said, "You will guard the last line of defense. Gentlemen, did you hear that? The residents in the city who are unable to fight are hiding in my basement. Don't let a single pirate set foot in my house. Even if it costs you your lives, understand?" "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison. "Keep moving, take your positions." The soldiers dispersed in an orderly fashion, as they had practiced before, and took their positions. A surveillance eagle swooped down and landed on Xie Wu's shoulder. "Cuckoo." Xie Wu gently stroked its head. "I'm sorry to have to ask you to come with me into this danger, but I need your help." "Cuckoo." The surveillance eagle spread its wings, as if to say, "I'm strong." Xie Wu gently kissed its little head. The surveillance eagle's eyes crinkled happily, and it swayed its body. It spread its wings again, and flew into the sky. Xie Wu arrived at the operations room, which housed a monitoring room comprised of several surveillance eagles. Xie Wu ordered the soldiers to deploy the surveillance eagles around the Xie family compound, ensuring that each area had one surveillance eagle capable of monitoring the situation there. All the soldiers were ready for the ambush. The dawn was barely breaking, so quiet that only the wind could be heard. Xie Wu glanced at the time on his communication wristband. Deployment had only taken about 10 minutes, enough for a team with little experience in hand-to-hand combat. They continued to wait. About 18 minutes later, the surveillance eagles outside the city walls detected 2 spaceships landing. The attackers were quite clever. They kept a distance from the city walls, using tall trees to block the ships. Soon afterward, fully equipped pirates emerged from the woods. They cautiously approached the city walls. Using jet fighters, they leaped over the walls. Once on the walls, they checked for any soldiers guarding them. Finding no soldiers, the vanguard halted. The surveillance eagles couldn't hear their voices, but they could see them pressing their earpieces, seemingly seeking orders from their leader. Not long after, they resumed their operation. More pirates emerged from the forest. Xie Wu roughly counted the number of pirates. There were about 300. Judging from their attire, they were likely space pirates from a spaceship. Based on the spaceship that had just landed, it seemed 2 different groups of pirates were cooperating to attack Xiangyang Star. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Another group of pirates emerged from the forest. Xie Wu watched as the pirates cautiously infiltrated the city. Clearly, they found it strange. Why were there no soldiers on the city walls, or even in the defense headquarters? The vanguard cautiously advanced. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the silence. The vanguard encountered a bomb that Lei Tu had hastily planted on the orders of his soldiers. As soon as they approached, they were blown to pieces. This was the first time Xie Wu had witnessed such a gruesome scene. She suppressed her discomfort and continued watching the surveillance footage. She knew that at a time like this, she should only have one thought in mind. If she couldn't take down those intruders, her employees would die. The pirate vanguard stepped on a pre-planted bomb, immediately realizing that Xiangyang City was prepared to receive them. The surviving pirates reported this to their companions. Soon, the pirates following behind produced mechanical dogs. The mechanical dogs walked on the ground and, upon discovering the buried bombs, immediately issued a warning. "Snipers, take them out," Xie Wu ordered. Several shots rang out. The vanguard pirates were shot in the head by the snipers and lay motionless on the ground. Having lost their comrades, the pirates were certain that the people of Xiangyang City were indeed prepared. The pirates advanced even more cautiously. But what good was all their caution? The surveillance eagles had laid an inescapable net, leaving them nowhere to hide. When some pirates appeared on the monitors, Xie Wu didn't hesitate to order an attack. As the pirates lost more and more of their comrades, they ordered their snipers to engage Xie Wu's snipers. A sniper's position would be revealed after firing a single shot, at which point they had to reposition. Of course, the soldiers of Xiangyang Star were few in number, but they were well trained. They didn't wait for orders. Realizing their position had been exposed, they immediately changed positions. Xie Wu had strategically positioned the surveillance eagles. After losing several snipers, the pirates finally discovered the surveillance eagle's presence. Their leader immediately ordered that every surveillance eagle spotted be destroyed. Xie Wu, seeing a surveillance eagle destroyed in the monitoring room, immediately ordered the soldiers guarding the StarNet connection terminal to purchase 10 more. Upon arrival, they were immediately deployed to the battlefield. The surveillance eagles were their eyes. Knowing the enemy's location allowed them to attack in advance. Destroying them was absolutely crucial. At first, the pirates only suffered losses among their comrades, but gradually they realized something was wrong. Their numbers were increasing. They then adopted a human wave tactic, sending a small force to infiltrate and locate the Xiangyang Star soldiers before gathering the main force to attack the weakest points. However, Xie Wu had deployed the few remaining soldiers of Xiangyang City in a circular formation, with identical defenses in every direction, leaving no weak point. Some of the orcs, who were supposed to be holding the rear, couldn't resist any longer. Seeing approaching pirates being killed, they immediately seized their weapons and ammunition and joined the battle. The leader, stationed at the rear, gradually realized something was amiss. Rockefeller, leader of the Wind Chaser pirates, saw his men practically being sent to their deaths and immediately contacted Holmes, leader of the Star Destroyer pirates. Holmes, have we fallen into a trap? Why does it feel like they knew we were coming and planned this all along? My brothers can't break through their defenses. Rockefeller, I want to ask you what's going on. You said that Sunrise Star would let us make a fortune for our retirement, and that we should come while they're half asleep. Do you see them in that half asleep state now? We haven't gotten anything, and we lost a lot of brothers. Rockefeller, you're not going to get me killed here, are you? Rockefeller cursed under his breath. He, too, wanted to know what was going on. Chapter 202. He received news that Xiangyang Star possessed abundant gems and jade. 2 stones that recently fetched high prices at auction originated from Xiangyang Star. If they could capture the owner of Xiangyang Star and take all their stones, they could build an even more powerful force. But now, forget about building a stronger force, he felt he would die here. Holmes, my brothers would never betray me. Xiangyang Star's current state clearly indicates pre-planning. If you say no one leaked the information, I don't believe you. What's the use of saying all this now? Rockefeller, have the brothers retreat. Use heavy weapons to break through their defenses. We already lost so many brothers here, we can't leave empty-handed. Rockefeller agreed with his suggestion. Xiangyang Star's defenses were too tight. Continuing the land battle would only result in more losses. Heavy weapons were expensive, and each one used was one less available. But they were pirates, they weren't going to come all this way and leave empty-handed. If word got out, the other pirates would laugh themselves to death. Second in command, use the mortars. Concentrate your fire on their 6 o'clock position. Break through their lines, and let the brothers charge in. Yes, sir. Who are you? How did you get in? Ah! A scream came through the earpiece. Rockefeller paused, then turned on the monitor. He saw an android at the armory, taking down pirate after pirate, while orcs also broke in. Actually, Xie Wu realized that the soldiers' firepower could hold the line. He then deployed 100 orcs, divided into groups of 50, to the spaceship in the forest to capture the pirate leader. But to their surprise, Dole and Doku also joined in the assistance. Omnics? Why are Omnics joining the human war? I remember you Omnics have a rule. No matter what happens, you will never interfere in human wars. Rockefeller began to berate them over the loudspeaker. Dole looked up in the direction of the voice and apologized. Sir, I just came in for a visit and didn't do anything to harm you. He was merely showing the orcs where the pirate armory was. Those of them who worked as Omnics had incredibly accurate intuition. Rockefeller. They have Omnics helping them. My armory has been compromised. Damn it! Holmes cursed loudly through the earpiece. Rockefeller frowned. What was going on with this Sunrise planet? Didn't his intelligence say that this planet didn't have heavy weapons and didn't have many soldiers? Why did their soldiers seem so strong, and even had Omnics helping them? With the armory captured, they couldn't even escape. After all, once the ship was launched, the enemy could simply storm in with weapons, and they would die anyway. Rockefeller. Damn it, what do we do now? What else can we do? Kill them, take back the armory, and run. Rockefeller couldn't sit still any longer, and ordered his men to follow him to retake the armory. They cautiously made their way towards the armory. But they hadn't gone far when Dole stood in the ship's corridor watching them. Sir, your ship is huge. I'm lost. Can you tell me where the exit is? Damn android. I've been fed up with you robots for ages. Robots trying to act like humans. Kill him. The pirates fired at Dole. But not a single bullet hit Dole. Dole moved with lightning speed, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. We Omnics have rules. We cannot take any human life. But when our lives are threatened, we can take necessary measures. So sir, you shot me first. I was only acting in self-defense. Dole placed his hand on Rockefeller's shoulder. Before Rockefeller could react, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, his eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost consciousness. Seeing their leader captured, the pirates panicked, all pointing their guns at Dole. However, the orcs hiding in the shadows immediately jumped out, snatched their weapons, and slammed them against the wall, knocking them unconscious. Doku and the other orcs on another spaceship achieved the same victory. With the crew of the spaceship dealt with, Dole reminded the orcs, quickly move their weapons. If the Interstellar Alliance arrives, they confiscate the pirates' weapons. But if you move them beforehand, you can claim them as your own, and the Interstellar Alliance won't have an excuse to take them. Hearing this, the orcs, without even consulting Xia Wu, swiftly emptied the pirates' weapons and hid them in the dense forest, covering them with leaves and weeds. Upon receiving the Bai family's distress call, the Interstellar Alliance immediately dispatched a team to their aid. However, before reaching Xiangyang Star, they were blocked by the pirates' warp-blocking nets and confronted the soldiers who had deployed them. Meanwhile, Lei Jun and his rescue team arrived on Xiangyang Star a step ahead of the Interstellar Alliance. Working in tandem with Xia Wu and her forces, they ambushed the pirates within the city. From dusk till dawn, after more than an hour of fighting, Xiangyang Star emerged victorious. When the Allied forces landed on Xiangyang Star, the soldiers were already cleaning up the battlefield. The captain, Mo Chun, observing the scene, found a Xiangyang Star soldier and asked, "Where is your Star Lord?" "Over there." The soldier pointed in a direction. Mo Chun looked in the direction he pointed and quickly spotted Xia Wu. He strode over. "Ms. Xia Wu, hello. I am Mo Chun, commander of the 3rd Legion of the Interstellar Alliance Army. I received a distress call and came to support your planet." Mo Chun extended his hand politely. Xia Wu turned and glanced at him, her eyes suddenly sharpening. Immediately, she drew her sidearm, aimed at Mo Chun's back with lightning speed, and fired a shot. "Ah!" A scream rang out. Silent turned around and saw a wounded pirate who had tried to pull the pin on a grenade, but Xia Wu had spotted him and shot him through the palm. The soldiers of Xiangyang City, realizing their intentions, immediately seized the pirate. "Hello, thank you for your help." Xia Wu extended his hand and shook Silent's hand. Silent, now regaining his composure, looked somewhat shocked. "I subdued the pirates. Should I just take them away?" Xia Wu asked. Silent nodded awkwardly. "You can hand them over to us, but you can also dispose of them. Pirates invaded your planet. You have the right to decide their fate. The guys who attacked my planet were killed on my planet, and I have to collect their bodies? I don't want to waste any more time on them. I leave them to you." Chapter 203. Few of the pirates who invaded Xiangyang City survived. Although the soldiers of Xiangyang City had never fought against humans before, living on a planet 99% infested with insects, their marksmanship and mental fortitude were extremely high. Xia Wu's surveillance eagle array exposed every invading pirate to their line of sight. Add to that the soldiers' superior sniping skills. The soldiers suffered few casualties, but the pirates were almost all shot in the head. The Haiyang star system was a relatively peaceful and stable system, rarely experiencing large-scale attacks and massacres. Even the pirates, when they occasionally encountered the Interstellar Alliance forces, would fire a few token shots and then run away. Therefore, all of Chen Mo's experience came from training. Xia Wu's speed in drawing his gun and his accuracy were remarkable. Chen Mo wondered if he would lose if he were to compete with Xia Wu in shooting. Only 7 or 8 pirates remained alive in the city, while more survived outside. Dole and Doku are Onyx, even though the pirates are villains. Their programming recognizes the pirates as living beings, merely assisting the orcs in knocking them unconscious. Silence and the others' trip wasn't in vain. They captured 2 leaders of the space pirates. Before transporting them onto the spaceship, he returned to find Xia Wu. Xia Wu ordered the soldiers to dispose of the pirates' bodies outside the city. "Miss Xia Wu," he called out. The busy Xia Wu turned to look at him and asked, "Commander Shen, is there anything else?" "No, just letting you know that we're taking the surviving pirates away for investigation. The results will be communicated to you in writing." Xia Wu nodded and said nothing more. After silently finishing his words, he caught up with the main force. "The Interstellar Alliance commander is so young? Did their old guys retire early?" Lei Jun asked, walking up to Xia Wu with a puzzled expression. Xia Wu turned to look at him, and Nunua behind him. "I don't know anything about their affairs. But this time, Mr. Lei Jun, thank you for your help. The orcs Lei Jun brought helped them clean up the battlefield more quickly. Although they wouldn't have lost even if Lei Jun and his group hadn't come, ending the battle quickly would reduce casualties. You're welcome, Mr. Xie. You're my only major client now. If something happens to you, I lose a huge amount of money. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Nunua, the king of the Black Wolf clan of Orc Star. Hello. Xie Wu extended his hand. Nunua looked at her fair hand, then at his own blood-stained hand, deep in thought. Was it really necessary to shake hands? Orcs don't have the custom of shaking hands. Their way of greeting is to touch foreheads. Of course, they touch foreheads with people they have a good relationship with and trust. Boss Xie, it's not that he's impolite, it's just his personality, Lei Jun said. Xie Wu withdrew her hand upon hearing this. Mr. Nunua, is he your business partner? She asked Lei Jun. Lei Jun shook his head. One of my friends, one of the tribes on orcs that didn't attack my spaceship. Why did you bring him along to help? When I received the message, I was with his tribe. He heard that your planet was being attacked by pirates, so he asked me to bring his people along as well. Xie Wu raised an eyebrow, not understanding why Nunua, whom she had just met, would be willing to bring orcs to her rescue. This guy told me that because of your efforts, we orcs have cleared our names after decades of injustice. We're here to help as a way of repaying that debt, Nunua said, looking at Lei Jun. Take us back. Just back like that? All this running around is such a waste of fuel. Lei Jun was somewhat reluctant to return now. I pay for the fuel, Xie Wu said. Lei Jun laughed. You're so generous, Boss Xie. You're too kind. What I did was for the orcs on my planet. Helping you was just a coincidence. But you came all the way to my planet to save my life. I remember that kindness. The orcs on Boss Xie's planet are truly fortunate, having a master willing to do anything for them, Lei Jun flattered. A war had just ended in the city, and there were many things to do. After thanking Nunua, Xie Wu went to check on Lei Tu. Lei Tu had suffered a minor injury, nothing serious. While greeting him, Xie Wu glanced at Lei Tu's stats. Lei Tu's loyalty had returned to 100. Seeing that his loyalty hadn't decreased, Xie Wu instantly relaxed. How many wounded? Hearing Xie Wu's question, Lei Tu suddenly revealed a hint of smugness and smiled. Just minor bullet wounds, Your Majesty. Our soldiers may not be many, but they are all elites. Furthermore, you ordered us to be fully armed and in ambush beforehand, and countless surveillance eagles provided us with direction. The pirates are visiting our planet for the first time. We have too many advantages. If even one person dies, it means we haven't done a good enough job. However, the most important thing is your advance notice, Your Majesty. Without your advance notice, we might not have succeeded so smoothly. 20 minutes before the pirates arrived, they completed their deployment and waited for their arrival. This was crucial. Anyway, it's good that you're all alright. I go find Dr. Isaac. You take the injured to Dr. Isaac's clinic first. Lei Tu nodded in agreement. Xie Wu walked towards home. Ling Han followed. She glanced at Ling Han and asked, Are you injured? No. Good. A brief exchange, no further communication. Xie Wu returned to the Xie family home. The well-protected Xie family home hadn't suffered any attacks. At the basement entrance, 30 soldiers stood guard as the last line of defense. Xie Wu opened the basement door. Tan Lang and Liang Xian, standing on the outermost edge, were both surprised and delighted to see Xie Wu. Your Majesty, are you injured? Tan Lang asked worriedly. Xie Wu shook his head. No, it's safe outside. Come out. With Xie Wu's order, everyone emerged one after another. Gao Yu, Lu Jianan, and the others also came out from behind. They didn't know what had happened. Seeing Xie Wu fully armed, they asked, Boss Xie, what happened? It's nothing serious, just an attack by space pirates. We already repelled them. Lu Jianan's face paled. Space pirates? Those guys are notorious for being greedy and reckless. They used to rob transport spaceships, but today they actually came to rob Xiangyang Star. Do they think Xiangyang Star is easy to bully? Girl, as the queen, why didn't you stay with us in a safe place? What were you doing running out? Kelson was both worried and angry. Xie Wu smiled. What kind of general hides away during a war, not standing by to stabilize morale? Besides, I wasn't in any dangerous place. Grandma Bai, Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to have startled you. Chapter 204. Xie Wu wanted to say something more witty. Seeing the Bai family come out, he immediately dropped his playful demeanor and became serious. Xiao Wu, are you injured? There's blood on your face. Xie Wu touched his face, but didn't feel any blood or pain. It's probably enemy blood. I'm not injured. Li Ma, take the guests to the lounge and brew them a pot of good tea. Grandma Bai, I have some things to take care of. Please wait for me in the lounge. Okay. Grandma Bai considerately followed Li Xia to the lounge. Xia Wu found Isaac, who came out later. Dr. Isaac, several of our soldiers are injured. Please return to the clinic to treat them. Okay, I go back right away. Dr. Isaac picked up the medical robot Marion and quickly returned to the clinic. Xia Wu looked back at Liang Xian and Tan Ling, checked the panel, and breathed a sigh of relief again. Minister Liang, you stay with Captain Lei Tu for a while and check on the soldiers' injuries. Minister Tan, you take stock of the damage in the city, see whose houses were affected, and if any essential supplies were damaged, buy them immediately so as not to disrupt the residents' normal lives. Yes. Go ahead and get busy. If you need anything, come find me. I'm going to talk to the distinguished guests from the Bai family first. Liang Xian and Tan Ling nodded. They didn't linger any longer, and went to do what Xia Wu had arranged. Xia Wu then looked at Gao Yu, Lin Yu, and the others, and asked, if any equipment in your workshops is damaged, you can also contact Minister Tan. I will provide full compensation. Okay, Gao Yu replied dryly. Seeing Xia was so busy, they felt embarrassed to stay any longer, and returned to their own workshops to work. After leaving the Xia family home, they walked for a while. The bullet holes and bloodstains on the walls told them what had happened here not long ago. Xiao Wu is really strong. Lin Sin turned his head to look at her. Lin Yu continued, she used to live on peaceful Blue Star like me. We always felt that space pirates and such were far removed from us. But just now, Xiao Wu led her soldiers against the pirates. When we were in the basement, we could barely hear the gunshots outside, just a few muffled thuds, but knowing it was a space pirate attack, my heart is pounding now, Gao Yu said. Everyone felt the same way. Living on Blue Star, where space pirates dared not venture, they only heard about pirates from the news. When had they ever been so close to pirates? Even the oldest among them, Lu Jianan, was still shaken. Boss Xia may be young, but she is indeed capable. Working under her is reassuring, Lu Jianan said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although it was the first time any of them had encountered such a dangerous situation. Strangely, they weren't afraid of encountering her again. After seeing everyone off, Xia Wu went to the restroom. Looking at the bloodstains on her face in the mirror, she turned on the tap. Her hands trembled uncontrollably upon touching the cold water. Her tense nerves instantly relaxed. The guns, the blood, and the shock of death instantly shattered Xia Wu's carefully maintained composure. She had once lived in a peaceful country. She had never even touched a gun before. Only after coming here had she briefly touched one. Fortunately, she had taken a gun training course, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to maintain her composure for so long. Now she was in a secluded spot. Thinking of seeing a perfectly healthy person suddenly collapse and fall silent on the security camera footage, the shock of that image made Xia Wu's hands tremble uncontrollably. She cupped some water and splashed it on her face. The cold water slowly calmed her emotions. Making sure her hands were no longer trembling, Xia Wu took a towel and dried her face, continuing to maintain her composure as she walked out of the restroom. She went to the lounge, where the Bai family was waiting for her. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. It's alright, Xiao Wu. You're so busy. We're sorry to have bothered you by suddenly coming here, said the old lady Bai kindly. Xia Wu said, it's no trouble at all. On the contrary, it's your first time on my planet, and you already encountered something like this. I wonder if it will give you the impression that my planet is prone to such things. Saying this, Xia Wu smiled apologetically. The more nonchalantly she smiled, the more distressed old Mrs. Bai felt. How could we possibly have such thoughts? It's the fault of those villains who attacked your city. Space pirates make a living by robbing transport ships. They never rob planets because they can't escape immediately. They dared to rob your city this time. Perhaps they received some information, Bai Tsuan said seriously. Xia Wu knew why those pirates were so bold as to attack his planet. However, now that you won, other pirates shouldn't dare to go there on their own, Bai Tsuan added. I hope so. But I haven't yet asked what brings you all to Xiangyang Star? Xia Wu changed the subject, no longer focusing on the pirate invasion. Grandma Bai said, Xiao Wu, Grandma came this time to apologize. Inviting you to my birthday banquet only resulted in you suffering such injustice. So, Grandma has decided to buy that aviation building as an apology. Bai Tsuan and the others looked at Grandma Bai in surprise. Mom, you didn't mention this before you came. Xiaowu was also startled by the old lady's generous gift. Grandma Bai, there's no need to be so serious. How can it not be serious? You silly girl, aren't you being a little too kind? Besides, even if you don't want it, I still take it. The people I invited dare to bully us like this? Do they think the Bai family is easy to bully? Grandma Bai got angry just thinking about it. Grandma Bai, an aviation building isn't cheap. Besides, I already have a partnership with Mr. Bai Hung. The Bai family's aviation building has already set up a new route for me. The implication was, I have this route, that's enough. Giving an aviation terminal is too expensive. Girl, don't worry, it's not expensive. I already own 26% of that aviation terminal. I spend some money to acquire the rest, and then I give those shares to you. This is definitely the treatment a granddaughter receives. Bai Hung and the others are treated the same way. One day, Grandma Bai called them over and said she would give them shares in one of the family's businesses so they could work hard and earn money. However, the old lady didn't give them all. She gave them half first, and if they performed well, she would give them more, and if they performed even better, she would give them more. But when facing Xiaowu, the old lady seemed to give her everything. Grandma, an aviation terminal is too valuable to me. Besides, I have many things to do in Xiangyang City, and it's difficult for me to take care of that place. Grandma, I appreciate your kindness, but if you truly consider me your granddaughter, don't be so polite. Chapter 205. Grandma Bai thought about Xiaowu, who had been busy earlier. After considering it for a moment, she said, Xiaowu, if you don't have time to manage the aviation building, I can have Xiao Hung manage it for you. He's in charge of the family's tourism business, and deals with the aviation building all day. It's perfect for him to manage it. Bai Hung suddenly looked up, surprised, at Grandma Bai. Grandma, I already have a lot of work. Managing an aviation building on top of that? Are you trying to kill me? Besides, Xiaowu and I have 2 other collaborations. I have even more to do next. If Grandma Bai gave the aviation building to Bai Hung, he would definitely be happy to accept it. After all, half of the profits from the aviation building would go to him. But if he managed it for Xiaowu, wouldn't it be working for Xiaowu? For free. You're so young, what's wrong with being busy? You're not as busy as Xiaowu. Xiaowu manages everything on the entire planet. It's normal for her to be busy. What are you busy with? Grandma Bai said. Bai Hung was both amused and exasperated. Grandma, you can't be so biased. Aren't I your favorite grandson? Alright, you always act spoiled when things aren't going your way. Xiaowu, don't worry, I arranged for someone trustworthy to manage the aviation building for you. You just need to collect the money. Grandma, I really can't accept this. Xiaowu just accept it. Grandma is a stubborn person. If she wants to give something, she will. Even if you don't want it, she insists. Bai Jingyu said. Bai Tsuan also said, accept it. Our Bai family really didn't do a good job in receiving guests. If you don't accept it, my mother probably won't be able to sleep for the next few days. They all knew the value of an aviation building. But the Bai family is wealthy. They wouldn't be so fussy about giving away an aviation terminal. Xiaowu frowned slightly. She still couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Bai Jingyu, seeing her predicament, said, Xiaowu, sending you the aviation building wasn't just about the hospitality, there's also the matter of the orcs. If you hadn't discovered the Fleet father and son's conspiracy in time, we might have gotten sick or even died at that birthday banquet. You saved our lives, and that life-saving grace is also in the aviation building. Xiaowu didn't dare take the credit. Fleet wanted to poison the birthday banquet, but it was actually because of my provocation. If I hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have thought of framing me for the virus. NS Pharmaceuticals created the virus, if not at that birthday banquet, then at the next one. Also, through the recordings, we also heard that NS Pharmaceuticals wanted to bully our Bai family. Since they had this idea, it means they have a more elaborate plan in the next one. Xiaowu, your provocation made them act impulsively, but catching them before they acted is good enough. The old lady Bai held Xiaowu's hand, speaking kindly. NS Pharmaceuticals has been shut down. Given their crimes, all of humanity now feels apologetic towards the orcs, and so do we. Therefore, we plan to establish a charitable foundation to help the orcs of orcs. This foundation will be named Project Sunrise. If you feel that the space station my mother gave you is too valuable, how about donating some of the space station's monthly profits to Project Sunrise to help the orcs of orcs? Bai Tsuan asked. Xiaowu did not reply immediately. Project Sunrise. It's obvious from the name that the Bai family is trying to establish her image as a great philanthropist on Blue Star and Oak Star. The gifts the Bai family has been sending one after another are truly valuable. Mr. Chuan, I thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept the aviation building. No matter what, I cannot accept such a valuable gift. Xiao Wu. Grandma, please listen to me. Xiao Wu soothed the old lady of the Bai family. If I accept the aviation building, I will feel indebted to the Bai family, no matter how I feel. I am young and capable, and I prefer to build my own path step by step. Grandma, I like you very much, but I hope our relationship can be on an equal footing. If you truly like me, then cooperate with me. My sunrise star may look terrible now, but it has many undeveloped lands, and contains abundant resources. I will definitely not let you suffer losses if you cooperate with me. Saying this, Xiao Wu grasped the old lady's hand. Grandma, it's certainly easier to fly with someone carrying you, but I'm fully grown and capable of soaring high. Why don't you let me fly freely and bravely in this sky? Once I carved out my own space, I can rest on your shoulder when I'm tired, Xiao Wu said gently and calmly. Hearing this, Grandma Bai could no longer remain stubborn. She smiled and said, You child, how can you have such a strong fighting spirit when you look so delicate? You're no less than those rascals in the family. Xiao Wu smiled. Grandma Bai smiled back, all right. If you want to strive for something on your own, Grandma will let you try. When you know how much you can do, come to Grandma when you're tired. Xiao Wu nodded. Grandma, thank you for your understanding. You child. The old lady looked at Xiao Wu with considerable insight. What a fine child. How could Madame Su say such things? After talking with you, I think you're far superior to those people in the Su family. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Had the Su family been gossiping about this in front of her? Xiao Wu, when we were hiding in your basement earlier, we saw many of your rooms filled with valuable rough gemstones. The old lady suddenly changed the subject. Xiao Wu knew what the old lady was thinking just by looking at her eyes. Grandma, if you like them, pick out a couple to take home. What do you mean, pick out a couple to take home? You silly girl, you just said you wanted to stand on equal footing. Are you going to give me the money for those 2 stones? I want to buy 2. The old lady said sternly. Xiao Wu, at a loss with the old lady, nodded and smiled. All right, as you wish. Grandma, you two are done talking. Now it's my turn to talk to Xiao Wu, right? Bai Jingyu said. The old lady looked at him and asked, What do you want to talk about? There are many insects on Xiangyang Star. I want to buy those insects as raw materials for medicine, so I talked to Xiao Wu on the phone. Now I want to discuss it in more detail, Bai Jingyu said. Upon hearing this, the old lady nodded in satisfaction. Good, you two go and talk. Xiao Wu stood up. I already drafted the cooperation contract. Mr. Jingyu, would you please come with me to the studio? Grandma, we be leaving for a little while. Chapter 206. Everyone present was a businessman. They understood that even family members should avoid any appearance of impropriety when discussing business. Old Mrs. Bai was an open-minded person. She didn't mind Xiao Wu and Bai Jingyu avoiding any appearance of impropriety when discussing business. Entrusting the company to her children was precisely to see how much they could earn without supervision. Xiao Wu led Bai Jingyu to her office. Xiao Wu's office gave the impression of someone with both literary and martial talents. On one side was a jade cutting machine, on the other a StarNet connection terminal, and electronic display panels, among other things. Shelves were filled with various stones and machines. This was the first time Bai Jingyu had seen the office of someone worth billions, so simple yet wealthy. This is the contract I drafted. Take a look, Xiao Wu said, handing Bai Jingyu a prepared document. Bai Jingyu held the document, not looking at it immediately, and asked Xiao Wu, Did you draft this yourself? Yes. Xiao Wu nodded, noticing the doubt in Bai Jingyu's eyes, and explained, I was looking to hire people, but because of the work incident, no one was willing to work for Xiangyang Star, and then there was today's incident. But you can trust my professionalism. This contract I drafted isn't bad, and it follows the rules and regulations. Seeing the doubt in Bai Jingyu's eyes, Xiao Wu assumed he was worried that she hadn't hired a professional to draft the contract, and therefore doubted its feasibility. Xiao Wu had drafted contracts before, so it wasn't difficult for her. Xiao Wu, as the ruler of the planet, it seems the work you need to do is more than I expected. Saying this, Bai Jingyu opened the contract and began to read it carefully. Xiao Wu sighed, There's not much we can do with so few people. We just have to do what we can. Grandma wants to give you the aviation building. Are you really not considering it? Bai Jingyu asked casually. Xiao Wu smiled. Mr. Bai, if I take that aviation building, are you really sure you have no objections? Bai Jingyu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Xiao Wu said, Even if the Bai family is wealthy, and even if old Madame Bai likes me, I'm ultimately not a member of the Bai family. Just because you have no objections doesn't mean the rest of the Bai family doesn't. I don't want anyone stabbing me in the back while I'm working hard to make money after taking over the aviation building. Bai Jingyu's lips curled into a gentle smile. The Bai family wouldn't be so narrow-minded. Perhaps, Xie Wu replied, but I'm a good mother, and Xiang Yangxing, this child, needs my care and love. I can't spare my love and energy for someone else's child right now. Mr. Bai, you're also a father, you know how tiring it is to take care of a child, right? Bai Jingyu was genuinely amused by Xie Wu's words, comparing the company to a child. Miss Xie Wu, you are truly a clever and witty lady. Perhaps, Xie Wu smiled bitterly, I just witnessed quite a few deaths. Life is only meaningful if it's interesting. Seeing Xie Wu's forced smile, Bai Jingyu suddenly felt that she might not be as strong as he thought. However, the burden she bore did not allow her to show any weakness. Mr. Bai, let's look at the contract. If there are any clauses we don't like, we can change them at any time. Xie Wu changed the subject. Bai Jingyu glanced at the contract, and 2 minutes later he said, give me a pen, I sign it. Mr. Bai, so fast? Grandma said that even if we lose money, we have to sign the contract with you. Besides, your contract doesn't make me lose money. To be honest, after reading the contract, I felt like Miss Xie Wu was running a charity. A pound of tortoiseshells only costs 1,000. You can ask for a higher price. After all, this kind of insect only exists on your planet. If I were you, I would ask for 1,000 per gram. Xie Wu, Mr. Bai, do you know that the tortoiseshell my planet dealt with before weighed 300 pounds? Miss Xie Wu, you can be conservative when doing business with others, but when doing business with the Bai family, you can be ruthless. Xie Wu shook her head. This is the first time I've seen someone stick out their leg and say, come and cut my flesh. Don't be polite. Besides, Mr. Bai, didn't you see the following clause? From now on, if Xiangyang Star buys medicine from your Yao Pharmaceutical Company, it's half price? Xie Wu kindly reminded Bai Jingyu. Bai Jingyu nodded. I saw it, but I still feel like you're running a charity. Xie Wu couldn't accept Bai Jingyu's statement. Let's keep this price. I'm afraid that if your Bai family uses this insect's material to make medicine and sells it at a high price, the citizens will criticize you. Then you claim, we had no choice, the raw materials are expensive. 1,000 per gram. Won't the citizens turn around and accuse me of being greedy for money? Bai Jingyu smiled. Miss Xie Wu, you understand the meaning of the wool comes from the sheep, meaning the cost of the product is ultimately borne by the consumer. I just don't want to be used as a pawn, Mr. Bai. Don't always try to dig traps for me in strange ways, Xie Wu said. Bai Jingyu handed the signed contract to Xie Wu. Before I came, a hang told me to be careful of you, lest you drag me into a trap. Actually, you really wanted to drag me into this mess. Xie Wu added the second half of his sentence. No, actually, I'm smarter than him. I agree with that. Bai Heng could be easily coaxed with a few words, but Bai Jingyu was lucky not to be dragged into a trap. We're business partners, and my grandma likes you a lot. We'd be working together more in the future. How about you call me Brother Jingyu? Xie Wu looked at him warily. Everyone I call brother has been a master at ripping me off. Then I prepare a name change bonus for you. Call me brother, and I give you 8 million. Huh? Really? Really? Bai Jingyu nodded. Xie Wu smiled. No. Really no? No. It's free. Freebies are often the most dangerous. No, I can earn money with my own hands. I won't take yours for nothing. Bai Jingyu sighed. Xie Wu was completely unyielding, impervious to both soft and hard approaches, and didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Then I won't give you the name-changing bonus. Can you just call me brother? Xiao Wu. You really want people to call you brother that much? I don't have a sister, I only have brothers. Let's talk about it when our working relationship is better. This is only our second meeting. I'm socially awkward. Let me digest this word first. You're socially awkward? Bai Jingyu looked at Xie Wu incredulously. Xie Wu nodded. I am quite socially awkward. Xiao Wu, your excuses are really varied. Anyway, the contract is already signed. I hope we have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Xie Wu looked at the contract, took out a pen, and signed both copies. One for Bai Jingyu and one for herself. Pleasant to cooperate. Xie Wu extended her hand. Bai Jingyu shook her hand in return. Pleasant to cooperate. Chapter 207. A lot seemed to have happened on Xiangyang Star that morning. From the pirate attack to signing the contract with Bai Jingyu, it only took a little over 5 hours. Looking at all this, Xie Wu didn't know if time was passing too slowly, or if her efficiency was too fast. She invited the Bai family to lunch, saying they would return later. However, Xiangyang Star, having just ended a war, still had many things to handle. Old Mrs. Bai knew it wasn't good to linger here too long, so after Bai Jingyu finished negotiating the contract, she led her entourage home. She sat on the spaceship, gazing down. Seeing the people in the city still cleaning up the mess from the battlefield, old Mrs. Bai couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy for her small shoulders to carry such a large city. She did very well, responding immediately to the pirate attack. But something strange, Bai Yuyin said. When we met her, everything was fine at first, but suddenly she seemed to see something important and froze on the spot, motionless. It's like something out of a TV drama. Does Xie have some kind of system we can't see helping her? Given the capabilities of the AI, they might actually be able to develop such a system. Bai Jingyu laughed. Bai Yuyin said seriously, I'm serious. She really is like a female lead with a system in a TV drama. Especially that time she stared ahead, her expression suddenly changing drastically. What kind of system could she possibly have? Bai Heng couldn't help but complain, Brother Yin, you should focus on managing your company and watch less TV dramas. Xie Wu's planet is so small that there aren't even any cleaning robots. Such a big house only has one servant and one housekeeping bear. Even if the AI developed such a system, Xie Wu might not be able to afford it. So, Xiao Wu's planet is really quite backward. It lacks many essential robots. Old Mrs. Bai frowned thoughtfully. Bai Tuan said, her planet has many insects. In the early stages, she probably focused on how to deal with the insects and seize more territory to survive. But this child has already cooperated with us, and will cooperate with more people in the future. Her planet will gradually improve. Yes, a child who relies on her own hard work can create the world she desires as long as she is not lazy. Old Mrs. Bai recalled her previous investigation of Xie Wu. Although Xie Wu's reputation on the Star Network was poor, she genuinely worked hard for Xiangyang Star. After her investigation, she had intended to give Xie Wu an aviation building to see her true capabilities. However, Xie Wu refused. The old lady, having lived to this age and seen all sorts of people, had hoped Xie Wu would gratefully accept her offer. But Xie Wu simply wouldn't accept it no matter what. Even though there was a shortcut, she resolutely refused to take it. The old lady had already admired Xie Wu's performance at her birthday banquet, and even without the public's attention, Xie Wu's performance remained outstanding. Furthermore, her handling of the pirate attack made the old lady genuinely want Xie Wu to become her granddaughter. Unfortunately, Xie Wu's personality indicated that she would still refuse. Xiangyang Star is a developing planet. It might be difficult at first, but once it gets going, things will definitely improve. You all, as long as there's still profit to be made, cooperate with Xiao Wu. Grandma thinks it's a surefire way to make money, the old lady said to Bai Xuan and the others. The group obediently agreed. After seeing the Bai family off, Xie Wu went to check on the situation in the city. The orcs were cleaning and tidying the streets. Xie Wu first went to Isaac's clinic to check on the wounded, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming they were alright. Then he went to check on Gao Yu and his group. The construction team that Gao Yu and Lu Jianan had introduced brought very expensive equipment and machinery, which were their livelihoods. Fortunately, Gao Yu and the construction team were working near Xie Wu's house. The pirates hadn't managed to get a foothold in Xie's house, so their equipment and machinery were naturally undamaged. Lin Sen's workshop was near the defense force. The battle zone was in the city center, and their area was far from the city center, so they hadn't been attacked, and their equipment was in good condition. Their losses in this battle were minimal. Your Majesty, come over here and take a look. Ling Han saw Xie Wu standing on the long street and approached. What is it? Look at those. Xie Wu followed Ling Han's gaze. Lei Tu and his men walked in, beaming with joy and carrying weapons. Weapons. They were from the pirates' armory. The orcs who attacked their ship hid them beforehand. But when the Interstellar Alliance forces tried to take the pirate ship, the orcs threw a tantrum and stopped them. Ah! The orcs said these were spoils of war from Sunrise, and couldn't be taken. Because they were too barbaric, the Interstellar Alliance forces had to leave the pirate ship behind, only taking the pirates. Xie Wu's eyes lit up. They really didn't take the pirate's spaceship? Yes. I go take a look. Weapons are certainly valuable, but spaceships are expensive too. Xie Wu thought she had already won a lot in this war, but she hadn't expected to win by so much. Arriving at the spaceships, she saw 2 spaceships, each capable of holding over 300 people, nestled in a dense forest. The pirate spaceships were unlike those used for transport and passenger transport. Seemingly to accommodate their size, the interiors contained very few tables and chairs, mostly wooden crates filled with items. Some of the crates had pillows and blankets on top, indicating that the pirates were using them as beds. After looking around, Sia saw Door and Doku in the control room. She went up to them and said, "Mr. Door, Mr. Doku, thank you for your help." "Miss Sia, you don't need to be so polite. Dealing with those pirates is also helping ourselves," Door said. Doku nodded slightly. "They're too close to our plantation. If they rob us first and then rob us too, it won't be good. We must prevent that from happening. Anyway, thank you both for your help. Your help prevented casualties among my employees." Having witnessed Dole and Doku killing the insects, it was clear how easily these pirates were dealt with by them. "Miss Sia, assisting you is also a symbol of our machine's love for life. We machines will not take any lives, but we will absolutely not allow others to take lives at will." Since Doku had said this, Sia smiled slightly in gratitude, without offering further thanks. Seeing them staring at everything in the cockpit, Sia asked, "What are you two looking at?" "The internal structure of the pirate spaceship," Dole said. "In the Hyang system, space pirates are so well known that they'd be reported immediately upon sight. They also wouldn't dare enter populated planets without authorization for their own safety. But their spaceships can malfunction and need repair and modification." Chapter 208. This also means that the pirate spaceships were modified by themselves, without any repair or modification by our androids, Doku added to Door. He crouched down, opened a metal plate, revealing a dense and tangled web of wires inside. "So messy, how do they manage to rob things in space with such a spaceship?" Doku asked. Door nodded, "Truly amazing. Doku, humans are amazing, all life is amazing, capable of things we can't predict." Door nodded, "Amazing." The two of them studied everything in the control room with serious composure. The word amazing was constantly on their lips. But in Sia eyes, this spaceship was best described with two words: dirty and chaotic. To modify this spaceship, turning it into a transport aircraft would be a good outcome. Anything more was out of the question. "Mr. Door, Mr. Doku, can you modify this spaceship?" "No, we can't. We only implant androids." Door shook his head. Sia was somewhat amused and exasperated. Why were they so enthusiastic about implanting androids? Without asking this question, Sia countered, "Mr. Door, Mr. Doku, has the arrival of the pirates caused you any trouble?" "No." "That's good." Door and Doku were, after all, androids, lacking the fear of death. The arrival of the pirates didn't frighten them about the possibility of losing their lives. Instead, they were happy to be able to fight the pirates. Sia chatted with them for a few moments. The pirate spaceship was nothing special, so Sia went back to check on the weapons. The weapons were retrieved. However, they were stored in a warehouse quite far away. Seeing this, Sia asked, "Why are they so far away?" "My lord, many of the pirates' weapons are homemade, and their operation differs somewhat from the weapons sold by the AI. We haven't learned how to use their weapons yet, so it's better to keep them far away just to be safe." Hearing this, Sia frowned slightly. "Doesn't that mean we can't use the pirates' weapons even if we get them?" "It's alright, my lord. Parker is the weapon master in our team. His greatest hobby is disassembling and reassembling weapons, then using the raw materials to make identical weapons. Let him tinker with the pirate weapons first. Once he understands the principles, he knows how to use them." Xiangyang Star was also very poor in the early stages. Weapons were too expensive to buy. They relied on some mercenaries to disassemble weapons themselves, learn how to make them, and then find the raw materials to make their own. Making them themselves saved a lot of money compared to buying ready-made ones. This habit has remained to this day. Nearly half of Xiangyang Star soldiers possess this skill. There's no need to worry about the pirates' weapons being homemade or their inability to use them. Captain Redo, Vice Captain Parker knows this skill. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Sia excitedly slapped Redo on the shoulder. Redo felt like he almost dislocated his shoulder from the force of the slap. He looked at Sia in surprise and whispered, "Wang, when did you become so strong?" In his shock, Redo's voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Sia didn't hear him and continued, "I was thinking about where to find people to develop weapons myself. If Vice Captain Parker knew it, you should have told me sooner. I would have prepared the raw materials for him, and he could have made as many as he wanted. Wang, Parker and his men only know how to make simple, outdated weapons. Giving them materials is a bit of a waste," Lei Tu said. "Captain Lei Tu, didn't you just say that Vice Captain Parker would disassemble weapons and make the same ones? I just buy him some more advanced weapons. Besides, the higher-ups won't buy us any advanced weapons anyway. Outdated weapons are better than nothing." Xia Wu didn't talk much. She found Parker and told him about her idea of organizing a weapons research team. It was less of a message and more of a direct order. With Xiangyang Star in charge of weapons research and development, and with sufficient weapons and manpower, they wouldn't be afraid of any attack. Parker was originally very interested in weapons research, and after Xia Wu's suggestion, he agreed without hesitation. Parker accepted the task. Xia Wu found Lei Tu and asked for the current soldier allocation in the Defense Department, letting Parker select the people he wanted to form a team with him. However, the city was densely populated and unsuitable for weapons research. To develop weapons, they needed to find another region. Xia Wu summoned the surveillance eagle, reviewed its footage, and ultimately decided on a flat area 3 kilometers northwest of the city as the location for the weapons research base. After determining the location, Xia Wu sent the surveillance eagle to that area to check for insect infestations. They needed to seize that land first before building the base. After chatting with Lei Tu and Parker for a while, darkness fell before they knew it. Thinking about seizing territory and establishing the weapons research base the next day, Xia Wu slept soundly. Early the next morning, fully armed, she headed to the defense headquarters. Just as she was about to set off with Lei Tu and the others to seize the territory, Liang Xian rushed over. Wang, people from the Allied forces have arrived. They request a meeting with you. Is it about the pirates? Xia Wu asked. Liang Xian shook his head. No, it's about the weapons application. They approved our application. I don't understand why they want you to go to the Allied Council in person. Xia Wu frowned slightly. The Allied Council is responsible for maintaining security and peace between planets, and is one of the most important organizational meetings in the entire Haiyang Star system. Xiangyang Star, being an incomplete planet with low combat capabilities and little status, wasn't qualified to join the Alliance Security Council. They were only applying to purchase some weapons, yet they were being asked to attend? Lei Tu couldn't help but worry about their intentions. We're just buying weapons. We don't need to go to the Alliance Security Council, do we? That's what I thought too, but their reply was, the weapons we applied to purchase are highly lethal and numerous. Because we are a rising planet, we want to know the planet's future development strategy, so they require the king to attend their Security Council to inform us of everything. Of course, we can choose not to attend, but if we don't attend, the weapon purchase application won't be approved. Hearing Liang Xian's words, Xia Wu frowned deeply. Minister Liang, the Alliance army has arrived. Yes. King, do you want to go? Go. Even if Xiangyang Star is weak, it's still a planet. Sooner or later we have to join their meetings. Since they invited us, we go. Xiangyang Star is a planet, not some small city. Although the developing Xiangyang Star is currently no match for even a small village on Blue Star, it is still a planet. At this moment, Xia Wu truly felt like the master of a planet. Chapter 209. Back home, Xia Wu changed into a simple, sharp suit. She didn't apply any makeup, going out in her most natural and energetic state. Lei Tu and the others were waiting for them outside. Looking at the 3 Liang family members, father and sons, all dressed in suits. Xia Wu looked at Lei Tu. Captain Lei Tu, we deal with the weapons research base matter when I return. You all stay in the city and defend as usual. Your Majesty, do you really want to personally lead us out to kill the insects and seize land to build a weapons research base? Yes, I go and keep an eye on things. Actually, it was because she had a system map that showed where the insects were hiding. To prevent them from being attacked by insects hidden in the dense forest on the way, it was best for Xia Wu to go along. Your Majesty, killing insects is our duty. You can entrust it to us with confidence, Lei Tu said. Xia Wu shook her head. Wait until I return. No one may act without my orders. Her tone was firm, and seeing her determination, Lei Tu could only nod in agreement. Upon arriving at the aviation building, the Allied forces were already waiting. Leading the group was the 3rd Regiment Commander, Chinemo, whom Xia Wu had met yesterday. Upon meeting him again, Xia Wu politely extended her hand. Commander Shin, we meet again. Ms. Xia Wu, I am under orders from above to escort you to the Interstellar Alliance Security Council. Thank you for your trouble. Please board the spaceship. Okay. Xia Wu boarded their spaceship. Liang Xian and his 2 sons followed closely behind. Once seated, the 3 Liang family members sat around Xia Wu, creating a sense of protectiveness around her. Chinemo was merely a soldier escorting her. He wasn't familiar enough with Xia Wu to sit down and chat. So, he sat in the seat next to Xia Wu and the others. Xia Wu turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. After leaving Xiangyang Star, the spaceship immediately initiated a jump. During the jump, The spaceship seemed to be weaving through a rainbow. As the rainbow's light faded, new clouds and sky appeared outside the window. The sky in this city seemed to be an hour ahead of Xiangyang Star. It was high in the sky. The spaceship docked in the aviation building, and Xiaowu got into the car they had arranged beforehand, which took him directly to the entrance of the Parliament building. Looking at the spacious and magnificent entrance, Xiaowu asked, "Minister Liang, have you been here before?" "This is my first time too." Xiaowu asked doubtfully. "Really?" "Yes. Xiangyang Star is still developing and doesn't have enough strength to be recognized, even though Xiangyang Star is an independent planet." Liang Xian smiled slightly. His words seemed contradictory. But in reality, they weren't so contradictory. Xiangyang Star was swarming with insects and lacked sufficient weapons and manpower. The Alliance Security Council convened national figures and star lords capable of threatening the entire Haiyang system. Xiangyang Star, lacking such power, naturally wouldn't be invited. Although it was an independent planet. "This is the first time I've been invited. Let me see what they're up to. Ms. Xiaowu, please follow me." Imochen gestured for them to enter after they finished speaking. Xiaowu nodded slightly and followed him into the building. Walking down a long spacious corridor, Imochen pushed open a vermilion door. He gestured again. Xiaowu went inside. The room was circular, with tables and chairs arranged around it. There was a seat in the very center. "Ms. Xiaowu, please sit over there and wait." Silence gestured to the seat in the very center. Xiaowu wasn't entirely satisfied with the centrally located seat and asked, "Why should I sit over there? These seats are already taken, and you don't have a seat over there yet, so please sit over there." "Okay." Xiaowu was just a small-time businesswoman, attending such a politically charged event for the first time. She didn't understand the rules, and could only passively listen to others. She sat down in the seat silence indicated. Right behind Xiaowu were 3 other seats arranged. Sitting in the center of the circle, under the gaze of everyone around her, didn't feel good. Xiaowu asked, "Are they going to interrogate us?" "Minister Liang, you know more about these things. What did we do wrong?" "1. Apart from the weapons application, we haven't done anything against the rules. Since their invitation is mainly about the weapons application, I guess it's about the weapons." "Oh, okay." Xiaowu nodded understandingly. Not long after, the vermilion doors opened. One by one, elderly men in suits and ties, serious and unsmiling, some with graying temples, others with wrinkles around their eyes, took their seats, documents in hand. Almost everyone attending the Alliance Security Council was over 35. Xiaowu, Liang Yin, and Liang Su were surprisingly the 3 youngest attendees at the entire meeting. Once everyone was seated, Xiaowu, using his characteristic defensiveness, swept his gaze over them. Most of these people were meeting Xiaowu for the first time and carried no hostility whatsoever. Only one blond middle-aged man displayed a hostility level of 40 towards Xiaowu. Xiaowu glanced at the man casually. The man's gaze was fierce, as if he wanted to devour her alive. Xiaowu searched through the original owner's memories, but found nothing related to the man. Thinking back on her actions, Xiaowu realized that only the orcs could have provoked him. NS Pharmaceuticals must have some powerful connections, otherwise, they wouldn't have kept it a secret for so many years. The fact that this person could appear in the Alliance Security Council meant their identity was not simple, and their hostility towards Xiaowu, whom they were meeting for the first time, led Xiaowu to believe it was related to the orcs. However, since she didn't even know the person's identity, Xiaowu could only pretend to be a clueless fool. The vermilion doors opened again. This time, a woman with a full head of white hair entered, but whose appearance differed slightly from her white hair. As soon as the woman entered, everyone's expressions became even more serious. She stood in front of the seat opposite Xiaowu. "It's another beautiful day, everyone. I'm glad you all could attend this impromptu meeting on time. Please stand up and pledge your allegiance to the peace we desire." After she finished speaking, everyone stood up. Xiaowu didn't know what to do next, but she stood up as well. After everyone had said what they meant by peace, the woman presiding over the meeting sat down. As soon as she sat down, the others followed suit. The woman's sharp but not hostile gaze was fixed on Xiaowu. "Ms. Xiaowu, hello. I am Shenpan, the chairperson of the Alliance Security Council. Thank you for attending this meeting despite your busy schedule. May I ask, are these 2 documents your planet's weapons purchase application?" As soon as Shenpan finished speaking, a blue, semi-transparent window rose up in front of Xiaowu. Through the transparent window, there was a weapons purchase application written by Liang Xian. Chapter 210. Xiaowu carefully reviewed the text on the application. There were no problems, and her signature was indeed present at the end. Xiaowu nodded. Yes. Is there anything wrong with the application documents? Ms. Xiaowu, in your first application, you submitted data showing that Xiangyang Star has a total of 126 soldiers, including officers. Your second application is the same, is that right? Shinpan asked. Xiaowu nodded again. Yes. However, according to recent data, your planet purchased orc slaves 3 times. The first batch consisted of 50 orcs, the second batch of 245, of whom excluding the young and females, 120 were capable of fighting. The third batch consisted of 1562 orc slaves, of whom 782 were capable of fighting. Ms. Xiaowu, according to the information provided by the Silent Leader yesterday, your planet was attacked by 2 waves of space pirates. A total of 572 pirates attacked, and 39 died in your resistance. 6 pirates were captured, and 176 were arrested. In the war against the pirates, your planet had 1,028 soldiers participating in the resistance. Outnumbered, 396 pirates died, while your soldiers suffered only 18 injuries and none died. Ms. Xiaowu, your planet's soldiers are capable of resisting pirate attacks, yet your application falsified the number of soldiers, and you also applied to purchase weapons worth 8 billion. Ms. Xiaowu, please explain why you falsified the number of soldiers? And why you purchased so many weapons? Shinpan asked all the questions she had prepared. Xiaowu was taken aback. So that's why the Alliance Security Council had summoned her, for these 2 reasons. Of course, their statistics also surprised Xiaowu. She herself didn't know that there were already over 1,000 soldiers on Xiangyang Star. Although the purchased weapons amounted to 8 billion, that was because Xiaowu wanted to buy good, expensive weapons. 8 billion worth of weapons wasn't actually that much. Liang Xian was also stunned by Shinpan's words. He had forgotten to modify the number of soldiers in the second application. With this mistake, their application would definitely be rejected. Ms. Xiaowu, please answer. Xiaowu had been in a daze for a while, and Shinpan urged her on. Xiaowu smiled slightly. Respected Chief Administrator, hello. First, let me answer why the application states 126 soldiers. Firstly, I did indeed purchase 3 batches of orcs, but these orc slaves originally lived on Orc Star. They are not accustomed to using weapons, and have not undergone joint training with my soldiers. Therefore, I feel they cannot be considered soldiers. They are students still learning. Furthermore, the 1562 orcs purchased later were mainly for testing the authenticity of the Amelia virus. They have been on Xiangyang Star for less than half a month. Even if they are strong and skilled in combat, they cannot use firearms and cannot be considered soldiers. Ms. Xiaowu, you are making excuses. A slightly angry male voice said. Xiaowu turned her head to look at the speaker, the blonde man who harbored 40% hostility towards her. Chief Administrator Shin, I have something to say. Counselor Ninda, please speak. Ms. Xiaowu claims the thousands of orcs she purchased cannot be used as soldiers, yet the pirates allege that the orcs attacked them. Commander, since you conducted so much investigation into me, you should know that the first batch of orcs are legal interstellar citizens, and their home is Xiangyang Star. So, if bad guys break into your home and loot, are you going to treat my residents like lifeless, emotionless objects, letting them suffer in vain? Xiaowu looked up at Shin Mo, who was standing not far away. Could you ask Commander Shin if my orc residents were armed when they resisted the pirates? Commander Shin, please tell me, did those orcs have guns? Shinpan looked at Shin Mo. Shin Mo said, the information I submitted is very clear. Commander, you can see the photos. Okay. Shinpan opened the photos. In every photo Shin Mo took, the orcs were empty-handed, wearing only protective armor, and some weren't wearing any armor at all. Xiaowu was relieved. Thankfully, Xiangyang City didn't have many weapons. Otherwise, if photos were taken, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Chief Shin, only those with guns can be called soldiers. Orcs don't have weapons, so how can they be called soldiers? But Ms. Xiaowu, didn't you apply to purchase 8 billion worth of weapons? When these weapons arrive on your Xiangyang Star, won't they become soldiers? Ninda said. Xiaowu glanced at him indifferently. Counselor Ninda, let's keep things separate. Aren't we discussing the application? Chief Shin, according to the types of weapons listed in the application, most of the weapons I applied for are automated turrets and unmanned combat aircraft that don't require human pilots. The reason for applying for these weapons is precisely because my planet lacks sufficient military strength. Furthermore, please don't ignore the image below the application. Xiangyang Star is a planet where 99% of the land is infested with insects. These insects reproduce extremely quickly and have a powerful destructive force. If we don't take measures to contain them, we will not be able to survive on Xiangyang Star. Ms. Xie Wu, although it's common knowledge that your planet has many insects, we haven't restricted your purchase of ordinary weapons. The insects aren't as difficult or troublesome as you might think. You can handle them completely with ordinary weapons. Therefore, you haven't purchased automated turrets, unmanned combat aircraft, or other weapons. Before Shinpan could speak, Ninda stood up again to object to Xie Wu's statement. Even though Xie Wu wanted to face the other party calmly, her words still made her somewhat angry. The insects aren't as difficult or troublesome as we imagine, but their numbers are 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even 1,000,000,000 times greater than our soldiers. The Haiyang system clearly has better weapons to reduce casualties and save time in dealing with the insects. Why can't I use more advanced weapons? Ms. Xie Wu, no one knows if you use the insects as an excuse to buy large quantities of weapons? Ninda stood up to argue with Xie Wu. Please look at these pictures, everyone. These are photos of the remains of the pirates who attacked Xiangyang Star. Although the pirates deserved to die, Ms. Xie Wu's soldiers almost killed them with a single blow, leaving no survivors. Their ferocity is no less than that of soldiers from any country or planet. If they were given more powerful weapons, who can guarantee they wouldn't have other ideas? Chapter 211. Ninda's voice grew louder and louder. Xie Wu's forehead veins throbbed as she struggled to suppress her anger. Mr. Ninda, which planet and country are you from? Why do you ask that? Just curious, Xie Wu said coldly. You look older than me, yet you have a more naive mind than I do. A group of people who invaded my planet with murderous intent. If I don't kill them, am I supposed to wait for them to kill me? Your thinking is malicious, Ninda accused. Xie Wu sneered. Then your thinking is even more malicious. Furthermore, Mr. Ninda, aren't your words and actions contradictory? I haven't even broken into your house with a gun to steal your things, and you're already here cursing me for being malicious. If my actions are malicious in your eyes, then the actions of pirates aren't malicious? Please don't make unnecessary assumptions, Ms. Xie Wu. It's a fact that your planet's soldiers killed nearly 400 pirates. Then I'd like to ask, how many pirates does the Allied forces kill in a year? Xie Wu's gaze then fell on the silent man. Shinpan lightly tapped the gavel on the table. Please calm down, gentlemen. Our meeting is to discuss the weapons application for Ms. Xie Wu's planet, not to criticize her handling of the pirates. Mr. Ninda, Shinpan continued, allow me to remind you that interstellar pirates are the most serious criminals disrupting the peace of the Haiyang system. In any situation where they are found to be committing evil deeds, even if civilians take their lives, it will be considered legitimate self-defense. Even if all the pirates who attacked Ms. Xie Wu's planet died, it doesn't mean Ms. Xie Wu is guilty. Because if the pirates didn't attack Ms. Xie Wu's planet, they wouldn't be killed. The pirates' deaths are their own fault. Ms. Xie Wu is without fault. Therefore, please don't use common sense to attack Ms. Xie Wu. Shinpan stated the facts at a measured pace. Ninda fell silent immediately after her rebuke. The other representatives watched their commotion with a detached, almost theatrical, attitude. Ms. Xie Wu, although you have provided ample justification for your weapons purchase, we operate according to official procedures. Your application does indeed have flaws, and we are again rejecting your application to purchase weapons. Do you have any complaints? No. Xie Wu knew that no amount of explanation would be effective given Shinpan's adherence to regulations. Alright, Ms. Xie Wu, based on our recent observations of your planet, you seem to be following a different path from your fathers. Recently, you have purchased a large number of orc slaves, begun collaborations with other companies, participated in the investigation of the Amelia virus, and purchased a large quantity of weapons. Are you aware of the extent of your involvement? Xie Wu took a deep breath. Purchasing orc slaves, collaborating with the Bai family, and dealing with the Amelia virus, these actions alone wouldn't have warranted this meeting. The biggest problem is purchasing large quantities of weapons under the guise of Xiangyang Star. If Xie Wu simply ran her business honestly, no one would bother her even if she managed the entire Xiangyang Star. However, a merchant can possess vast amounts of money, but not a large military force. I'm only doing this for the peace and survival of my planet, Xie Wu said. But you didn't join our meeting. You didn't swear an oath to maintain peace in the Haiyang system. Is it too late for me to join now? Our meeting isn't something you can just join whenever you want. Your planet is currently worse off than even a village in my country, Ninda spoke again. Shinpan and Xie Wu both looked at him with disdain. You own an entire planet, more than many of us here, so you're qualified to join us. Chairman Shin, the Alliance Council isn't a place where you can just join as you please. We operate on a voting system. Only proposals with the most votes are implemented. I ask on behalf of Chairman Shin, who here would like Ms. Xie Wu to join us? please raise your hand. As soon as Ninda finished speaking, silence fell over the room. No one raised their hand. Seeing no one raise their hand, Ninda's face was full of smugness. Chairman Shin, do you see? We don't want to accept someone less wealthy than our village into the sacred and important meeting. Ms. Xia Wu is qualified. Let's follow the rules first. The vote is a later matter. Ms. Xia Wu, this is the application form. If you want to join, you can fill out this form, along with the weapons your planet wants to purchase. You can also reapply. Our meeting has reasonable people. Don't misunderstand us because of personal relationships. Shinpan tried her best to salvage the reputation of the Alliance Council in front of Xia Wu. Xia Wu nodded. Chairman Shin, besides Ms. Xia Wu's matter, there are other issues that need to be discussed at today's impromptu meeting. Now that Ms. Xia Wu's matter has been resolved, could you please ask her to leave? After all, everyone's time is precious. Ninda spoke again. Not to mention Xia Wu, even Shinpan was annoyed by his words. After all, Shinpan had worked with him for a long time, and Ninda's arrogance and haughtiness were the most disliked thing present. Miss Xia Wu, thank you for making this special trip. Also, this inquiry was initiated by several counselors. Shinpan walked over and shook hands with Xia Wu, whispering the last sentence in her ear. Xia Wu nodded, looking at Shinpan with gratitude. Commander Shin, please escort Miss Xia Wu back to Xiangyang Star, Shinpan said. Silently, she stepped forward and gestured, Miss Xia Wu, let's go. Xia Wu left without hesitation. From leaving the conference hall until boarding the spaceship, before returning to Xiangyang Star, Xia Wu remained silent. Upon setting foot on Xiangyang Star, Xia Wu scanned herself on the scanner, confirming she had no metal contraptions. She finally couldn't help but exclaim, wow! Who is that guy? He actually managed to incite the counselors to humiliate me. Wang. Minister Liang, do you know what Chairperson Shinpan said to me at the end? She said the meeting targeting me was requested by several counselors. Wow! Even counselors can be instigated. Xia Wu had no chance to refute the humiliation she suffered in the conference hall today. The application was indeed poorly written. No amount of explanation would change anything. It was also true that she was no longer one of the counselors. They could kick her out whenever they wanted. How could someone as insignificant as me get involved with a place like that? I'm really something. Xia Wu felt both angry and amused. Liang Xian apologized, Your Majesty, I didn't write the second application well. We have a third chance to submit the application, but even the third application won't be approved. After all, someone over there is blocking us. Seeing what happened today, Xia Wu finally understood why their weapons application had been dragging on for so long. Chapter 212. Wang, should we write this third application? Liang Xian was already uncertain, as evidenced by everything that had happened in the meeting hall today. Few of the counselors were expecting anything from Xiang Yangxing. Although Shinpan had told them they could write another application, in his view, another one would just be rejected or left sitting there for months. No, we won't write it. Even if we do, we'd be rejected with various excuses. There's no need for us to invite further humiliation. Xia Wu thought about what he had to do before being called to the meeting. Before they called me, I was going to find a place outside the city with Captain Lei Tu to build a weapons research base, with Vice Captain Parker leading the independent weapons research. If they won't give it to us, so be it, we develop it ourselves. Okay. I continue with this matter. You all go, and do your other things. Xia Wu left hurriedly. The three members of the Liang family stood there watching Xia Wu's departing figure, all sighing heavily in unison. Unexpectedly, they were all in sync, and the three looked at each other simultaneously. Why are you two sighing? Wang just suffered a setback, but instead of dwelling on it, she immediately threw herself into her work. Her drive puts me to shame, Liang Yin said. Liang Su's eyes darkened. Dad, I want to resign from my diplomat job. You brat, what did you say? Why would you resign from your diplomat job? Do you know how hard it was for me to train you? Liang Xian scolded. Dad, training diplomats isn't difficult. Weapons research is the hardest thing to train, Liang Su said gravely. We on Xiangyang Star have nothing. Relying on Uncle Parker's meager weapons knowledge, we don't know when we catch up with other countries' weapons development. It will probably be difficult for us to poach their talent. Therefore, I think it's better to go to Blue Star to learn weapons development technology. Those schools are hard to get into, and besides, you graduated 2 or 3 years ago. Knowing what his eldest son was thinking, Liang Xian's expression softened considerably. Go try. If you get in, great, if not, come back and be a diplomat. Dad, the rise of Xiangyang Star can't rely solely on the king. The king will be exhausted. Liang Xian nodded. You're right. Xiangyang Star is your future. Go try. Okay. Liang Su looked again in the direction Xie Wu had left, his eyes hardening. Xie Wu returned home, immediately changed his clothes, and put his armor back on. Just as he stepped out of his room, Li Xia stood at the door. Xie Wu's steps were hurried, and he almost bumped into her. Li Ma, are you tidying up the room? No, master, I'm not here to tidy up the room. I have something I want to tell you. What is it? Master, this is my daughter, Li Ji. Li Xia pulled Li Ji over. Only then did Xie Wu realize there was someone else standing beside him. Li Ji was small in stature, with dark skin, but a healthy black, as if she were someone who always spent time in the sun. Her eyes were clear and bright, radiating sunshine and energy. Master, my daughter studied agriculture on Blue Star. She graduated yesterday and is thinking of finding a job. Come work for me. Before Li Xia could finish speaking, Xie Wu excitedly interrupted. I'm currently thinking of developing agriculture, animal husbandry, and breeding on Xiangyang Star. Li Ji, do you know any classmates who study these fields? If they haven't found jobs yet, or are willing to come to Xiangyang Star, I take them all. Although recent graduates lack experience, they have at least some knowledge. Xie Wu is truly indiscriminate now. As long as someone is willing to work, she take them. Master, are you really sure? E.g., look at the way you're looking at me. Do you think I'm joking? Xiangyang Star is still developing and lacks many things. I don't know if you heard from Antli, but Xiangyang Star faced resistance because of the beast men. People from other planets wouldn't even sell us food. Those few days were incredibly frustrating. Thinking back to that frustrating period, Xie Wu still feels a little resentful. Although food isn't exactly a scarce commodity in the Haiyan Galaxy, it is a scarce commodity for a planet that doesn't produce its own food. To prevent others from using food as an excuse to strangle us, we need to grow our own food, raise fish, ducks, and pigs. The population of Xiangyang Star isn't large right now, and I can't allocate a large number of people specifically to help you. So, bring people you know and trust to Xiangyang Star to grow food. I can pay them slightly more than outside. Also, don't call me master like Li Ma does, call me boss, or sister is fine too. Xie Wu gently patted Li Yiji's head, softly explaining the predicament of Xiangyang Star. Li Yiji's eyes brightened upon hearing Xie Wu's words. Okay, sister, I try my best. You silly child, why are you actually calling me sister? Li Xia gave Li Yiji a warning look, telling her not to be too presumptuous. If Antli lets Yiji call me that, I've been calling you Antli for so long, shouldn't she call me sister? I'm going to give my weight back, Antli, you're not allowed to interfere. Master you. Mom, you don't understand. We have to treat the company like family. That's how we work with enthusiasm. If I work for my sister, I definitely work like a donkey, doing my best to create profit and value for her. Knowing Xie Wu was easy to get along with, Li Yiji didn't hide her own straightforward personality. Xie Wu smiled and rubbed her little head. That's right, Yiji. How about you plant some wheat, raise some fish, and herd some sheep for me? I love bread, and I also like fish and mutton. This was a system task for Xie Wu. However, she hadn't had the time. She wondered if having someone else do it would complete the task. If Xie Wu did it herself, wouldn't she be exhausted? Okay, then I do what you like, sister. But what about the land to cultivate? Li Yiji had also grown up on Xiangyang Star. She knew that usable land was scarce. We can put the wheat aside for now. Tomorrow, I go and secure land for you to plant wheat. As for the sheep, we can build a sheepfold outside the city, so they can graze during the day. It's safe outside the city now. The fish can be raised near the waterworks. There's a small lake downstream from the waterworks lake. It's not big or deep, but it only has one inlet and one outlet, a natural pond. You could consider raising fish there. Li Yiji looked at Xie Wu in surprise. Sister, did you do a survey beforehand? Yes, I originally wanted to raise fish first, and then deal with the other things later. Unfortunately, there were too many things to do, one after another, so I couldn't manage it all. Now I'm handing these tasks over to you. Go, Yiji. Chapter 213. Okay. Li Yiji nodded firmly. From a young age, she loved planting all sorts of things, edible and inedible alike. She loved any plant. When she was in school, she resolutely chose agriculture. At the time, Li Xia nagged her quite a bit. But she was Li Xia's only child, and seeing her genuine passion, Li Xia didn't say anything more and supported her in pursuing her passion. This year, after graduating, she started looking for a job. It has to be said, Finding a job with an agricultural degree is incredibly difficult. The AI had already researched various superior varieties of grains, and even developed year-round seeds for all edible crops. They were practically guaranteed a food supply. Of all the planets, because of the AI, there were only 5 agricultural universities. And the number of students in those 5 universities was pitifully small. To study this was truly a passion. However, after enjoying her student years, she now had to consider employment. Many found jobs completely unrelated to agriculture, while others relied on family connections to get jobs at agricultural research institutes. Liiji wanted to continue farming, but she lacked connections and resources. Li Xia called and suggested she return to Xianjiangsing to farm, but she thought it would just be farming in her own backyard. However, Li Xia brought her to see Xia Wu, and before she could even finish speaking, Xia Wu was even happier than she was. The key was that she wasn't just solving her own job problem, but also helping her dorm mates find employment. Thinking of this, Liiji was filled with enthusiasm, wishing she could immediately start tilling her 3 acres of land and relax. Xiao Yi, after your friends arrive, take them to see Minister Tan to sign labor contracts. After signing, write an application for anything you need for farming and give it to Minister Tan. He'd buy it for you. Xia Wu was about to leave when she remembered all this and clarified it with Liiji. Liiji nodded in agreement. By the way, our Xiangyang Star has plantations that cultivate intelligent machines. If you encounter any problems with cultivation, you can go to them and ask the soldiers in the city. Xiao Yi, we must have the spirit of not being ashamed to ask questions. Intelligent machines are very friendly to humans. If you ask, they will definitely tell you. Liiji's eyes widened in surprise. Sister, you're amazing. You actually managed to bring intelligent machines to our planet. I heard they're incredibly expensive. They are a bit expensive, but we can afford them. I have some things to do, so you go and finish what you done here. Okay. Liiji nodded obediently again. Li's mother then noticed Xia Wu's attire and asked, Master, are you going out again? Aren't you going to have lunch at this time? Lunch? Oh right, it's lunchtime again. How time flies. Xia Wu really wanted to immediately seize territory and build a weapons research base. But looking at the time, it was lunchtime before he knew it. Considering the soldiers also needed to eat, Xia Wu ate lunch and went to the Defense Department 40 minutes later. Upon arriving at the Defense Department, Lei Tu saw Xia Wu return and immediately asked, Your Majesty, you're back. What did they send you over there for? Sigh, what else could it be? Someone deliberately messed with us, dragged me there to humiliate me, and then told us our application to purchase weapons is off the table. At this point, Xia Wu looked up apologetically at them. Captain Lei Tu, I'm sorry I can't buy you better or stronger weapons. Your Majesty, with the weapons we have now, we can still defeat the pirates. We are strong. You only need to provide us with the weapons we have now. Lei Tu comforted him. Powerful weapons are essential. Aside from anything else, we were fortunate to have inside information about the pirates' arrival, allowing us to ambush them beforehand. We also owe a great deal to Mr. Dole and Mr. Doku's help, otherwise, any one of the weapons we found on their ship could have destroyed a house in our city. The pirates lost this time because they underestimated Xiangyang Star. The information they received indicated that Xiangyang Star didn't have many powerful weapons, and even possessed a bunch of modified melee weapons. The pirates couldn't purchase their weapons through official channels, they made them themselves from materials they found. Although they had powerful weapons, they were reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. If they had been willing to use them, at least a quarter of Xiangyang City would have been razed to the ground. Your Majesty, we can make weapons. That kid Parker has some talent. As long as we prepare everything for him, he give us good weapons. Lei Tu patted Parker on the shoulder. Parker nodded. My lord, I studied the pirates' weapons today. They're quite resourceful in weapon research. I saw several novel inventions. Seeing their confidence in developing weapons themselves, Xia Wu smiled with satisfaction. By the way, there's something I need to tell you three. What is it? Lei Tu asked. Xia Wu's delicate eyebrows furrowed. I always thought it was some wealthy blue star tycoon eyeing Xiangyang Star, but I couldn't figure it out no matter how much money they had. Even if they were rich, they couldn't possibly infiltrate the Alliance Security Council, could they? Master, what do you mean by that? Ling Han asked solemnly. Given Xiangyang Star's current strength, I'm not qualified to enter the Alliance Security Council. Weapon purchase applications should be discussed internally. They don't need my involvement. However, when I left, the chairperson of the Alliance Security Council told me that several counselors had requested my presence. Who has the ability to get to that level? The Bai family is so wealthy, if they have spies there, they would definitely speak up for Xia Wu. However, only Shinpan spoke up for her throughout. Shinpan, as the chairperson, was upright and impartial, speaking only based on facts without deliberately favoring Xia Wu. This clearly shows she had no connection with the Bai family. If the Bai family didn't have spies in the Alliance Security Council, then who has the ability and money to have spies there? Wang, I heard some comments online saying there's a religion on Blue Star called the Tomorrow Society, Lei Tu suddenly said. Xia Wu was taken aback. Blue Star has a religion. Wherever there are people, there are traditions and beliefs. Even with today's advanced technology, many people still believe in things like ghosts and Buddhas. Xia Wu frowned slightly. What kind of religion is the Tomorrow Society? I don't know the specific doctrines, but I heard their members range from celebrities to business tycoons and politicians, many holding high positions. They're very united and work towards a common goal. If those targeting our sunrise star aren't just ordinary competitors, then it could be them. Lei Tu frowned seriously. Chapter 214. Xia Wu's expression turned serious. Captain Lei Tu, you said that the Tomorrow Society has been targeting us. Are they trying to seize our planet as a base for their religious uprising? I think that's possible. Lei Tu nodded heavily. Xia Wu didn't speak again, his brows furrowed. If the Tomorrow Society really existed, their guess would be plausible. Then the real enemy of Xiangyang Star might be the Tomorrow Society. Their members are actors, business tycoons, and high-ranking politicians. They certainly don't lack money and have considerable power. Thinking about it now, it all makes perfect sense. Why did all the shops boycott Xiangyang Star during the Orc incident? Because it wasn't just the business world exerting influence, other circles were also doing so. Xia Wu's trip to the Blue Star Alliance Security Council was frustrating, but not entirely in vain, because she finally discovered who Xiangyang Star's true enemy was. Captain Lei Tu, I need to go back and thoroughly investigate the tomorrow meeting. As for the weapons research base, have someone plan our route. We're setting off tomorrow, rain or shine. The weapons research base matter had to be put aside again. Plans never keep up with changes. That's how Xia Wu is now. She's clearly preparing to do something, but something always pops up to interrupt her plans. Back at the Xia family home. Entering the studio, Xia Wu immediately called Lei Jun. Lei Jun can even get intelligence on pirates. He might have information about the tomorrow meeting too. The call was quickly answered. Hello my dear boss Xia, how can I help you? Mr. Lei Jun, it's been a few days, and you're still as glib as ever. Facing my dear, wealthy patron, boss Xia, my words are like honey. Tell me, boss Xia, what do you need me to do? As long as your price is right, I get it done for you as quickly as possible. Mr. Lei Jun, do you have any faith? I mean, do you believe in God or Buddha? Xia Wu didn't intend to ask about tomorrow's society directly. After all, Lei Jun had connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles, and his information sources were fast. What if he was also a member of tomorrow's society, although she had already used hostility identification on Lei Jun. Lei Jun showed her no hostility. Miss Xia, faith isn't worth much, so I don't have time for that. Even if faith could bring you money? Let's see how much it brings me. Wait, Mr. Xia, you haven't joined some weird cult, have you? Let me tell you, you absolutely mustn't believe in it. Lei Jun immediately tensed up. Some cults are just idiots. They tell you money is just an external thing, you can't take it with you when you die, and that donating money to them will accumulate merit or something. Let me tell you, it's all bullshit. I met the leader of some cult at a bar before. That guy portrayed himself as so noble on the Starnet, but privately he used his followers' money to eat, drink, gamble, and whore. I posted his video online, and those followers even came to curse me. I was so angry that I called the police, and they all went around and got arrested. But these damn cults just won't die out. They're active in various regions, big and small. Mr. Xia, you absolutely mustn't be brainwashed. You're my only big boss. If you're gone, where will I make money? Lei Jun was extremely nervous. The time he'd been working with Xia Wu had earned him more than he made in the previous 8 years, and he really didn't want anything to happen to this moneymaker. Xia Wu almost cried when he heard Lei Jun's voice, but he smiled. Mr. Lei Jun, don't worry, I haven't joined any cult. You don't need to worry about me being scammed. Really? Really? Thank goodness, my cash cow hasn't been stolen. Lei Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Xia, if you haven't joined any cult, then why are you suddenly asking me about my beliefs? Mr. Lei Jun, do you know about the Tomorrow Society? After talking with Lei Jun for a while, Xiaowu knew that Lei Jun was probably not a member of the Tomorrow Society. Upon hearing the words Tomorrow Society, Lei Jun's voice trailed off for a few seconds before reappearing. I know. Where did you find out? The company of the CEO of NS Pharmaceuticals, Lei Jun said. He's a member of the Tomorrow Society. Xiaowu's lips curled into a smile. Alright. I understand. Why was the Amelia virus, manufactured by NS Pharmaceuticals, able to remain a secret for decades? That's truly impressive. When I first saw this organization, I had my men investigate. They operate on a membership referral system. Generally, it's impossible for anyone to know of their existence. Boss, yeah. How did you find out? Aren't there reports about them on the StarNet? Yes, there are, but they're very incomplete. Just some simple descriptions saying their members are celebrities, business tycoons, and high-ranking officials. Mr. Lei Jun, is that the information you investigated? Yes, although they hidden information about most of their members, we investigated recently popular celebrities and successful entrepreneurs. They're all members. Mr. Lei Jun, why are you investigating those popular celebrities and entrepreneurs? Xiaowu asked, puzzled. They were supposed to start their investigation from the Tomorrow Society, but they began with outsiders. I can't find who the founder of the Tomorrow Society is, nor can I find their base or other members. However, in the personal StarNet account of the CEO of NS Pharmaceuticals, there are the doctrines of the Tomorrow Society. The first principle is to help suffering brothers and sisters and achieve wealth and prestige together. They all bear the Tomorrow Society's symbol somewhere on their bodies. Investigating who wore that symbol and then hacking their personal StarNet accounts will reveal the church's doctrines within those accounts. That's all I found so far, but those few people I investigated are genuinely wealthy and famous. Could the Tomorrow Society truly be a cult that can achieve shared prosperity? Lei Jun fell into deep thought. For someone who loved money, the Tomorrow Society was actually quite suitable. Mr. Lei Jun, think about how NS Pharmaceuticals became wealthy, and you understand how this cult became rich, Xiaowu said. The Amelia virus incident was kept secret for so long, you don't even need to see it to know what happened. Boss, yeah, you really woken me up. I better not join their group. Although I operate in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, I still have my bottom line. It's better to make money with Boss, yeah. Not only do I uphold my principles, but I also stand on the moral high ground. By the way, Boss, yeah, how much are you planning to pay me for the information about tomorrow's meeting? Mr. Lei Jun, aren't we just chatting? I didn't say I was buying information from you, Xiaowu feigned ignorance. Lei Jun snorted twice. Boss, yeah, I'm not stupid. If you play these tricks on me, I won't talk to you like a friend anymore, sharing everything I know. Alright, Mr. Lei Jun, please investigate tomorrow's meeting for me. I'd pay 800,000 for this information. Great. Thank you for your patronage, Lei Jun said cheerfully. Chapter 215. After discovering the Tomorrow Society, Lei Jun secretly investigated some related information. Xiaowu paid for information about the Tomorrow Society, and Lei Jun gave her the information on several members he had investigated. With their information, Xiaowu checked the relevant information on the Star Network. The recently popular idols Mito Yukino and Claire Jessie were originally unknown, minor celebrities. But now, Mito Yukino, with her sweet looks and a sweet song, has become a sensation throughout the Haiyan Galaxy, receiving numerous offers for variety shows and advertisements. You can almost see her on any variety show. Claire Jessie, on the other hand, suddenly became a sensation with a sweet drama and her exquisite appearance. In addition, her film, a school musical, is also showing to great acclaim. Reviews of this film are very polarized. Some viewers praise it highly, while others criticize it as terrible and a money-laundering project. Xiaowu, curious to see how tomorrow's celebrity would produce a big star, watched the movie out of curiosity. To be honest, the movie was incredibly boring. The story was a mess, the editing was chaotic and rushed, and the cinematography was poor. This movie was so bad that even Lilia herself could have directed it better. But Carlisle Jessie was undeniably beautiful. The only redeeming quality in the entire film was Claire's face. The movie was utterly uninteresting. Xiaowu turned on the electronic display and investigated the suddenly booming and profitable businesses. Surprisingly, he discovered that one of the entrepreneurs was a very young man, no more than 35 years old, and strikingly handsome. Xiaowu frowned slightly. Is tomorrow's celebrity hiring based on looks? Not good-looking enough to get into this meeting? Knock knock. The knocking interrupted Xiaowu's thoughts. She looked up at the door. Lilisa stood outside. Miss, I have something to tell you. Come in. Lilisa walked in, saw the movie playing on the screen in front of Xie Wu, and asked curiously, Miss, you like watching movies too? Just watching it when I'm bored. Miss, you shouldn't watch this movie. Although I was involved in its production, I have to admit it's really bad. Xie Wu raised an eyebrow. You were involved in the production? Yes, before on Blue Star, I took any job, any film crew, to make money. This crew was absolutely terrible. From the director to the actors, it was all about the power of capital. This director has never made a good film. Whether it's a TV series or a movie, his works all have a rating of 1.2. Besides, this male lead is really only good looking. I don't know where he got the courage to participate in a musical film. He's tone deaf. His singing sounds like a ghost howling. The song he's singing is actually sung by an unknown singer, and he's just lip-syncing in the movie. But because of this lousy movie, sometimes he doesn't even need to lip-sync. Also, don't let his good looks fool you. He's a big shot in private. I heard his family is powerful and influential, and he's just here to have fun. Although the budget was high, seeing a bunch of people acting like lunatics, I ran away halfway through filming. Lily was furious when talking about this movie. A supposedly $200 million blockbuster. From the director to the actors, not a single one was a professional. Lilisa, despite her supposedly weak filmmaking knowledge, felt she could be the director's teacher in front of this film's director. Seeing Lilisa's anger, Xie Wu remained silent. She had assumed it would be difficult to encounter members of the Tomorrow Society, but unexpectedly Lilisa had actually had contact with them. If the first CEO of NS Pharmaceuticals was a member of the Tomorrow Society, then, chronologically, this religion must have been established for decades. A religion with such a long history must have a very stable foundation, and its membership might be larger than she imagined. But what's most terrifying is that its members are all wealthy, powerful, and influential people. To be their enemy would mean facing a family even larger than the Bai family. Miss, I'm sorry, I went off topic. Seeing that Xie Wu remained silent after her rant, Lily quickly apologized and got back to business. I came to see you because I wanted to ask about some videos of the Beast Men. I already filmed several, but I don't know when would be a good time to release them. What's the Starnet's opinion of the Beast Men lately? They all been apologetic. Also, some people have released videos of themselves living with the Beast Men, which have received a lot of attention. By the way, the Bai family held a press conference today to address the Beast Men issue. They said that they co-founded a foundation called Project Sunrise with you. The Bai family has already contributed 500 million, and you also contributed 500 million. After investigating Orkstar, they will use the funds from the foundation to provide assistance to the Beast Men. Xie Wu frowned slightly. She hadn't actually donated 500 million to the foundation. The Bai family must have contributed 500 million on her behalf. She refused all the gifts from the Bai family, only accepting the cooperation. The Bai family wasn't one to accept kindness without reciprocating, so they contributed 500 million to the Sunrise project. Show me the videos you filmed. Okay. Lilisa sent the videos to Xie Wu. Besides the beastmen fighting the insects, Lilisa also filmed many scenes of the city's cubs and females learning and working. The footage was very sunny, giving a warm feeling of youthful vigor and vitality. The beastmen in the videos seemed to enjoy this life. Lilisa's editing and the transitions between the scenes were also very smooth. Watching these few minutes of video was more interesting than watching that movie. Tomorrow, I have Minister Tan arrange for some orcs to be sent to Blue Star to obtain interstellar citizenship certificates. Once the orcs on our planet become interstellar citizens, you can release the video. Okay. Lilisa nodded. After the orcs on our planet become interstellar citizens, no one will say we're just trying to ride the wave of popularity by releasing these videos. Riding the wave of popularity? This popularity is something we created ourselves. Xie Wu smiled. Lilisa smiled back. Miss, I'm going to attend to other matters now. I won't bother you any longer. Go ahead and get busy. After seeing Lilisa off, Xie Wu went to the Starnet community to see what netizens were saying about the orcs. Just as she clicked into the discussion community, a trending news item popped up. Urgent report. NS Pharmaceuticals head, Fleet and Nelson committed suicide in detention. Xie Wu paused. She quietly watched the news report. About 2 minutes later, she clicked to check the details. But the content is very simple, just stating when, where, and how the father and son left this world forever. Chapter 216. Xie Wu felt a bad premonition. The Amelia virus was a crime committed by the founder of NS Pharmaceuticals, who had been dead for 3 years. Therefore, The Amelia affair had nothing to do with the Fleet father and son. At most, they were arrested for researching viruses and for attempted murder. With their lawyer's defense, they should be able to secure a life sentence. The death penalty was unlikely. The idea of the father and son atoning for their sins with their deaths was utterly impossible. If they had any conscience, they wouldn't have thought of making money in the same way again. Considering they were members of the Tomorrow Society, Xie Wu couldn't help but associate their deaths with murder to cover their tracks. The deaths of the Fleet father and son did not elicit forgiveness from netizens. The comment section was filled with curses. They died just like that? That's too easy a death. My grandfather died from the Amelia virus. He owed a huge amount of medical bills before he died. I'm still unmarried because of those bills. Their deaths may be easy, but what about the damage done to us? Even turning them into mincemeat wouldn't quell our anger. The netizens in the comments section all wanted to spit on the bodies of the Fleet father and son, or even desecrate their corpses. Xie Wu had no time to investigate the netizens' attitudes towards the beast men. The deaths of the Fleet father and son served as a wake-up call. While Tomorrow's Society would help its members make a fortune in any way possible, it would also eliminate any member who made a mistake without hesitation. Such a ruthless group, Xie Wu wondered when their blade would be pointed at her. Ring! The ringing of her communication bracelet interrupted Xie Wu's thoughts. She raised her hand, looked at the caller ID, and then answered. Xie Wu, this is Bai Heng. Did you know that Fleet and his son died an hour ago? I just saw the news. My dad's furious. Xie Wu smiled. What happened to Uncle Chuan? After finding out those two were trying to mess with our Bai family, my dad held 3 days of meetings with lawyers, just to discuss how to kill Fleet and his father. Their sudden deaths prompted my dad to immediately investigate the real cause of death. However, the surveillance system at the detention center where they were held malfunctioned, losing a whole hour of surveillance data. Fleet and his father died during that hour. Their deaths were strange. They strangled themselves with their clothes. My dad thinks someone must have killed them, but he doesn't have the authority to interfere too much. He planned to wait for the investigation to come out, but the official announcement said it was suicide. This last sentence reflected Bai Heng's doubts. The Bai family's intelligence department was always efficient. They could find out what they wanted in a short time. But like all netizens, they only learned of Fleet and his father's death through official announcements. Bai Xuan had paid special attention to the news after learning of their deaths, but still failed to find out immediately. Xie Wu frowned slightly upon hearing this. With technology so advanced these days, how could they keep it so secret? Xie Wu, the devil is always one step ahead. Technology is advanced, but some use it for good, and some use it for evil. Actually, my dad asked me to call you and tell you to be careful during this time. What? Is someone trying to harm me? Bai Heng responded casually, then paused for a few seconds, thinking about what he was about to say, before continuing. My dad investigated you. Do you remember you told me before that someone wanted to kill you and steal Xiang Yangxing? When my dad investigated you, he found out that the guy who saddled you with billions in debt committed suicide by jumping off a building a little over a month ago. Bai Heng spoke with some unease. Investigating others' privacy was wrong. Even if the intention was good, his family was used to investigating people who got too close. But speaking it out openly still made him feel guilty. Xie Wu didn't take their investigation to heart. After all, she had done her own investigation before contacting the Bai family. She focused all her attention on the creditor Qiuxi's suicide, her eyes widening in disbelief. Qiuxi committed suicide by jumping off a building? After the debt was paid off, she hadn't paid any more attention to Qiuxi. Qiuxi couldn't find a reason to cause her trouble, so after paying off the debt, neither of them bothered the other. Upon hearing the news of Qiuxi's death, Xie Wu was truly shocked. He hadn't even figured out how to get back the billions that had been swindled from him. Yes, he jumped to his death on the 3rd day after you paid off your debts. Before his suicide, he spent all his savings on 2 paintings that even a fool wouldn't buy on the black market. According to his family, Qiuxi was happy when he brought the paintings home, and even seemed to be in a good mood before his death. No one understands why he would jump to his death. His family suspected he murdered Qiuxi, and even tried to pin the blame on you. However, the police investigation found that you were on Xiangyang Star before Qiuxi's death, so they had no motive, and believed Qiuxi's family was slandering him. Furthermore, the on-site investigation showed that Qiuxi committed suicide by jumping. There were no signs of foul play. Therefore, the case was ultimately closed as a suicide. Xie Wu let out a heavy sigh. She was still lamenting the ruthlessness of the Tomorrow Society in killing the Fleet father and son, But she hadn't expected Qiuji to die without her knowledge. And Qiuji's death was likely a result of being used and then killed. I returned 10 billion to Qiuji. 10 billion going into the black market and not a trace of it. Even with AI, money flowing into the black market isn't necessarily traceable. You don't know, the black market launders money very quickly. They can instantly divide the money into hundreds or even thousands of channels and send it to the bank accounts they want. So once the money is in a black market account, no one can trace its whereabouts. Xiaowu was helpless. The more she knew, the more she understood how terrifying the Tomorrow Society was. Xiaowu, your parents were killed by people behind Qiuji's scheme. Qiuji's death was probably because he failed to complete his mission properly. Those who wanted to see Xiangyang Star killed your parents, and even the executioner who framed you, their wickedness is evident. We also investigated the orcs a bit, and found that the source of the online army is still in the black market. Is the black market that scary? Yes, their methods of concealing their identities are very sophisticated. They can fabricate one identity after another, and sometimes, even after investigating, they find no such person. Logically, as long as someone has an Interstellar Citizen ID card, investigating their information should be simple. But those guys in the black market act like they live on orcs. They don't have Citizen ID cards. An Interstellar Citizen ID card is a tool that verifies a person's identity. With an Interstellar Citizen ID card, you can investigate someone's true identity, but if the person doesn't have a Citizen ID card, they can say they're nobody, and no one will question it. Xiaowu, the black market is full of money-grubbing bastards. They do anything for money. Chapter 217. Thank you for the information, Bai Heng. I'd be more careful, Xiaowu said gratefully. Bai Heng fell silent on the other end of the phone. From his silence, Xiaowu sensed his distress. Why are you suddenly so quiet? Xiaowu, you rarely leave Xiangyang Star now. You're recruiting soldiers and gathering talent to develop Xiangyang Star. However, I heard you encountered obstacles in your efforts to add new weapons to your planet. The Bai family's intelligence department had been closely monitoring Xiaowu. Naturally, they also knew that Xiaowu had been summoned to the Alliance Security Council today. Xiaowu wasn't surprised that he knew about this. Bai Heng, do you know about the tomorrow's meeting? The tomorrow's meeting? What's that? Go look into it. You might find something interesting. Bai Heng had specifically called to tell her to be careful. It was clear that the Bai family treated her not only like family, but also like friends. Giving them a little information about the tomorrow's meeting, and having them help investigate, might help her find out the truth faster. Xiaowu, you can mention the tomorrow's meeting. Did you find something out? Bai Heng asked. I only started investigating today, and I know absolutely nothing about them. I'm just guessing that they're the ones who want to kill me. Xiaowu didn't reveal any more information. Bai Heng had given him everything he could and didn't chat with Xiaowu about anything else. After hanging up the phone, Xiaowu used all the investigative methods available to him to search for information related to Qiuji on the StarNet. Qiuji was just an ordinary boss among the masses. Even if he was connected to Xiangyang Star's debts, there was no information about him on the StarNet. Xiaowu could only find his account on the StarNet community. This account hadn't even announced Qiuji's death. The earliest update to his personal information was over a month ago. Qiuji, who had deceived Xiaowu, visibly improved his standard of living. He upgraded his house to a villa, and his old, dilapidated car to a luxury vehicle worth millions. The photos Qiuji posted boasting about showed fine wine and beautiful women. He was living a life of luxury. In one of Qiuji's boastful posts on his WeChat moments, he was sitting in a spaceship with Xiangyang Star in the background, captioned, "This planet will belong to me sooner or later." Qiuji's social media was accessible only to those he followed. Those who followed him were business partners, friends, and family. Someone commented that he was dreaming. Even if Xiangyang Star was half the size of Earth, it was still a planet, something a toad like him couldn't possibly aspire to. Qiuji confidently replied to this comment, "You just wait and see. When I become the master of Xiangyang Star, you can bark at me like a child for 3 years, and I give you a piece of land for free." His friends scoffed at his arrogance. Who wants land on Xiangyang Star? It's full of bugs. What if they bite me to death? Qiuji, you know nothing. You don't even know how rich Xiangyang Star is. Seeing this, Xiaowu fell into deep thought. Was Qiuji tricked into trying to fool Xiaowu? Xiaowu scrolled through all of Qiuji's posts. He couldn't find any information about Qiuji related to the Tomorrow Society. As a large organization, the Illuminati has its own symbol. The symbol isn't particularly complex. It's just two hands holding an eye. Several Tomorrow Society members, that Lei Jun discovered wore items bearing that symbol in public at some point. If Xiaoji were a member of the Tomorrow Society, he should have made that item appear on the Starnet community. Xiaoji didn't. Does that mean he's not a member of the Tomorrow Society? But if he's not a member, who could have tricked him into spending all his money on 2 paintings on the black market? Unanswered speculations only lead to more confusion. Stop thinking about these troubling things. Xiao got up and went to the window. It was already dark. The 2 bright moons tonight were very bright, but their light didn't completely drown out the starlight. Xiao stared intently at the starry sky and the moon, his gaze slowly hardening. A night's rest. Early the next morning, Xiao arrived at the Defense Department building fully armed. No matter the time, soldiers were always awake and on guard. Lei Tu and Ling Han seemed to have known Xiao would arrive at this time. They were already waiting in the lobby. Upon meeting them, Xiao said, "Captain Lei Tu, gather 80 soldiers, fully equipped, and prepare to depart with me." "Yes, sir." Lei Tu and Ling Han were already prepared. Within 5 minutes, 80 soldiers, fully armed, stood in formation. The vehicle was ready. Xiao got into the vehicle and set off with them. Yesterday, Lei Tu and Ling Han, along with some soldiers, used an excavator to pave a section of road. They drove for 20 minutes. The road they had cleared came to an end. The group got out of the vehicle, took out tools, cut down the trees blocking the road, and used the excavator to fill in the uneven surface. It was still dark. The emergency lights they brought hovered high in the air, illuminating the surrounding scenery. Xiao opened the system and found that there wasn't a single red dot around the map. "Are the bugs still sleeping?" she asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Ritu immediately exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the pink pine trees from orcs really work. Dor and Doku have figured out a way to graft pink pine trees. Yesterday, they planted a small pink pine nearby, and the bugs immediately ran away." "Grafting? Where did they plant the tree?" Trusting the onyx, Xiao had never inquired about Dor and Doku's progress. Ritu's words surprised her. Was Dor and Doku's progress that fast? "Here." Ritu led Xiao aside. The weeds and trees in this area had been cleared away, and on a small, high mound stood a small pink pine tree, only a few centimeters tall, with delicate pink blossoms on its few leaves. A small fence made of branches surrounded the small pink pine tree, and an iron sign hung outside the fence, engraved with the number 1. The number 1 immediately made Xiao understand. This must be the first grafted pink pine tree. The pink pine tree is really amazing. After planting such a small one, the number of insects around it instantly decreased significantly, Lei Tu praised. Xiao nodded. Mr. Dole and Mr. Doku are very efficient, they even managed to graft it so quickly. A few years ago, the androids invented a rapid growth nutrient solution that can increase the normal growth rate of plants by half. For example, normally vegetables take 20 days to grow, but after watering with the nutrient solution, they can be eaten in 10 days. However, the taste of the 10-day-old vegetables isn't as good as the 20-day-old ones. Recently, the androids have been researching how to obtain delicious vegetables and fruits in a shorter time. But since the pink pine tree grows so fast, Mr. Doku and Mr. Dole must have also used the nutrient solution. Xiao nodded. After finishing things here, I go back and check if the rapid growth nutrient solution is expensive. Chapter 218. This area has pink pine trees, and not a single insect can be seen. Xiao didn't need to constantly monitor the system map. She took a break and sat in the car. She began investigating the cost of the rapid nutrient solution. She discovered that the market no longer sold this nutrient solution. The reason was simple. The main raw material for the nutrient solution was insect wings, specifically thin-winged insects. These insects grew on the plains where Dor and Doku established their plantation. Back then, they only collected the insect wings. It seems that those insects were what they used to make the rapid nutrient solution, which they then generously used on the pink pine trees. Thus, it seemed that, from now on, when they caught thin-winged insects, they could give half of the wings to Doku and Dor, and then have them share some of the nutrient solution. This way, they could save money on buying the nutrient solution. Thinking this, Xiao instantly no longer needed to worry about not being able to buy the nutrient solution. She browsed the StarNet again, then suddenly remembered something. She closed the StarNet and called Lei Jun. The call was quickly answered. Lei Jun, who had just woken up, spoke with a tired and hoarse voice. "Boss, yeah, have you been calling me a lot lately? It feels like you just called me a few hours ago." "It was over 10 hours ago. Mr. Lei Jun, were you dreaming?" "I've been dragged out of my sweet dream, boss, yeah. What important matter do you need me for now?" I have something I want to buy on the black market, Mr. Lei Jun. Can you help me? Hearing the words black market, Lei Jun's sleepiness vanished instantly, and his tone became serious. Boss, yeah, buying things on the black market can be much more expensive. Also, because it's a black market item, it can't be transported via the Starnet, it needs to be transported offline. If we get caught by the patrolling Alliance Interstellar forces, we're finished. Of course I know the risks involved, so Mr. Lei Jun, just tell me directly, can you do it? Generally speaking, as long as the money is enough, I can do it. Boss, yeah, what do you want to buy? Xiaowu took out the weapons list she had previously purchased and read out the weapons she wanted to buy to Lei Jun one by one. Upon hearing the names of 3 weapons, Lei Jun immediately stopped her. Wait, boss, yeah, are you asking me to buy weapons for you from the black market? Yes. Boss, yeah, with your status, can't you buy weapons from the Interstellar Alliance army? If I could buy them, I wouldn't be calling you Mr. Lei Jun. I'm only contacting you because I'm desperate. Xiaowu wasn't afraid to be blunt. Weapons were necessary. The Tomorrow Society had brought her too much fear. Anyone connected to her had been silenced. Regarding the pirate attacks, Xiaowu even suspected that some of the pirates were members of the Tomorrow Society. Or perhaps they had been paid to do so. Regardless, arming herself was essential. But developing weapons on her own was still too slow. Their applications to purchase weapons have been consistently rejected. After much deliberation, the only option left was to buy weapons on the black market. Boss, yeah, automatic artillery shells are relatively easy to buy on the black market, but other weapons aren't available there. The black market lacks the expertise to manufacture large, highly destructive weapons, and other countries wouldn't be willing to sell them there. The black market survives mainly because some countries profit from selling weapons on it. Since they want to make money, they naturally turn a blind eye to the black market. As for overly high-tech items, these countries only want to tightly control the manufacturing methods of highly lethal weapons, and not share them. Get as much as you can, Mr. Lei Jun. I'm not picky about anything right now, as long as I have it. Mr. Xia, I contact them for you first and see how much I can get. I give you a list later. Thank you for your help. No trouble at all, Mr. Xia. Just give me a generous fee for my trouble. I give you plenty, Xiaowu assured him. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun hung up the phone with satisfaction and stretched lazily. Great, Mr. Xia is here to deliver money again. Lei Jun, can't you take less money from Mr. Xia? A deep, flat female voice slowly sounded. Lei Jun looked at the girl sitting in front of several light screens. The girl had long, black hair that reached her waist, and 2 fluffy, cute animal ears on her head. Her fluffy tail flicked unhappily behind her. Lei Jun sat up from the sofa, smiling at the girl. Boss Xia is rich. This amount of money is nothing to her. Besides, Boss Xia seems like a nice person. I think she definitely gets scammed. Since she'd be scammed, it's not unreasonable for me to scam her a little. No, I genuinely helped her with her work. I didn't scam her. You didn't scam her, but you could have gotten even less, the girl pouted, complaining softly. Lei Jun smiled, ruffling the girl's hair. Luna, ever since you started helping Boss Xia investigate the Amelia virus, you seem to have developed feelings for her. The one who helped them hack into NS Pharmaceuticals and steal confidential documents was the cat-like beastman Luna. Luna was a beastman who escaped from orcs with Lei Jun. Lei Jun, with his sweet tongue, became the middleman. Luna, upon leaving Ook Star and first encountering the Starnet, was instantly captivated by its world, becoming self-taught and eventually the Starnet's top hacker. Meow. She did what we couldn't, and she cleared our names. I like her very much. But all the information was provided by us. Luna looked up, her amber eyes glaring at Lei Jun with disdain. Useless Lei Jun. Ah, baby, why are you cursing me? Lei Jun looked at Luna with a wronged expression. Luna snorted, we collected so much information, and you couldn't do anything. If it weren't for Boss Xia's help, the truth about the Amelia virus wouldn't be revealed yet. Useless Lei Jun, you can't do anything, and you don't even know how to be grateful. Lei Jun was both amused and exasperated. Alright, I give Boss Xia a discount this time. Sigh, Luna, you really don't understand my good intentions. I earn money to build a better future home for Oka Star. I don't want to build Oka Star. As long as you're here, it's a better home. The girl's childlike words instantly filled Lei Jun with doting affection. Okay, I listen to you. I earn less money from Boss Xia in the future. Also, we already have quite a bit of money. Would you like to move to a better place to live? Luna looked up, blinked her amber-like eyes, thought for a moment, and asked, "Can we go to Xiangyang Star?" Chapter 219. Once they left the area protected by the scent of the pink pine trees, their advance was quickly met with an attack from insects. The insects of Xiangyang Star, though not like those in science fiction movies, capable of flying, spewing poison gas, or being agile, were still like ferocious beasts. Their fangs and sickle-like legs meant that a moment's carelessness could leave one either dead or crippled. Like these beasts that roamed Xiangyang Star with their fangs and size, their sheer numbers also posed a significant danger. Without the protection of the pink pine trees, the 80 soldiers were no match for the sheer number of insects. After fighting to the end, they carried away some of the insect corpses and retreated. There was still some distance to go to their destination. The insects kept coming back in waves. On the way home, Xie Wu made a detour to the plantation. The once barren plain had been transformed into a large plantation by the efforts of Dor and Doku. Next to the main plantation were 4 smaller ones. For plantations, 3 abandoned, and 1 already planted with unknown plants. Entering the large plantation, Xie Wu had the illusion of being in a plantation on a mechanical planet. This plantation, except for its smaller size, was almost identical to those on the mechanical planet. After wandering around the plantation for a while, Xie Wu quickly spotted Dor and Doku. She walked towards them, and before she even reached them, she called out, "Mr. Dor, Mr. Doku, good afternoon." Dor and Doku turned to look at Xie Wu simultaneously. Dor sized Xie Wu up and said, "Good afternoon, Miss Xie Wu. You have the blood of a thin-winged insect on you. Did you go out to kill insects today?" "Yes, I was planning to cultivate a new plot of land when I got into a fight with some insects blocking my way." "Is this a pink pine tree?" Xie Wu asked, looking at the plants in the flower bed in front of Dor and Doku. Dole nodded. "Yes, but it's grafted." Grafting again. "Speaking of grafted pink pine trees, I found one when I went outside today. But doesn't grafting require plants of the same species with high compatibility?" "Mr. Dole, where did you find a plant with high compatibility with pink pine?" Xie Wu knew very little about agriculture, but he knew that grafting was a method of reproduction where a bud or branch of one plant is joined to another, allowing the 2 parts to grow into a single, complete plant. However, not all plants can be grafted. It requires that the scion and rootstock be closely related. The higher the compatibility, the higher the success rate. On the way to kill insects today, Xie Wu saw the grafted pink pine tree he had planted, which had successfully survived and even had the ability to repel insects. "It's a plant called the felt pine," Dor replied. "The felt pine is the most primitive plant on the machine planet. Although it no longer exists on the machine planet, we planted it on other planets in the past to preserve the machine planet's plant life, which is why it hasn't gone extinct. After studying the data of the powder pine, we found that it is extremely similar to the felt pine. The felt pine has a strong growth ability, and can thrive even in arid places. However, its growth rate is much faster in areas with abundant water than in arid regions. The only difference is that the felt pine only has leaves and no flowers. After seeing the growth characteristics of the felt pine, we grafted the powder pine onto the felt pine, and the results were excellent." Xie Wu only vaguely understood the technical details in the middle, but she understood the last sentence. The pink pine grafted onto the felt pine combines the advantages of both plants while eliminating their disadvantages. Pink pine trees are rare, but felt pines are abundant. Grafting newly grown branches from pink pine trees onto felt pines will make it possible to plant pink pines all around Xiangyang City in a short time. A dream come true. "That's good. Thank you both for your hard work." "Not at all, Miss Xie Wu. We provide you with a list of the money for purchasing the felt pines later. Please reimburse our research expenses then," said Dor. Xie Wu smiled. "No problem. I reimburse any expenses related to pink pine research. By the way, I have something else to discuss with you too." "What is it?" Dor tilted his iron head. "According to my investigation, you need the wings of thin-winged insects as a raw material for a rapid growth nutrient solution." Dor and Doku instantly understood as soon as Xie Wu finished speaking. Doku asked, "Ms. Xie Wu, would you like to sell us the wings of the thin-winged insects you killed today?" "I'd like to give you the wings of the thin-winged insects, but could you give me half of the nutrient solution made from them?" Unexpectedly, Xie Wu made this request. Doku and Dole exchanged a glance, and Dole quickly turned to Xie Wu. "Ms. Xie Wu, according to our data analysis, we can only give you 1/3 of the nutrient solution made from the thin-winged insects." Considering labor and other materials, giving Xie Wu half was impossible, since she had only given them the wings. Xie Wu didn't have the arrogant idea that she couldn't give them anything without offering some benefits. She trusted the android's calculations, and nodded in agreement to Dole's result. They came here specifically for the nutrient solution, and having secured the deal, Xia Wu didn't want to linger and disturb their work. Back in the city, she instructed Lei Tu to dismantle the wings of the thin-winged insects and give them to Dor and Doku. By the time she finished, it was already noon. Back home, the accountant cat was the first to rush over, handing Xia Wu a document. "What's this?" Xia Wu asked, taking the document with a puzzled look. "Meow. Take a look for yourself." Xia Wu opened the document and looked at it. It turned out it was almost the end of the month. It was time to pay the employees. The document the accountant cat had given her was the payslip. The first time Xia Wu was reborn into this world, she paid the employees according to the previously owed payslips. It was a matter of paying whoever came to mind. This time, Tenling filled out the payroll for all the employees and gave the total to Xia Wu. Xiangyang Star had added many employees this time, and the salaries were nearly 100 times higher than last month. Take a closer look. The defense troops' salaries had almost doubled, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be extra rewards for killing insects. This month's total salaries amounted to 14.56 million. Just looking at that number was quite astonishing. Scrolling down, there was the monthly income and expenditure statement. During this period alone, the auction stones had netted over 50 billion, and the insects had earned around 100 million. However, the expenses were also substantial. So far, even after paying off debts, they had already spent nearly 10 billion. The bills were shocking. They were spending money like crazy. And next month's expenses would only be even greater. The construction team they hired, the architectural designers, and Lei Jun's help in purchasing weapons on the black market. The weapons alone would cost at least 5 billion. They needed to find a way to make money. Chapter 220. The pirate attack and the subsequent series of issues slowed Xia Wu's pace of making money. The tourism cooperation agreement with Bai Heng hadn't progressed. She felt she should urge Bai Heng to move the agreed-upon tourism arrangements forward. Thinking of this, she immediately sent Bai Heng a message. "Boss Bai Heng, when will our contract begin?" Not long after, Bai Heng replied, "Next Monday." Such a large cash flow can't just be moved around like that. I still need to find a construction team to build tourist attractions on the site you selected. Bai Heng, I'm currently in a meeting with the construction teams that have quoted prices, looking for the best team. Xia Wu, received. Having been silent for a while, Xia Wu assumed Bai Heng was slacking off, but it turned out he was actually doing pre-development preparations. Of course, the start of tourist attraction development also meant that urban redevelopment needed to be accelerated. Otherwise, if the tourist attractions were completed but there wasn't much to do in the city, tourists would lose interest. To make a city more fun, you need people. More people means more wages. You still need to make money. Hey! Seeing Xia Wu's slightly furrowed brow, the minor hamster cheerfully called out. What's wrong? Hey! The minor hamster pointed to Xia Wu's workshop, as if saying, there are lots of treasures I dug up over there. Xia Wu smiled. Yeah, lots of treasures you dug up. Take 7 or 8 pieces over there to auction them off later. Hey! The minor hamster exclaimed proudly. Xia Wu smiled, and after lunch, she selected a few pieces of jade and logged onto the StarNet. It was quite a coincidence. Today happened to be auction day. And it just so happened that the 2 stones Xia Wu had consigned for auction were up for auction. The 2 stones, valued at 1 million, were auctioned to the gem auction house. The starting bid was 1 million, and the final price was 1.5 million. Upon hearing this price, Xia Wu was stunned. After the bidding started, only one person called out a bid, and then there was complete silence. Thinking back to the prices at previous gem auctions, stones starting at a few 100,000 could be bid up to 1 million. Stones with a starting bid of 1 million only sold for 1.5 million. Before consigning the stones, Su Lizho had reminded Xia Wu that gemstones were being boycotted, and the auction prices would be much lower. Xia Wu had expected prices to be much lower, but she hadn't imagined it would be such a rock-bottom price. The 2 stones were auctioned off for a total of only 3,200,000, even lower than the price of the previous stone. Such a huge difference still slightly shocked Xia Wu, who was usually quite composed. After the auction, she found Su Lizho. Gao Hongji happened to be there too. Upon seeing Xia Wu, Gao Hongji's eyes immediately showed guilt. Girl, I invited quite a few celebrities today, but I don't know why they didn't participate in the bidding. As always, the auction attracted many distinguished guests, some of whom had even said beforehand that they were willing to sell at any price if they found something they liked. However, the prices of all the items auctioned today were not high, and even the 2 stones Xie Wu had high hopes for fetched a record low price. Mr. Gao, who bought my 2 stones today? Xie Wu asked. It was Jixia. Xie Wu smiled. Jixia really has a deep love for stones. He buys them whenever they're available. But no one competed with the AI, and they got the stones at the lowest price. These 2 stones tonight are a huge loss. Gao Hongji was reliable. He didn't hire anyone to deliberately inflate the price to compete with the AI, otherwise, they could have fetched higher prices. The 2 stones Xie Wu consigned tonight, according to previous market prices, should have sold for at least 10 million each. But now, both only fetched 3,200,000. When the sale was completed, Gao Hongji almost thought he was dreaming. It's not a loss. It's not a loss if the buyers are AI. It would have been terrible if they had been bought by those who deliberately drove down the price, Xie Wu said magnanimously. Gao Hongji sighed, you're quite optimistic. Gemstone prices suddenly dropped drastically, and it's hard for them to recover later. Unless you bring out exceptionally good, exceptionally high-quality stones. Xie Wu's inner turmoil quickly subsided. For the first time, she felt that her value appraisal skill was useful, because it perfectly predicted the price of the 2 stones at 3,200,000. Value appraisal because the auction house prices always resulted in discrepancies between the appraised values and the actual prices. Now, because someone deliberately sabotaged the auction house, the prices have actually matched. As for who sabotaged the auction house, it's obvious. Previously, they hadn't targeted Gao Hongji's auction house, perhaps thinking Xie Wu was lucky to have acquired a valuable large stone. After the black diamond rough sold for a high price of 34.5 billion, they couldn't sit still any longer. However, they couldn't destroy Gao Hongji's auction house. With the AI involved, jade and diamonds wouldn't become worthless stones. Boss Gao, as long as we make money, that's fine. It would be really frustrating if today's stones didn't sell. By the way, I also consign these stones to you for auction. Xie Wu took out the prepared stones. Gao Hongji glanced at the stones briefly before quickly looking away. The arrival of the new gems had dampened his previous enthusiasm. Boss Gao, if these stones could be auctioned off, they'd be a fortune. Aren't you happy to see money? As she spoke, Xie Wu looked at Su Lizho beside her. Su Lizho shrugged helplessly. Happy about what? Girl, these stones only make a pittance at my auction house. Even if you're not upset, I am. But if we don't auction them, we won't even get that much money. Gao Hongji sighed, frowned in deep thought, and suddenly, as if struck by a sudden idea, his eyes lit up. Girl, how about we open a gemstone and jade jewelry shop together? Xie Wu asked doubtfully, Boss Gao, are you changing careers? No, let's do it together. Like that piece of jade that was auctioned off today, it could make 3 bracelets and 5 small ornaments. With the quality of that stone, 1 bracelet could sell for 800,000, and each small ornament could sell for around 80,000. Wouldn't that be better than the auction price? Boss Gao, you thought it through. But have you considered that opening a jade processing factory requires land and manpower? Also, opening a shop requires. If we put the shop and salespeople on the StarNet, we have to buy a virtual shop and hire after-sales staff, etc. It's all time and money. Girl, I mean, let's do it together. A gemstone jewelry company might be a little harder to make money from, but it'd definitely be profitable. Let's partner up. You provide the stones, and I handle sales, promotion, and finding shops, etc. Gao Hongji said, Girl, a friend told me the other day that someone's trying to sabotage my auction house, and I should be careful. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing this today, I think I do. Chapter 221. Today, the 2 stones fetched prices lower than expected, dealing Gao Hongji a heavy blow. Xie Wu, however, couldn't refuse Gao Hongji's proposal. The miner hamster was very fast at digging for gemstones. Furthermore, many jade stones were practically easy to find. Xie Wu obtained jade and gemstones without expending too much manpower and resources. Therefore, she could accept a lower price. However, with so many stones, she was too busy to sell them. If she partnered with Gao Hongji to open a jade jewelry company, with Gao Hongji managing it for her, she could realize her dream of sitting back and collecting money. Boss Gao, your suggestion is good, but didn't I have a contract with you before? I need to consign 2 stones worth $1 million each month to your auction house. If you and I start a company together, will those stones still be auctioned? We can tear up that contract and sign a new one. Also, girl, the valuable gemstones should still be put in my auction house. The old lady of the Bai family and the Andreds all love rough stones. If others don't compete, they will. The reason we're starting a jewelry company together is actually to internally handle situations like today's. A stone worth $1 million could have made $2 or $3 million if it were made into jewelry and sold, but now we lost everything. Xiaowu smiled. Boss Gao, if you set the starting price higher, we can earn more. I miscalculated. The stones we auctioned before made unexpected money, and I thought tonight would be the same. I set the starting price higher in the future. But girl, you probably have many stones that the androids don't want. You need to find a way to sell those stones. Why not start your own company and make a profit? Boss Gao, you said you handle all the sales, so I'm definitely willing to invest. However, I'm the one who invested in the stones, so I want the lion's share of the profits. No problem. Then you draft the contract. Once it's ready, we continue discussing. Gao Hongji nodded in agreement. Xiaowu had other things to attend to and didn't continue chatting with Gao Hongji. Not long after leaving the StarNet, he received a notification that 3.2 million had been deposited into his account. This amount of money was starting to seem insignificant to Xiaowu. The gem auction was indeed being targeted. Xiaowu was about to ask Gao Hongji about the participants for tonight's auction. Lei Jun sent Xiaowu a message. Opening the message, Xiaowu clicked on the web page link Lei Jun had provided. Gem auction. Stones that have been overvalued have finally returned to normal prices. The content described the stones that Gao Hongji was auctioning off that evening. The post claimed that the value of gemstones is determined by human perception, and questioned why a slightly attractive stone should be worth so much money. The content included accusations against the Onyx for inflating gemstone prices, and criticisms of gemstone enthusiasts forced to follow their lead. Finally, the post demanded that the Onyx be expelled from the gemstone market, restoring true gemstone prices. The post, only 1 minute old, already garnered over 50 comments supporting this view. The most frequently used phrase in the comments was, Onyx inflate gemstone values and monopolize the supply of high-quality gemstones. It was all filled with hatred for the Onyx. Lei Jun, boss, yeah, they're trying to cut off all your revenue streams. Lei Jun, first they targeted the orcs, now they're targeting your gemstone market. Boss, yeah, you won't be defeated so easily, will you? Xiaowu smiled and replied, so concerned about my making money, are you afraid I won't have enough to give you? Lei Jun, yeah, if you make less money, it means I make less too. I'm scared. Xiaowu, you seem so free. From now on, if there's anything happening on the StarNet, send it to me immediately. Lei Jun, boss, yeah, that's called intelligence gathering. What about the cost? Xiaowu, Mr. Lei Jun, the fact that you sent it to me a minute after this post proves you're faster at surfing than me. You're just reading this gossip anyway, so why not share it with me? Sharing is caring. Lei Jun, okay, my sweetheart saw our chat and beat me up. She said she'd share all sorts of gossip with you. Xiaowu, thanks. After chatting with Lei Jun, Xiaowu looked at the post again. She was certain there were paid trolls in the comments. The comments were almost entirely negative, criticizing the Onyx, and saying the price of gems shouldn't be so high. Among them, Xiaowu saw one particularly rational comment. This post is utterly idiotic, full of ridiculous statements. It claims that if androids like gems, let them like them, many people buy stones at auctions, and then resell them to androids for double the price to make a fortune. The person who posted this seems to be trying to discourage us from competing with them for stones, so they can have more to sell to the androids and profit from them. Upon refreshing, the comment was deleted. Wow! Xiaowu sensed this was probably tomorrow's doing, using public opinion to achieve their own goals. However, this gem comment didn't affect Xiaowu much. She had already decided to open a gem jewelry company with Gao Hongji. They would make lower quality jewelry and sell it, while the higher quality pieces would be traded with the androids for various mechanical tools, or simply exchanged for money. As long as the Onyx exists, Xiaowu's stones will not be defeated. These opinions, at most, only make people feel that it's not worth spending so much money on gems. Compared to orcs, gems are insignificant. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Xiaowu looked towards the door. Master, the clothes you asked me to make are finished. Do you have time to come and see them now? Sure, you asked softly. Xiaowu immediately stood up. Of course, I come and see. Arriving at Shiryu's workshop, the clothes Shiryu had made were displayed on a mannequin. The workmanship was exquisite, the style was beautiful. Even without wearing them, one could imagine how beautiful they would look. Very good, Xiaoyu, you passed. Tell me, when do you want to open the clothing factory? Where do you want to build it? I find a piece of land for you to set up the factory tomorrow. Hearing Xiaowu's words, Shiryu's eyes lit up. But quickly, she suppressed her joy. Master, will the clothes I make really be popular? Should we try pre-selling 10 pieces first? Let's see the reaction. Even if we pre-sell 10, we need a factory to make them for you. Do you want to sew them all by hand? Xiaowu asked, and Shiryu nodded. How much time would it take you to make them one by one? Besides, shouldn't I be the one you sew clothes for? Xiaoyu, do you want to sew dresses for other people by hand? Of course not. I only make clothes for you, master, not for anyone else. I just think opening a clothing factory requires hiring people, buying machines, and a lot of money. I already spent so much of your money, master, and haven't been able to earn it back for you yet, so I don't want to spend too much of your money anymore. Chapter 222. Shiryu's personality has always been one of mutual attraction. If you're good to me, I be good to you in return. Lately, she's been spending Xiaowu's money without being able to help in any way, to the point that she wants to earn money for Xiaowu as soon as possible instead of continuing to spend it. Hearing her concerns, Xiaowu gently smiled. Xiaoyu, your products and samples are done. The next thing to do is increase the quantity of goods. Only when we sell more goods can we make money. It seems I need to enroll you in a business administration course, so you can learn about management. After all, the clothing store on Xiangyang Star will depend on you in the future. Shiryu dropped out of school early because her mother needed medication year-round, and came to the Xie family as a maid. The little girl is naive. If you treat her well, she'd be devoted to you. But a child with this kind of personality can be easily swallowed up in the business world. Shiryu possesses considerable talent in clothing, and the ability to generate billions in revenue. No matter the cost, she wants to nurture Shiryu properly. Master, are you still going to pay for my lessons? Shiryu frowned slightly, a little uneasy. Xiaowu reached out and patted her back. Stand up straight. Xiaoyu, regardless of poverty or wealth, regardless of your status, the most important thing is to have confidence. You have such great talent, able to make such beautiful clothes by hand. You're better than countless people. You must have that confidence. Of course, you must also have the confidence to spend my money and make me rich, just like me. Xiaowu suddenly boasted, I was once confused and lost too, but the moment I decided to stand up, I strived towards my goal, no longer being misled by the past or by the things around me. We must all move forward confidently. These words finally encouraged Shiryu. Her eyes shone with excitement. Master, I will try my best to keep up with you and make you lots of money. Yes, that's the kind of thinking you should have. I call Lily over. Shiryu's newly completed clothes were a lightly modified version of traditional Chinese style, incorporating modern elements while retaining traditional Chinese aesthetics. The design was light and airy, so it wouldn't look out of place even when worn for a stroll, while still maintaining the elegant and ethereal beauty of ancient times. After calling Lily over, Xiaowu asked her to help film some videos to promote Shiryu's new clothes. At first, Lily only filmed Xiaowu wearing the new clothes, but to prove that beautiful clothes can make anyone look good, Xiaowu also got Lily and Shiryu to film videos together. Lilisa, with her cheerful and sunny personality, was dressed in a yellow and white dress by Xiaowu. Xiaowu then applied very light makeup to her. Seeing her new look, Lilisa was quite surprised. Miss, this is the first time I've seen myself look so beautiful. Working on set used to be so tiring, I was lucky to even have time to do my hair. I never thought I could look so good dressed up. But Xiaoyu, this dress is also very nice. Xiaoyu, make me one too. Lilisa twirled in front of the mirror, admiring her own beauty. Shiryu sat in a chair, letting Xiaowu do her makeup. I won't make you anything. I only make clothes for my master. Alright then, miss, if you have any clothes you don't wear anymore, can you throw them to me? Lilisa was the type to be flexible and compromise. Xiaowu said, the clothes Xiaoyu made by hand are only for me to wear, but I open a clothing factory to mass-produce the clothes Xiaoyu designs, so you can buy new clothes then. Really? That's wonderful. Xiaoyu, I never seen these styles of clothes before, they look so beautiful on you. Lilisa was increasingly satisfied with the dress. Shiryu was a girl of delicate beauty, beautiful with a touch of gentleness. After finishing Shiryu's makeup, Xiaowu asked Lilisa to take photos. Shiryu made a total of 10 outfits. Xiaowu had originally planned to have them model the clothes to see how each outfit would look on different people. But Shiryu refused. If all the clothes were tried on, how could she let Xiaowu wear them again? They tried on 2 outfits, and Shiryu said that they would wear those 2 from now on, and she would make 2 new outfits for Xiaowu tomorrow. Lilisa was, of course, happy to oblige. Having received her new clothes, she went into overdrive filming promotional ads for Xiaowu. After filming, Lily went back to edit the footage. Xiaowu selected 5 outfits, each to be made into 100 pieces at the clothing factory and sold on Xinguang. Of course, to gauge public interest in the clothes were sold via pre-order. Xiaowu first listed the clothes for pre-order on her Xinguang shop. Her shop had previously caused a sensation by selling second-hand dresses and raw gemstones, garnering tens of thousands of followers. Although Xiaowu hadn't updated her shop for a while, the netizens who had followed her were almost forgetting about her online store due to the passage of time. Xiaowu suddenly launched a pre-sale, and those who received the message remembered that they had been following this online store. Netizens who liked gemstones and rough stones were disappointed to find it wasn't stones and left. But young girls who liked pretty dresses were overjoyed that the online store wasn't finally selling gemstones. The clothes were priced much lower than the dresses Xiaowu had previously resold, around 600 yuan each. This was the selling price Xiaowu determined based on the fabric and workmanship. She could at least make half the profit on each dress. Of course, the price couldn't be set higher. Sure, Yu was a small-time designer with little fame, and these 5 dresses weren't available on the market. She didn't know how many people would like them, and how many would dislike them. A conservative price might make them easier to sell. Some people had seen Xiaowu's transformation videos, and how good she looked in these clothes, so those on the front lines of online shopping didn't hesitate and bought all 5 dresses. 10 minutes later, 20 people had already pre-ordered Xiaowu's designs. The results were quite good. Xiaowu sent the website address of the online store to Lilisa. Lilisa's short video account was already verified, VIP, allowing advertising and sales. Once Lilisa posted the videos, more people would likely want to buy clothes. After doing this, Xiaowu asked Xiaoyu what kind of machines were needed for making clothes. There were quite a few unemployed female beast men on Xiangyang Star. There was no need to immediately spend a lot of money setting up an assembly line and buying various machines for 500 pieces of clothing. They could start with a semi-handmade, semi-machine approach. Having decided to hire females, Xiaowu and Xiaoyu found an empty small house in the city to serve as a temporary clothing factory, which they would gradually expand as sales increased. Chapter 223. Lilisa was very efficient. Less than 2 hours after the video was filmed, she had already edited it. The video footage was excellent, and the background music was also well chosen. The whole video gave the impression of making people want to buy. Xiaowu agreed to let Lilisa release the video, and in no time, the 500 pieces of clothing in the online store's pre-sale were sold out. Xiaowu bought the machines that Xiaoyu needed, and had the soldiers help transport them to the new clothing factory. On the way, Tan Ling, who had taken 200 beastmen to Blue Star to apply for citizen ID cards, returned with them. The beastmen followed obediently the whole way, which was very nice, but running around had exhausted Tan Ling. Xiaowu stepped forward to greet him. Minister Tan, you worked hard. Your Majesty. Tan Ling admitted his exhaustion this time, his voice weak. Xiaowu smiled and said, let's sit over there. Okay. The two sat down on a stone bench nearby, and Tan Ling let out a long sigh. Xiaowu asked, did anyone give you a hard time on Blue Star because you brought orcs with you? No, not only did they not give us a hard time, but they even gave us a fast track. After the NS Pharmaceuticals incident was announced, the people of Blue Star immediately improved their attitude towards orcs. Today we even met the Orc Aid Association. That association has always supported orcs, and even after the orcs' grievances were cleared, they continued to protect them. They helped me a lot. Tan Ling was tired, just physically tired from running around. After all, he was handling interstellar citizenship and bank cards with 200 orcs. Your Majesty, did you see the documents I had Accountant Cat give you? Yes, I saw it. I also have something I wanted to tell you, Xiaowu said. Li Ma's child, Yi, has graduated and returned. I asked her to grow vegetables and fruits on our land. But she can't manage alone, so I asked her to invite her classmates and friends over. We probably need to prepare over a dozen labor contracts for them in the next few days. Also, I'm going to set up a clothing factory for Xiaoyu. Her clothes are already available for pre-sale online. Finally, the price of our gemstones was suppressed. A single gemstone that should have fetched at least 5 million only sold for 3 million too. This price infuriated the auction house owner, Mr. Gao, who wants to partner with me to open a jewelry company. However, they draft the contract this time. Hearing Xiaowu's barrage of information, Tan Ling just wanted to go home, shower, and sleep. Minister Tan, are you feeling a lot of work pressure? Should we hire more people for you? Xiaowu asked. Tan Ling rubbed his forehead. Your Majesty, actually, I have 2 suitable candidates. I think they could work under me. Who? Winnie and Juliana. They were originally princesses of their tribes, and received an excellent education from a young age. However, before their father could send them off to live on orcs, their tribe was attacked, and they were kidnapped by orcs from other tribes. I originally planned to tell you this after all the orcs had obtained citizenship certificates. But with so much work to do, I already need their help. Xiaowu hesitated for a moment. Minister Tan, are you planning to have them take the remaining orcs to Blue Star to obtain interstellar citizenship certificates? No, I just want them to help handle things on Xiangyang Star. Taking so many orcs to Blue Star is risky. They don't know anything about it, and if something happens, they won't know how to handle it. It's better if I go. However, they don't know much, and I haven't had time to teach them yet. I don't know if they can do a good job without me. Tanling had her eye on the 2 orc females who would work for her. However, even recent graduates need mentors to guide them into the workforce, let alone 2 females who had never worked in finance before. How about having Liang Yin mentor them for a couple of days? He's handled finance for you before and understands the work. Minister Tan, you should focus on getting the orc citizen ID cards sorted out these next few days, Xiaowu suggested. Tanling thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She looked up and saw Winnie and Juliana in the crowd, calling out, Winnie, Juliana, come here for a moment. Hearing her call, Winnie and Juliana immediately came over. Seeing Xiaowu sitting next to Tanling, the 2 immediately greeted her respectfully, Your Majesty, good evening. Xiaowu nodded. She glanced at Winnie and Juliana's profiles, and was surprised to find that the 2 females, whom she had just met, had a loyalty level of 80. Where did such high loyalty come from? I haven't even tried to win them over. Then I glanced at the numbers above their heads. Xiaowu was surprised to find that the numbers above the 2 females' heads were 500 million and 800 million respectively. People who can generate over 100 million in data are truly talented. Winnie, Juliana, I spoke with Wang about arranging for you to work in the finance department, and she agreed, Tanling informed her. Winnie and Juliana's eyes lit up upon hearing this, their joy barely concealed. Wang, thank you. We work hard. The finance department is one of the most important departments on Xiangyang Star. There's a lot of money flowing in and out every day. It's a lot of work, and it'd be very demanding. Can you 2 really persevere? Xiaowu asked. Winnie's gaze was sharp. Your Majesty, this little hardship is nothing to us. We endured far more hardship on orcs than on Sunrise. Yes, Your Majesty, we are not afraid of hardship, only of not being able to contribute anything to you. Juliana bowed slightly. My mother always told me that when we receive kindness from others, we must repay it double. Only in this way can we make true friends. Your help allowed me, my mother, and my sister to escape the cruel orcs. To repay your kindness, I will not be afraid of any hardship. Xiaowu turned to look at Tanling. Tanling smiled. Your Majesty, you don't know how important you are in the eyes of the orcs, do you? Xiaowu shook his head. On the morning the pirates attacked, you made sure everyone was safe, and then you and your soldiers went to meet them. Orcs is a planet constantly at war. To them, a king who would shelter them in safety while he and his soldiers went to fight the enemy is a king worthy of praise and emulation. You protected them, so they especially revere you, Tanling explained. Xiaowu looked at Winnie and Juliana. Winnie bowed respectfully. It wasn't just that morning the pirates attacked, Your Majesty. We experienced many wars on orcs, and encountered both good and bad kings. What makes us so devoted to you is that you suffered immense humiliation and injustice for us on Blue Star, yet you never vented your anger on us, even generously granting us legal interstellar citizenship. What makes us loyal is that you, along with the Bai family, cleared the orcs of the infamy they carried for so many years. Your Majesty, every orc on Sunrise Star has secretly sworn an oath. For your sake, we are willing to give our lives. And anyone who harms you will pay a bloody price. Chapter 224. Xiaowu was always busy with other matters, and rarely interacted with the beast men of Xiangyang Star. However, what Xiaowu did for the beast men. Even if Xiaowu didn't say a word, the beast men remembered it all. After hearing this, Xiaowu understood why, despite little contact with the beast men, their loyalty was so high. I brought you to Xiangyang Star, and it is my duty to be responsible for you. I am glad that my efforts have been appreciated. I am an immature king with many shortcomings. If you 2 can contribute your wisdom and labor to help me, I will do even more for you. Xiaowu extended his hand to them. Without any hesitation, Winnie and Juliana simultaneously grasped his hand. May the beast god protect you, Your Majesty. We will not fail your expectations, and will dedicate everything to you. They both said respectfully in unison. Xie Wu nodded slightly. Minister Tan, I leave them to you. Also, if there are any other clever females you'd like to recruit, just let me know. Tanlong smiled and said, Yes, Your Majesty. I take someone I'd like to meet you. You two go about your business, my Minister Tan. You must be exhausted today. Get some rest. Xie Wu smiled slightly. Tanlong smiled and said, Hearing Your Majesty's words, all my fatigue vanished instantly. Go back and get some rest. Xie Wu patted Tanlong's shoulder. Tanlong waved goodbye reluctantly and left with Winnie and Juliana. Watching their departing figures, Xie Wu's eyes were filled with joy. Unbeknownst to her, everything was getting better. All the effort over this period had truly paid off. After seeing Winnie and Juliana off, Xie Wu checked several more orc stats. Almost all the orcs had loyalty levels of 80 or 90. Even the cubs had 70 loyalty to Xie Wu. Orcs are inherently loyal. Once they have a mate, they will commit to that mate for life. The same is true of kings. When they decide to follow a king, they will give their all. Unfortunately, their wars have left them displaced, many wandering in hopeless lands, supporting each other, only to be forcibly absorbed by powerful orc clans. Xie Wu took them in, providing them with enough food and a stable life, allowing them to live freely without oppression or threat. Add to that the protection he provided during the pirate attack, the humiliation he endured for them on Blue Star, and finally, the clearing of their names. This instantly made Xie Wu someone all the orcs on Sunrise Star would be willing to give their lives for. The orcs' loyalty became Xie Wu's savior for a good night's sleep. He slept until the next morning. Xie Wu, fully armed, went out again with his soldiers to continue fighting the insects for territory, searching for a suitable location to build a weapons research base. However, they didn't start work until before 9 o'clock. Liang Xian called to inform him that Miss Kriana, the second richest woman on Blue Star, requested a meeting. Xie Wu had no memory of Kriana and didn't know why this top female figure on Blue Star was looking for him. He instructed Lei Tu and the others to take the insect corpses back and retreat home first. Back in the city, Xie Wu encountered Kriana and her son, Larkin, at the Defense Department building. You must be Miss Xie Wu. I am Kriana Brown. She extended her hand. Xie Wu removed her gloves and shook her hand in return. Hello, Miss Kriana. Let's go in and sit down to talk. Xie Wu gestured for the mother and son to enter the conference room. Upon entering the conference room, Xie Wu removed her heavy helmet. Before she could even straighten her appearance, Larkin asked, Miss Xie Wu, have you just returned from killing bugs? Yes. My name is Larkin Brown, this lady's unfilial son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Larkin introduced himself playfully. Kriana rolled her eyes at him. You know you're an unfilial son. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Miss Xie Wu, my son is good for nothing except for his sharp tongue. Xie Wu smiled but didn't reply, changing the subject. Miss Kriana, what brings you to my planet? I'm here to deliver money to you, Miss Xie Wu. Deliver money? Yes, my company's acting vice president, without my knowledge, issued a boycott order against Xiangyang Star, causing some trouble. I feel deeply guilty, so I'm giving you, Miss Xie Wu, 3 months' salary of 5 million as compensation. Xie Wu was stunned. The acting vice president's salary for 3 months was 5 million. Thinking about Tanling, Lei Tu, and the others who had run around for Xiangyang Star, Xie Wu suddenly felt like a miser. Miss Kriana, boycotts are simply a business practice for a private company. Legally speaking, you haven't broken any laws. Indeed, it's not illegal. However, my company has a rule. Even a murderer deserves a decent meal and clothing. Our company respects life, and boycotts and discrimination within our company are intolerable. Therefore, Miss Xie Wu, please accept the 5 million without any guilt. Since Miss Kriana puts it that way, then I won't stand on ceremony. 5 million is nothing to the second richest man. It's like 50 cents. Miss Xie Wu, let's consider our past grievances settled. So, may I discuss cooperation with you? Kriana asked. Xie Wu looked up. Miss Claire, I'm sorry I know nothing about your businesses. Do you think there's anything on Xiangyang Star that we could collaborate on? Our company's main businesses are hotels and clothing. While waiting for you to return, Miss Xie Wu, I saw that your city is undergoing a major transformation, and some areas seem to be under hotel construction. Xie Wu nodded. Yes, I partnered with the Bai family in the tourism industry. Now, with the city's major renovation, we plan to build some hotels to provide accommodation for tourists. Miss Claire, are you considering opening a hotel with me? Claire raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Miss Xie Wu, why don't you just sell me a piece of land? Xiangyang Star doesn't sell land, only leases. Only leases? Miss Xiaowu, your ambitions are a bit too much. Xiaowu smiled, frankly admitting, yes, as the owner of Xiangyang Star, I naturally want every inch of land on Xiangyang Star to belong to me. Claire fell silent. Xiaowu doesn't sell land, she only leases it. This means they can't open a century-old shop, like those in Xiangyang Star. Because the land lease expires, and the land has to be returned, meaning they have to give away the hotel they worked so hard to build. This aspect of Xiaowu's approach deters some businessmen who want to do business in Xiangyang Star. Miss Xiaowu, is there really no room for negotiation? No. Chapter 225. Xiaowu's decisiveness once again caused Kriana's delicate eyebrows to furrow slightly. Lagan glanced at his elderly mother. Heaven knows how long it had been since his beautiful and confident mother had looked so troubled by someone's words. He looked again at Xiaowu sitting directly in front of him. Sweat still clung to Xiaowu's forehead, and her ponytail, tied up with a helmet, had some strands sticking messily to her cheeks. Lagan rarely saw a lady appearing at a formal occasion so untidy. But considering they had come uninvited, and Xiaowu had just come from the battlefield, appearance, it seemed, wasn't always that important. After all, Xiaowu was beautiful. Even with her hair a little messy, she was still beautiful. Seeing Claire's hesitant and troubled expression, Xiaowu smiled and said, Miss Claire, I understand your doubts, but on the issue of land, I cannot compromise. Everyone who comes to my planet to do business says they want to buy a piece of land. With this and that, how much land will actually belong to me? To protect my own interests, I will not sell my land to anyone without special circumstances. Of course, I understand your concerns, Miss Claire. If we rent it, the completed hotel will remain when you leave, essentially giving it to me for free. But ultimately, it's all about profit. As long as I ensure you earn enough to offset the cost of building the hotel, isn't that enough? Xiaowu's words briefly brightened Claire's beautiful eyes. She suppressed her hesitation and looked at Xiaowu with interest. Miss Xiaowu, what way do you have to help me offset the costs of building the hotel? Tax-free for 1 year, Xiaowu smiled. Of course, if you lease the land for a longer period, my tax-free period can be longer. For example, if you lease for 10 years, I give you 2 years of tax exemption. Kriana pondered again. The tax exemption was indeed very tempting. If she earned 100 million a year, and it was tax-free, that 100 million would go straight into her pocket, without having to pay any extra taxes. Earning a lot in a year, the tax-free amount would indeed be enough to build a hotel. Miss Xiaowu, how is your rate calculated? I rented a plot of land for the plantation machines to build a plantation for them. It's 3 billion for 50 years, which works out to 60 million a year. Of course, the price is slightly higher, because the land is large and in a good location. If the plot you rent, Miss Kriana, is smaller, we calculate the rent separately. A flicker of shock crossed Kriana's eyes when she mentioned the 3 billion for 50 years, and Xiaowu quickly explained. Kriana's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. They have no shortage of money for cultivating intelligent machines. There are plenty of people buying their technology. However, hotels need people, more visitors mean more profit. On Xiangyang Star, I haven't seen any guarantee that opening a hotel will be profitable. If we pay the same rent you give the intelligent machines, we might lose everything. Xiaowu smiled confidently. Miss Kriana, as I told you earlier, I already signed a contract with the Bai family's tourism industry to build tourist attractions. You know the Bai family's strength. As long as they don't collapse, my planet's hotels won't lack tourists. Besides, Miss Kriana, you can also cooperate with travel agencies, can't you? Miss Xiaowu, your scheme is so obvious it's practically jumping out of my skin. I spend money building a hotel on your planet, only to end up bringing tourists to you, is that it? Xiaowu's calculations were too blatant. Kriana, being a businesswoman herself, knew exactly what was going on. This is to achieve a win-win situation, Miss Kriana. A year-long tax exemption, at least for this year. All the profits you make from collaborating with other travel agencies go into your pocket. Miss Xiaowu, will you still give me a tax exemption even if I only rent for a year? Kriana asked. Xiaowu nodded without hesitation. No. What was there to be afraid of? Even if it was only a 1-year lease, avoiding the tax, she still received the land rent and got a hotel for free. Only a fool wouldn't do a deal like this. Xiaowu added, of course, the 1-year tax exemption is for the first collaboration. It won't be extended thereafter. If Miss Kriana is truly willing to build a hotel on my planet, I grant her a 1-year tax exemption period, which she can use in any year of the contract. Kriana liked this. If the tax exemption started from the year construction began, and it took more than half a year to build the hotel before it opened, wouldn't she be losing a lot of money? Xia Wu's decision to grant her a 1-year tax exemption was equivalent to a year and a half of tax exemption. Ms. Xia Wu seems to be sincerely interested in cooperating with me, and the terms she's offered are reasonable. However, building a hotel on your planet is no small matter. I have my company's professional team conduct an on-site inspection soon before making a decision. Then I await good news. I have another collaboration to discuss with you. Another one? Haven't you been scammed before? Xia Wu looked at Kriana with suspicion. I watched your videos on short video platforms before I came. You only had 500 pieces available for pre-order? Xia Wu immediately understood what Kriana meant by that question. Miss Kriana, are you interested in our new clothing? It's just a pity that the 500 pre-orders are already sold out. Miss Xia Wu, you know perfectly well that's not what I meant. Kriana knew Xia Wu was so clever, she knew he knew exactly what she wanted to say. How can we collaborate? Xia Wu asked. The designer is from Xiangyang Star. I also arranged for her to set up a clothing factory. It seems I can manage the clothing myself, Miss Kriana. Xia Wu wasn't exaggerating. Sure Yu's designs were unique to this planet. Furthermore, the low price was enough to give their clothing a foothold in the market. Even without collaboration, they could achieve this. Miss Xia Wu, you seem a bit overconfident about your clothing. Did you know that the same outfit you posted in the video last night is already being sold in online stores on Xinguang today? Take a look at this. Kriana pushed a digital display board in front of Xia Wu. Xia Wu picked up the board and looked at its contents. A simple search for Xia Wu's style revealed dozens of online stores selling the same clothes, some even featuring new models wearing them in promotional photos. Clicking into some stores, she saw that some had already sold over 50 pieces. The reviews were overwhelmingly negative, all criticizing the poor quality and color discrepancies. And then she saw the price, 158. Chapter 226. Miss Xia Wu, you shouldn't underestimate everyone's drive to make money, especially in the clothing industry. Do you know how volatile the clothing market is? Especially online stores like this. As soon as a new item becomes popular online, they have it made in no time, and at a low price. You might think, my clothes are high quality, and the style is good. But so what? Some people buy low-quality clothes, and when they try them on, they find that the style just looks bad on them. They just think the clothes are ugly, and don't consider that a good quality garment with a flattering silhouette would look much better, even if it's the same style. Miss Xia Wu, do you understand clothing? Kriana seemed to be saying, if you don't understand, I explain it to you slowly. Xia Wu, not intending to listen to a long explanation, nodded and said, I understand. Kriana said, good. Then let me tell you about the problems you be facing. Your designer also appeared in the video. It's a small designer I never met before. Xiangyang Star doesn't have a clothing brand, and your designer isn't famous, so you can only advertise yourself through videos to attract customers. But the downside is that your products will be instantly flooded with high-quality imitations on various online stores. Netizens who don't watch your videos don't know you're the originator of this clothing line. So when they see an identical garment in numerous online stores, most will think, they're all the same. The price of one of your garments is enough to buy 3, so why choose the expensive one? Why not choose the cheaper one and change it when you get tired of it? This creates the predicament where, even though you were here first, those who came later make money, while your own clothes simply can't be sold. Xia Wu had to nod in agreement with Claire's words. Miss Claire, you're right. But since you're also in the clothing business, how do you handle such difficulties? Xia Wu asked. Claire Clothing never does pre-sales online. Furthermore, we apply for copyright for every design we create. Anyone who dares to imitate our clothing will receive a lawyer's letter, and they won't even make enough to cover the losses. Over time, even if we don't apply for copyright, they won't dare to make unauthorized copies. Ms. Xia Wu, that's the confidence of a large company. Claire said this with great pride. Xia Wu smiled. Applying for copyrights also costs a lot of money, Ms. Kriana. You recoup the money you spend on clothing from the buyers, right? The copyright fees for clothing aren't expensive, but they take time. Our company has been doing this kind of business for a long time, so we're skilled and fast. Miss Xia Wu, I know what you're thinking. High-priced, luxurious gifts only cater to the wealthy and powerful, but there are only so many wealthy people. To make big money, you need to cater to people in all walks of life. Our company also has affordable clothing, good quality at reasonable prices, which is popular with many buyers. In addition, we sponsor various idol dramas every year, having the actors wear our latest season's clothing. These clothes are priced between 100 and 400 yuan. Do you know how much I can earn from such a price that's affordable to the general public? Kriana's eyes were full of confidence. Ms. Wu, our company's clothing industry is more mature than you can imagine. Do you know how many years of detours you can avoid by cooperating with us? Every word Kriana spoke was full of temptation. Kriana Clothing's rise to become one of the top companies on Hyang Star is the result of years of hard work and management. After all, clothing is their primary business, while hotels are a secondary one. The original owner of this body, Xie Wu, was a loyal fan of Kriana Clothing, buying every single new item they released. Miss Kriana, I remember your clothing company has gowns worth tens of thousands, even millions. Yes, we have low-end luxury and high-end luxury. A large company like yours doesn't really need to negotiate with a small company like mine that doesn't even have a clothing factory. You're so enthusiastically showing me the benefits of your clothing company just for the diamonds on those gowns worth tens or hundreds of thousands, right? Xie Wu's words caused Kriana's expression to stiffen. She seemed caught off guard, flustered and unsure how to respond. Xie Wu knew she was right. The one who should have been at a disadvantage had, by exposing Kriana's true thoughts, gained the upper hand. Miss Kriana, I know that affordable clothing is one way to make money. However, you sponsor numerous celebrities and socialites, building your brand's reputation in the business world to the point that many socialites feel embarrassed to be in this circle if they don't buy your clothes. And to increase the price of your clothes, besides using the best fabrics, you also add rhinestones, making buyers willingly spend a lot of money. But recently, there are far fewer rough gemstones in the gem industry. Of course, you can use synthetic diamonds, but then you can't raise the price, right? My clothes are only pre-sales. Not a single finished product has been made yet. I'm far from competing with you. You don't need to waste so much breath on my small company. But you've shown a strong desire to cooperate with me. You're actually after my gemstones, aren't you? That's not the reason. Xie Wu found it hard to believe that the second richest man on Blue Star would go to such lengths to try and collaborate with her. Others on the Starnet could copy and paste her clothes to sell, so Claire could have her fashion designer learn Shiryu's style and create some clothes. Wouldn't that be faster than making money through collaboration? Therefore, Xie Wu felt that Claire had ulterior motives. Lakin sat to the side, watching their exchange. Hearing Xie Wu's words, he stared at his mother with wide eyes in surprise. Claire's expression turned serious. Her mind was filled with astonishment. No way, my mother really has ulterior motives? How did she figure that out? I thought she was trying to steal him away. Miss Xie Wu, your keen insight surprises me somewhat. Claire didn't say I concede, but her expression and expectation clearly conveyed that message. Xie Wu smiled slightly. I used to be a loyal fan of Kriana's clothing. I would buy one piece of clothing every season. Of course, I also paid attention to your $1,000,000 haute couture gowns. I remember that many celebrities would consider it an honor to rent your haute couture gowns for events, and you charge $300,000 for each gown you rent out. Watching Kriana's confidence and certainty slowly disappear with her words, Xie Wu was very grateful for the original owner's memories. Chapter 227. Having her thoughts exposed by Xie Wu, Kriana stopped pretending. I put in a lot of effort to make Kriana Clothing the #1 clothing brand in the Hyang Galaxy. And as you said, even if your little designer's designs are very creative, I can easily have my own designers copy them. With my current financial resources, I can do anything, except produce natural diamonds. It's all because of the androids. Their love for natural diamonds has subtly made people think that artificial diamonds are inferior to natural diamonds, even though artificial diamonds can be made more beautiful than natural diamonds. Kriana couldn't help but complain. Xie Wu, recalling the report she'd seen last night, asked, Miss Kriana, do you dislike onyx? No, Kriana replied. The biggest problem the onyx cause us is with gems, but considering their contributions, frankly, without them, the Hyang system's technology wouldn't have advanced so rapidly. They also possess the most money in the Hyang system, and they don't use that money to wage war. They only spend that money on buying gems, and because of their pursuit of gems, countless people have become rich overnight. Miss Xie Wu, haven't you also made a fortune from this? Xie Wu nodded. Yes. In this world, onyx only need to think about how much money they can spend to buy beautiful natural diamonds, while we need to consider how to find more and more beautiful natural diamonds to profit from them. Miss Xie Wu, although the onyx buy rough gemstones to create all sorts of jewelry for themselves, have you ever paid attention to their clothing? They also have a pursuit of gemstones in their clothing. To resemble humans, the androids also wear clothes, shoes, and hats. Even though they don't need them, they still imitate humans. Simply put, a dress worth millions, others would consider whether they can make a profit, whether it's worth it. But an android says, It's beautiful, it has gems, I'd buy it, Xie Wu explained simply and bluntly. Kriana smiled slightly at her vivid explanation. You're right. Even if a dress has tens of thousands of diamonds added, and you resell it to an android for 5 million, they readily hand over the money. Isn't that more profitable than the stones you auctioned off last night, Miss Xie Wu? Xie Wu raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, Gao Hongji had discussed opening a jewelry company with her. Now Kriana was here to talk about how to sell gems more profitably. Miss Claire, you also been paying attention to the stones at my gem auction house? No one wouldn't be interested. Gems are currently the fastest way to make money in the market. Besides, Miss Xie Wu, your gems seem so easily found on the street, you could just casually pull out a few. To be honest, I regret not being at the auction last night, otherwise, I would have snagged a stone too. The clothing company needs gems, and Claire has an informant in every gem-related place to receive gem-related news as quickly as possible. Last night, an android bought 2 gems for over 3 million. After hearing that, she only regretted not giving her informant the power to auction them. Miss Claire, what you're saying makes me think about putting all my stones at the auction house from now on, Xie Wu said. Claire shook her head. I won't be as impulsive as the androids and Aunt Bai. They like stones for collecting and for their hobby. I want stones to generate higher profits for me. If a stone can't generate higher profits for me, and even makes me lose money, I'd rather not have it. Kriana wasn't a gem enthusiast. In her eyes, gems were tools for creating wealth. Unless they brought profit, she would never get involved in auctions. Miss Xie Wu, your stones fetched such low prices last night. Are you still thinking of keeping them up for auction? I suggest you don't put all your eggs in one basket, or you lose everything. Miss Kriana, why do you think I lose everything? Last night's auction was strange. Those 2 gems of yours reached record lows. I just can't understand it. Furthermore, there are people at the auction who have grudges against the onyx. They deliberately inflate prices to make the onyx spend more. Last night, they didn't deliberately bid. I suspect they might have transferred their hatred for the onyx to you. Kriana, a seasoned veteran in the business world, was very sensitive to market trends. Upon hearing this, Xie Wu instantly added Kriana to her list of suspected members of the Tomorrow's Guild. A person who could speak to her without batting an eye probably didn't know what the Tomorrow's Guild was. Alright, enough said, Miss Xie Wu, just tell me straight up, are you willing to cooperate with me? Kriana said. Joining my clothing company will really save you years of detours. My connections and influence are more than enough for you to work hard for a long time. Miss Kriana, it's all about franchising. Why can't you be the one joining my clothing company? Xie Wu countered. Me joining yours? Xie Wu nodded. I promised my little designer I would build a clothing company for her, and she worked diligently to achieve the standards I wanted. Now it's time for me to fulfill that promise. So, Miss Kriana, if you want to cooperate with me, how about joining my company? Kriana's expression turned serious again. Miss Xie Wu, for our first collaboration, you weren't willing to sell the land, and now you want me to join your company for the second? You don't even have a company name yet. I provide the land for the clothing company. As long as I go bankrupt, this clothing company will continue to exist. I can also provide the gemstones and jade needed for the clothing. Miss Kriana, you only need to send some of your employees and connections to my clothing company to help out, and you get a share. Isn't this a win-win situation for you? Xie Wu asked. Kriana frowned in deep thought. Xie Wu continued, Miss Kriana, with your help, I can indeed avoid a few years of detours, but only for a few years. I have the gemstones you want most. Think about it. If I went solo and provided the androids with clothes worth millions each, wouldn't I still make a profit? Getting to know androids doesn't require too many connections. Through her efforts, Xie Wu had already gotten to know quite a few androids. Now, there are 3 androids and 1 android lawyer on her planet. Furthermore, if these gem-encrusted clothes were listed for sale on the StarNet, the androids would readily pay for them. Despite Kriana seemingly having the upper hand, from the moment Xie Wu saw through her intentions, she, who needed the gemstones, was already at a disadvantage. Chapter 228. Xie Wu's frank words left Kriana speechless for a moment. Her sharp eyes fixed on Xie Wu, who was much younger than her, and had said something she couldn't refute, yet whose expression still held an innocent air. After a silent stare that lasted for more than 10 seconds, Kriana sighed softly, as if admitting defeat. Now I understand why Aunt Bai is so fond of you. Little girl, your mind isn't as simple as you seem, is it? Kriana dropped her pretense, her tough expression relaxing, revealing a somewhat resigned attitude. I thought my investigation of you before coming here was enough, but I didn't expect to still be outmaneuvered by you. It's been quite a while since I've been thwarted in business negotiations. So tell me, if I join your clothing company, how will the profit sharing be calculated? I give you 80%, you 20%. Kriana's delicate eyebrows shot up sharply as she looked at Xiaowu in shock. 80%, I 20%? Little girl, how dare you ask for that? I provide the land, the gems, and the designers. Miss Kriana, you're only providing me with some connections and exposure. To be honest, connections and exposure can be built up over time. I was actually hoping for a 90-10 split. Little girl, you seem to underestimate the huge ship that is Kriana clothing. Do you know how far it can take you? You have a lot of gems now, but gems are finite. They're not like leeks. You can harvest one bunch and another will come. Haven't you thought about what you do when the gems run out? Xiaowu smiled calmly. Miss Kriana, by the time my gems are used up, my clothing company will have made a name for itself, right? Kriana, Seeing her mother's speechless, stunned expression, Larkin chuckled to himself. Yes. So what if the gems run out? The money and reputation she earned were already there. Even if she sold affordable clothes later, she might still be as popular as Kriana's clothing line. Larkin looked at Xiaowu with admiration. Anyone else would be happy just to speak to Kriana. But Xiaowu was unmoved, completely ignoring Kriana's empty promises. My company has a well-established garment factory and several well-known fashion designers. It's difficult for your company to train these designers. I can lend a few to your company. So, besides providing you with connections and reputation, I also provide fashion designers. How about a 70/30 profit split? Kriana couldn't accept an 82/30 profit split. 70/30 was the biggest concession she could make. Despite receiving this benefit, Xiaowu still didn't show any joy. Instead, he continued to ponder. Fashion designers do require time and money to train, but I can sell a gemstone for. A jewelry designer? I can give you another jewelry designer. Before Xiaowu could finish speaking, Kriana interrupted. Although there are many jewelry designers, very few specialize in designing jewelry for clothing. I spent time specifically training jewelry designers. These designers are all people I painstakingly trained, and I provided such significant technical support. A 30% profit margin is really not unreasonable. Kriana's tone was firm. This was truly the final concession. Xiaowu raised an eyebrow, meeting her resolute gaze. After a few seconds of thought, he nodded. All right. Miss Kriana, your sincerity in cooperating is so high, I have no choice but to agree to your request. I will draft the contract soon. Should I personally go to Blue Star, or will you come to Xiangyang Star? I will bring another contract to Xiangyang Star in a week, and we will discuss both contracts together, Kriana said. Xiaowu nodded. Just as he was about to say something more to Kriana, his communication bracelet rang. He looked down at it. It was a call from Bai Jingyu. Miss Kriana, I go outside to take this call. Okay. Kriana nodded stiffly. As soon as Xiaowu left the office, Larkin sidled up to Kriana and whispered, Dear Miss Kriana, why are you willing to make so many concessions? You weren't like this before. How did you lose to a little girl? What do you mean by losing? Xiaowu was in control from the start. She has land, gems, and the support of the Bai family. Although she doesn't have as much money as we do right now, she owns far more real estate. If she wanted, selling just one plot of land would be enough to feed herself. But judging from this little girl's recent actions, she's planning to do everything she can. The key is, she has the resources. Our people reported that this little girl has put 8 more stones up for auction at the gem auction house. Judging from her conversation with us just now, it's certain she has enough gems for at least this year. The AI controls the most money in the Haiyang system. If this girl needs money, she just takes a few stones to the AI to exchange for cash. Nobody can do anything about it. Solving the money problem is equivalent to solving 99% of the problem, so she has enough confidence to cooperate with anyone. The key is that the little designer she's training is quite talented. Her designs instantly create a craze. A 70/30 profit margin sounds like a loss for us, but if we can make big money, our company will have another source of income. Kriana had never tried partnering with someone and receiving such a small profit. However, as Xiaowu said, she was capable of working independently. For example, with a dress priced at over 600, she could still make a considerable profit. Furthermore, Xiaowu was currently the most popular internet celebrity on the StarNet. From the moment she became the owner of Xiangyang Star, the StarNet had information related to her, from the earliest school bullying incident to the Orc incident. The popularity generated by the Orc incident made many who had criticized Xiaowu feel guilty, coupled with the insults directed at her by the Western Aviation Building. Many of Xia Wu's fans edited together all the videos they could find, portraying Xia Wu on the Starnet as a beautiful, strong, and tragic figure. For every love, there is hate. Those who love her spread the word that Xia Wu's beauty is unparalleled, while those who hate her claim that Xia Wu only spends money to hire online trolls to boast about herself. In any online community now, mentioning Xia Wu's name inevitably sparks a heated argument. So much so that even strangers unfamiliar with Xia Wu are being educated on who she is. Xia Wu's popularity on Xinguang has never waned. Her short video account already boasts over 7 million followers. With such a large following on her social media account, Xia Wu has no trouble selling anything she wants through it. Kriana conducted extensive research on Xia Wu before agreeing to collaborate with her, regardless of the circumstances. After all, this is a guaranteed money-making partnership. Chapter 229. Bai Jingyu called to inform Xia Wu that a transport spaceship from the Bai family would be arriving today to haul away the insect materials stipulated in the contract. Xia Wu acknowledged this and, after hanging up with Bai Jingyu, called Liang Xian. After giving these instructions, Xia Wu returned to the conference room. Sorry to keep you waiting. Miss Claire, our contract negotiations are complete. Would you like me to show you around a bit? Yes, let's see where we can build a hotel. Perfect timing. Let's go find Mr. Gao Yu. He drew the city planning design for New Xiangyang City. Miss Claire, you can just look at the design and choose a location to build the hotel. Okay. Xia Wu led Claire to Gao Yu and the others. Gao Yu's studio now has 20 employees, mostly very young people, and they all seem to be Lu Jianen's students. Lu Jianen, having finished his own project, reminisced about his days as a teacher and came to check on his former students' work. Let's look at Gao Yu and his team's design drawings. The group of young people, still trembling with fear and respect in front of their teacher. Xia Wu found Gao Yu and asked them to bring out the finalized city planning design drawings. Klana glanced at the city planning drawings, and her tense face finally relaxed. If your city is built according to these drawings, Ms. Xia Wu, your city might not be so bad. How could I dare to deceive you into joining without absolute certainty? Ms. Klana, you are the second richest person on Blue Star. Ms. Xia Wu, when you were negotiating with me, I didn't see any respect in your eyes. Speaking of which, your people are really young. Although young people lack experience, they have the advantage of vigor, drive, and diligence. Kriana watched the busy group of young people and nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly remembering something, Kriana glared at Larkin beside her. Young people your age are all working hard. When are you going to start working hard too? I'm not earning money, so you can sponge off me. Mom, I started my own business, and I made a little money, haven't I? Your little restaurant only makes 2 or 3 million a year. I'm ashamed to admit it. Larkin sighed. Xia Wu, hearing this, smiled and asked, Mr. Larkin, would you consider opening a small restaurant on my planet? Sure. I open a chain here. Larkin immediately agreed to Xia Wu's suggestion. Xia Wu glanced at Kriana, but saw that Kriana showed no sign of anger. She took out a business card. This is my business card. Please call the number on it if needed. Okay, this is my business card. Larkin also gave Xia Wu a business card. Since this brat wants to open a restaurant here, then this plot of land it is. Klana pointed to a spot. Build the hotel here, and the restaurant here, so my son and I can have our businesses together. It'd be easier to manage later. Xia Wu looked at the location on the design plan, and then at Gao Yu beside him. Gao Yu, write down Miss Klana's plot of land, and give it to them to build the hotel and restaurant. We don't need to worry about it. Gao Yu took out a red pen and circled a design on the plan. He looked at Klana. Ms. Klana, do you need to hire a new architect? If so, I can recommend my teacher. He's designed many famous buildings on Blue Star. He suddenly started promoting Lu Jianen. Lu Jianen rolled his eyes at him, then looked at Claire. This lady and I are old friends. I designed all the hotels under her management. Hearing Lu Jianen's words, Claire smiled slightly. Your company's success owes a debt to me. So, beautiful lady, will you continue to hire me? Lu Jianen and Claire had worked together for many years. He didn't need to say anything, just a glance was enough for him to understand what she wanted. Seeing their exchange of glances, Xia Wu asked, Mr. Lu, if you take on a new project now, what will happen to my hotel? I still have employees in my company, Mr. Xia, don't worry. Besides, you now have 2 architectural design companies working for you, no need to rush. Lu Jianen's company and Gao Yu's company were now essentially combined into one company working for Xia Wu. After all, Lu Jianen was Gao Yu's teacher, and he didn't use his teacher status to steal projects. After all, he was initially invited to work on Xia Wu's tourist attraction construction. The city's architecture was Gao Yu's job, so he wouldn't steal work. Xia Wu, don't worry, my studio is still hiring. Leave your city to us. I even recruited a renowned veteran architect, a teacher's teacher, in a way, Gao Yu said confidently. Xia Wu nodded. My main focus is still my work. I'm eager to finish building the city. Xiangyang City currently has 2 construction teams. Both teams are working almost 24/7 to earn money. This is because they divide their employees into day and night shifts, and with the assistance of robots, the construction speed is remarkably fast. Gao Yu was aware of this as well. Construction was proceeding step by step, according to the planned blueprints, area by area. The designers were also working diligently, striving to complete the design for the next building as soon as the previous one was finished. Seeing the architectural plans for each building, Kriana was even more certain that she hadn't made a mistake in her investment. Xia Wu was truly dedicated to her work, not using her cleverness to swindle others into investing. She wanted every piece of land on Xiangyang Star to belong to her, so she did everything she could herself, absolutely refusing to compromise with others. Kriana greatly admired her determination. Having decided where to build the hotel and restaurant, Kriana and Lu Jianan went into the office to discuss the style of the hotel and restaurant in detail. Xia Wu, on the other hand, was somewhat bored. She looked at Larkin sitting opposite her and asked, Mr. Larkin, would you like to go for a walk? No, my mom will come out later, and if she doesn't see me, she'd probably yell at me again. She's been a bit sensitive lately, and she's been scolding me harder than before. Xia Wu didn't know how to respond to Larkin's words. Larkin noticed Xia Wu's embarrassment and automatically changed the subject. Miss Xia Wu, it seems your planet still doesn't have enough people. I saw your recruitment video before. Aren't you going to continue recruiting? I want to continue recruiting. It's just that there aren't enough houses. Once the construction team finishes building the houses and I arrange for the residents' living conditions, I continue to expand recruitment. Normally, building a 15-story residential building takes about 15 months, but this world has advanced technology. With the assistance of machinery, construction can continue 24 hours a day. Given enough materials, the construction team could complete the project in 25 days. Of course, this only includes the construction of the houses. The subsequent decoration doesn't include that time. Chapter 230. Lu Jianan told Xia Wu that the renovation involved many miscellaneous tasks, but it could be completed within 20 days. In other words, a house could be moved into from construction to occupancy in just 40 days. Xia Wu had a lot to build, and on Lu Jianan's recommendation, she hired 4 more construction teams. If money allowed, she would hire 10 more. Just to build the house quickly. She used the best building materials, which were also the most expensive. If the jade auction hadn't been suppressed, a single stone could fetch tens of millions. With that money, she would definitely hire more construction teams to help her build the house. Unfortunately, the jade auction was suppressed, and it was unknown how much it would fetch in the future. Therefore, Xia Wu was being very careful with her money. She now only hoped that more investors, like Bai Heng and Kriana, would come, bringing their own construction teams, saving her the money of hiring construction teams and buying building materials. Of course, Gao Yu had also been a great help. Although Xia Wu said she wanted to rebuild Xiangyang City, Gao Yu chose to preserve some houses, keeping them as they were. Saving money by building fewer houses can save a considerable amount. But considering the weapons to be purchased and the research and development of weapons later, each one costs money. Every penny saved counts. Miss Xia Wu, if you want your city to prosper quickly, getting the infrastructure in order is the most important thing, Larkin said. Xia Wu smiled. You can't get fat overnight. Let's take it slow. Miss Xia Wu, since you don't have the money to hire people, would you like me to introduce you to a few friends? They're all looking for work recently. Mr. Larkin, you can introduce me to them, but you don't need to introduce me. Why? You introduced them to me, so I was the one begging them to do business with me. But you introduced me to them, so they're the ones coming to me for business. You can't be too proactive in business, otherwise people will think I'm some cheap planetary ruler. Larkin chuckled. Miss Xia Wu, your pride is a bit too high. High pride is one thing, but I don't need to beg others to do business with me right now, do I? After all, I have my own ways of making money. Larkin wasn't surprised by Xia Wu's confidence. You see, Xia Wu now has the Bai family backing her. She's already partnered with Bai Heng and Bai Jingyu, and there's a possibility of further business collaborations with the Bai family. Partnering with the Bai family gives Xia Wu a lot of confidence. Fine, I ask my friends when I have the chance. See if they want to do business with you on your planet, Larkin resignedly said. Even his own mother had been thwarted by Xie Wu. He didn't think he could gain any advantage over her. Kriana and Lu Jianan didn't talk for long. After they left, Xie Wu wanted to invite them to lunch. Unfortunately, Kriana, the second richest person on Blue Star, was busy with work and was quickly called away by a phone call. After seeing them off from Xiangyang Star, Xie was stretched and planned to go home to change out of his cumbersome clothes. Just as he stepped out of the aviation building, Lin Yuyu and Lilisa immediately ran over and grabbed Xie Wu on either side. Xiao Wu, come with us to the studio. We finished a demo version of our game. Try it out and give us your feedback. Xie Wu was dragged along by them, full of questions upon hearing this. A demo version is finished so quickly. Yes, Lin Yuyu said with some pride. Didn't I tell you before? Our game had been secretly in development for 3 years. After you gave us the best equipment and money, we worked at full speed, perfecting everything, and that's why we have the demo version today. Lin Yuyu was very proud as she said this. Xie Wu had only invested for a little over a month, and the demo version was already out. No investor would believe it. Xie Wu had really struck gold. He had invested in a project that was almost finished. He arrived at Lin Sin's studio. The group waited for Xie Wu with anticipation and excitement. Boss, you're here. We have a demo version of our game. Please be the first to try it out. By the way, boss, do you play games? Yes, since I was a kid. Xie Wu's expression froze. When her father was still alive, he would often get completely absorbed in playing games with her, sometimes even getting so engrossed that her mother would make her stand facing the wall in shame. Back then, the family was happy, filled with laughter. Later, after her father's car accident, she rarely played games, supporting the family alongside her mother. I have gaming skills, don't worry. The word she was about to say changed. She put on her virtual reality glasses, picked up the game controller, and masked her disappointment. The scariest thing is a sudden, overwhelming memory. The relentless pace of life had made Xie Wu temporarily forget her family in another world, but an unintentional reminder suddenly made her miss her mother so much. If there weren't people around, Xie Wu definitely wouldn't have been able to control her emotions. With nearly 30 people present, she composed herself and focused on playing the game. Upon entering the game interface, a line of white text appears on the black screen. The world is collapsing, is splitting. This is my last memory before I fell asleep. Where am I now? Unfamiliar plants, unfamiliar environment, everything is unfamiliar. I want to go home, but where is home? The black screen flashes by, and a white-haired, red-eyed female character appears in a lush green forest. The game's art style has a somewhat fairy tale-like feel, with bright colors and gentle tones, accompanied by soft, soothing music, providing a pleasant visual and auditory experience for newcomers. Xie Wu controls the character, swaying left and right. The quest prompts her to run forward. Running into the dense forest, she sees a gray, furry hamster surrounded by monsters. After defeating the monster, the chubby, furry hamster breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your help, traveler. If it weren't for you, I, Yuan Bao, would have been eaten by them, boo-hoo. It was so scary." "Me? Why are you here, hamster? My home was destroyed by the monsters, and now I'm wandering around, boo-hoo. Brave traveler, would you like me to travel with you? I wandered with my tribe for many years, and know this crumbling land intimately. If there's anything you don't know, I can explain it to you." After clicking agree, the hamster Yuan Bao joined the protagonist's party. The game had only just begun, and Xie Wu was preparing to continue playing when a semi-blue, transparent window appeared before him. "Congratulations, you have completed Task 2, Animal Husbandry and Raised Sheep, 500/200. Congratulations, you have completed Task 3, Breeding and Raised Fish, for 1000/3000. Xie Wu was stunned. Li Yiji has already started raising fish and sheep, and even exceeded his task quota? Chapter 231. The system's task had been shelved for far too long. Finally, the completion notification arrived, and Xie Wu's chest pounded with excitement. If she could, she wanted to find Li Yiji right now, and see what was going on. However, having promised Lin since she tried the game, she put aside her excitement and focused on playing. The trial version only had 30 minutes of gameplay. Xie Wu is a gaming genius. In those 30 minutes, she had already mastered the game's rules and content. She removed her virtual reality glasses. Lin Sin and the others watched her with great anticipation. Xie Wu took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, feigning an experienced demeanor. The game is good, the graphics are beautiful, the combat is satisfying, and the character models are attractive. But there's one shortcoming. What's the shortcoming? Lin Sen asked with utmost humility. The opening sequence lacks impact. Xiaowu said. The game opens with a black screen and white text. Didn't I give you a budget of 1 billion? Isn't that enough to give you a visually impactful opening? This needs to be done well. Also, the narrative visuals are a bit messy, that needs fixing too. The game Lin Sen and his team were making was primarily story-driven. While the combat was decent, the controller jolted when you got hit, giving a startling feeling. The messy narrative visuals were unacceptable. You can't expect people to pick out the good points. You have to find fault with it. Lin Sen's current game was like that. The poor narrative visuals were immediately apparent, and the cutscenes were lacking. Since the demo was only 30 minutes long, the story was mediocre. The only truly memorable aspect was the combat. For many, gaming is a luxury. This luxury isn't about money, but about time. A typical office worker works at least 8 hours a day. Subtracting sleep, eating, drinking, and other spare moments, 5 hours a day for gaming is already considered a luxury. With the high-end Galaxy's development to its current state, countless games have emerged, but the number of gamers remains limited, with other games taking away even more players. Therefore, many players only spend an hour or two experiencing a new game. If the game fails to engage them within that hour, they are likely to never play it again. Xiaowu can be lenient with other things, but he cannot be lenient with the first 30 minutes of this game. A budget of 1 billion? That's way too much. Lily exclaimed in surprise. I was browsing the Starnet before, and some companies spent 300 million on a game, claiming it was some kind of blockbuster, with marketing accounts advertising it everywhere. You, miss, are spending 1 billion on a game? That's incredibly generous. Although Boss Ye gave us a budget of 1 billion, we only used 30 million so far, Lin Sen explained. We've been working on this game on and off for over 3 years, and I invested a lot of money in it over those 3 years. Boss Ye accepted our sponsorship of the studio, and in the past month alone, we invested another 30 million. Lin Sen wanted to say that if it were their previous boss, they would have been furious if they only spent 10 million. They spent 30 million, and Xiaowu said they hadn't spent enough. Moreover, they already done a very good job with this game. They spent a long time researching the combat feel, and at least so far, the combat feel they achieved surpasses all other games on the market. Of course, all 30 million was spent on researching the combat feel. I'm the major shareholder of your studio. How can I take 80% of your shares with only 30 million? Spend as much as you want up to 1 billion. I don't care how you operate this game, but I want this game to be fun enough that players who have played it will remember it. Xiaowu, that's actually what we think too. Who doesn't want to be a leader in the industry? It's just that we need to continue polishing it, and it might take some time. A slow game release means spending money, but not making money. Don't worry, leave this to me. Lilith smiled confidently. What Miss is saying is that your game's narrative and visuals are poor, the impact isn't strong enough, and the cutscenes are bad. Isn't this just like making a movie? I'm good at arranging visuals. Lilith, weren't you doing this for them before? Xiaowu asked. Lilith said, I'm working on the second act. They said the first act was finished, and changing it would cost a lot of money and time, so they asked me to start working on the second act with them. The second act is already underway? It's halfway done. Yu Xiaoyun and Shishi are working overtime to draw the shots. Lin Sen looked at the two girls standing next to Lin Yu. Xiaowu looked at them. If we don't have enough people, we can hire more. Anyway, I pay their salaries. Lin Sen, don't worry about spending money. Even if this game doesn't make money, I won't blame you. I just want to play a really fun game. Listen carefully, it's really fun. Xiaowu emphasized it. Lin Sen smiled and nodded. Okay, we try our best. Okay, you guys keep going. I have other things to do, I be going now. Xiaowu hadn't forgotten about Liiji. After experiencing the storyline, she went to find Liiji. The fish were near the waterworks, a 10-minute drive away. Xiaowu thought of having Liiji raise sheep outside the city. So, she went to check on the situation outside the city first. On her way outside the city, she passed the defense building. Xiaowu saw Bai Jingyu standing beside a truck, supervising workers loading insects into a refrigerated truck. She hadn't expected Bai Jingyu to come. Xiaowu stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Bai, what brings you here? Xiaowu. Seeing Xiaowu's attire, Bai Jingyu asked, did you go out of the city to kill insects? Xiaowu then realized he was still wearing his armor. Yes, I haven't had time to change. I heard Aunt Kriana arrived 30 minutes ago. Your intelligence department is truly impressive. No one can enter or leave Xiangyang Star without my permission. Where did you get this information? Bai Jingyu smiled. Aunt Kriana departed from my family's aviation building on a spaceship. Xie Wu couldn't help but laugh at his own foolishness. My brain just didn't process that. When Aunt Kriana came to see you, you were probably out killing insects, right? The insect blood on your clothes is dried like this. You didn't have time to change when she arrived, and now you're running around in this outfit. You must have been busy. When people are busy, their brains short-circuit a little. It's normal. Mr. Bai, thank you for explaining things to me. Chapter 232. This isn't about smoothing things over. Humans aren't machines. How can they be perfect in everything? Besides, even machines aren't 100% perfect. Their internal systems can only hold knowledge for one profession, not all of them, and they need to be updated regularly. So, it's normal for humans to make small mistakes occasionally, isn't it? Bai Jingyu's words made Xie Wu forget the slight embarrassment of his earlier mental lapse. Let's not continue this topic. Mr. Bai, you're so busy transporting insects. Why did you come all the way here in person? Xie Wu asked. The insects are no small matter. A batch of special medicine is waiting for their arrival for production. I had some free time today, so I came personally. But I saw you were in a hurry, as if you didn't have time to chat with me. Xie Wu shrugged, thinking about what he had to do next. Not particularly busy, but I still have time to entertain distinguished guests. I was going to ask you to go about your business, but then I suddenly remembered something I wanted to tell you. Xie Wu raised an eyebrow at him. Bai Jingyu handed over a tablet. Aheng asked me to give this to you. Sign this contract for the 3 spaceships you agreed upon with him, and those 3 spaceships are yours. Xie Wu took the tablet and looked at the contents. She checked the spaceship models. They were indeed the latest. Without hesitation, she signed the document. When will the spaceships be delivered? They already been delivered, along with my transport ship. Aheng said he can send a small team of personnel to you to manage the flight path to your planet. Does that include maintenance personnel? Xie Wu asked. Bai Jingyu nodded. Yes, you can pay their wages and accommodations too. Xie Wu's planet didn't have professional spaceship pilots or service personnel, or even spaceship maintenance staff. Xie Wu didn't know how to fly a spaceship either. So, even if they had a spaceship, whether they could actually fly it was a question. Bai Heng had also considered this issue, so he readily sent a group of personnel to Xie Wu. Don't worry, I pay. Bai Heng is so generous, he's arranged everything for me. It seems you've known Aheng for a long time, and you're not so distant from him anymore. I wonder when I hear you call me brother, Bai Jingyu said with some regret. Xie Wu smiled and didn't say anything more. Boss, the bugs are all moved. A person in work clothes came over and said. Bai Jingyu nodded slightly to indicate he understood. We can talk more later. I be going now. You're busy. Although Bai Jingyu said there was no need to see them off, as the host, Xie Wu still escorted them to the aviation building before leaving. After they left, Xie Wu called Liang Xian. Coincidentally, Liang Xian was inside the space station. Soon, they met in the lobby. Your Majesty, did you need me for something? The 3 spaceships sent by the Bai family have arrived. Minister Liang, could you find a way to recruit some staff to work in the space station? Xie Wu asked. Liang Xian looked at the 3 spaceships outside, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Your Majesty, those 3 spaceships are ours now? Yes, we have the spaceships, but we don't have any staff, which is a bit of a problem. Yes, Your Majesty, the existence of our space station means that our planet previously had its own spaceships and staff working there. We only sold them to pay off debts. Now that we own the spaceships again, we can bring back the people who worked in the space station. Upon hearing that he had previously employed such staff, Xie Wu's eyes lit up. Minister Liang, please contact them and see if you can get them back to work. Their salaries will be 50% higher than before. The salary for those working in the aviation building was already SOSO. If Xie Wu increased it by 50%, those who previously worked there would definitely return. Okay, I contact them later. Xie Wu said happily. When I looked at the population figures for the city, I found only about 100 people. I thought that was really all there was. I didn't expect so many others to be working elsewhere. Xiangyang Star didn't have a small population before. The first Star Lord led several thousand people to this planet, and they lived here for decades, resulting in positive population growth. However, as the means of livelihood on Xiangyang Star dwindled, people had to leave to find work elsewhere. Some bought houses on other planets for work and rarely returned. Those who remained all hoped that Xiangyang Star would improve. Xiaowu felt a deep sense of empathy. People willing to stay and work hard on their homeland were truly rare. He thought that once Tanling's work became a little easier, he would introduce policies beneficial to the city's residents. Minister Liang, anyone willing to return and work diligently will be treated well. Please pass on the message. Liang Xian nodded. The matter here was finally finished. Xiaowu rushed out of the city again to find Li Yiji and the others. It was now noon. Just in time for lunch. As Xiaowu headed out of the city, she encountered Li Yiji returning with a group of young people. Upon seeing Xiaowu, Li Yiji said a few words to his companions and then quickly walked towards her. Sister, I brought my classmates. Li Yiji exclaimed happily, eagerly introducing her to them. Everyone, this is our boss, our Sister Wu. Sister Wu, I know you. I saw you on the StarNet platform. Wow, you're even prettier than in the videos. Sister, is that your combat uniform? It's so cool. Can you use a gun? Can you kill bugs? Sister, can I take a picture with you? I'm a fan. Li Yiji had just graduated, and her classmates were full of youthful energy, fearless and unafraid. Seeing no restraint or respect from their boss, they were very comfortable to be around. Xiaowu hadn't received such enthusiastic treatment in a long time. The residents and beast men of Xiangyang Star were especially respectful to her, not daring to speak too loudly. Faced with their enthusiasm, Xiaowu was a little overwhelmed. After fulfilling their requests for photos, the people who had worked most of the day finally felt hungry and pulled Xiaowu into the canteen for a meal. Xiaowu, who should have gone home for dinner, was instead kept at the canteen by them for a meal. The young people were incredibly enthusiastic. Without Xiaowu even asking, they eagerly reported the situation to her. It turned out that after successfully getting the job yesterday, Li Yiji had gone to the outskirts of the city and the waterworks to see where it would be suitable to raise fish and sheep. While waiting for her classmates to arrive, filled with anticipation for the future, she started early in the morning to find a place outside the city to build a sheepfold. The soldiers on guard duty overheard that she was building the sheepfold to raise sheep, so the guard on duty gathered more than 30 people to help Li Yiji build it. Once the sheepfold was finished, her classmates arrived, and Li Yiji immediately led them to sign their employment contracts. After signing the contracts, they began working. Chapter 233. The energetic young people on Xiangyang Star found work opportunities, and were able to pursue their own interests. They were truly passionate and driven in their work. Xiaowu listened to their conversation with a smile before asking the question she wanted to ask. Who's in charge of planting the wheat? Me. Sister, I plant the wheat. I already loosened several acres with the machine, and we can sow the wheat seeds this afternoon. Li Yiji excitedly raised her hand, reporting her progress to Xiaowu. Great job. You done so much in just half a day. Xiaowu patted her head. At Li Yiji's pace, she should be able to complete the system-issued task by tomorrow morning. Hee sister, we bought the most advanced farming machinery, so farming isn't a big problem anymore. Our problem now is that we don't have enough arable land, and I want to grow a lot more things. I want to grow fruit. Plant fruit on several mountains, so we have an endless supply of fruit all year round. Sure, you plant 10 acres of wheat for me first. Tomorrow I lead the soldiers to kill the pests and bring back 2 more mountains for you to plant fruit on, Xiaowu said indulgently. Li Yiji's eyes lit up. Really? Sister? Of course really. You can also tell me if you encounter any problems at work. As long as it's a problem I can solve, I try my best to help you. Sister, you're so kind. You seem even gentler than you appear in the video. I'm not some lion or tiger, I won't eat you. Your Majesty. An anxious voice came. Xiaowu looked up at the source of the voice. Winnie's expression was tense, her forehead covered in fine sweat. Your Majesty, I have something to tell you. Can you come over for a moment? I'm coming right now, Yiji. We talk again when we have time. Sister, go ahead and do your work, don't worry about us. Li Yiji waved her hand. Xiaowu also waved to them, and walked to Winnie's side. The two walked a short distance to the side. Xiaowu asked, What's wrong? Is something urgent? Your Majesty, the Interstellar Court announced its final verdict today regarding NS Pharmaceuticals. There is sufficient evidence to prove that NS Pharmaceuticals was responsible for the Amelia virus. The Interstellar Court has ruled to confiscate all of NS Pharmaceuticals' assets and distribute a certain proportion to the patients with the Amelia virus. Although the Fleet father and son were killed, NS Pharmaceuticals, as the ultimately successful company, was still listed as a defendant in the Interstellar Court, even with its leader dead. This matter is finally settled, Xiaowu said with some emotion. Winnie shook her head. Wang, what's important to us isn't this matter, but the Bai family stock. Since the verdict, the Bai family's stock has been soaring. You previously bought 2 billion worth of stock with the Bai family, and now it's worth 24 billion. Minister Tan asked me to ask you whether you want to continue holding or sell. Xiaowu was stunned. From the beginning, she only thought the stock would rise to 4 billion, giving the Bai family the credit for NS Pharmaceuticals seemed like a win-win situation. Who knew that the Bai family would not only let her share in the glory, but now, the stock she bought had risen to 24 billion. This was far too much profit. The loss at the Jade auction had all been recouped through the stock market. Take your profits and sell. Yes, I go tell Minister Tan right away. With that, Winnie went to find Tan Lung. Xiaowu smiled, took her hand, and said, I handle it. No need to trouble Minister Tan. Yes. Xiaowu activated his communication bracelet and logged into the StarNet stock trading software. Selecting his own stocks, he sold all his holdings without hesitation. Just as Winnie was on her way to find Xiaowu, the stock price rose slightly again. He received 24.3 billion. Seeing this number, Xiaowu wanted to shout with joy. This was precisely when he was short of money. With so much extra cash, he could finally hire the construction team he wanted. Hiring more people wouldn't be a problem either. Of course, with Winnie by his side, Xiaowu tried his best to remain calm. Wang, are you done? Winnie asked. Xiaowu nodded. I'm done. Go and rest. There's still a lot of tedious work this afternoon. Okay, I go back and tell Minister Tan. Even though Xiaowu had personally sold the stocks, Winnie still decided to inform Tan Lung. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. As soon as Winnie left, Xiaowu couldn't hide his joy, clenching his fist and saying, that was a brilliant move. The NS Pharmaceuticals deal resolved the predicament of being ostracized by the orcs, made the Bai family owe him a debt of gratitude, and also secured a new shipping route and 3 spaceships. As for the stock deal, Xiaowu had actually forgotten about it in his busy schedule. But Tanling dared not forget, that was 2 billion. He would dream of losing all 2 billion, and wake up from nightmares. The first thing he did every morning was check the stock market. The Bai family stock had actually been consistently rising. Although it rose a little every day, the feeling of buying stocks was like riding a roller coaster. It could rise very high, or it could fall, and wipe out his entire investment. Xiaowu used 2 billion to earn back 22 billion. The money was in his account, and Tan Lung could finally sleep soundly. Of course, Xiaowu was the happiest one. It wasn't about making money through auctioning gems and jade anymore, but about earning 22 billion through his own stock trading. This was even more gratifying than money from gem auctions. With the money in hand, Xiaowu immediately contacted Lu Jianan to find 2 more construction teams to work in Xiangyang City. Lu Jianan knew many construction teams, and quickly found 2 for Xiaowu, who would arrive the next day. With all this arranged, Xiaowu finally had time to go home and change out of the heavy armor he was wearing. After walking around all day in it, the clothes underneath were completely soaked. After changing, the housekeeper bear took the armor to be washed. Xiaowu took a shower. Arriving at the studio, he saw Shiryu standing at the entrance chatting with a female beastman. As Xiaowu approached, the female beastman looked up at her and nodded politely. Your Majesty? Master, you arrived. What were you talking about? Xiaowu asked. Master, this is Tina, my assistant. We were just discussing whether to give more small gifts to customers who pre-ordered clothes. I thought a small bag of the same style would be better, but Tina said that small bags waste too much fabric. How about we make a small sachet from the scraps of the clothes? But who carries a sachet these days? Everyone just sprays perfume. Master, what do you think would be a good small gift? Shiryu asked. Xiaowu paused, muttering, a sachet? Perfume? Master, you think a sachet would be good? Shiryu asked. Xiaoyu, I just thought of a brilliant way to stop the insects from attacking our soldiers. I go find Captain Lei Tu right now. Wait, give us the sachets and bags too. These are our first batch of pre-sale clothes. Let's make a little less profit, and leave a good impression on our customers. Chapter 234. Hastily leaving those words behind, Xiaowu rushed out of the house. She hurried to Dor and Doku's plantation. Dor and Doku weren't at the plantation today. Plants don't need constant care, after all, they grow very slowly. To enrich the plantation's diversity, Dor and Doku had gone out to collect new, never-before-seen plants. The vast plantation was empty, with only plants quietly enjoying the bright afternoon sun under the open ceiling. Xiaowu found the pink pine tree. Watered with a rapid growth nutrient solution, the pink pine tree had grown considerably taller than when she first arrived on Sunrise Star. It used to only reach Xia Wu's chin, but now it was a head taller than her. The pink pine tree's leaves were a deep, vibrant green, and its flowers grew in clusters like grapes, with slender petals. Even before getting very close, a faint fragrance could be smelled from 2 meters away. The fragrance was delicate and refreshing. Xia Wu stood before the pink pine tree, gazing intently at its thriving growth. The visitor is Miss Xia Wu. Dear Miss Xia Wu, what brings you to Xiangyang Plantation? If you are here to see Mr. Doku or Mr. Dole, they are both out and expected to return in 3 hours. A small, white, oval robot, only knee-high to Xia Wu, glided to her side using its small wheels. I just came to see the pink pine blossoms. Tell Mr. Dole and Mr. Doku that I wish to take a branch from this side of the pink pine. Okay. After picking the branch, Xia Wu didn't linger. She returned home. She logged onto the Star Network to search for videos on how to make sachets. How to turn fresh flowers into dried flowers while preserving their fragrance. The idea of making sachets from pink pine blossoms came from Shiryu and Tina. Pink pine trees repel insects because of their fragrance. They don't have enough pink pine trees to plant everywhere, but they grow well and are full of flowers. They could use the flowers to make perfume or sachets to carry and repel insects. Of course, the idea was appealing. Reality would depend on the actual situation. What if the insects were only sensitive to the fragrance of fresh pink pine blossoms and not to dried flowers? This method wouldn't work. So, she tried picking a single flower first. If it worked, she wanted to establish a weapons research base in an area teeming with insects, which would greatly accelerate the process. For the sake of her subsequent work, Xia Wu said nothing, focusing intently on watching the StarNet videos on making dried flowers. Meanwhile, in a city on Blue Star, night had already fallen. An elderly man in white priestly robes entered a room atop a towering high-rise building. For other people, also dressed in white priestly robes, were already inside. They all looked at the newcomer. Only you two came today? The elderly man was Wilmer, the high priest of the Tomorrow's Guild. Yes, only a few of us have the nerve to come. The others were too embarrassed to come because their mission failed, Yvette smiled. She was now dressed in white priestly robes. Unlike her previous heavily made-up appearance, her face was bare of makeup, yet it couldn't conceal her natural allure. Yvette, isn't your plan also failing? The beautiful but somewhat aloof girl, 99, was engrossed in attacking a boss in a handheld game, casually commenting, "Little 99, those who didn't participate in the plan have no right to criticize those of us who put in the effort." Humph. 99 scoffed dismissively, offering no further comment and focusing intently on her game. Brothers and sisters, we are all children of the Supreme God. Let's not engage in hurtful arguments. 99, report your achievements. Alright, I hacked into the Interstellar Bank and detected a 24 billion deposit into Xia Wu's bank card 3 hours ago. After our crackdown on the gem auction, she's come up with another way to make money. 99 is the top hacker in Tomorrow's Guild. Whenever there's data that requires the Star Network to access, she's needed. What's her new way of making money? How could she earn 24 billion without a sound? Yvette asked. Unable to defeat the game's boss, the words failure appeared prominently in red. 99 sighed helplessly and angrily stocks. She spent 2 billion on Buy Family stock. Because of NS Pharmaceuticals, Buy Family stock skyrocketed, and she made a fortune. She makes money more easily than if it were free. She's so good at it. If only we could recruit her to our side. The blonde boy speaking was Luther, the 10th priest of Tomorrow's Guild. He looked at Wilmer and said, "We always wanted Xiangyang Star, the planet inhabited by the main god. Instead of fighting Xia Wu to the death here, we should just recruit her directly. I can't accept her becoming our sister." My master feels the same way, Yvette said. 99 snorted again. Xia Wu doesn't meet our membership requirements either. We're here to help those who can't become rich on their own, leading them to a prosperous life. Xia Wu has hundreds of billions. She's richer than many of our members, isn't she? But haven't our plans repeatedly failed? Luther looked at Yvette. You tricked Xia Wu into committing suicide, and she's still alive and well. You used hacking to target Xia Wu's online store, and scheme against Gao Hongji's gem auction house, and she still made a fortune. And you hired online trolls to attack Xia Wu's reputation on the StarNet, but did it have any effect on her? With each statement, his gaze swept over the person doing the work. Finally, Majeri, the one his gaze fell upon, looked at him coldly. You tipped off the space pirates, telling them to attack Xiangyang Star, and they still didn't kill Xia Wu, did they? That's not my fault. I used the most direct and terrifying method to attack Xiangyang Star directly. The pirates couldn't kill Xia Wu, nor could they cause much damage to Xiangyang Star. How can you blame me? Luther didn't think his mission's failure could be compared to theirs. Wilmer clasped his hands together and said devoutly, "This is a test from the Supreme God. If Xia Wu is easy to deal with, perhaps we are not worthy to follow the Supreme God. You should continue to think of ways to suppress Xia Wu." "Easier said than done," Luther said. "But I see her planet is thriving, and she even has a cooperative relationship with the Bai family. Wilmer, shouldn't we change our direction? For example, perhaps we should first destroy the Bai family. Without partners, Xia Wu won't have the money to buy equipment to fight us." Upon hearing this, Wilmert's expression darkened, and he softened somewhat. "What are you thinking? Can we destroy the Bai family?" Yvette said. "The Bai family is the richest family on Blue Star. Their wealth has been accumulated over 3 generations. Destroying the Bai family is not as easy as killing Xia Wu." Chapter 235. "But you can't kill Xia Wu, can you?" 99 asked. "But can't we kill the Bai family?" Luther also asked. His words drew everyone's attention. The look in their eyes was one of unanimous agreement. Yvette smiled slightly. "You're right. Getting close to the Bai family is easier than getting close to Xia Wu. They're involved in all sorts of affairs, surrounded by all sorts of people. They're much easier to deal with than Xia Wu, who's holed up in Xiangyang Star. Speaking of which, Xia Wu has lived so long because Master can't bring himself to kill her now. If he were to kill her the next time they meet, we wouldn't have so much trouble." As she said this, a venomous glint flashed in Yvette's eyes. "I won't say anything else, but it's laughable that the Su family squandered such a winning hand. We only slightly hinted to them that Xiangyang Star is teeming with gems, and they couldn't wait to seize it. If the owner of Xiangyang Star were his daughter, we wouldn't be going through all this trouble." 99 complained again. Luther sighed helplessly. "Xia Wu always manages to deliver a devastating blow when we least expect it. Back then, to pay the way for the Su family, we hired a fake surveying team to put on an act, and we destroyed the list of all the shops the Xia family had partnered with. That took a lot of effort. We thought things would work out, but then Xia Wu rose up. Sisters, brothers, Xiangyang Star will become our rising star, our base where we will officially grow stronger tomorrow. No matter how many difficulties we encounter, finding a way to seize Xiangyang Star from Xia Wu is our top priority. Whether we kill the Su family or the Bai family, for our God, please do everything in our power." Wilmert spoke up. The 4 people's eyes turned cold upon hearing his words. Xianjiangsing. Xia Wu worked from afternoon until evening. Finally, she finished the sachet. She held the sachet to her nose and sniffed it. A delicate fragrance wafted from it, refreshing and pleasant. Even if this sachet was useless against insects, it would still be nice to wear. Xia Wu was very satisfied with the sachet she had made and planned to try it out tomorrow. Just then, a semi-transparent blue system information window popped up. "Congratulations on completing Task 1, Planting. We planted 10 acres/10 acres. Tasks are now complete. Reward, 300 points and 2 chances to spin the lucky wheel." Xia Wu's eyes lit up. The group of young people brought by Liiji were even more efficient than she had expected. She thought she wouldn't finish planting 10 acres of wheat until tomorrow, and now it was done. The power of machinery is truly amazing. Finally, the long-awaited task was completed. Xia Wu eagerly tugged at her hand. The long-awaited lottery was finally here. With her S+ luck rating, she wasn't flustered at all. She clicked on the spinning wheel and spun it all in one go. 2 icons appeared quickly. One icon was an arrow pointing upwards. The other was a mirror. No pet? Xia Wu was a little disappointed. A cute mechanical pet, proactive, only needed charging, no need to scoop poop. Such a worry-free pet, she wanted 10 more. However, the icons of the 2 new items were incomprehensible. The 2 icons didn't linger for long before suddenly disappearing. The next second, a sophisticated female voice rang in her mind. "Congratulations on drawing the upgraded Hard Work Leads to Wealth system. The current Hard Work Leads to Wealth system version 1.0 will be upgraded to version 2.0. Version update in progress. According to the version upgrade, a new favorability rating has been added to the personal panel. New explanation for loyalty. Human emotions are complex and diverse, but under system interference, unless the host commits inhumane or immoral acts, those who have reached 100 loyalty to you will not be able to lower their loyalty by even a fraction, unless they die. New explanation for loyalty 2. When the host has not committed any hateful acts, those whose loyalty suddenly drops may face a death threat. When you receive a loyalty drop warning, Please reflect on your own behavior and whether the loyal person has received a death threat. New explanation for hostility identification. Human emotions are complex and diverse, but hatred is hatred. No matter what you do, you cannot gain the other party's goodwill. When the other party's hostility reaches 70, they will definitely have murderous intent towards you. However, when someone's hostility towards you reaches a negative number, it does not mean that this person has no hostility towards you. Negative hostility may be another extreme of hostility. If you encounter this type of person, be wary of whether they might be psychologically disturbed. Affection level explanation. Human emotions are complex and diverse. Love and hate can change in an instant. Please be aware that anyone with an affinity level of 100 towards you may cause terrible things due to their personality, such as being dragged into a suicide pact or imprisoned. Therefore, please be mindful of your personal charm and avoid excessive flirting. Value appraisal addition explanation. This skill has been updated based on the values of this world. Future appraised prices will be closer to the values of this world. However, please understand if there are discrepancies in prices, as different items have different values in the eyes of different people. Version 2.0 is still under development. Any updates to future features will be communicated to the host promptly. Please wait patiently. Xia Wu listened quietly to the system announcement in her mind. The system can upgrade? There wasn't this feature in any of the novels she read. Looking at this pile of skill descriptions, Xia Wu felt like she only received a beginner's gift pack for conquering the Haiyang Galaxy. The initial system didn't have such detailed explanations. A lot of things, Xia Wu had to figure out on her own. But if the system could upgrade from 1.0 to 2.0, would there be 3.0 for 0.0? Suddenly, she felt hopeful again. Xia Wu was about to ask about the second mirror-like image, when the intelligent female voice in her mind spoke again. Congratulations on drawing the item Mirror of Destiny that can be seen. Using this item, you can peek into your original world for 10 minutes, and it will also answer 3 questions for you. Would you like to use it? Xia Wu was stunned. Without hesitation, she chose to use it. The Mirror of Fate that can be peered into has been selected for use. Whose perspective do you wish to focus on? 1. Mother Luo Wuying. 2. Brother Xie Chen. 3. Yourself, Xia Wu. Xia Wu? Xia Wu is in my original world. Upon seeing the name Xia Wu was suddenly jolted. Their souls had swapped, each inhabiting the other's body. Whose perspective do you wish to focus on with the Mirror of Fate that can be peered into? 1. Mother Luo Wuying. 2. Brother Xie Chen. 3. Yourself, Xia Wu. The system did not answer Xia Wu's question, continuing to repeat the same sentence. Chapter 236. Xia Wu stared at the 3 names, hesitating for a long time. Finally, she chose her own name, Xia Wu. Since this prop was called the Mirror of Destiny that can be seen, seeing Xia Wu was the most reliable option. Selected perspective, your own Xia Wu. Playing Xia Wu's perspective. Xia Wu straightened her back, took a deep breath, and looked in the mirror. The blurry mirror slowly cleared. A filming location appeared in the mirror. In the center of the location were many young girls in school uniforms, surrounded by a filming crew. Xia Wu was stunned. Isn't this the recording site of the Become an Idol program? Before coming to this world, Xia Wu had heard from her friends that an idol audition program was about to be recorded, and many people were currently signing up. Xia Wu had a friend who was in charge of this program. She had asked Xia Wu what the contestants should wear. As a result, Xia Wu participated in this program. Why did Xia Wu participate in this program? Is this your first question? Yes. Answer. In this world, Xia Wu suffered betrayal from her adoptive parents and biological parents. When she was desperate, she sought help from her former brother, Su Jiu, only to receive the words, "Woo woo, in my life, you're not that important." Unable to accept that none of her loved ones loved her, she chose to end her life. However, fate linked your souls together. You died from overwork, and the God who governs the heavens, seeing your life of hard work yet lack of wealth, bestowed upon you the system hard work leads to wealth. Xia Wu, having received no love, desired to be loved by many, and was given the system if I don't become a top star, I really die. To change her life, she participated in the tasks issued by the system. Xia Wu, System, does heaven really have no grudge against Xia Wu? If I don't become a top star, I really die. This system name doesn't sound like a good system. Is this your second question? Yes. The system name is just an exaggeration. It doesn't mean you really die if you don't become a top star. After Xia Wu was in your body, she was once saddened and heartbroken by the betrayal of this world. However, she inherited your memories, and felt the care of your mother and brother, which made her cheer up and want to live a different life. That's why she cheered up and did the tasks issued by the system. Xia Wu didn't speak. She looked at Xia Wu in the mirror, her body moving, covered in sweat, but smiling. The current Xia Wu is very similar to her name, and also very similar to her online name. Happy Dance. She seems to be enjoying this life. Is this your third question? Was this a question? I'm just a newly upgraded system baby. Alright, I know you're only 2 years old. The upgraded system had become more human-like. It had the voice of a sophisticated older sister, but when embarrassed, it would seriously act like a baby. Xia Wu didn't speak again. She stared intently at Xia Wu in the mirror. It felt strange yet joyful. She and Xia Wu had the same face. However, her limbs were stiff, and she would move her arms and legs in unison when dancing. Xia Wu seemed to have been practicing for a while, and danced very well. Perhaps it was due to the system's help. But seeing her own body dance so well made her both happy and ashamed. The staff filmed for a while, and then stopped. Xia Wu continued practicing her dance. Just then, a cute and playful girl walked in. She hugged Xia Wu, interrupting her practice. Xia Wu, instead of being angry, smiled happily at the newcomer. The two chatted about something, laughing heartily. Seeing them laugh so happily, Xia Wu's lips also curled into a slight smile. Third question, system, will Xia Wu and I return to our original bodies? Confirmed question, answer, life is priceless. One stroke of luck doesn't guarantee future success. Your deaths have already experienced one stroke of luck. There won't be a second. That means we can't return to our original bodies. Once you were you, and she was she. Now you are she, and she is you. This cannot be changed. You speak in such a formal way, couldn't you be a little more straightforward? This system is a cultured little one. You're still a pretty amazing baby. Yeah. The system replied seriously. Xia Wu didn't complain anymore. She stared intently at the image in the mirror. During the filming of the variety show, the camera focused entirely on Xia Wu's interactions with her teammates. Xia Wu's teammates were all easygoing younger sisters, a group of them chatting and laughing together. Although it was a bit of a pity that she didn't see any shots of her family. But Xia Wu knew. In their family, it was as long as you're happy, I'm happy. Her mother, Luo Wing, was just like that. As long as her child was happy, she was happy. Xia Wu didn't need to do much on her body, just smiling happily was enough. That would make her mother happy. 10 minutes later. The mirror of fate that can be spied upon slowly disappeared. Knowing Xia Wu's whereabouts, and what she was doing now, Xia Wu's feelings were complicated, and she didn't know how to explain them. She walked to the window, looked at the starry sky, and muttered softly, I can never go back. Her low mood didn't last long, she quickly cheered up. Since I can draw this mirror from the roulette wheel, I can draw it again, right, system? The mirror of fate that can be spied upon is not a one-time use item. After use, it will return to the roulette wheel, with a chance to be drawn again. However, there are many more powerful items in the roulette wheel. Please try your best to complete tasks to get a chance to draw. Xia Wu nodded. Any new tasks? Yes. A new task is now issued. Task: acquire 3,000 new tourists. Task description: tourists inject vitality and popularity into a region, bringing new economic benefits. For the prosperity of the planet, please strive to attract tourists from other planets to visit Xiangyang Star. Task reward: 100 points, 1 lucky draw. So little? Xia Wu couldn't help but complain upon seeing the task reward. I put aside the planning task for so long, and I'm also working part-time in Xiangyang Star's tourism industry. I've been working hard for over half a month, and it's still not going anywhere. And you immediately ask me to attract 3,000 new tourists? This task will take me at least a year to complete. This system is only responsible for issuing tasks, and will not provide further explanation. This system will not make any modifications to the tasks, nor does it have the right to do so. After all, this system is only 2 years old. Xia Wu was speechless. This is a system? It's acting like a person, answering questions so smoothly. Chapter 237. The system update, and the side of her original body in her previous world were being transformed by Xia Wu into a positive and proactive person. That night, Xia Wu slept soundly again. However, in this world, she had already established a normal sleep schedule. Before dawn, she put on the armor that the housekeeper bear had cleaned. Fully armed, she arrived at the defense building. Lei Tu and the others were waiting for Xia Wu's arrival as always. As soon as Xia Wu arrived, they set off. The roads they had cleared, in areas without pink pine trees, were once again overrun by insects in just one night. The arrival of the convoy startled the insects sleeping soundly in the road. Before the vehicles even reached them, the awakened insects attacked. They now had a dedicated monitoring team to fight the insects. They would have the monitoring eagles fly ahead a short distance to ensure there were no insects before proceeding slowly. Upon seeing the insects, the convoy stopped to intercept the approaching insects. When the insects arrived, Xiaowu got out of the vehicle and walked towards them. He hadn't taken 2 steps. A long arm stretched out in front of him. "Master, you don't need to deal with these insects," Ling Han said. "I have an experiment to conduct. Everyone, leave 1 insect for me," Xiaowu announced to all the soldiers through his built-in earpiece. There were only a dozen or so attacking insects, which the soldiers quickly dealt with. The soldiers stopped, looking left and right, their eyes seemingly asking, "Why didn't you leave one?" "I thought you did," Xiaowu sighed and opened the system. 3 sand scorpion insects 100 meters ahead on the left. The system automatically announced this. Version 2.0 is really useful. Stand behind me in a moment. I need to find 2 insects for my experiment. Xiaowu spoke to the soldiers, Ling Han said. Upon hearing this, Ling Han immediately stood behind Xiaowu. The other soldiers didn't know what Xiaowu was planning, but they had noticed recently that he possessed the ability to single-handedly deal with insects. Perhaps this was a result of his training with Kelson. Even though Xiaowu was capable of dealing with the insects, they followed behind to protect him. Xiaowu found the 3 sand scorpion insects the system had mentioned. The sand scorpion insects, which had been sleeping on a mound of earth, sprang into action as Xiaowu approached within 2 meters, their dozen or so legs moving with incredible speed. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the fleeing sand scorpion insects. All the insects were like wild beasts, possessing an extremely strong predatory instinct. Anything alive and capable of running, regardless of whether it was human or not, would be attacked first. Why did Xiaowu run away as soon as he approached? Next, Xiaowu found several more insects to experiment with. The insects, which had originally intended to attack them, turned and fled without a word upon seeing Xiaowu leading the way. The soldiers were puzzled by the insects' unusual behavior. Was it because their king was too benevolent? Even the insects had submitted. Your Majesty, what's going on? Lei Tu couldn't help but ask. Xiaowu took the sachet from his waist. The sachets I made yesterday with pink pine blossoms don't like the scent of pink pine flowers. However, we currently have a limited number of pink pine trees, so I thought that if we made sachets with the blossoms, the fragrance might repel the insects. The answer is yes. Let's go back first, Xiaowu said. When we get back, have the soldiers watch videos on the Starnet about making dried flowers and sachets, and make some to wear. This will reduce the trouble of finding a weapons research base, and help us find a suitable place to build one sooner. There are too many insects on Xiangyang Star. Every few steps, you're fighting one. At this rate, when will we ever be able to start weapon development? Avoiding fighting the insects is the most important issue. These pink pine trees are amazing. Plant one, and you won't see a single insect 20 meters away. The sachets made from the flowers make the insects run away automatically within 2 meters. Your Majesty, let's go back and make some sachets now, said Lei Tu. Xiaowu nodded. Although the pink pine tree has many flowers, we still need to be careful with what we pick. I think making 20 should be enough. After all, if I carry a pink pine sachet by myself, the insects won't want to come near. Lei Tu and the others agreed. The group retreated home to make sachets. If Lei Tu and the others had pink pine sachets, we wouldn't need to go with them to deal with the insects. He went along earlier because he was worried they would be attacked by insects along the way. With the sachets, the insects would smell the fragrance and run far away. So, Xiaowu told Lei Tu that once they had the sachet, Lei Tu would arrange for soldiers to go and find the weapons research base. She went out to do experiments today and returned in no time. It was just dawn when she got back. Outside the city, the orcs and Liiji were watering the vegetables they had planted yesterday. After greeting them, Xiaowu hurried home. When she got home, the housekeeper bear had just prepared breakfast. After eating breakfast, Xiaowu went to her studio to get busy. Today, she was going to register a clothing company for Shiryu. She was really bold when she negotiated with Kriana. She asked Kriana to join her clothing company without even registering it. After organizing a pile of documents, Xiaowu directly registered the company on the Star Network. After registering the company, she printed out the business license. She took the license to Shiryu's studio, only to find Shiryu wasn't there. After a moment's thought, she went to the garment factory she had arranged for Shiryu. Upon entering, she could hear the clatter of machines. There were currently no factories in Xiangyang City suitable for large-scale machinery. Therefore, Shiryu's garment factory currently used small machines. The machines on the first floor were larger, with several young females supervising their operation. The second floor was for finishing touches. The machines on the first floor roughly completed the garments, while on the second floor, employees used smaller machines to add details, perfecting the clothes. Behind all the machines were 5 employees performing a final inspection of the garments. This step ensured that the finished garments were flawless, with no areas that were poorly made. Once the garments were inspected, they were sent to the third floor for packaging. The third floor had terminals connected to the StarNet. Once the clothes are finished, they can be delivered directly to the buyers via the StarNet. Xiaowu found Shiryu on the third floor. Shiryu and Tina were discussing something, their expressions solemn. Even Tina, a beast man with a keen sense of smell, didn't notice Xiaowu's arrival immediately. "What are you talking about? Master? Your Majesty?" Shiryu and Tina were both startled by Xiaowu. "Master, we're checking buyer reviews," Shiryu told Xiaowu after recovering. Although their machines weren't large, they were the latest models, so the clothing production speed wasn't slow. They could make 200 pieces of clothing a day. Shiryu had sent out these 200 pieces of clothing yesterday, and today the shop had buyer reviews. Chapter 238. "You all look so serious. Are all the comments criticizing them?" Xiaowu asked. Shiryu nodded. "Half are criticizing, half are praising, Master. Take a look." Shiryu showed Xiaowu the comments section. Some people posted pictures, saying their clothes were ugly, difficult to wear, and not as described. But others said it was their first time wearing such clothes, and they felt they had reached a new level of beauty. It was a mixed bag. Only purchasers were allowed to leave comments on Happy Taodao's online store. There shouldn't be many paid reviewers, but Xiaowu felt there seemed to be quite a few. However, there were also genuine buyers, who didn't know how to style the clothes. Seeing these comments, Xiaowu said, "I make a video for you, showing how to wear this outfit, and what kind of makeup would suit it." Their clothes, after all, differed somewhat from traditional styles. Xiaowu also wanted people in this world to know what the beauty of traditional Chinese style was, and she was very particular about clothing. She went home to get her makeup case. Tina and Shiryu were chosen as models. Xiaowu, possessing makeup skills, selected simple and easy-to-learn makeup and hairstyling techniques. She aimed to showcase the beauty of Shiryu's traditional Chinese-style clothing. Video shooting was simple in this world. Advanced tools were readily available, though post-production editing was a bit of a hassle. Fortunately, Xiaowu's teaching was all practical and required no editing whatsoever. Xiaowu uploaded the video to her own video website and also added it to her shop. Since handing over her account to Lilisa, Xiaowu hadn't followed it anymore. "I went online to post a video today. Only then did I realize my account had reached 10 million followers." At first, Xiaowu thought she was seeing things, but after counting several times, she realized she hadn't misread it. What happened? How did the follower count increase so much? Your follower count has been steadily rising, and you received 1.6 billion likes. Your "I want to be a superstar" system has leveled up 5 times. However, you never paid attention to the changes in this system's numbers. Would you like to open it now? The system reminded Xiaowu in her mind. Since acquiring this secondary system, Xiaowu hadn't checked its changes. The system's reminder reminded her of this secondary system. Out of curiosity, she glanced at the system. The system's acting, singing, and dancing data had reached a respectable level. These skills weren't important to Xiaowu, who only wanted to make money. She just glanced at it and closed the system. She focused her attention back on the platform. 10 million followers, and the comments in the comments section were skyrocketing. Some comments were insults. What's going on? Buying her clothes requires learning how to do your own makeup and hair? I buy clothes to look good, not to torture myself. Does the blogger think everyone is so skillful? Can they all create hairstyles like that? LOL, another day of hating Xiaowu. Some comments, however, were praising her. Wow, I didn't know you could create such a beautiful hairstyle just by tying your hair up like that. So this is the trick to making your hair look fuller. I learned it. What did I just see? The planetary ruler is doing someone's makeup and hair. Wow, how can the queen's hands be so skillful? So beautiful. Thank you, Xiaowu. You taught me new makeup and hairstyling techniques. I wear this makeup tomorrow. No, is it really that hard to do a hairstyle that involves tying, pulling, and flipping? Are the people saying it's hard, men? It's not the first time I've been criticized. Some people always use stupid comments to insult me, but I have a brain. I won't fall for it. Sister Wu is so down to earth. Watching other videos, I thought Sister Wu was a high and mighty queen who had everything done for her. But after watching this video, I only feel that Sister Wu is like an older sister who helps her younger sister dress up. I become a fan. Xie Wu has tens of millions of followers. Even with a large number of online trolls attacking her, it couldn't outweigh the fact that 80% of the attention was genuine affection. Gradually, praise and mindless insults outweighed each other. Master, there are so many people on the Starnet who like you now, sure you said. Xie Wu smiled. I don't know what they like about me, but liking is better than disliking. However, if you encounter any problems in the future, remember to come and talk to me. I value our clothing company very much. Sure you scratched her head sheepishly. Buyer reviews weren't actually a big problem. Sure you just wanted all the buyers of her clothes to have a good experience, so she and Tina were discussing how to improve. She hadn't expected Xie Wu to appear. Master, why did you suddenly come to see me? Sure you quickly changed the subject. Xie Wu then remembered the real reason she was there. Here, take this. Just as she handed the business license to Sure Yu, Xie Wu's communication bracelet rang. She didn't speak, but raised her hand to see the caller ID, Bai Jingyu. She turned to answer the phone. Hello, Mr. Bai, good morning, noon, and evening. May I ask what's up? Xiao Wu, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow? Xie Wu mentally went through all her plans. Her job was to do whatever came her way, with no rules, very free. Yes, she replied. Could you come to Blue Star tomorrow? It's the 60th anniversary celebration of Yao Pharmaceutical Company, and I'd like to invite you. Bai Jingyu added, I send someone to Xiangyang Star to pick you up, and I also arrange 5 bodyguards specifically for your safety. Mr. Bai, why do you want to invite me to your company's anniversary celebration? To be precise, all businessmen who cooperate with my company will be invited, but considering your busy schedule, I'm calling personally to ask if you come? Xie Wu hesitated, thinking about her plans for tomorrow. To be honest, her job was to do whatever came to mind, and she hadn't really thought about what to do tomorrow. I've been managing Yao for 3 years now, thanks to the medicine I took over from my grandmother. Last year I made a lot of money, and this year, with one less competitor and the contract you signed with me, I received hundreds of purchase orders in just 3 days, making a fortune. So, for this year's anniversary celebration, I set up 2 raffles, one for employees and one for partners, with a first prize of 3 million. Hearing the prize amount, Xie Wu's eyes lit up. Mr. Bai, you're so generous. Are you coming? I arrange a private jet and car, and I also cover all the dresses and accessories, plus bodyguards. As long as you come, I take care of everything. Mr. Bai, with such a warm invitation, not going would be disrespectful. Don't worry, nothing can stop me from attending your company's anniversary celebration tomorrow. A 3 million first prize. With her S+ luck, it's practically a piece of cake. Chapter 239. Bai Jingyu, having received Xie Wu's agreement, chuckled softly on the phone. Okay, I arranged for someone to pick you up tomorrow. There's a slight time difference between here and there, so my person will be there around 10 a.m. tomorrow. No problem, I'll be waiting. Attending the anniversary celebration, food, fun, and money. 3 million. That's enough to buy several fewer stones. Xie Wu eagerly anticipated tomorrow. Turning around, she saw Sure Yu looking at her with concern. Master, are you going to Blue Star tomorrow? Yes. Master, why are you going there? Remembering the humiliation Xie Wu suffered last time, Sure Yu was reluctant. Xie Wu smiled. This time, nothing like last time will happen. People online won't have a reason to criticize us this time. Besides, the Bai family has a private jet, cars, and bodyguards. Don't worry, no one will dare bully me. Sure Yu was still a little worried. She now harbors absolutely no goodwill towards Blue Star. However, Blue Star is the largest trading planet in the Haiyan Galaxy. A planet where all merchants gather. If you want to do business, you still need to visit Blue Star frequently. Xie Wu is now blinded by money. 3 million, that could hire 2 more construction teams to build her a house. It could also buy building materials for a 5-story building. Although Xie Wu currently holds tens of billions, it doesn't mean 3 million is unimportant to her. I need to go to the finance department. I'm going out tomorrow. Call me if anything comes up. Seeing Xie Wu's determination to go to Blue Star, Sure Yu slowly nodded. She looked at Xie Wu with worry, unable to smile. Xie Wu reached out and pinched her cheek. Don't worry, I registered a new company for you. Why aren't you happy? Sure Yu looked at the business license in her hand. Shuyunjian Clothing Company, Ltd. I'm happy, master. Why is the company called Shuyunjian? Because our clothing is ethereal enough. Wearing it makes you feel like an immortal amidst water and clouds. Besides, don't you think it suits you perfectly standing among mountains and rivers in these clothes? Xiaowu asked. Sure, you thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Alright, smile. I'm going to get busy. Xiaowu pinched Shiryu's cheek again before leaving. Watching Xiaowu's departing figure, she sighed softly and said, I really hope Master can always be by my side. Shiryu, why do you always call Wang Master? Tina asked, puzzled. I was originally a maid in the Xia family. My master saw that I was good at making clothes, so he let me learn fashion design. But once my master is my master, he will always be my master. Wang has such a good personality. When I first arrived, seeing Wang's stern face, I thought she would be difficult to get along with. But after getting to know her, I found that Wang has a really good personality. Shiryu nodded. Master can be strict when necessary, but as long as we behave well and do our work, Wang will treat us very well. She is always fair in rewards and punishments. Speaking of Xiaowu, Shiryu had endless topics to discuss. After listening, Tina said, Shiryu, let's work hard. The more results we produce, the more attention Wang will pay to us. You're right, let's do our best. After leaving the garment factory, Xiaowu went to the finance department. Just as he stepped into the finance department, Moore called Xiaowu. He told Xiaowu that Western Airlines had agreed to compensate him 20 million yuan for emotional distress. Moore had negotiated with Western Airlines for several days, and they were only willing to pay 20 million yuan. Moore asked Xiaowu if he wanted more. He could raise the price if he wanted more. Frankly speaking, 20 million yuan for emotional distress is ridiculously high, by normal standards. Getting this amount is already quite good. Furthermore, the Bai family wants to acquire Western Airlines. Demanding compensation from them is no different than demanding it from the Bai family. Xiaowu was already satisfied with getting 20 million yuan, so he decided to stop there. After Xiaowu replied, Moore hung up. A few seconds later, he sent Xiaowu an agreement. The gist was that agreeing to a settlement would result in 20 million yuan in compensation. Xiaowu glanced at it, making sure there were no hidden traps in the agreement, before signing his name. Just as he finished signing his name, the Interstellar Bank sent a message informing him that 20 million had been deposited into his account. Xiaowu sent a message thanking Moore. Moore replied that it was no need to thank him, just send him a stone. Xiaowu agreed. Moore was becoming their exclusive consultant for free. Everyone on Xiangyang Star had received their salaries, so it was time to give Moore one too. After finishing all this, Xiaowu looked up at Winnie and Juliana. The two had been very nervous ever since Xiaowu entered. When will Minister Tan finish dealing with the orcs? It'd be over once it's finished today, Winnie replied. They opened a special channel for us orcs, only processing interstellar citizenship certificates for us, so the minister took the remaining orcs there today. Okay. Xiaowu nodded. When Minister Tan comes to work tomorrow, tell her I'm going to Blue Star, and will probably be back in the evening. Also, I tell you about some things I need to do recently, so please take notes. Recently, Xiangyang Star has been pursuing several major collaborations, including by Heng's tourism industry, by Jingyu's pharmaceutical industry, Gao Hongji's jewelry industry, and Kriana's hotel, restaurant, and clothing industries. However, there are other miscellaneous matters, such as construction teams, recruitment of staff for the aviation building, and a host of other miscellaneous tasks. Winnie and Juliana listened attentively, taking notes. After Xiaowu finished explaining these matters, Liang Xian approached her again. It turned out that the aviation building staff sent by Bai Heng had arrived, and Xiaowu needed to meet with them. Since the staff sent by Bai Heng were external personnel, Liang Xian didn't dare to assign them work without authorization, so he could only ask Xiaowu to check on the situation. They waited in the aviation building's lounge. Xiaowu entered the lounge. Some of the staff sent by Bai Heng were sitting in chairs waiting, while others were observing their surroundings. Those observing their surroundings showed a degree of disdain on their faces. Xiaowu didn't know how much of this was out of goodwill or hostility. She opened the system. Before Xiaowu could discern the hostility or goodwill in the crowd, the system's intelligent female voice rang in his ears. Host, congratulations. None of the people in this group harbor any hostility towards you, and their favorability towards you is within the normal range. However, Li Qi's favorability towards you is a whopping 70. Xiaowu, ? Who is it? Xiaowu looked around and saw that the young woman surveying her surroundings with displeasure was none other than Li Qi. Xiaowu is here. Li Qi, come here quickly. Someone noticed Xiaowu's arrival, and called for their companions to come over. Soon, everyone gathered and stood before Xiaowu. Xie Wu politely greeted everyone. Hello, I am Xie Wu, the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star. Welcome. Li Qi's favorability towards you has reached 80. Favorability is too high, granting you one opportunity to hear her thoughts. Li Qi's inner thoughts. Holy crap. This is Xie Wu? She's so beautiful. Chapter 240. Thinking she misheard. Xie Wu looked at Li Qi again. Li Qi's face was lightly made up, expressionless, with a hint of haughty arrogance in her eyes. Was that really Li Qi's true feeling? Or was it just something the system made up? Please don't slander this system. A 2-year-old can't lie. Xie Wu, Hello, my name is Li Qi. I'm the head of the flight attendants department. I worked at the Eastern Airlines terminal for 4 years. My experience isn't particularly extensive, but I have strong adaptability and have never received a passenger complaint. May I ask how we should address you? Li Qi extended her hand in a friendly gesture. Xie Wu shook her hand in return. Just call me what you call Bai Heng. We all call him Little Bai. And you? We call you General Manager Xie? Li Qi asked. Xie Wu nodded, okay. With Xie Wu's approval, Li Qi asked the other colleagues to introduce themselves. After listening to their introduction, Xie Wu asked, May I ask if you're working here voluntarily? Yes, it's voluntary. Xiao Bai always says you give us an extra 2,000. Xie Wu, No wonder the staff at the aviation building are paid so much. So Bai Heng gave her an extra 2,000 before showing it to her. The environment in Xiangyang City isn't very good right now. There's construction going on in many places, and since it's a 24-hour job, it can be a bit noisy. I try to arrange for you guys to be located further away from the construction sites. There are only a few staff members at the aviation building right now, so I plan to only run 2 flights a day on Xiangyang Star, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing Xie Wu's arrangement. With today's advanced technology, a single spaceship jump from Xiangyang Star to Blue Star takes only about 35 minutes, a round trip taking a maximum of 1 hour. 2 trips a day means working just over 2 hours a day. The work is easier than before, and the pay is so high, they struck gold. Of course, this is the current arrangement. If the passenger flow on Xiangyang Star increases, I will make other arrangements. Don't think that the Xiangyang Star Space Terminal will operate like this every day from now on. Seeing the joy in everyone's eyes, Xie Wu understood their excitement and added a couple more sentences. Even if the workload is similar to before, the high pay you're offering is acceptable, Li Qi said. Xie Wu nodded slightly. If you can accept it, that's fine. By the way, I installed quite a few cleaning robots in the space terminal. After you get off work, remember to spend an hour cleaning the space terminal. Everyone readily accepted. Even if it took them an hour to clean the aviation building with the cleaning robots, they would be willing. After all, the total working hours were only 3 hours. Besides, with the cleaning robots, they could completely control them while they watched. This job couldn't be easier. Minister Liang, take them to the finance building to report and sign contracts, then take them to their dormitories. They start work tomorrow. The last sentence was Xie was saying to Li Qi and the others. Everyone nodded in agreement. Liang Xian just led his men out. Liang Yin walked in and said, Wang, we just received a new landing request. It's from a spaceship on Pelium Star, and the request was made through Larkin Brown's introduction. Pelium? Xie Wu lowered her gaze, pondering. Pelium is a planet 93% ocean, also known as the ocean star. The people on the planet make a living by fishing. The planet has a small land area, mostly mountains and rivers, resulting in a very small population. However, by transporting fish to other planets, they managed to make a living. Was this introduced by Larkin? Could they be here to sell fish? Allow them to land. Yes. Liang Yan allowed them to land. Knowing they were there to see her, Xie Wu didn't leave the airfield but waited. Not long after, a blue spaceship landed on the tarmac. Xie Wu waited outside the passageway. It was a 7 or 8 minute walk from the tarmac. After 15 minutes, Xie Wu realized they hadn't arrived, so she checked the surveillance footage. She discovered that after landing, the group had gotten lost in the passageway. What surprised her even more was that Su Jiyu was among the 2 people in the group. It wouldn't be strange if anyone else came, but why was Su Jiyu here? Xie Wu watched the surveillance footage and encountered the 2 in the corridor leading to the staff break room. What are you 2 doing? Can't you read? There's a sign on the door saying staff break. We're lost, Xie Wu. Doesn't your aviation building have any staff to guide us? The speaker was In Hong Xian from planet Pelium. He had striking blue hair. Xie Wu didn't answer immediately. She glanced at Su Jiyu. Su Jiu, favorability 60, hostility -25. Seems like a psychologically twisted pervert? The system's intelligent female voice questioned. Xiaowu took a deep breath. Ever since the system added voice functionality, a sudden voice from the system always gave her a jolt. The staff has gone home. They start work tomorrow. But we put up a sign at the entrance, "Are you two illiterate?" They come all this way. Xiaowu suspected these two were here to spy on her. Xiaowu, why are you so blunt? People online say you have a gentle personality and are easy to get along with. Heh. Xiaowu gave a polite dry laugh. If you two hadn't gotten lost, you would have seen my gentle side. So, please come with me now, and stop wandering around aimlessly. Okay. Yin Hongxian walked over nonchalantly. The two walked over to Xiaowu. Xiaowu led the way, saying, "You two are Mr. Larkin's friends." "Yes, he said he and Miss Kriana came to your planet, so we came to see for ourselves." Xiaowu paused. "See for ourselves? Since you became the master of Xiangyang Star, I keep seeing news about you on the StarNet. My parents have also been talking about you all the time, so I came to see just how amazing you are. You're even prettier than the internet says." "Huh?" Xiaowu gave a wry smile. Next time Larkin introduces someone, he better refuse their landing request. "You can keep walking. I want to see what your planet is like now. Everyone says it's smelly and rotten. I'm curious what it's really like." Xiaowu didn't even want to put on a fake smile this time. Standing beside him, Su Jiu, hearing his friend's thoughtless and tactless remarks, chuckled softly. "Xiao Wu, if you don't like it, you can kick us out now." Chapter 241. Get us out of here? Why are you getting us out of here? Brother you, weren't you and Xiaowu siblings before? You two must have a good relationship. Show us around. Yin Hongxian looked at Su Jiu. Su Jiu stared intently at Xiaowu, his calm eyes like deep, dark pools, making it impossible to read his thoughts. "No, we're not siblings. Xiaowu doesn't like it either. We associate the word siblings with each other, right? Mr. Su, if you have that much self-awareness, why did you come to Xiangyang Star? The exit is here. If there's nothing else, get on your spaceship and go back." Xiaowu gestured for them to proceed. "Xiaowu, everyone says that when you come to your planet, you have to talk about cooperation, otherwise you're unwelcome. It turns out it's true. If we don't discuss cooperation with you, we'd be asked to leave before we even step out of the aviation building. Sir, do you have any sense of responsibility as a guest? First, you got lost and wandered around someone else's home, then you made some tactless remarks, followed by another nonsensical statement. Sir, I don't even know your name, yet you call me Xiaowu so smoothly. You don't recognize me? Why should I recognize you? I am Yin Hongxian, the seafood prince of Pylema planet. 80% of Blue Star seafood is transported from my planet. Even Xiangyang Star has bought seafood from me. You don't recognize me? I'm the richest man on Pylema planet." Yin Hongxian's words were full of pride and arrogance. It was as if recognizing him was Xiaowu's duty. Xiaowu didn't like his arrogance and looked at Su Jiu. "Could you take him with you? Talking to him is exhausting. Of course, I told him before we came that you have a bit of a temper, so watch your words. Besides, we were originally on our way back to Blue Star, but he insisted on coming over to join in the fun," Su Jiu explained. But Xiaowu found his explanation extremely grating. "Mr. Su, nothing good ever comes of running into you. That's fine too, it'd be a memorable moment, won't it? Please leave." Xiaowu was too lazy to waste any more words with him. It was a waste of her time. "Let's go." Su Jiu didn't pester her like before, readily dragging Yin Hongxian away. "Xiaowu, are you really going to make sure we can't even leave the aviation building? You're so arrogant. Don't you know who I am? Xiaowu, you'll never be able to buy a single fish or crab on Xiangyang Star again. I'm telling you, the seafood of Pylema Star is boycotting you." Yin Hongxian was dragged towards the exit by Su Jiu. Xiaowu watched them return to their spaceship. Once it was gone, she raised her communication bracelet to connect to the internet and checked the footage from every surveillance camera in the space terminal. Only after confirming that Yin Hongxian and Su Jiu had genuinely just gotten lost in the passageway and hadn't done anything unrelated did she feel relieved. Xiaowu had been in a good mood every day lately. Yin Hongxian and Su Jiu's arrival ruined her usual good mood. Fortunately, she didn't dwell on their affairs for long. Getting upset over unrelated people was self-torture. However, Yin Hongxian's arrogance was far more shameless than Xiaowu had imagined. That night, keywords like the arrogance of Xiangyang Star, "Don't go if you don't have money," or "You be kicked out" appeared on the StarNet and trended on social media. Clicking through, One sees Yin Hongxian pointing a camera at his own face and unleashing a torrent of abuse. He's accusing Xie Wu of arrogance, saying she was sent back as soon as she disembarked from the spaceship for refusing to cooperate with him. He's also criticizing Xie Wu's attitude as incredibly pathetic, nothing like the positive image portrayed online. Yin Hongxian is a small-time blogger on the Starnet, with hundreds of thousands of followers. He usually posts videos of himself eating seafood at the beach or treating his fans to seafood, and even announced that seafood from Pelim Star will never be sold to Xiangyang Star. Yin Hongxian has amassed a loyal following on the Starnet by treating a few fans to seafood feasts every month. When his videos are posted, his fans in the comments section all side with him, helping him to criticize Xie Wu. After seeing this video, Xie Wu opens her office software and creates a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet prominently displays the words blacklist. Below that, the line reads never allowed to enter Xiangyang Star. After completing this, the first line of the spreadsheet is Yin Hongxian's name, reason for banning entry, and polite. Then, a string of Su family members' names were added. Reason for banning entry, personal grudges. The form was completed. Xie Wu didn't release it as a video, but directly as text, posting it under her social media status. Less than a minute after her statement was posted, netizens noticed and started discussing it. The number of reposts instantly exceeded 100. Xie Wu didn't care what kind of discussion this blacklist would cause. The Su family was the first to boycott her. It's too late for her to boycott now. Really? She's constantly being boycotted by this and that, shouldn't it be her turn to boycott? Xie Wu's boycott didn't last long. Su Feng received the message. His fists clenched, his teeth practically grinding to powder. How dare she? She actually has the nerve to resist us. Dad, what's wrong? Suani, the second son of the Su family, walked into the office and saw his father's furious expression. Confused, he asked. What's wrong with me? Look at this. What's this? Su Feng threw the file into his arms. Suani opened the file and saw his family's names on the blacklist. He cursed, is Xie Wu crazy? We haven't bothered with her lately, and she's suddenly become so attention-seeking? Who cares about her damn planet? She really thinks she's something special just because she's connected to the Bai family. Next time I see her, I slap her. Suani cursed through gritted teeth. Looking up, he saw Su Feng's chest heaving with anger and tried to comfort him. Dad, she's just a clown. Why get so worked up over her? Aren't all our companies boycotting her right now? Her lousy planet is full of bugs. You don't really think she and the Bai family can actually achieve anything by joining forces, do you? Useless thing. Su Feng scolded, exasperated. I always tell you to help the company more, to associate with useful people, but all you do is hang out with a bunch of good-for-nothing friends. Do you really think Xie Wu is so arrogant now because she's climbed up to the Bai family? You know, Haiyang's top lawyer, Mu'er, is now her consultant lawyer? And 3 androids are building factories on her planet. And she's partnered with Bai Jingyu too. Is that planet teeming with bugs? That's all wealth. If we don't kill her, we'd be trampled underfoot sooner or later. She doesn't have much power yet, but she's already using a blacklist to annoy me. Can't you bunch of useless trash do anything? What have I done with all this money? After being scolded, Suani lowered his head and said defiantly, I know, as long as I get the chance to see Xie Wu again, I won't let her get away with it. So what if she's the planet's lord? Kill her, and she be nothing. Chapter 242. Yin Hongxian's video. Xie Wu's blacklist. This provided netizens with some juicy gossip tonight. Shortly after posting the blacklist, Xie Wu went about her own business, ignoring the commotion. Early the next morning, she arrived at the defense building. Lei Tu, Ling Han, and others had already led their soldiers out. They had spent the entire day making sachets yesterday, and after finishing them, they set off to try them out before dawn. Xie Wu wanted to go with them, but couldn't keep up with the main group, so she went home to attend to other matters. She hadn't walked far when she ran into Dole and Doku. Seeing them, Xie Wu asked in surprise, Good morning, both of you. I didn't expect to meet you at this time. Good morning, Miss Xie Wu. Our meeting isn't a coincidence. We specifically waited here according to your schedule. Dole's rational voice now contained a hint of anger. Xie Wu asked, Mr. Dor, did you need to see me? Yes, it's very important. Miss Xie Wu, I heard you thought of making sachets from pink pine blossoms for the soldiers to wear, to repel insects. Yes. Then could you please let us know next time you need to pick pink pine blossoms? We came home to find the pink pine trees almost bare of leaves. How heartbreaking that was. Doku said seriously. Dor nodded. Ms. Xie Wu, we planters have a special love for the plants we cultivate. You can pick the flowers, but next time please let us do it. Also, the soldier sachet making skills are so clumsy it's giving us a headache. Ms. Xie Wu, if you need sachets, perfumes, incense, etc., you can find Ms. Maureen, the perfumer on the mechanical planet. She can make anything related to fragrance, and her skills are superb. Everything she makes is of the highest quality. Hearing Dole's words, Xie Wu's eyes widened immediately. Are there perfumers among the androids who specialize in making perfumes and aromatherapy? Yes, we androids are numerous, but we have one specialist in each industry. I want her to make aromatherapy perfumes. Does she have time? Xie Wu asked. Doku said, yes, her main job is perfumery. She helps various perfume brands create fragrances and provides them with formulas. Her work is relatively relaxed. She needs various flowers for perfumery, so she grows some herself. Here's her contact number, you can talk to her in person. If she's unwilling, you can contact us, and we help her negotiate. Doku and Dole, unwilling to see their cultivated plants ruined again, were determined to bring Maureen to make sachets and perfumes for Xie Wu. Xie Wu smiled slightly. I contact her first. Thank you both. No need to thank me. Just don't ruin the pink pine trees we grow, Dole said seriously. After bidding them farewell, Xie Wu returned to her studio and researched information about the perfumer Maureen. Maureen, the android perfumer, was the most skilled perfumer of this century. Any perfume or aromatherapy product she created would sell out within 10 minutes of release, on the StarNet of course. And now, physical stores were also selling them at a rapid pace. Although Maureen was a perfumer, she was also an android, just like all androids. She also liked stones. However, unlike other androids, she had one more hobby: flowers. She loved all kinds of flowers. To own a sea of flowers, she bought a plot of land on the planet Grape, specifically for growing flowers. Grape is a desert planet, and the environment makes it difficult to grow a variety of flowers. Xie Wu saw in the latest comment on Maureen's social media that Maureen had given up on growing flowers on Grape, and was now looking to buy a plot of land suitable for growing hundreds of different kinds of flowers. She suggested contacting her if there were any vacancies. Many people commented below that they had plots of land for sale. Maureen's social media was filled with various items related to flowers, perfumes, and aromatherapy, as well as jade and emeralds. Maureen, who loved growing flowers, subconsciously also liked anything green. Seeing this, Xie Wu was immediately intrigued. She dialed the contact number given to her by Dore and Doku. The call was quickly answered, and a sweet, mechanical female voice sounded. Hello, this is Perfumer Maureen. How can I help you? Ms. Maureen, hello. This is Xie Wu from Xiangyang Star. I apologize for the sudden call. Miss Xie Wu? Are you really Miss Xie Wu? Xie Wu raised an eyebrow. Is she so famous now that even the AI knows about her? I am indeed Xie Wu. If you don't believe me, you can come to Xiangyang Star, and I will meet with you in person. Okay, I take my spaceship to find you right now. Please wait a moment, Ms. Maureen. She's coming right away, so decisive. Ms. Maureen, I'm going to Blue Star after 10 o'clock to attend the 60th anniversary celebration of By Family Medicine Pharmaceutical. If you're on Xiangyang Star, I can't personally receive you. Of course, if you don't mind my abruptness, I can have my diplomat receive you. However, before you come, could I explain why I called you? Ms. Xie Wu, did you call to tell me you have land you can sell to me? Mo Lin had been looking for new land to plant flowers, and all the calls she received from strangers were asking the same thing. However, the land offered by those calling was always too small, not what she was looking for. Mo Lin knew how vast the land was on Xiangyang Star. She had considered visiting Xie Wu in person to inquire, but she'd been too busy. So when Xie Wu called, she naturally assumed Xie Wu wanted to sell her land. Ms. Maureen, the land on Xiangyang Star is only for rent, not for sale. I simply want to transform Xiangyang Star into a beautiful planet, so I'd like to hire you to grow flowers on my planet. However, the reason I'm calling is to ask you to make me a floral perfume. Or even a sachet. Make you perfume? Ms. Xie Wu, I don't recall your planet having a perfume industry. This isn't a perfume for sale, Ms. Maureen. My planet has a plant called the pink pine tree, whose flowers have a fragrance that repels insects. I already tried making sachets with this flower, and the fragrance also repels insects. However, our technique isn't very refined, and the sachets we make are somewhat wasteful of raw materials, so I'd like to ask you to make them for us. Xie Wu explained the matter clearly. Maureen hesitated. The fragrances I create are meant to make people feel good. I never considered creating a fragrance that would repel anyone. Ms. Maureen, I heard you like emeralds. I have a fine emerald here. If you're willing to make sachets for my soldiers and plant flowers on my planet, I can give you this emerald. It's a raw stone, unprocessed. Chapter 243. Upon hearing the mention of the emerald, Maureen paused, remaining silent for about 4 seconds before speaking. My principle is not to make things that people dislike, but insects aren't people. Yes, Xiaowu echoed. Miss Xiaowu, you just said you hire me to grow flowers on your planet. Does that mean I'm responsible for the flowers I grow? Can I not allow anyone to pick my flowers without permission? Of course. Ms. Maureen, as long as it's a flower you grew, even if I pick it, I have to ask your permission first. Maureen was satisfied with Xiaowu's words. Miss Xiaowu, I didn't agree to your request because of the emerald. I just felt that your planet has a small population, few houses, but plenty of land, enough space for me to grow flowers. It's my ideal place, so I'm willing to accept your commission. I understand everything, Xiaowu replied understandingly. Maureen continued, Ms. Xiaowu, although you're going to Blue Star soon, I don't have any other plans, so I pack everything and head to Xiangyang Star in 3 hours. If you're not home, I hope you can tell your employees to allow my spaceship to land. Also, have you arranged accommodations for me? Ms. Maureen, don't worry, I arrange everything while I'm at the Bai family's 60th anniversary celebration on Blue Star. You can just come directly to Xiangyang Star. Okay. Then, see you tomorrow. Considering they couldn't meet today, Maureen changed the time to tomorrow. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. After hanging up with Maureen, Xiaowu took a piece of emerald rough from the shelf and went to the finance department. Yesterday, Tanling finished processing all the Orcs' Interstellar citizenship certificates, and today she finally had time to sit in her office and get back to her work. She hadn't been there for the past 2 days, although Winnie and Juliana had helped. However, Winnie and Juliana were newcomers, having just taken over the finances, and some oversights were inevitable. They had done some work on this. Tanlong was going to carefully check everything today. While she was checking, Xiaowu came to her office with a stone. Minister Tan, do you have some time? Tanling looked up from the mountain of documents. Your Majesty, I have time. What can I do for you? I just contacted an android named Maureen. She's a perfumer. Xiaowu explained to Tanling that the fragrance of pine sachets repelled insects, and why she had called Maureen. Maureen paid no attention to making sachets and incense on Xiangyang Star, nor did she care about planting flowers or talking about cold weather. She only focused on the use of the pink pine sachets. Your Majesty, she said, if the pink pine sachets have this use, then even without soldiers accompanying us, even children can freely leave the city to places with insects. Based on my experiments, that certainly works. However, for safety's sake, even with pink pine sachets, don't casually go to places with insects. What if the scent of the sachets fades and no longer works on insects? You're right, Xiaowu said. But it's a good thing that the pink pine sachets can solve many problems for the soldiers. Alright, Your Majesty, you can go to Blue Star to attend the Bai Family Pharmaceuticals anniversary celebration. I will treat Ms. Maureen well. Xiaowu nodded and placed the emerald rough on the table. After you see Ms. Maureen, give her this stone. Consider it my payment for hiring her. Wang, is this stone the reward you agreed upon? The top perfumer in the Haiyan Galaxy could be hired with just a stone, even though emeralds aren't expensive. But Maureen is renowned. I heard her fragrance formulas can sell for 50 million, and she personally makes perfumes, aromatherapy diffusers, and sachets only for those with a special connection. Even if this thing isn't expensive, its symbolic meaning is profound. So, Tanling doubts whether a single stone is truly enough. We discussed this stone on the phone. If Ms. Maureen has any other requests after she arrives, wait until I return. Okay. Tanling's work wasn't any easier than Xiaowu's. After handing over her work, she left. She went to the diplomatic building opposite the finance department. During this time, Xiangyang City was under construction. No matter how much greenery is planted during construction, there will always be a faint dust in the air. Therefore, a thin layer of dust would quickly accumulate around the buildings. Xiaowu ran around like this, the warm morning sun hanging low in the east. A fully charged cleaning robot automatically began cleaning every corner of the building. When Xiaowu arrived at the diplomatic building, the cleaning robots were already cleaning, with several females standing by to observe their progress. If they saw an area the robots couldn't reach, they would step in and clean it themselves. They saw Xiaowu enter and bowed respectfully. Xiaowu nodded slightly in response and went to Liang Xian's office. 2 orcs were standing in the office. Liang Yin was speaking to them while holding a document. Seeing Xie Wu enter, he put down the document and greeted her nervously. Your Majesty, what brings you here? The two orcs snapped out of their daze, and, seeing Xie Wu, bowed respectfully, addressing him as Your Majesty. Your Majesty, what is it? Liang Xian, who had been sitting in his chair, also stood up. Nothing serious, just informing you that Ms. Maureen, the AI from the mechanical planet, will be arriving on our planet in about 3 hours. Please grant her request to land. Your Majesty, such a small matter could have been handled with a phone call. There was no need for you to come in person, Liang Xian said. I just went to see Minister Tan. Your two buildings are close by, so I just happened to come over. By the way, are you aware of the blacklist I posted on the Starnet last night? The blacklist was something Xie Wu had created on a whim last night, and hadn't yet notified the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We saw it, Your Majesty. From now on, just tell us when you need to make a blacklist, and we do it. No way. Making a blacklist of people you hate is so satisfying. I won't let you steal that joy. By the way, I remember these two are Bai Xia and Pain. What are they doing here? Bai Xia and Pain were startled and looked at Xie Wu in surprise. They hadn't expected Xie Wu to remember their names. Bai Xia's rabbit ears twitched excitedly, and Pain's cat tail wagged happily. Bai Xia and Pain are quick-witted and eloquent. I thought they might become diplomatic talents, so I transferred them here for training. I was planning to ask you if I could hire them after they mastered some diplomatic skills. Why didn't Pain join the Defense Department? Xie Wu asked. Bai Xia is female, so it's understandable that she didn't join the Defense Department. But all the young male beastmen joined the Defense Department. Pain took a different path. Xie Wu was curious about his thoughts. Chapter 244. My lord, I am a half-orc. My beast transformation ability is weak, and my strength is even inferior to some females. My brother said that joining the Defense Department is enough for him, and he wants me to find other jobs in the city to help you. Pain was somewhat embarrassed. As a male orc, being unable to fully transform, unable even to conceal his beast ears and tail, was truly shameful. After Liang Su left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the workload has indeed increased considerably with only Minister Liang and Liang Yin remaining. You two should study hard. Also, since you put aside your other work to come here and learn, we can't not pay you. We pay you the internship salary, and if you perform well, you can be offered a permanent position and a labor contract. Bai Xia and Pain were startled again. Bai Xia quickly said, My lord, we can't help with anything right now, we're just learning. You don't need to pay us. That's right, my lord, we can't take a salary. Pain also hurriedly refused. Am I the king? Or are you the king? Am I the kind of king who likes to take advantage of beast men? Study hard. By the way, are there any females currently looking for work? My aviation building is short-staffed, the finance department is short-staffed, and the defense department's canteen is short-staffed. Anyone who wants to work, go apply. Don't be afraid you don't know how, you can learn as you go. There are currently many positions in Xiangyang City, but the beastmen, thinking of themselves as outsiders, dare not apply casually. Bai Xia and Pain were found by Liang Xian in class. Your Majesty, only a third of the employees who used to work at the aviation building are willing to come back. Xie Wu mentioned the aviation building, and Liang Xian remembered this. Xie Wu wasn't surprised. Why would someone who was doing well at work suddenly abandon their job and come back? After all, because the Starnet has many trolls who hate Xie Wu, they've been relentlessly smearing Xie Wu and Xiangyang Star. Those who want to return will be scared off by all the negative reviews of Xiangyang Star. Sure enough, there's no place in Xiangyang City that isn't short of people. Bai Xia, tell the females that if they have any jobs they like, they can apply. Okay. Bai Xia nodded obediently. Xie Wu looked her in pain over and said, Diplomats represent the face of Xiangyang Star. No matter what happens, you must show confidence and calm, understand? The war on Oak Star made Bai Xia and Pain look somewhat easy to bully. The two nodded obediently. I'm leaving for Blue Star in an hour, and I shouldn't be back until tonight. Minister Liang, call me if you need anything. Yes. Liang Xian nodded. After finishing her work here, Xie Wu checked the time and, without lingering, went home to pack her things for her trip to Blue Star. Back home, the housekeeping bear had already prepared breakfast. Host, the housekeeping bear has accumulated enough experience to be directly upgraded to the maximum level. Why haven't you leveled it up yet? Don't you want it to work faster? Don't you want it to cook more delicious dishes? What are you waiting for? Cough cough. The system voice suddenly ringing in her mind startled Xie Wu, causing her to choke on her milk. Li Xia quickly handed her a handkerchief. Master, are you alright? I'm fine. I just choked for a moment. Cough cough. It'd be fine in a bit. After catching her breath, Xia Wu quickly finished breakfast. Back in her room, she asked System, could you give me a warning before you speak next time? Host, are you really that timid? You get scared too easily. It's not a matter of being timid or not. It's just that I was concentrating on eating breakfast when you suddenly blurted out something, which startled me. Okay, my bad. But host, I really can't stand it anymore. Do you know that the housekeeping bear's experience has been maxed out for several days? Xia Wu sighed. I'm so busy every day, I don't have any extra time to look at anything in the system. Level up? Level up, level up, level up now. Xia Wu reluctantly opened the system. He immediately maxed out the housekeeping bear's level, and then allocated a few skill points. The accounting cat has also reached the highest level. Please allocate the extra skill points for it. The same goes for the surveillance eagle. Please also allocate the skill points that the subsystem, I want to be a big star, hasn't allocated yet. The system reminded Xia Wu to allocate points to all the maxed out skills he hadn't allocated yet. Finally, all of them were allocated. The system let out a long sigh. The red notification dot is gone. Thank goodness, my OCD is finally gone. Xia Wu, This system has OCD? Although Xia Wu has a system that can help her solve some problems, she's found that the system is completely useless in many things, so she hasn't paid much attention to it anymore. As a result, she doesn't even know that many things require skill points to reach max level, or how to enhance them. But ever since the system could speak, its OCD prevents any red notification dot from lighting up on the system. After all this fuss, Xia Wu realizes that the time to leave Xiangyang Star is getting closer. She finds a set of clothes made by Shiryu in the dressing room. This outfit, also a modified version of traditional Chinese style, is elegant yet dignified, perfect for crowded occasions. After changing, she applied simple makeup. She checked the time. Xia Wu went out to the aviation building. She arrived at the aviation building just as the spaceship sent by Bai Jingyu arrived. As promised by Bai Jingyu, 5 bodyguards disembarked from the spaceship and escorted Xia Wu to the aviation building in the northern part of Blue Star. The city was already brightly lit. The bodyguards took Xia Wu to a high-end bespoke dress shop, saying that Bai Jingyu had booked the entire shop for her, and she could choose any accessories and dress she wanted. She chose something she could take back to Xiangyang Star. Xia Wu didn't plan to change. Her outfit today was the best dress designed by Shiryu. The combination of black and gilded gold was elegant and luxurious, yet also refined. It was also a dress sold by the Star Network. She wore this outfit to the Bai family's anniversary celebration, showing everyone that a dress costing a few hundred yuan really wasn't bad. However, there was still over an hour before the banquet started. Xia Wu wasn't buying clothes, but she could observe the fashion trends for formal wear on Blue Star. Because these dresses were custom-made and wouldn't appear on the Star Network. Xia Wu looked at the accessories and the styles of the dresses, thinking, gathering some inspiration for Shiryu. She was carefully examining the dresses when suddenly a commotion came from outside the door. Isn't your store still open? Why won't you let us in? Mr. Su, I'm sorry, our store is booked out today. Please understand. There's another shop on the 3rd floor, you can buy dresses there. You're giving us the nerve? We spent so much money on VIP cards at your store, and you dare refuse us? How much did that guy pay to book your store? I give him double the money and make him get lost. Chapter 245. Xia Wu recognized the voice. She walked to the door and indeed saw Suani, the leader of 7 or 8 young men, confronting a waiter. Suani saw Xia Wu standing in the shop and immediately glared angrily. What's this guy doing in the shop? Didn't you say the shop was booked? The shop was booked by Mr. Bai Jingyou for Miss Xia Wu's use. The waiter, unable to bear it any longer, brought up Bai Jingyu's name. Brother Bai booked the shop for you? Why? Su Lulu stood beside Suani, looked up, her clear eyes filled with a hint of anger, staring directly at Xia Wu. Su Lulu's hostility towards you has reached 35. Xia Wu, ? Why? I'm just standing here, I haven't even said a word. Su Lulu's sudden hostility towards her left Xia Wu completely bewildered. Xia Wu, you're really something. One Bai Hun wasn't enough, you even managed to get on Bai Jingyu's good side. Aren't you smug? Bai Jingyu booked an entire shop for you, you can pick any dress you want. Suani sneered. Xia Wu smiled lightly. Mr. Su, did you choose the wrong name? My name is an E, but your mouth is anything but peaceful. Don't change the subject, Xia Wu, you shameless bastard. I thought you wouldn't be able to disgust us since you're on Xiangyang Star. But I underestimated you. You knew Lulu loved this shop's dresses, so you specially had Bai Jingyu book the whole place, didn't you? Suani cursed. Xiaowu gave him a cold look. Is the Su family so poor they can't afford to raise their only daughter? If you love your only daughter so much, why didn't you book her earlier? Miss, your shop is first come, first served. You don't change people because of money, right? My shop operates on integrity. We won't just replace staff with whoever has the most money. You two from the Su family, do you even remember our business principles because you like my shop so much? Why are you making things difficult for my employees? Cleanna's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look at her. These were all young men from high society, and they recognized Cleanna immediately. Suani, who had been so vocal earlier, instantly softened upon seeing Cleanna's arrival. Miss Cleanna, we're not making things difficult, we're just a little angry. Angry about what? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that this shop has been booked? Cleanna looked at Suani with disdain. So young, and already deaf? Suani's face flushed red, and then purple. He dared not say another word. Don't think that just because you're a VIP, you can yell at my employees in front of my shop. There's another shop on the 4th floor, and everyone says this space has been booked. You're still making things difficult for my staff. If you don't like my business strategy, you can withdraw from the VIP program. I can afford to cover the VIP fee. Saying this, Claire turned to Xiaowu, her brows furrowing slightly at what Xiaowu was wearing. Before I went across the street for coffee, I saw you enter my shop wearing this outfit. 20 minutes have passed, and you're still wearing it. Are you looking down on my formal wear? Miss Claire, I'm just embarrassed to accept this. Mr. Bai said all the purchases in your shop would be charged to him. We're just business partners. Being invited to the anniversary celebration is already an honor. How could I dare accept such an expensive gift? Besides, a single dress in your shop costs hundreds of thousands, and with accessories, it's over $1 million. I really can't accept it. Xiaowu dared not say, I have to wear this outfit for advertising. She was certain that Cleanna would be furious if she heard that. Do you lack that little bit of money? Does Jingyu lack that little bit of money? Miss Cleanna, it's not a matter of lacking money, it's that I'm too shy. You're shy? You're talking business with me before your company is even registered. My people told me you just registered a business license yesterday. Xiaowu smiled. Miss Cleanna, you really care about me. Don't change the subject. Go pick out a dress. Miss Cleanna, I suddenly remembered I have something urgent to attend to. I be going now. Seeing Cleanna's firmness, Xiaowu dared not linger any longer. Cleanna saw through her intentions and grabbed her shoulder. Since you don't want Jingyu's gift, then take mine. I pay for everything you buy in this store today. Miss Cleanna. Begging won't help. I never seen anyone give a gift like a robber, and receive it like a woman being robbed on the street. Cleanna had no intention of letting Xiaowu go. Xiaowu wanted to wear her clothes for advertising, and so did Cleanna. Xiaowu had millions of followers on Starnet. If someone could wear her clothes, be spotted, photographed, and posted on Starnet, wouldn't it be free advertising for her company? Cleanna had already noticed Xiaowu. From the moment Xiaowu stepped into the supermarket, many passers-by cast curious glances at her, and some even secretly filmed her. Cleanna didn't need to send anyone else to film her. Suani and the others watched Xiaowu being dragged into the store, their faces darkening considerably. When did Xiaowu get involved with Cleanna? Yeah, judging from how they were getting along just now, they seemed to be on pretty good terms. Xiaowu is amazing. She's on good terms with both the Bai and Brown families. She's destined for greatness. Alright, what's there to say? She's always been a scheming woman. You just wait. Once the Bai and Brown families find out her true colors, they definitely kick her to the curb. Lulu, let's go buy a dress somewhere else. Suani scolded his follower behind him unhappily, then tried to appease Su Lulu. Su Liolio's expression didn't improve. She said, although there's a Cleanna clothing store on the 4th floor, the clothes there are quite different from those on the 4th floor. The clothes and accessories in this store are the best, newest, and most expensive. Lulu, even old lady Cleanna won't let us in, there's nothing we can do, Suani whispered in Su Liolio's ear. He glanced at the saleswoman standing at the door, to make sure she hadn't heard before he dared to speak. Second brother, isn't our family the 7th richest on Blue Star? We clearly have a lot of money, but why do we feel like we're being controlled? Is it because we don't have enough money? Suani didn't dare say it aloud. A slight difference in ranking meant a huge difference in wealth. Cleanna was the 2nd richest, and even the 3rd richest had 10 trillion less than her, let alone their 7th ranked family. Lulu, We booked this entire shop tomorrow. You can buy whatever dress you want. Let them have it today. After all, it's Xia Wu's first time in such a high-end shop. Let's take pity on her and let her indulge herself this once. Chapter 246. Su Lulu glanced at Xia Wu, who was with Juliana in the shop, lowered her eyebrows slightly, and nodded obediently. Second brother, you're right. Xia Wu is pitiful. Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia, her biological parents, don't love her. To prevent me from having a hard life, they brought her back to Xiangyang Star. She must have suffered a lot since returning to Xiangyang Star. Let's let her off this time. During this period, Su Lulu had been following Li Ruyan around, constantly reminiscing about Xia Wu's past. Li Ruyan had always disliked Xia Wu. She had lost face because of Xia Wu at old Madame Bai's afternoon tea, and whenever she had a spare moment, she would complain about Xia Wu to Su Lulu. Su Lulu didn't know Xia Wu very well. Previously, she felt guilty towards Xia Wu, feeling that she had made Xia Wu suffer too much. However, from Li Ruyan's words, she learned that the Su family owed Xia Wu nothing, and there was no need to feel guilty. Furthermore, every time Su Lulu saw Xia Wu always acted arrogantly towards them, just like now, belittling the Su family to elevate her own status. Su Lulu now felt no guilt towards Xia Wu whatsoever. While helping Xia Wu choose a dress, Kriana glanced at Su and Yi and the others, who had already left, and gave a disdainful snort. Truly nouveau riche, utterly lacking in manners, not even a basic understanding of reason. Xia Wu, hearing her mutterings, turned her head in confusion. Miss Kriana, are you still angry about Su and Yi? How can I not be angry? I hate the Su family the most, but unfortunately, we run into each other all the time on Blue Star. Why? They made their fortune selling jade and gemstones. They were lucky, I guess, managing to get into the top 10 richest people on the list using stones. Because they had no foundation, after making money with gemstones, they lost money on everything they did. I cooperated with them once, losing 3.2 billion. Since then, I never cooperated with them again. Although things have improved somewhat since their eldest son took over the family business, the more I interact with the Su family, the more I dislike them. As she spoke, Kriana turned to Xia Wu and said, I initially thought I would dislike you too, after all, you were raised by that family. But after spending time with you, I realized they are far inferior to you. At least in my eyes, you have much more potential than them. That's right, Xia Wu replied proudly. I own an entire planet, and a considerable amount of gems. How could I not have far more potential than them, who only have a few shops? Little girl, you're not hiding anything now. Gao Hongji's auction house keeps showing up piles of rough gemstones. I asked around, but Gao Hongji absolutely refused to tell me who the owners are. He kept it so secret before. Why are you admitting it now? Xia Wu smiled. You all know my planet has rough gemstones, don't you? My little schemes are impossible to hide. Besides, my planet was attacked by space pirates before. Someone must have leaked this information to the pirates, otherwise they wouldn't have risked raiding a dirt-poor planet. Finally, revealing that my planet has a large amount of rough gemstones is how I caught you, the big fish. You're the first to describe me as a fish. But a genuine villain is easier to deal with than a hypocrite. Go change into this. Kriana pointed to the pink dress in front of her. The gown was a combination of white and pink. The white long skirt was adorned with floral and leaf patterns, while layers of pink tulle were layered at the waist, creating a distinct and layered effect, resembling stacked petals and leaves. Miss Kriana, pink doesn't suit me, does it? Xia Wu was still trying to find a way to refuse. Kriana saw through her thoughts. At your age, your face is full of collagen. Such a fair and delicate face, it would be a waste not to wear pink. Go change. Miss Kriana. Xia Wu, you don't really look down on my dress, do you? Fine, I go change right now. Kriana's moral blackmail was truly unsolvable. Refusing a dress worth hundreds of thousands offered to her was tantamount to slapping her in the face. Xia Wu had no choice but to wait for another opportunity to promote her dress. She changed into Kriana's dress. Kriana's dress truly lived up to its reputation as the finest gown. The fabric was comfortable and skin-friendly, and the cut perfectly showcased a woman's figure. Xia Wu emerged after changing. Kriana looked at Xia Wu, a smile involuntarily spreading across her face. What a beautiful girl. It was a shoulder-length dress. Xia Wu's collarbones and fair skin, which she had always hidden, were now beautifully displayed beneath the dress. The delicate layers of chiffon, the blend of pink and white, made Xia Wu look like a gentle fairy who had captured the essence of flowers. There are 30 minutes until the Bai family's anniversary celebration. Come over and change into these high heels and accessories. Lena, do her some light makeup. She's a pretty little girl. She looks good without much makeup. Kriana was very pleased with Xie Wu in her dress. She looked so beautiful she couldn't help but keep praising her. Miss Kriana, are you also attending the Bai family's anniversary celebration tonight? My relationship with the Bai family is quite good. They always invite me to their banquets. Then may I ask how long it takes to get from your shop to the banquet venue? About 25 minutes. But the actual start time of the banquet is always 30 minutes later than scheduled. Xie Wu shook her head. Punctuality is essential for banquets. Keeping promises is a quality every businessman should possess. Lend me some cosmetics. I do a quick makeover in the car. Girl, Lena is a makeup artist I hired at a high salary. Her makeup skills are excellent. Let her do your makeup beautifully. You shine at the banquet. Miss Kriana, my makeup skills aren't bad either. Since you're so confident, Lena, lend her your makeup case. Yes. Lena handed over the makeup case. Xie Wu took the makeup case and said, I return it to you later. I'm leaving now. Girl, if you're not going to do it here, where are you going to do it? Kriana followed her. Time was running out, so Xie Wu naturally did her makeup in the car. Kriana got into her car out of curiosity. Xie Wu didn't do much makeup with the makeup case. Instead, she simply changed her hairstyle. She put all her hair up, leaving only a wisp of hair at her temple, giving her an elegant yet gentle look. With a change in makeup and hair, Xie Wu gave off a completely different vibe. She even had time to change Kriana's makeup. The makeup was simple, yet it made Kriana look even more elegant and sophisticated. Seeing the makeup Xie Wu had done for her, Kriana didn't know whether to praise the young woman's excellent makeup skills or send Lena to further training. Chapter 247. Looking at herself in the mirror, she noticed the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. A hint of sadness suddenly appeared in Kriana's blue eyes. I once thought, if I had a daughter, we could do each other's makeup, she could do my makeup, and I could choose dresses for her. If I could really do that, it would definitely be the most beautiful memory of my life. Unfortunately, I gave birth to a disappointing son. Kriana looked up at Xie Wu. My husband was killed by a competitor. That year, my clothing business was booming, getting better and better. A competitor who made dresses with the same concept as me went bankrupt and faced huge compensation because of my rise. In despair, he came to me with a knife. The moment my husband saw him pull out the knife, he stood in front of me. When Larkin was born, this guy even cried, saying why wasn't it a girl? I comforted him then, saying we would have a daughter. Because of her husband's death, memories long forgotten were brought back by Xie Wu's act of doing her makeup. However, unfulfilled wishes, spoken aloud, no longer bring tears. The tears had long since dried, when burying her beloved. Now, mentioning it again only brings a lump to her throat, a choking pain. Xie Wu, you and I are somewhat similar. When I started my business, I also suffered many grievances and resentments, but I never gave up and made it to where I am today step by step. Since I learned about you and met you, I see my past self in you. But the difference is, I wasn't as young and cunning as you when I started my business. However, I believe you will succeed and surpass me. After all, you own a planet. Kriana's tone softened considerably, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Xie Wu also smiled slightly. Miss Kriana, I guarantee that if you do business with me, your assets will definitely be more than they are now. Alright, I talked myself hoarse and only gotten 70% of what I wanted. Besides, how long can I last? My good-for-nothing son, just like his father, loves cooking and baking every day, constantly clamoring to open a restaurant. Sometimes I'm happy that he shares the same hobby as his father, and sometimes I worry that no one will take over my business. Just last time, I handed it over to the deputy general manager for a while, and he caused trouble by resisting you. The key thing is, when I dug deeper, the guy had embezzled a lot of money, which infuriated me. Once she started talking, Kriana had endless grievances to pour out. One person managing a company, and the company has tens of thousands of employees. With so many people, there are bound to be all sorts of scoundrels among them. Kriana poured out her tales of the oddballs and traitors she encountered at the company to Xie Wu, who listened quietly. Soon, the car arrived at its destination. After getting out of the car, Kriana, still wanting more, said, Xie Wu, how about we have afternoon tea sometime? Sure. Really? Having afternoon tea with me means I'd be listening to my endless nagging. How can that be called nagging? Miss Kriana, you're older than me, and you made far more mistakes than I have. Listening to you will help me avoid some pitfalls. Hearing Xie Wu's playful remark, Kriana smiled slightly. You silly girl, When you need to be sweet-talking, you really are. I really hope that next time I need to discuss a collaboration with you, you make me smile after hearing your words. Next time for sure, Xiaowu said decisively. Klana wasn't entirely convinced by her promise of next time, and raised her arm. Come in with me. Okay. Xiaowu took her arm. From behind, they looked like a mother and daughter with a very good relationship. The Bai family's anniversary celebration was still being held at the Imperial Palace. The doorman, seeing their arrival, didn't even need to look at their invitations, and simply gestured for them to enter. The banquet was still a few minutes away from starting. In the banquet hall, the waiters were busily doing their final work. They arranged all the food, chairs, and other amenities. A cleaning robot was also checking the floor for any remaining dust. Xiaowu and Klana were among the first guests to arrive. The waiters invited them to rest on a sofa for a moment, then brought them drinks and fruit, careful not to neglect them. Not long after, Bai Heng, dressed in a suit and tie, arrived hurriedly after being notified by a waiter. Ankrianana, Xiaowu, why are you here so early? Bai Heng asked, slightly out of breath from his hurried journey. I told Xiaowu, but she said punctuality is a quality a businessman should have, and dragged me here first. This is the first time I ever arrived so early for someone else's banquet. Miss Kriyanana, don't be so self-righteous about being late all the time, Xiaowu retorted. Kriyanana raised an eyebrow. You're just too unfamiliar with the etiquette at Blue Star banquets. So, little girl, thank you for accompanying me. Otherwise, if you had arrived first, you would have been waiting here alone for about 20 minutes. Yes, I really should thank you. Kriana nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Bai Heng, listening to the back-and-forth conversation between the two, didn't think much of it and asked, Aunt Kriana, when did you and Xiaowu become so close? After being tricked by her, Bai Heng, I heard she's partnered with a tourism development project. How are the profits split? Bai Heng glanced at Xiaowu, his eyes asking, Can I say that? How profits are split might seem like a casual remark, but it's actually a trade secret. Kriana, seeing their exchange, said, I didn't ask for too much detail, and I don't want to say. Xiaowu, you wouldn't be taking the lion's share, would you? Miss Kriana, do I look like someone who would be taken advantage of? Of course I take the lion's share. I gave away land from 2 mountains on Xiangyang Star, and I even hired the designer for the tourist area's design. He's just responsible for investing money. How could he possibly take the lion's share? Xiaowu said confidently. Bai Heng scoffed, What do you mean I'm only responsible for investing money? Didn't I hire the construction team for the tourist area? Wasn't it my travel agency that promoted it? And I'm only getting a small share? I feel like I've been ripped off. Upon hearing that Bai Heng was also only getting a small share, Claire smiled reassuringly. As long as the small share isn't too outrageous, and the project with Xiaowu can make money, that's fine. She comforted him. Is Aunt Bai coming tonight? Claire changed the subject. Bai Heng shook his head. A new batch of gemstone jewelry is finished tonight. Grandma's waiting at home. She won't be coming. Claire smiled. Aunt Bai still loves gemstones so much, it's something she would do. But if Grandma knew Xiaowu was coming to the anniversary celebration tonight, she'd probably scold me for not telling her. Chapter 248. Bai Jingyu's voice suddenly rang out. The three of them turned around simultaneously. Brother, are you done with your work over there? Yeah, it wasn't anything big. Bai Jingyu glanced at the dress Xiaowu was wearing and said, Aunt Kriana, I remember you and the designer designed this dress together. Didn't you say you wouldn't sell it for a fortune? Xiaowu paused, looking at the dress she was wearing. I wouldn't sell it for a fortune, but I can give it away. Kriana looked at Xiaowu. I haven't been involved in fashion design for so many years, so of course, the clothes I make should be worn by the people I want them to wear. This little girl looks exactly like me in it. Aunt Kriana, I can't let you spend the money. I reimburse Xiaowu for what she wore today. Just send the bill to my office, Bai Jingyu said. Kriana looked up. Jingyu, Xiaowu didn't accept your offer. She didn't pick out any clothes or accessories at my shop. This outfit she's wearing is something I begged her to wear. I went to great lengths to get her to wear it, so why should you pay for it? Can't you let this old aunt steal my credit? Aunt Kriana. Bai Jingyu didn't know what to say. Xiaowu was also exasperated. Miss Kriana, if you had said you helped design this dress, I definitely wouldn't have refused to wear it. Fine, it's the same whether you say it or not. If I had, you would definitely say, this won't do, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. As if knowing what Xiaowu was thinking, Kriana anticipated her thoughts. But Xiaowu would indeed refuse. A dress that Kriana helped design. This dress must cost at least $1 million, right? So, the gift I was going to give was also rejected by Xiaowu like this? That's right. She said my dress was too expensive, and she felt bad for making you spend so much. So she just came to look around and didn't pick anything out, Claire said. I'm just here for the anniversary banquet. I feel really bad about eating and taking things, so I feel bad seeing you all spending so much for me, Xiaowu said. Xiaowu, don't hold back when taking things from wealthy people like us. We don't need a penny, Claire said generously. Xiaowu didn't reply. Heaven knows, she just wanted to wear Shiryu's dress for advertising. It wasn't that she was shy or embarrassed. Fortunately, the banquet was about to begin. Before they could chat for long, guests started arriving. As the host of the banquet, Bai Jingyu had to attend to the other guests. Bai Tsuan and other elders of the Bai family also arrived one after another. Seeing Xiaowu and Kriana, they sat down and chatted about recent work arrangements and the company's development plans. Among this group of elders, Xiaowu and Bai Heng, the two younger members, appeared exceptionally well-behaved and sensible, not daring to interrupt, quietly observing the conversation. More and more people arrived in the spacious banquet hall. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Bai Jingyu went on stage and gave a 5-minute speech. Afterwards, he invited the guests to enjoy the evening's banquet. The banquet hall's band was already prepared. They began playing beautiful and melodious music. Bai Jingyu came to their side, and Bai Tsuan was very satisfied with his performance that evening, looking at the young people and saying, "You young people shouldn't just sit here, go dance. Enjoy the privilege of us middle-aged people." "Yes, Xiaowu, why don't you dance with Jingyu?" Larkin encouraged from the side. Bai Jingyu's gaze fell on Xiaowu, and he politely extended his hand. "Xiaowu, would you like to dance with me?" "Me? I can't dance." "It's very simple. I can teach you as we dance." "Go ahead, Jingyu is the star of the day. It would be embarrassing to be rejected after being invited to dance." Larkin continued to egg him on. Xiaowu had no choice. Larkin and Kriana were truly mother and son, always playing the moral blackmail game. "Mr. Bai, please forgive me if I step on your foot later." "It's all right." The two walked onto the dance floor together, and their pairing quickly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone here knew that the Bai family matriarch was currently eager for Bai Jingyu to find a wife, and dancing with Bai Jingyu was like some kind of signal. Kriana watched Xiaowu and Bai Jingyu dancing together, rolling her eyes at her son. "Do you really enjoy being a matchmaker? You can't even find a wife yourself, yet you're trying to set others up?" "Mom, don't worry, you find a wife." "Lagan, you haven't understood your mother's meaning. She wants you to find a wife like Xiaowu," Bai Tsuan said. Lagan quickly shook his head. "No way, I'm not good enough for her." "You know you're not good enough for her. I don't expect you to find a wife like Xiaowu, just someone with good values." "Okay, I definitely try my best." Kriana wasn't sure if Larkin was serious or not. She didn't want to care about her son anymore. When Su Lulu and Su Annie arrived at the banquet, it had already begun. The band's music started. The dance floor was bustling with guests. Why did it open so early? "Lulu, let's find where Big Brother and the others are." Su Jiu and Su Feng had set off earlier, while the two siblings had arrived late to buy Su Lulu a new dress. Soon, the siblings found Su Jiu in a corner. Su Jiu held a glass of red wine, his gaze fixed intently on the dancers on the dance floor. His face was gloomy. It was obvious he was in a bad mood. Su Annie was a little afraid of his older brother, especially when he was angry. He felt that his older brother was the most terrifying person in the family. "Lulu, you go to Big Brother's side first, I go find some food." "Okay." Su Lulu, oblivious to Su Annie's escape, walked happily to Su Jiu's side, calling out excitedly, "Big Brother, we're here." Su Jiu was patted on the shoulder, and turned to look at Su Lulu. Only then did Su Lulu realize how terrifying Su Jiu's expression was, like a venomous snake about to devour its prey. But quickly, Su Jiu concealed the malice in his eyes. "You're here, Lulu. You look beautiful tonight." Hearing Su Jiu's familiar and gentle voice, Su Lulu breathed a sigh of relief, wondering if she had been imagining things or misreading him. "Thank you, Big Brother." "Big Brother, what were you looking at just now?" As she spoke, Su Lulu turned her head to look at the dance floor. Seeing Xiaowu and Bai Jingyu dancing hand in hand, her body seemed to be electrocuted, freezing on the spot. She stared blankly at Bai Jingyu, the slight upturn of his lips, and the tenderness in his eyes, her fists clenching silently. Su Jiu lowered his gaze, took a sip of red wine, and seeing the shock and slight anger in Su Liuyo's eyes, he curled his lips into a smile. "Lulu, why are you so late?" If you had arrived earlier, the first dance of the banquet would have been between you and Jingyu. Unfortunately, Xiaowu arrived earlier than you, and she snatched the opportunity to dance the first dance with Jingyu. Chapter 249. Her clenched fists made the veins on the back of her hands bulge. Su Lulu struggled to suppress the anger in her heart. Although Su Jiyu's words made her even angrier, she remembered Li Rian's advice. In front of outsiders, one should not show their anger and hardship. Any negative emotions, in the eyes of others, could become fodder for gossip and ridicule. It's just dancing. Whether it's the first or the last, as long as I can dance once, that's enough. She forced a faint smile as she looked at Su Jiyu. Su Jiyu smiled. Lulu, have you ever owned a dog? A dog? No. Su Lulu shook her head. I don't like cats and dogs. During shedding season, they get fur everywhere, and their fur might harbor insects or something. Just thinking about getting covered in fur and all sorts of bacteria from contact with them makes me hate it. That's a bit of a shame, Lulu. You don't know how interesting it is to own a dog. Su Jiyu looked up, his gaze falling on Xie Wu, and continued, I used to have a dog. To make her obedient and completely devoted to me, I put in a lot of effort and patience. I turned her into a dog loyal only to me. Seeing her cry and whine pitifully, wanting to be with me, gave me a great sense of satisfaction. Unfortunately, after a while, I got tired of her. So I abandoned her. I thought she would die out there without my care, but she was stronger than I expected. Not only did she survive, she's thriving, living a life quite different from the dog I knew. Now that dog has found a new owner, Lulu, what do you think? Should I bring her back to tame her, or just kill her? Su Jiyu turned his head, his expression gentle as he looked at Su Lulu. Su Lulu didn't understand what he meant, her mouth agape in shock. After a few seconds of Su Jiyu's gaze fixed on her, she finally reacted, Big brother, didn't you throw the dog away because you got tired of it? Yes, but even if I abandon my dog, it should wag its tail and beg me to take it home when it sees me again. I don't want it to look like it wants to bite me, wagging its tail and acting cute in front of others. Big brother, if your dog has found a new owner and bites you again, wouldn't it be better to kill it? I heard that a dog that bites can't change its biting habit. Su Lulu said seriously. Su Jiyu turned to look at her, his smile deepening. Lulu, as expected, you truly are a child of the Su family. But she's still my dog, and I have feelings for her. So, I'm thinking about how to win her back and tame her again. I also want to know, is taming an abandoned dog easy or difficult? Big brother, Lulu, I'm here. Seeing the smile on Su Jiyu's face, Suani pretended to get a drink and came over. Lulu, here's your juice. Big brother, what were you talking about? You seem to be having a good time. Big brother was telling me about a dog he used to have. A dog? Suani looked up at Su Jiyu in confusion. Thinking, when did Big brother ever have a dog? While the three chatted, the band stopped playing. The music ended, signifying the end of the first dance. Bai Jingyu reluctantly released Xie Wu's hand. Xiaowu, you still say you can't dance? It's because the steps are simple. Actually, it was due to the skill given by the subsystem. I want to be a big star. Her dancing had reached the highest level. Just a glance at someone else's steps, and without thinking, her body naturally moved to the music. Let's take a break and give this space to others. The band started playing again, this time with different music. Guests who wanted to dance had already taken their companions' hands and entered the dance floor. Xie Wu nodded and walked out of the dance floor with Bai Jingyu. Just as they reached the edge of the dance floor, Su Lulu, wearing a bright yellow dress, walked up. She looked timidly at Bai Jingyu and called out, Brother Bai, may I dance with you? Jingyu, my Lulu has been waiting anxiously for you to finish your dance. You wouldn't refuse her invitation, would you? Su Jiyu stood behind Su Lulu, smiling as he asked Bai Jingyu. Su Lulu felt a surge of joy upon hearing Su Jiyu speak up for her. Bai Jingyu glanced at Su Lulu, then at Su Jiyu, and smiled politely. Sorry, Lulu, maybe next time. I just finished dancing, and I'm a little tired. I like to rest for a while. Su Lulu froze, as if she'd been electrocuted. Brother Jingyu, your stamina is terrible. You're exhausted after just one dance. Will you be able to handle it when you get married? Seeing Bai Jingyu refuse Su Lilyo's invitation, Suani almost swore. However, his words weren't exactly pleasant. Bai Jingyu's composed expression showed no sign of anger. He said, Lulu, you have two brothers who love you so much. They happen to be without female companions, so why don't you have them dance with you? Besides, there are many young, handsome, and wealthy men attending the anniversary celebration today, you can dance with them. Brother Jingyu, our two families have always had a good relationship. Your refusal like this doesn't mean you're starting to look down on the Su family, does it? Suani continued to retort. Bai Jingyu's good manners didn't faze him. He explained, I really don't have time today. I'm in charge of today's anniversary celebration. I need to greet guests and prepare for the subsequent lucky draw. Lulu, we can dance another time. Second brother Bai really doesn't have time. Let's talk about it next time. Brother Bai, you go ahead and do your work. Su Lulu tugged at Suani's arm, signaling him to stop talking. Suani gave a soft snort and remained silent. Bai Jingyu nodded to Su Lulu before leaving. After a few steps, he heard Suani mutter disdainfully behind him, just looking down on us, what excuses? Bai Jingyu didn't react much, glancing down at Xia Wu. Shall Wu want to go for a drink? I'm going to find Miss Kriana. Mr. Bai, since you have so many things to do, please go ahead. Bai Jingyu smiled gently. Alright, since Xiao Wu asked me to go, then I go. If you need anything, just ask the waiter. I hope you have a good time at this banquet tonight. Xia Wu nodded. She turned to look at the three Su siblings. Their eyes met hers. Su Lulu had a forced, awkward smile. Su Xiyu had a polite, calm smile. But Suani's eyes were filled with anger. Chapter 250. Warning. Suani's hostility towards you has reached 68. He's only one step away from wanting to kill you. The system informed Xia Wu with a clear and calm demeanor. Xia Wu smiled and returned to Kriana's side. Kriana and Bai Chuan, these two business tycoons, were sitting there. Other businessmen, who wanted to cultivate relationships with them, had also gathered around. The rest area, which originally had enough seats for 12, was now full, with many others standing. Suya, sitting next to Kriana, saw Xia Wu and waved happily at her. Xia Wu waved back and stood by a pillar. A waiter brought juice and wine to Xia Wu, asking if she would like something to drink. Xia Wu didn't stand on ceremony, picked up a glass of juice and took a sip. Suya and Xia Wu hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seeing Xia Wu arrive, she couldn't sit still any longer. She apologized to Kriana and got up to walk towards Xia Wu. Kriana noticed Xia Wu's arrival and got up to leave the encirclement. Xia Wu watched the two of them approach and sighed softly. Sometimes being too charming isn't a good thing. Just then, Xia Wu noticed a waiter standing behind Kriana, with a metal object hidden under his tray. Xia Wu glanced at the other waiters, and found that only this waiter had a metal object with an obscured face under his tray. Intuition told Xia Wu that something was wrong with this guy. Xiao Wu. Mrs. Gao, let's talk later, I have something urgent. Suya didn't finish speaking before Xia Wu walked past her. What urgent matter does this girl have? She's ignoring us? Kriana looked at Xia Wu's back in confusion. Xia Wu followed the waiter to the lounge area where Kriana had just arrived. The waiter, unaware that Xia Wu had seen through his intentions, instantly transformed a small metal object hidden under his tray into a sharp dagger the moment he approached Bai Xuan. With lightning speed, he threw the tray away. As the juice and wine on the tray fell to the ground, the people in the lounge were still wondering what was happening when a flash of cold light shot straight towards Bai Xuan. But just as the light was centimeters away from Bai Xuan, the assailant was suddenly pulled back several steps by a force. The assailant looked up sharply, wondering who had such strength to pull him back. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was Xia Wu, who was a head shorter than him. He was somewhat puzzled as to how Xia Wu's slender arm had managed to grab him. But before he could react, Xia Wu snatched the tray from the waiter beside him, and smashed all the juice and wine on it at him in one swift motion. The other party was a professional assassin. He dodged immediately. But the next second, Xia Wu swung the tray and slammed it into his face. The excruciating pain made his vision go black. He quickly regained his composure. Xia Wu had ruined his plans. At this moment, all he wanted was revenge on Xia Wu. He brandished his iron dagger and lunged at her. But Xia Wu's movements were far more agile than he had anticipated. His gaze shifted downwards, and he stepped on Xia Wu's skirt. Xia Wu glanced at the skirt, and without hesitation, tore it open, instantly ripping off a piece of fabric from her waist as well. This is $1 million dress. Xia Wu murmured, heartbroken. Her momentary lapse in concentration hadn't put her in mortal danger. During the brief confrontation with the assailant, her bodyguards realized his presence and quickly surrounded him. Many of the bodyguards hired by the Bai family were retired soldiers from the Interstellar Alliance army. They even had a dedicated bodyguard training department to ensure their combat capabilities rivaled those of special forces. The assailant, surrounded by the burly bodyguards, and knowing there was no escape, pointed a dagger at his own neck. Just as the dagger pierced his throat, he shouted, "For the Lord God!" Ah! The bloody scene caused the more timid guests to scream. Many people turned pale, and quickly moved away, keeping their distance from the flow of blood. What happened? Ah Hung, call the police! Bai Jingyu strode over and, seeing the blood on the ground, immediately told Bai Hung to call the police. His gaze fell on Xia Wu. Seeing a large tear in the waist of Xia Wu's dress, he immediately took off his suit jacket and used it to tie the tear. Thank you. What happened? Bai Jingyu looked at Xia Wu with worry and anxiety. Yes. This man tried to kill me. He suddenly pulled a dagger at me, but Xia Wu pulled him away. If it weren't for Xia Wu. Bai Xiwen walked over. In all his years, this was the first time he had been so close to death. I saw a strange iron object under this waiter's tray, and then I looked at the other waiters, and saw that they didn't have it under their trays, so I followed him. How did you manage to pull such a big person away? Bai Hung exclaimed in surprise and curiosity. Xia Wu smiled. My planet is full of bugs. If I don't develop some self-defense skills, am I just waiting to be eaten by them? It's good that you're alright. Dad, Uncle, are you all alright? It's nothing, but what were the security guards doing? How could they let someone like that in? Bai Xiwen yelled at the bodyguards. They were business people, and they were seated in the first seat. There were bound to be some people below who resented them. That's why the Bai family had a dedicated bodyguard department. The bodyguards, silenced by the outburst, kept their heads down. Bai Jingyu, seeing the terrified crowd, said, "Please move to the banquet hall on the 4th floor. We talk after the police arrive." It was hard to guarantee there weren't any more assassins. The best solution Bai Jingyu could think of was to calm everyone down first. Wait! Jingyu, call an ambulance. My mother has fainted. Larkin shouted. Everyone looked at him. Klana had collapsed into his arms. What happened to Aunt Klana? Bai Jingyu rushed over to ask. Larkin was both anxious and angry. My dad was stabbed to death in the crowd. Ever since then, my mom has fainted from fear at the sight of a knife. What happened just now? Larkin's throat tightened. He had always thought of his mother as a strong and invincible woman. But today, he suddenly realized. His mother wasn't actually that strong. She also had fears, and she could faint from excessive fear. Family doctor, come here. Bai Jingyu called out towards the distance, reassuring Larkin, I arrange a car to take Aunt Kriana to the hospital right away. Larkin nodded, his eyes red and swollen as he looked anxiously at his mother. No one expected that something bad would happen to the Bai family again. Last time, because it was stopped in time, it didn't affect the continuation of the birthday banquet. But this time, someone had died. The banquet could no longer continue. While waiting for the police to arrive, the group was arranged to stay on the 4th floor. Chapter 251. The bloody scene left the group deeply disturbed. To prevent further shock to the guests, all the waiters were replaced with robots. Even so, the guests only dared to stand with familiar faces, avoiding anyone they barely knew. Who could have imagined that someone would dare attack Bai Xiwen at the banquet? Bai Xiwen sat on the sofa in his room, his expression dark as he watched the staff beside him reviewing security footage and checking the killer's information. Bai Xiwen remained silent. The room was deathly still. Xia Wu was assigned to a room with him. Shortly after, a waiter entered, handing Xia Wu a new set of clothes. Xia Wu went to the restroom to change out of his old clothes, folding them neatly. This outfit was the culmination of Kriana and the designer's hard work. Xia Wu even retrieved the torn parts. Back on Xiangyang Star, he had sure you sew the clothes back on. After changing his clothes, Bai Xiwen came out and, while reviewing the surveillance footage, the staff member checking the record said, "We found it. Tonight's perpetrator's name is Manon Jack. He used to be an orphan at the Sunshine Children's Welfare Home, which is sponsored by our company. According to the records, he left the Sunshine Children's Welfare Home at the age of 18 and worked at a restaurant. After that, there was no trace of him in society." Hearing this news, Bai Xiwen frowned and said unhappily, "An orphanage sponsored and supported by our company, and the orphans they support, actually came to kill me? Why? Did we not give them enough money? I remember that the money I invested in the Sunshine Children's Welfare Home every year was enough to make them the best orphanage on earth." Bai Xiwen was truly enraged. The orphan he raised with his own money grew up to try and assassinate him. "Dad, this guy is just an exception. Many of our employees came from orphanages, and have made us a lot of money. This guy never worked for our company, and he wasn't active in society for a while. He might have been corrupted by someone," Bai Hung said. Bai Tsuyin clenched his fists in anger. His skills don't seem like he learned from some random people. He's obviously a professional. This guy, instead of being active in society or working, spent his time learning assassination techniques. Uncle One, I think he doesn't just want to kill you, he wants to kill everyone in the Bai family, Xia Wu hypothetically asked. Bai Tsuyin was stunned, looking at her in surprise. Xiao Wu, what did you say? He wants to kill everyone in the Bai family. He shouted something before he died. Xia Wu looked at Bai Heng. Bai Heng was startled, suddenly realizing, for the sake of the main god, that guy has a religion? Religion? Bai Tsuyin lowered his gaze, and thought for a moment. Our family also has some beliefs in those things, so we always respected and never offended religions. We never done anything disrespectful to them. Why would that guy kill me for some main god? What have I done? Bai Tsuyin racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. When exactly had he offended a religion? Your matter might be related to me, Xia Wu said. Bai Tsuyin frowned even more deeply. How is it related to you? Uncle One, could you ask the others in the room to leave? I want to explain this to you properly. You all go outside and wait. Bai Tsuyin dismissed the bodyguards and staff. The staff member breathed a sigh of relief. Once only the three of them remained in the room, Xia Wu took the computer the staff member had been investigating. The Bai family's intelligence department was truly formidable. In that short time, they had already retrieved some of the killer's past information. And in some of the photos, Xia Wu saw the Tomorrow Society symbol. Bai Heng, didn't I ask you to investigate the Tomorrow Society before? Does this look familiar? Bai Heng looked at the photo, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The Tomorrow Society symbol. This guy follows the Tomorrow Society? He wouldn't make these gestures or wear these ornaments if he didn't follow them. The Tomorrow Society, I heard of that religion, Bai Tsuyin said. What's the connection between this and that religion? Dad, we explain later. Where did you learn about this religion? A classmate of mine from junior high school, after taking over the family business, once at a banquet. When I met him, he was just a poor boy. After learning he was worth over 100 million, I asked him how he made his money. He said he joined a religion called the Tomorrow Society. He explained that while the name sounded like a religion, it was actually a merchant group. Many merchants gather in this religion, and the rich help the poor get rich. He's very loyal to the Tomorrow Society, saying that if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have tasted the sweetness of sudden wealth, and he even said things like he could sit and rise with me. Uncle One, where is your friend now? Did he come to today's banquet? Xia Wu asked anxiously. Bai Tsuyin sighed heavily. He's dead. He was rich for less than a year before he died in a car accident. Alas. But what does this have to do with the Tomorrow Society? Informed by a friend, Bai Tsuyin felt that Tomorrow Society was a good religion. Xia Wu showed Bai Tsuyin and Bai Heng the information he had gathered and told them that Tomorrow Society was targeting him. As Xia Wu listed more and more information, Bai Tsuyin's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Xia Wu incredulously. Your planet has actually experienced so many things? Yes, many disasters. Before, I didn't understand who was so powerful as to deceive my parents, saying that Xiangyang Star had no mineral resources, and then dumping toxic waste on them, killing them. At first, I thought it was a conspiracy by some rich person trying to seize my planet. After Xiangyang Star was boycotted globally, I wondered if it was the power of online rumors or everyone's hatred towards the orcs that caused this situation. I hadn't suspected the Tomorrow Society until my weapon purchase application was rejected, and the mark appeared in the homes of those who had harmed me. Only then did I realize that the real culprit behind Xiangyang Star's destruction was the Tomorrow Society, a religious group. Just a religious group? How could they do so much? Bai Heng asked, puzzled. Bai Tsuyin shook his head. It's not unheard of. On our blue star, there's a country with only a little over 2 million people that's governed by religion. Their king is the Pope. Since such a country exists, it's not surprising that other religions want to emulate it. Besides, the Tomorrow Society seems to have existed for a long time. I heard of it since I was young. But our Bai family shouldn't have offended the Tomorrow Society. You haven't offended them, but the Bai family has a partnership with me, Xia Wu said. Bai Tsuyin's eyes widened suddenly, as if he understood something. The Tomorrow Society wants to prevent anyone from cooperating with your planet. If your planet doesn't have partners, money comes slowly, and everything could come to a standstill, or progress be very slow. Chapter 252. Xia Wu nodded slightly. I guess that's how it is. He wants to seize your planet, so why is he causing trouble for us? Wouldn't it be better to kill you? Bai Heng asked, puzzled. Xia Wu said, Oka Star is a place of constant war. The planet's rulers have died and been replaced, only to die again. Besides the orcs, who dares to claim the title of Oka Star's ruler? The same applies to Xiangyang Star. There are still native inhabitants here. If I die, others can become the new rulers of Xiangyang Star. Even if they kill me, they won't get Xiangyang Star. Xiangyang Star experienced a visit from interstellar pirates once, and those pirates couldn't do anything to us. If they come again, they'd just be utterly defeated. If force doesn't work, we try other methods, like how to burden me with huge debts, forcing me to cede territory and pay reparations. But by cooperating with the Bai family, you can provide me with funds and connections, preventing them from achieving their goal of shorting Xiangyang Star. The Bai family is different from me. If I die, Xiangyang Star will have a new ruler. But if the Bai family runs into trouble and no one manages their business, they might be divided up by shareholders or acquired by other companies. So dealing with you is easier than dealing with me, isn't it? Xia Wu voiced his suspicions. If the perpetrator hadn't shouted for the Lord God before dying, Xia Wu would have assumed the attacker might simply have hated the Bai family. But the fact that he shouted those words changed the meaning. She had previously revealed the Tomorrow Society to Bai Heng, who knew nothing about it. In other words, the Tomorrow Society had never considered attacking the Bai family in all these years. The sudden attack on the Bai family suggests that this matter might be related to Xiangyang Star. The Bai family is currently one of Xiangyang Star's largest partners. If something happens to the Bai family, their signed contracts might fall through. If the contracts fall through, ongoing projects might be forced to halt due to lack of funding. This would be the most dire situation. Hundreds of millions would have been invested upfront, only for the projects to fail to be completed and fail to generate profits. The entire investment would be wasted. Xia Wu didn't want this to happen, and he no longer concealed the Tomorrow Society's involvement from Bai Wen and the others. The Tomorrow Society's desire to target the Bai family also meant that they could become allies. After listening to Xia Wu's analysis, Bai Wen clenched his fists. These guys are incredibly audacious. They're just a small religious group, yet they dare to plot against us. Uncle One, they're not small. Qiuji, who framed my parents, had billions of dollars disappear into the black market before his death. This strongly suggests they're using similar methods to amass wealth. Xia Wu frowned seriously. I think their method is likely to first support small business owners to make big money. Once they made a fortune, they have them channel the money into their own pockets through some unknown channel. Then they use tricks to eliminate those small business owners. Once they're dead, no one will reveal where the money went. In this way, they might have amassed more wealth than the Bai family. Bai Wen stood there stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment. Xiao Wu, if they really are using your methods to amass wealth, then was my classmate who died in a car accident years ago also drained of his blood and then killed? Based on the information I gathered, that's highly likely. If that's the case, what kind of religion is they? Harming people like this, aren't they demons? Bai Heng roared. Many religious groups talk about compassion, and that money is just an external thing. But when they ask you to donate money, if you don't give a penny, their ugly faces are immediately revealed. Therefore, faith is acceptable, but toxic religions are not. Tomorrow's society is likely just a blood-sucking merchant group disguised as a religious organization. Bai Wen didn't speak, his eyes filled with anger as he pondered deeply. Our Bai family has suffered losses at their hands. 3 guys who partnered with us initially agreed everything, but then suddenly died halfway through the project. When their assets were investigated, they were found to be penniless. At the time, I thought it was just a shell company, so I didn't think much of it, just that we'd be more careful in the future. But because of our family's resources, those losses didn't cause us too much trouble. Because of these past losses, the Bai family became very selective in choosing partners, and there haven't been any more instances of partners running off with the money halfway through a project. Aheng, continue investigating this matter. I want to see who's really behind this demonic religious group. It's better to keep it secret. The members of the Tomorrow Society we know about were only discovered after the scandal broke. Many members are still hidden. The Tomorrow Society is very good at winning people over. They initially exploit people's desire for sudden wealth, letting them experience the thrill of riches, then assigning them other tasks, fattening them up before slaughtering them. The dead might hate the Tomorrow Society, but those currently alive enjoying the fame and fortune it brings might value it more than their own lives. Some of our current business partners might be members of the Tomorrow Society, so keep it as secret as possible, don't alert them. Xia Wu reminded him. Bai Wen nodded. Xiao Wu, you're right. Aheng, was the person you arranged to investigate a trusted confidant? I didn't investigate extensively. Xiaowu didn't reveal much to me at first. She only said, "Go investigate, maybe you find something interesting." I thought maybe she was just trying to fool me, so I did a quick search on the Starnet for this religion's existence, but the information on the Starnet was pitifully scarce. I didn't investigate much after that. But Xiaowu. Bai Heng looked up at Xiaowu with a frown. Can't you explain this to me more clearly? Or do you not trust me? During the time he spent with Xiaowu, Bai Heng had come to regard her as his best frenemy, who knew that Xiaowu only saw him as an ordinary business partner. Bai Heng, I feel you don't care enough about me. Didn't I tell you that the other party might want to kill me? If you cared more about my life, you could have investigated much more, Xiaowu retorted firmly. Bai Heng was immediately speechless, awkwardly touching his nose. I promise next time. Judging from the current situation, they seem even more eager to kill you. If you're gone and they take over your assets, my future might be bleak. The Bai family is the richest family. If they collapse, it will definitely cause a sensation on Blue Star, and whoever acquires their assets will become the next richest person. They're currently hiding like a stinking rat, already causing Xiaowu a lot of trouble. It's hard to imagine how much trouble they cause if they swallow up the Bai family. Chapter 253. We are indeed in more danger than you. We live on Blue Star, a planet teeming with people, and we come into contact with many people every day. It wouldn't be surprising if someone we trust betrayed us one day. On the other hand, as long as you don't leave Xiangyang Star, it will be difficult for them to cause you trouble. After all, they already used a space pirate attack on Xiangyang Star. Bai Xiuwen agreed with Xiaowu's point of view. Xiaowu nodded. Having failed once, they take my planet's military capabilities seriously. They shouldn't use the same tactic again anytime soon. But I won't be complacent because of this victory. I'd be even more careful about the next attack. Good luck. Having only been attacked once, Bai Xiuwen suddenly felt the weight of the burden on Xiaowu's shoulders. We help you find the mastermind behind tomorrow's meeting as soon as possible. Perhaps finding out who that guy is will reduce the future crises on your planet. Xiaowu nodded. Thank you for your hard work. What's hard work? That guy dared to target the Bai family. I show him if the Bai family is just a paper tiger. Bai Xiuwen always sought revenge. Since the other party dared to provoke him, he would definitely seek revenge. Xiaowu was about to say something more when a knock sounded at the door. Xiaowu quickly put away the documents. Bai Xiuwen and Bai Heng also tensed up instantly, but quickly regained their composure, their tension easily seen through. Who is it? Bai Xiuwen asked. Outside the door. Dad, it's me. Come in. Hearing Bai Jingyu's voice, Bai Xiuwen's voice softened considerably. The door was pushed open. Bai Jingyu and Su Ji walked in together. Dad, the police have arrived and cordoned off the scene. They're reviewing the surveillance footage and questioning the guests. Did they find anything before the police arrived? I checked the footage. The perpetrator knocked out a staff member in the cleaning room, changed into their clothes, and sneaked in. The staff member was just unconscious, nothing serious. Okay, let's wait for the police investigation. Don't do anything else. Shiyu, what brings you here? After asking the question she wanted to ask, Bai Xiuwen's gaze finally fell on Su Jiu. Su Jiu smiled politely. With such a big incident just now, I just came to see if Xiaowu was hurt. No, Xiaowu replied coldly. Thank you for your concern. Xiaowu, when did you become so skilled? I remember, I used to be out of breath even lifting 10 pounds. Su Jiu ignored Xiaowu's coldness and started chatting as if they were good friends. The past is the past, the present is the present. When I went to Xiangyang Star, I saw Xiaowu running around in armor that weighed 12 pounds. Seeing Xiaowu's dissatisfaction with Su Jiu, Bai Jingyu spoke up to help. Su Jiu turned to look at him. Jingyu, have you been going to Xiangyang Star often lately? I'll be going more often in the future. After all, Xiaowu and I have business dealings. That's truly enviable, Xiaowu. If you put me on Xiangyang Star's blacklist, I'm afraid I'll never be able to set foot on Xiangyang Star again, even if I die. Su Jiu's words were tinged with grievance. Xiaowu remained unmoved. Mr. Su, sometimes being a little thin-skinned is a good thing. It makes you less annoying. It seems Xiaowu hates me to the core. I leave now, and we can talk again another time. Hearing Su Jiu's words, Xiaowu frowned deeply. She didn't know where Su Jiu got his thick skin. He'd given her the cold shoulder time and time again, his attitude was terrible, and she even blacklisted him, yet he remained so calm in front of her. This is what a pervert is like. The system suddenly responded, and Xiaowu had only just guessed. In all my years as a system, this is the first time I've seen someone so hostile towards their host. Is Su Jiu still hostile towards me? Xiaowu wondered. The system replied, yes, still just as hostile. Xiaowu frowned. It's good that the system can talk. She rarely uses the system now, so much so that she checks the panel every time she sees someone to see their hostility and favorability rating. The system can talk, telling Xiaowu things like gossip, reminding her of things. You hate the Su family that much? Bai Ziyuan asked. They abandoned me so decisively, even refusing the entry to any Su family shops or the Su family gates afterward. They were so ruthless, yet they put on airs when they saw I could profit from them. Uncle One, I'm not a saint. I can't show any kindness to those I've been heartless towards. Your personality is similar to mine. Anyone who dares to hurt me, I make them pay, even if it's compensation later. Xiaowu chuckled, his small anger instantly vanishing. To be honest, I initially suspected the Su family was behind it all, targeting me. Why? It was an intuition. Although I now know the real culprits are tomorrow's society, I feel someone in the Su family is definitely connected to them. But regardless of whether they're connected to tomorrow's society or not, I can't completely trust them. Their behavior is frankly very strange. To be honest, I wish my parents had left me more evidence. Before they died, they hired several survey teams to check the mineral resources of Xiangyang Star, only to be told that Xiangyang Star had 0 mineral resources. But anyone with a little common sense knows that a planet doesn't form in a day or two. How could a habitable planet formed over hundreds of millions of years not have mineral resources? Besides, they didn't investigate the merchants who did business with Xiangyang Star back then. When I took over, I found that 5 shops had been ripped open, and all the gems and jade inside had been stolen. Xiaowu said helplessly. Bai Ziyuan, the survey teams fabricated information, you can sue them and have them arrested. Xiaowu sighed. It was all false information. I investigated later, and found that no such person existed. And the guys who rented the shops also couldn't be found. They forged personal information to approach Xiangyang Star. Perhaps it was from that time that my planet was already being targeted, so the other party did things very cleanly. When Xiaowu first took over Xiangyang Star, he didn't know Lei Jun, and he didn't have extra money to hire a private investigator. After getting the money, he asked Lei Jun to investigate. The answer was that neither the survey team nor the person renting the shop could be found. They've been watching you way too early, those guys. Xiaowu, don't worry, we help you a lot in the future. We find those bastards together. We get rich together. Bai Ziyuan said indignantly. Xiaowu nodded. They didn't chat for long before the police came in. Following standard procedure, the police asked them a few simple questions. Bai Ziyuan was, after all, a victim, and there was CCTV evidence. The other party was a professional hitman who took money to kill. So they didn't ask too many questions. After answering the questions, Xiaowu checked the time, stood up, and said, Uncle One, I go home now. Chapter 254. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? It's already quite late. Just stay here tonight, Bai Ziyuan said. Xiaowu replied, It's still early for me. I left at 10 o'clock, and 5 hours have passed. It should be 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Xiangyang City now. I made an appointment with perfumer Ms. Emolin before I came. I have a business deal to discuss with her, so I can't linger too long. Xiaowu explained what she needed to do next. Upon hearing this, Bai Ziyuan asked, Perfumer Emolin? Xiaowu, are you planning to make perfume? I don't have that plan for now. I invited Ms. Emolin for something else. We can discuss the details later. Uncle One, you had quite a fright tonight too. Go home and rest early. Xiaowu's comforting words warmed Bai Ziyuan's heart. Then be careful on your way back. Jingyu, send a few more bodyguards to escort Xiaowu home, Bai Ziyuan instructed. Bai Jingyu nodded. I take you to the aviation building. Xiaowu didn't refuse their kindness, nodded, and, carrying her torn clothes, walked out of the room with Bai Jingyu. Just as they reached the door, a familiar voice rang in their ears. Girl, you're finally out. Xiaowu, are you alright? Are you hurt? Xiaowu looked at the two people speaking and greeted them with a smile. Mr. Gao, Mrs. Gao, good evening. What good evening? How can you greet us so casually? We were terrified tonight. You little girl, you're too brave. How dare you rush in? Mr. Gao was both anxious and worried. Xiaowu said, I just had confidence in my abilities. In Xiangyang City, I got up at 5 every morning to train until 7 or 8. After all that hard training, I can protect myself and others. You little rascal, how much hardship have you endured? The calluses on your hands are thicker than my husband's. Suya held Xiaowu's hand, her voice filled with heartache. Xiaowu smiled gently. This is proof of my hard work. If I didn't have some evidence, no one would believe I was really training so hard. You child, how can you talk about everything so casually? It breaks my heart to see you like this. Suya sighed repeatedly, looking at Xia Wu. She felt the bittersweet pang of a mother watching her daughter become independent, unable to help at all. Xiao Wu, it's getting late. Would you like to stay at our place? My hometown is here, and the house is spotless. Suya asked. Xia Wu shook her head. Some other time. I have to go back to Xiangyang Star. Why are you so busy? Mr. Gao, Mrs. Gao, I need to take Xiao Wu back to Xiangyang Star now. If you two aren't busy, why don't we take a car together and send Xiao Wu to the aviation building first? Bai Jingyu suggested. Gao Hongji and Suya nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Okay, let's take Xiao Wu to the aviation building together. The group arrived at the underground parking lot. More than 20 bodyguards stood waiting beside the cars. As soon as they got into their cars, the bodyguards also got in, sandwiching their cars in the middle, and they drove off one after the other. Gao Hongji, seeing such a scene for the first time, asked, Was your Bai family also frightened? Is everyone going home like this? No, Xiao Wu is a special case, Bai Jingyu said. Xiao Wu suddenly remembered something, grasped Suya's hand, and said, Mrs. Gao, please be careful when you go out recently, and pay close attention to whether there are any strange people around you. What's wrong? Are you afraid we encounter something like what happened to Brother Chuan today? It can't be that bad, can it? We just run a small auction house. We can't compare to the Bai family's power, Gao Hongji said. Xiao Wu hesitated, pursing her lips, unsure whether to tell Gao Hongji that Bai Chuan's predicament today was because he did business with her, and the other party wanted to kill him. Xiao Wu is worried about our safety. Why are you attacking her? Suya scolded. Gao Hongji was full of grievance. How am I attacking her? I'm just telling the truth. Can't you just say you be careful? You're a pig brain. Suya glared at him. Xiao Wu has encountered so much lately. Are you blind or deaf? She's been insulted and boycotted on the Starnet, and there's been a pirate attack on Xiangyang Star. With so much going on, what's wrong with Xiao Wu telling us to be careful? Wife, you're right. By the way, how about we go live on Xiangyang Star too? Gao Hongji suddenly said. Xia Wu and Suya were stunned, looking at him in surprise. Gao Hongji said, Didn't I tell Xiao Wu before that we wanted to open a jewelry store together? I even prepared the budget for the construction team and building materials, just waiting for an opportunity to talk to the little girl about it. We should expand our business. Let your brother manage the auction house, and we open a jewelry store on Xiangyang Star. Our son is there anyway, so going there together will save you from worrying. Hearing Gao Hongji's plan, Suya happily agreed. That's a good idea. Let's go to Xiangyang Star with Xiao Wu. Xia Wu, seeing their happy decision, said, Are you two really going to make such a hasty decision? You built up so many connections on Blue Star, and other miscellaneous relationships. If you live on Xiangyang Star, your relationships with the people here on Blue Star will fade. Xiao Wu, the jump from Blue Star to Xiangyang Star only takes 30 minutes. It's simpler than you think. But the time difference is different. This, Xia Wu's words left Suya speechless. Wife, we already earned enough money, and our son is grown up and can earn money now. Why should we still struggle to make ends meet? We can do nothing, and let our son take care of us in our old age. Gao Hongji said. Suya immediately nodded in agreement. Honey, you're right. We earned enough for retirement. There's no need to maintain any connections. I had enough of that social circle of rich women. Except for a few easygoing ones, the rest are all scheming. I just invite those sisters out to hang out and reconnect when I have time. The 2 large jade stones he acquired through his collaboration with Xia Wu had earned Gao Hongji a considerable amount of money. This amount of money was enough for retirement even if they did nothing. However, they're not completely idle, so there's no need for them to work so hard. That's the right way to think, honey. Xiao Wu's Xiangyang Star is practically a primitive society. We can see flowers, grass, trees, and water there. Gao Hongji's words made Xia Wu laugh. Boss Gao, although my planet does lack a lot of technology compared to Earth, it's not a primitive society. It has high-tech things too. It doesn't matter. Anyway, there are definitely more mountains and rivers than on Earth. Xia Wu had no rebuttal to this. Chapter 255. Escorted by the Bai family's bodyguards, Xia Wu and the others returned safely to Xiangyang Star. What happened on Blue Star today was no better than last time. However, this time the victims were the Bai family, not Xia Wu. The Bai family didn't spread the news. At least, during her journey back, Xia Wu browsed the Starnet several times, but didn't see any trending topics or news related to the Bai family. Xiaowu didn't know how the Bai family planned to handle this situation. However, as a wealthy family that had been rich for generations, the Bai family's ability to handle matters was certainly no worse than others. Xiaowu didn't care how they would deal with this incident. However, upon returning to Xiangyang Star, Xiaowu suddenly remembered, what about the lottery? She had taken the rare opportunity to go to Blue Star to attend the Bai family's anniversary celebration, specifically for the 3 million yuan lottery prize. But before the prize was even drawn, this incident occurred. The banquet was abruptly ended. The thought of S+'s luck failing to win the 3 million only fueled her hatred for the people from tomorrow's club. She thought, one day I kill those guys, back on Xiangyang Star. It was 3 in the afternoon on Xiangyang Star. The sun was still quite strong at this time. Stepping out of the shade, the direct sunlight felt scorching. Payne, having received news of Xiaowu's return, approached her with an umbrella, shielding her from the blazing sun. Wang, you're back. Yes, I handle the rest myself. You go back to work. Okay. Xiaowu, holding the umbrella, also held it for Gao Hongji and Suya. Boss Gao, Madam Gao, would you two like to rest at my place for a while? Or go find Gao Yu? Xiaowu asked. Gao Hongji and Suya looked around. The unfamiliar city and environment filled them with curiosity. Xiaowu, don't worry about us. We go have fun on our own. If we need to find you, we just ask someone on the street. We find your house quickly, Gao Hongji said. Suya gently patted Xiaowu's hand. Yes, we manage ourselves. Don't worry about us. Go do whatever you need to do. The couple didn't want to take up Xiaowu's time and planned to wander around the city alone. Hearing their words, Xiaowu didn't say anything more and handed them the umbrella. Gao Hongji took the umbrella somewhat awkwardly and left with Suya. Before leaving, Xiaowu overheard Gao Hongji mutter, what a primitive planet. On Earth, we have automatic robotic umbrellas when we go out. I can't even remember the last time I used an umbrella. It's a novel experience. You can't experience it on Earth even if you wanted to. That's right, my wife is right. Xiaowu was quite embarrassed. She shook her head. She took the clothes and went to the clothing factory to find Shiryu, asking her to find a way to repair the dress. Shiryu was heartbroken to see such a beautiful dress ruined. Master, what happened to this dress? Why is it so badly damaged? Xiaowu thought for a moment and said, some jerk stepped on my dress, so it's ruined. That guy's feet should really be removed. Such a beautiful dress, look at the workmanship, the style, how much effort did the designer put into it? Xiaowu thought, that guy didn't have his feet removed, but half his head is gone. However, Xiaowu didn't want to tell Shiryu these things. Shiryu was prone to tears. Knowing she had encountered danger outside would surely make her cry again. So Xiaowu tried her best not to say anything. She focused entirely on the dress and asked, can the dress be repaired to look the same as before? It's not difficult. Although there's a big tear in the waist, it's very easy to repair. Master, before I had machines to make clothes, I sewed them by hand, so you can trust my skills. Of course I believe you. In my eyes, you're a genius designer. Hee hee, master, you flatter me. Shiryu smiled somewhat shyly. Xiaowu smiled gently, take your time repairing it. I'm not in a hurry to wear this dress. Finish what you're doing, and then repair this dress. Okay. You go ahead and do your work. I go do other things too. Okay. Shiryu nodded obediently. Xiaowu called Tanling as soon as she left the garment factory to ask where Emolin was. Tanling told her that after arriving in Xiangyang City, Emolin wanted to choose a place she liked to live in on her own, and didn't want anyone to follow her. She was wandering around, and no one knew where she was now. Unable to find her, Xiaowu had no choice but to call Emolin herself to ask where she was. The answer she finally received was that she was at the plantation in Dordaku. Without much thought, Xiaowu went to the plantation to look for her. Upon arriving at the plantation, Xiaowu quickly found Emolin. Emolin had a head of smooth, black wig, and her dress was mainly green and white, a harmonious combination that made her look very fresh and natural. She wore a large white sun hat, decorated with a bright yellow sunflower. Maureen was arguing with Dordaku. As Xiaowu approached, he heard Maureen say, leave, and I give you 10 billion. If you don't want to, I don't know what I might do later. 10 billion. These words made Xiaowu's heart skip a beat. Do the androids always talk about money and billions? No matter how much you offer, our answer is always no, Maureen. You know, talking about money with androids is the most useless thing. To us, money is just a string of boring numbers. Dordaku coldly rejected Maureen's words. Xiaowu, He was quite envious of them. They actually said money was just a string of boring numbers. When would she be able to say such things with such confidence? Miss Xie Wu is here. Maureen, why don't you ask Miss Xie Wu if there's a better place? Doka noticed Xie Wu's arrival and shifted the topic to her. Xie Wu was flattered, but outwardly pretended nothing was amiss. What are the three of you talking about? Maureen wants a piece of land to grow flowers. She's interested in this plot of land in the plantation, but we're unwilling to give it up, Dole said. Maureen said, Miss Xie Wu, you should have invited me sooner. If I had come earlier, I would be begging them now. This plain was indeed very good. It was originally a fertile piece of land. Xie Wu initially planned to use it to grow vegetables and fruits, but after Dole and the others took a liking to it, she gave it to them. The android's data could instantly analyze how good this land was. After Maureen took a liking to this land, she tried to persuade Dole to give it to her with money. Ms. Maureen, there is a lot of undeveloped land on Xiangyang Star. I can introduce you to other land. Why don't you come with me to see the land I can show you first, and then you can consider it. Chapter 256. Alright, since Ms. Xie Wu, you have other good land, I go with you to take a look. Please follow me. Xie Wu gestured for her to proceed. Maureen left first. Xie Wu turned back, Dor and Doka silently gave her a thumbs up. Maureen was the eldest princess among the Onyx, not in terms of personality, but in terms of status. She was an Onyx personally created by the Onyx mother, Veronica, and was also designated by Veronica as the successor to the next Onyx mother. However, Maureen's personality. Although somewhat spoiled, Onyx can format their original personalities and replace them with new ones, so the current Maureen doesn't necessarily mean the future Maureen will be like this. It's possible that on the day she becomes the Onyx mother, her personality will change to that of the Onyx mother, Veronica. Xie Wu followed Maureen out of the plantation. As soon as they stepped outside, the dazzling, intense sunlight shone on them, and Xie Wu began to miss the comfortable temperature inside the plantation. Suddenly, a large sun hat was placed over her head. Humans are very prone to heat stroke under the summer sun. Why are you walking in nearly 40-degree heat without any protection? Maureen asked. Xie Wu adjusted her sun hat, looked up at Maureen, and explained, we've been passing through forests, and the trees provide some shade, so it's relatively cool. The vegetation coverage on Xiangyang Star isn't high. I saw that the other side of the planet has been turned into a desert by insects. Xie Wu's heart skipped a beat. Although she had once circled the planet, she hadn't continued flying because she couldn't access the system map from the spaceship. Hearing that the other side of the planet was a desert left a bad taste in her mouth. The desert meant they would have to spend a lot of time and effort to turn it into habitable land. The plantation's androids and people have been researching how to decertify. By the time you seize the land on the other side of the desert, they probably have developed plants that can quickly decertify, Maureen reassured her. I believe in the android's wisdom. Actually, there are plants that can decertify now. It just might take a little longer. But when we actually get to the desert, I might have enough money and manpower to work there. When you get to the desert, call me along. I want to try growing flowers in the desert again. Okay, Xie Wu readily agreed. They hadn't gone far. Maureen saw people planting vegetables and wheat on the flat land outside the city walls. That land isn't suitable for planting, she said. Xie Wu, it's not suitable, but young people have plenty of energy. Besides, the soil isn't fertile, so we can just add more fertilizer. Without water resources, irrigating the plants will be a big problem. It's not difficult, Xie Wu retorted. We can set up irrigation sprinklers nearby and draw water from the city's tap water. After saying this, Xie Wu looked up at Mo Lin. A look of doubt flashed in Mo Lin's eyes. Xie Wu smiled and asked, Ms. Mo Lin, Xiangyang City has a small population now, and not much high-tech stuff, but we still have the necessary technology. She thought of Gao Hongji saying that Xiangyang Star was a primitive planet. She really wanted to know, in everyone's eyes, was Xiangyang Star truly so backward that it had nothing? That's good. Technology drives development. Ms. Xie Wu, we've been traveling for so long, haven't we reached the place you mentioned yet? We're here, it's just ahead. Xie Wu pointed to the uneven ground and a dried-up riverbed ahead. Mo Lin immediately showed her disgust. Ms. Xie Wu, the soil here is quite nice, but it's full of potholes, looks like it's been chewed by a dog. Besides, although we can use tap water, I prefer there to be a river nearby. Mo Lin's interest in the Dole and Doka plot of land was mainly due to the river. In her aesthetic sense, there had to be a beautiful river near her home. There used to be a river here, Ms. Mo Lin. If we just break a channel upstream, water will flow into it. Xie Wu looked upstream. Maureen looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? Upstream, the insects caused a landslide, blocking the river and changing its course. However, getting the river back isn't difficult. Really? Let's go take a look. Today, the soldiers were taken out by Lei Tu and Ling Han to find the weapons research base, so there weren't many soldiers left in the city. Therefore, Xie Wu came out alone. Xie Wu had never been upstream. But since Maureen wanted to go, she had no choice but to accompany her. She opened the system map and went upstream with Maureen. Fortunately, this area was safe, with no signs of insect activity. Upon arriving at the upstream location, they also discovered the water was blocked by two huge rocks and a pile of dead wood and mud, forming a high wall. On the other side of the wall, they could hear the roar of rushing water. Warning! Warning! 2 huge jade stones have been discovered, one worth 8 billion and the other 9 billion. Note, this price has an accuracy rate of 80%. Before Xie Wu could even use the value appraisal skill, the system had already informed him in advance. Upon seeing the large rocks before her, she wondered if these two were also valuable stones. After all, a jadeite worth billions had previously been found in this riverbed. Of course, the jadeite that had earned Xie Wu 24 billion was much larger than these two. But even combined, they were worth 17 billion, not too bad. Ms. Xie Wu, what do you plan to do with those rocks after diverting the water back to its original location? Emolin asked. Xie Wu turned to look at Emolin, a slight smile playing on her lips. Ms. Emolin, if you like those 2 rocks, you can take them home for 18 billion. So cheap? Emolin looked at Xie Wu in surprise, unable to believe that such a small amount of money could buy 2 jadeite stones. Xie Wu nodded. Okay. Then, Ms. Xie Wu, please send me your bank account number. As if afraid Xie Wu might change her mind. Emolin quickly gave her the money, lest Xie Wu regret it later. Xie Wu readily provided her bank account number. Gao Hongji's auction house is under scrutiny. It's unlikely the stone will fetch such a high price there again. Furthermore, auctioning at Gao Hongji's house incurs transaction fees, so it's better to sell it directly to Emolin and get 18 billion upfront. The AIs are very sensitive to data on jade and similar stones. Even without cutting open a small corner to examine the internal quality, they can tell the composition of a stone. Emolin transferred 18 billion to Xie Wu, saying, Ms. Xie Wu, we AIs can tell the composition of jade at a glance, but how did you do it? Intuition. I seen quite a few pieces of jade, and I can almost always tell at a glance. I notice people often cut open a small corner of jade to determine its value. Ms. Xie Wu, you're the first person I met who can tell the price of jade just by looking at it. Chapter 257. But all things considered, I still came out ahead. If the other machines knew about this huge jade stone, they'd probably fight me to the death. I couldn't beat them to that 12 billion stone last time. But now I won. Maureen's mechanical voice was full of smug satisfaction. It was clear how pleased she was with acquiring these 2 large stones. Xie Wu was also very satisfied. Today she missed out on 3 million, but made 18 billion. Who has such incredible luck, making over 100 million a day all the time? Ms. Maureen, let's get back to this land. I think it's perfect for your flower growing lifestyle. Look at that higher, flat area, you can use it to build a house, and the flatter area along the riverbank can be used for growing flowers. There are dozens of acres of open land along the riverbed. You can plant whatever you want. Don't worry about the river. Tomorrow I have the soldiers use mech to move the stones ashore, open the channel, and bring the water back. Maureen looked at everything Xie Wu said, filtering the information in her system. She nodded. Ms. Xie Wu, what you said makes perfect sense. Although it's a little less desirable than Dortica's place, with my skills, growing flowers here won't be difficult. Xie Wu nodded in agreement. Ms. Xie Wu, how much would it cost to rent land here for growing flowers? Maureen asked. No need to pay, Xie Wu said. Ms. Maureen, do you remember what we talked about on the phone? I invited you to my planet to make perfume sachets and grow flowers. Although you can do whatever you want with the flowers, I have many places where I need you to grow flowers, such as in the city, and in areas that are going to be developed into tourist areas. I plan to let you do all those flower growing tasks. Considering that all the landscaping work in Xiangyang City would need to be done by Maureen, Xie Wu was even willing to pay Maureen, let alone take her money. After all, a perfumer whose formula could sell for 50 million was being wasted as a gardener on Xiangyang Star. Ms. Xie Wu, are you saying you intend to entrust me with the task of planting flowers throughout the entire Xiangyang Star? That's right. That's a bit too eager, isn't it? Xia Wu had originally intended for her to plant flowers for a city and a tourist area. Maureen's ambition was indeed to fill the entire Xiangyang star with flowers. Of course, Xia Wu wholeheartedly supported Maureen's ambition. Alright, this kind of work is perfect for me. I start preparing this land tomorrow, Maureen said confidently. Xia Wu smiled. Ms. Maureen, the first thing I need you to do is make sachets. My soldiers need sachets made from pink pine. Planting flowers was secondary, the sachets were the most urgent matter. Sachets aren't difficult to make, but I suggest making bombs instead. Good bombs can last up to 3 months. Xia Wu's eyes lit up. Let's do it the way Ms. Maureen wants. For the same cost, we can create sachets or bombs that last the longest. While you're making these, I have a construction team build your house here. I'd build it myself, Maureen said. I have special building monkeys. I already input the house design I want into them. Just give them the materials, and they can build the house exactly as I like. Okay, then I provide the building materials. I do it myself. I like to make everything myself when I live in my house. That's what makes the house truly my own. Maureen didn't need Xia Wu to do this or that. Xia Wu thought, wouldn't it be great to have a few more androids like this? They come and immediately offer money and help with chores, and she's still unhappy. She insists on doing everything herself. The androids are really too friendly. Even with 2 large rocks, Maureen insisted on helping herself, basically saying, don't help me with anything. Since Maureen was so self-reliant, Xia Wu decided not to join in. Back in the city, he took Maureen to her temporary lodging. Xia Wu remembered the hat she was wearing and took it off. Ms. Maureen, here's your sun hat back. Keep wearing it. The sun hasn't set yet, and you'll be going back soon. Don't worry, I bought this hat yesterday. I'm an AI, hats are just for decoration. I don't have any skin diseases or body odor, so you don't need to worry about getting sick from wearing my hat. I never worried about that, Ms. Maureen. I just thought this hat was exquisitely crafted and looked quite valuable, so I wanted to return it to you quickly to avoid damaging it. Besides, thanks to Ms. Maureen's generosity, I was spared the crisis of being sunburned. It's only a 30,000 yuan handmade hat, not very expensive, Ms. Xia Wu. You can wear it, or accept it if you don't mind. After all, in this sweltering summer, you need a sun hat more than I do. Xia Wu once again believed Door's words. Money is just a string of boring numbers to us. A 30,000 yuan handmade hat given away so easily. Since it's your kindness, Ms. Maureen, I accept it. No need to be so polite, Maureen said. Ms. Xia Wu, I really enjoy being friends with you. You sold me those 2 stones so readily at such a low price, now I can show them off to Door and the others. If you have any other valuable stones in the future, please sell them to me as well. Xia Wu smiled happily and nodded in agreement. She thought to herself, if Maureen shows off the stones to the androids, will they come to me to buy more stones? That's highly likely. You neglected the miner hamster for so long. Do you know how many expensive gems it's mined recently? The system asked. Xia Wu, That was a timely reminder. She said goodbye to Maureen. Xia Wu prepared to go home. Just then, her communication bracelet rang. It was Lei Jun calling. She clicked to answer. Lei Jun's voice rang out. Boss, yeah, I found the goods you requested. Sigh, it took me a lot of effort. The kind of goods you're looking for are really hard to find. When can it be delivered? They need payment first, at least half. After we pay half, they deliver half the goods. Once they confirm our sincerity, they deliver the other half. How much? 6 billion. Xia Wu frowned. Lei Jun, didn't you negotiate a price with them for me? Half is 6 billion, and the other half is also 6 billion, that's 12 billion in total. Her initial budget was 8 billion. Boss, yeah, there's no other way. Only one company has the goods you need, and they're taking advantage of their monopoly to charge high prices. But their high prices are reasonable. It took them a lot of effort to get these goods. If it were easy to get them, you wouldn't be selling to them, Boss Xie. Chapter 258. If it weren't for the interference from the Tomorrow Society, Liang Xian could have bought the weapon she wanted by rewriting the weapons purchase application as required. However, with the Tomorrow Society blocking her way, they couldn't buy them at all. Weapons were essential to strengthen her planet's military power, forcing her to resort to underhanded methods to buy them. But weapons bought through underhanded means were incredibly expensive. More than 4 billion more than expected. Xia Wu transferred the money to Lei Jun while her heart bled. After receiving the money, Lei Jun sent Xia Wu an OK emoji. Xia Wu replied, when can the goods be delivered? Lei Jun, tomorrow night on Xiangyang Star, at 2:30 a.m., delivered exactly on time. Lei Jun, don't go towards the aviation building, head towards the main gate of Yancheng. The direction of the aviation building is where the Interstellar Alliance Army occasionally patrols. If you're unlucky enough to encounter the Alliance Army, you might be asked to inspect your spaceship. Finding weapons on the spaceship would result in anything from life imprisonment to immediate execution. Therefore, Lei Jun didn't intend to use the normal channels. By taking other routes, once the weapons reached Xiangyang Star, even the Interstellar Alliance forces would have no reason to confiscate them. Xie Wu understood the reasoning. Upon receiving Lei Jun's message, she replied with understood. Lei Jun then replied with a waiting emoji. Xie Wu lowered her hand, gazing at the distant sunset. The weapons were arriving tomorrow night, but they hadn't found a location for their weapons research base. At that moment, Xie Wu's gaze fell upon Lei Tu and the others returning home. She stood still. Lei Tu and the others saw Xie Wu and drove directly past the defense building, stopping about 2 meters away from her. Lei Tu was the first to get out of the car, walked to Xie Wu, and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, you're back." How were your results today? My lord, the pine sachet was very useful. After using it, the insects that tried to attack us immediately fled as soon as they got close. So we split into 2 teams, one to scout ahead and find a suitable location, and the other to dig and pave the road. Lei Tu happily reported on today's progress. Xie Wu nodded in satisfaction. Have you found a suitable location? Yes, master. We found the place you arranged before. It's flat and very open. However, on the other side of the mountain is the sea, Ling Han said. The sea? You can see this. Ling Han showed Xie Wu the footage captured by the surveillance eagle. Xie Wu looked at the footage intently. Ling Han, as the vanguard scout, ran with several soldiers to the location Xie Wu had mentioned for building the Weapons Research Institute. There was a very wide plain there, and the distant foothills appeared small. And in the southwest of the plain, there was a river. The presence of a river also meant a multitude of insects. Ling Han and his companions carried sachets of pink pine blossoms. Even though the insects, relying on their sheer numbers, were designed to devour them, the scent of the pink pine blossom seemed to scare them away as soon as they got close. Wherever Ling Han and his group went, the insects retreated, creating an illusion of a royal arrival. Upon reaching the plains, Ling Han released a monitoring eagle. The eagle flew downstream along the river to the southwest, eventually finding the sea at its end. The eagle circled the sea. The boundless sea stretched out like a giant blue mirror. The water was crystal clear in the shallows. Various kinds of sea fish swam among the colorful coral reefs. The sand on the beach was white, like snow. The blue sea, the white sand, and the colorful fish and corals painted a unique picture at the edge of the inland plain. It was so inappropriate to be testing bombs every day next to such a beautiful coastline. And look at that wide plain. Wasn't it perfect for building a new city? A seaside city, plus a beautiful coastline. This was undoubtedly a natural tourist area. Using it for a weapons research institute would be a waste. Master, what do you think? Let's change the location. We use this land to build a city and a tourist area. Yes. Ling Han, take a few soldiers and go find it in a spaceship tomorrow, Xie Wu said. We have spaceships now. We can work more efficiently and don't have to rely on our legs anymore. Having a spaceship and not using it was truly a waste of time. Ling Han nodded in agreement. Captain Lei Tu, tomorrow you will have some soldiers continue cutting down trees and digging a road all the way to the sea, following this route. The sea teems with life, many of which is edible. The sea is a natural granary. If food shortages occur again, they can simply fish at the sea. Preparing the road in advance is also laying the groundwork for future fishing and city building. After assigning the tasks, Xie Wu let them go home to rest. After returning home, she called Lilisa and asked her to come to her studio. While waiting for Lilisa to arrive, Xie Wu took screenshots of the seaside scenery captured by the surveillance eagle and sent them to Bai Heng. Xie Wu, Mr. Bai, would you be interested in developing another tourist area together? 5 minutes later, Bai Heng, how about we change our target for the cooperative project to that area? Bai Heng, I feel like we could save a lot of money. Xie Wu, not now. The road is a bit far, and there are bugs everywhere. The pink pine trees aren't even in mass production yet. Starting development now would be too dangerous. Bai Heng, angry JGP, then why did you even ask me to cooperate? Xie Wu, we definitely develop it in the future. I could have looked for other developers, but you were the first one I thought of. Pretty sisterly, right? By Hung. Let's talk about it after you cleaned up all the bugs here. I don't do business I'm not sure of. Serious JGP Sia Wu. Okay, then wait until I'm done here, then I rip you off. By Hung. Question mark. Sia Wu didn't reply to Bai Hang's string of question marks. Lily also arrived at the studio. Young miss, did you need something? Yes, Lily. Come over and upload this video to the video platform. You can edit it as you see fit, although I think you don't need to cut a single second. Sia Wu showed Lily the footage captured by the surveillance eagle. After watching it, Lilith's eyes widened in surprise. Young miss, so our Xiangyang star also has a C. Yes, after you edit the video, post it with the caption what a huge sea, so many fish. Lily raised an eyebrow and smiled slyly. Young miss, are you going to retaliate against that guy named In Hong Xian? He was bragging on the StarNet that he would never sell seafood from Pailimu's star to Xiangyang star. Honestly, he's just a stinking fishmonger, yet he dares to be so arrogant. That night, I used 30 alternate accounts to curse him, and even used 3 accounts to argue with his fans until dawn. Chapter 259. Lilisa spoke through gritted teeth. Sia Wu looked at her in surprise. Seeing Sia Wu's expression, Lilisa chuckled. When I worked on a film set on Blue Star, my job was controlling online comments and helping celebrities attack haters. Aside from anything else, I'm incredibly fast at editing and typing. We don't need to do that anymore. Instead of arguing with them, it's more practical to use this to fight back. You're right, Mississippi. We have such a beautiful sea, and it looks like we have plenty of seafood. I go fight back right now. Lilisa took the video and prepared to leave. Sia Wu called out again, wait a minute, Lilisa. Didn't you film quite a few videos of the Beastmen before? Yes. All the Beastmen on Xiangyang Star are now legal interstellar citizens. You can release those videos now. Okay. Lilisa was incredibly efficient. After getting the videos from Sia Wu, the first thing she did upon returning home was to release the pre-edited video. Although Sia Wu told Lily Shaw to show the video of the orcs, Lilisha's secret was that 2 minutes of the 4-minute video should be dedicated to Sia Wu. For example, it should show Sia Wu fully armed, fighting insects with the soldiers. It should also show Sia Wu directing from the sidelines, with snipers providing support to the soldiers from the rear. Then it should show Ling Han and the other orcs fighting the insects hand to hand, followed by scenes of young orcs studying and playing happily in Xiangyang City, eating meat heartily, and elderly people playing happily with the orcs. This short video highlights Sia Wu, as the Star Lord, fighting insects alongside the soldiers on the front lines, while the people of the city live in peace and prosperity. The video went viral the moment it was released. Sia Wu's account, which already had millions of followers, gained another 2 million after the video's release. Aside from a few mindless and idiotic trolls and paid commenters, most of the comments were praising her. One comment read, seeing Sia Wu's previous videos, all about transformations and making herself look beautiful, I thought, what's so interesting about that? A planetary ruler, a rich heiress, she has plenty of money, making herself look beautiful is just a way to rip off ordinary people. But after seeing this video, I completely changed my opinion of Sia Wu. As a planetary ruler, standing with her soldiers in the most dangerous places, and that sharp look in her eyes when sniping. I just want to say, let her continue to be beautiful. Another comment said, this video also changed my perspective. To be honest, we always lived in a peaceful era. Insects were long ago wiped out by our heroes of previous generations. So much so that the word insect now seems so unreal to us, and we've forgotten that even insects that resemble ferocious beasts have the power to kill. In the video, Sia Wu led her soldiers to kill insects, while the elderly and children played happily in the city, almost making me cry. Thank you to the warriors who fought for a peaceful life. A salute. My grandfather had been to other planets to kill insects. He said insects are terrifying. Don't be fooled by cannons and guns that seem to kill them easily. But places with large numbers of insects are truly terrifying. After emptying a magazine and reloading, an insect that was 10 meters away suddenly appeared within 2 meters. At that moment, it truly felt like death had descended. I must say, Sia Wu is a very capable leader. Most swarms of insects number in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Knowing she didn't have enough soldiers, she started by dealing with the smaller groups. If they encountered a swarm of thousands, I don't think they would have escaped unscathed. I hope you can escape insects like this in the future. Don't think this victory is the only way. A simultaneous attack of thousands of insects is truly terrifying and dangerous. After Lily posted her first video, She stared at the comments section for 10 minutes before editing and posting her second video. The footage was completely different from the first video. A mirror-like blue sea, beautiful coral reefs, and white sand beaches. Netizens, upon seeing the video, expressed their doubts. In my last video, I saw them fighting insects. This video tells us that they overcome so many insects to reach a vast ocean. And this undeveloped ocean, untouched by human habitation, is this beautiful? Wait, how did they manage to fly over the insects and capture such footage? The surveillance eagles can't fly that far, right? Or is this ocean just outside Xiangyang City? Such a beautiful ocean. If it were a tourist area, I'd buy a spaceship ticket and fly there right now. Xiangyang Star seems even more beautiful than we imagined. Suddenly, I'm tempted to go see it. If this ocean is far from Xiangyang City, and the soldiers were able to capture footage of it, I can only say, Xie Wu is amazing, leading such a small number of soldiers out of the insect encirclement. Friends, maybe they flew there in a spaceship? Didn't you notice the title? Such a big sea, so many fish. Is this a dig at Yin Hongxian? Haha, I think it's because Yin Hongxian said he wouldn't sell seafood to Xiangyang Star. Hilarious. They have their own sea. They can eat as much as they want. Why mention Yin Hongxian under such a beautiful video? He's just a clown, jumping around with hundreds of thousands of followers all day. I suspect he's just trying to ride Xie Wu's coattails. Ripoff is definitely him. He had 420,000 followers before he insulted Xie Wu, and 310,000 after. Ha ha ha. He's giving his followers to Xie Wu. After posting the video, Lilia switched to her alternate account and went online. Although Xie Wu told her not to argue with the haters and trolls, she couldn't tolerate the mindless trolls. Her hands flew across the keyboard as she battled them until dawn. After waking up, Xie Wu also got up and browsed the video comments. Under the video of the works, Xie Wu wholeheartedly agreed with the netizen suggestions. The insects were numerous, and although the scent of pine trees could repel them, when their numbers grew, and they had nowhere to live, they might no longer be afraid of the scent of pine trees and attack them. This was also Xie Wu's determination to build a weapons research institute. With enough weapons, the casualties among soldiers facing the insects could be reduced. She scrolled through the video comments for a while. Seeing that there were more positive than negative comments, Xie Wu felt reassured that she wouldn't make any more strange remarks. She put on her armor and went out to continue her training. Stepping out of the Xie family gate, she stretched her limbs and was about to run when she heard a sharp, angry voice shout behind her, "Miss Xie Wu." The sudden sound startled Xie Wu, almost causing her to fall. She quickly turned around to look in the direction the voice came from. Chapter 260. Little Ron rested his hands on the small hover car, chin in hand, his golden mechanical eyes looking at Xie Wu with a melancholy and resentful expression. Xie Wu hadn't expected Ron to appear at her doorstep so early in the morning. Judging from his angry appearance, he was probably there to collect a debt. "Good morning, little Ron." "What's up?" Xie Wu asked kindly. Ron snorted, "Miss Xie Wu, you're biased." "What is it? Why did you sell 2 such big stones to Sister Maureen when she came?" "The ones you sold me are so small," I asked, "and it turns out you invited Sister Maureen to Xiangyang Star to make perfumes and sachets, while I volunteered to come to your planet to do business. I was the first to show you kindness, but the stones you sold me are so small, boo-hoo." Ron raised his little finger after mentioning the jade Xie Wu sold him, and by the end, his cute mechanical voice trembled with a sob. "Xie Wu, Was it because Maureen started showing off her stones in the AI group after she sold them to her?" Little Ron, giving the stones to Ms. Maureen was purely accidental. "We were taking a walk together when we happened to see such big stones, and then I just sold them to Ms. Maureen on a whim," Xie Wu said. Little Ron was even more aggrieved. "Couldn't you have just sold them to me? Couldn't you have gone for a walk with me? I'm a capable AI too. I recently made a lot of money. I have over 80 billion in my account now. You gave 2 such big stones to Sister Maureen, and she only got 18 billion. I could have given her much more, but you gave her the rest. How can you be so bad at making money?" Xie Wu was somewhat amused and exasperated. She felt that if those 2 stones were sold to Little Ron for 80 billion, he would be happy to accept. "Sister Maureen won't even give me a small piece. She won't give me any, and she even flaunts it in front of me. I'm so sad. I was the first one to come to Xiangyang Star, and I like you so much, Miss Xie Wu, but you don't like me at all, boo-hoo." Little Ron cried sadly, lying on the small hover car. Although, intelligent machines don't shed tears. "Little Ron, don't be sad. How about this? I give you 3 stones, you can choose whichever you like." "No. I want to buy the 80 billion stones. I have money. Ron stubbornly raised his head, slapping his little hand firmly on the hover car. I don't have that many stones. How about buying 30 billion worth? It would feel foolish to pass up an 80 billion deal, but selling all 80 billion worth of stones to Ron might put the deals with Gao Hongji and Kriana on hold due to a lack of gemstones. Ron was currently like Xie Wu's piggy bank. When she ran out of money, she'd just throw in a few stones and pull out hundreds of millions. So Ron's money was all hers, so why rush to earn it all at once? Xie Wu led Ron to a warehouse filled with jade. The jade in this warehouse was of good quality. The total value was around 12 billion. Xie Wu originally only wanted 15 billion. But Ron insisted on giving her 30 billion, forcing Xie Wu to pick out a few more valuable stones as gifts for him. Ron bought the entire warehouse of jade, and Xie Wu readily gave him the warehouse keys. Ron, holding the keys, took several videos and photos in front of the warehouse. Then he posted them in the family group chat. Boasting, I have a whole warehouse of jade. Xie Wu accidentally glanced at this message. Before he could even feel scared, he saw other messages. More, from Xiangyang Star, Ron, yes. More, I'm going to Xiangyang Star right now. Kaz, give me half. Ron, get out. Second brother, get out. Eldest brother, you're not allowed to come to Xiangyang Star either. Kaz, book me a ticket to Xiangyang Star. Ron, you're not allowed to come. All the stones on Xiangyang Star are mine. You're not allowed to come. Kaz, what are you yelling about, you guy with less than $1 trillion in savings? More, poor little brother, stop yelling. Xie Wu, He was terrified. He had the feeling that his jade was about to be emptied out. Ron just wanted to show off, but he didn't expect that seeing it would make more, and Kaz want to come to Xiangyang Star immediately. He quickly grabbed Xie Wu's hand. Ms. Xie Wu, let's go for a walk until tomorrow morning. Xie Wu, little Ron, the sun hasn't risen yet this morning. That's alright, come play at my factory. Ms. Xie Wu, let me tell you, my factory has lots of fun things to do. I recently developed a new surveillance camera that can carry a 30-pound object 100 meters into the air. 30 pounds? Xie Wu was intrigued by this surveillance camera. She didn't refuse Ron's request and went with him to the factory. Ron's factory was already operating on an assembly line. Even when he wasn't there, the robots could work according to pre-programmed procedures. Ron showed Xie Wu the surveillance camera that could carry a 30-pound object and fly it high into the air. Crucially, this camera could take off and land according to a pre-programmed route. Xie Wu immediately thought it would be great for delivering takeout or transporting heavy objects. Essentially, this heavy-duty camera was surprisingly quiet when starting up. It was barely audible in loud surrounding noise. Xie Wu was very satisfied with the camera and asked Ron if he could modify it. If he could, she was willing to buy 50 units. This camera was still under development. Xie Wu's order would allow Ron to continue development. He patted his chest, indicating he would do as Xie Wu requested. A morning passed quickly chatting with Ron about the new camera. Before returning to the city, Xie Wu received a call from Liang Xian, informing her that Moore and Katz were coming. The two brothers really did show up without warning. Xie Wu told Ron she had to go back to the city. Ron immediately tensed up. Our big brother and second brother here? I want to go back too. Ron was afraid Xie Wu would sell more stones to Kaz and more than he would, so he followed Xie Wu the whole time. Back in the city, in the aviation building, he hid behind Xie Wu, peeking out with his round little head, staring at his two older brothers warily and fiercely. Good morning, Mr. Moore, Mr. Kaz. Xie Wu greeted them one by one. Kaz politely shook her hand in return. Good morning, Miss Xie Wu. Is this our first time meeting in person? Yes, we chatted many times on the Starnet, but this is our first time meeting in person. Second brother, get lost. Big brother, get lost too. We don't want any bad brothers. Ron muttered under his breath, hiding behind Xie Wu. The little guy perfectly embodied the saying, I'm small, weak, and incompetent, but I can curse fiercely. Kaz tilted his head, looking at his muttering younger brother. Chapter 261. Ron met Kaz's gaze, and immediately hid behind Xie Wu. Ron, come out. No. Ron peeked out, his face half hidden, looking at Kaz and more resentfully. I told you not to come. You never respect your brother. You don't listen to me, so I won't listen to you. Don't cause trouble for Miss Xie Wu. Moore walked over and pulled Ron away from behind Xie Wu. Ron tried to escape his clutches, but he wasn't strong enough. I don't want to stand with you. Let me go! Ron struggled to leave. Looking at his troublesome brother, Moore was quite helpless. Miss Wu, he hasn't caused you too much trouble, has he? No, little Ron not only hasn't caused me any trouble, but he's actually helped me a lot. Like an ATM. He wants money, so he exchanges stones for it. And he only gives more, never less. Even Wu felt a little embarrassed. Did you hear that? I didn't cause Miss Wu any trouble, and I even helped a lot. I'm more useful than both of you. Ron proudly crossed his arms. His grown-up demeanor made Moore gently tap his iron head. You can't even hear polite words. It seems your interpersonal skills system still needs updating. His interpersonal skills system won't be updated until at least next year. That's a privilege that all young androids have, Kaz reminded him. Moore sighed, I'm so excellent. Why do I have two such troublesome younger brothers? Kaz, Ron, ha ha ha. Second brother, eldest brother said you're just as troublesome as me. Clang. Katz, his face darkening, slammed his fist into Ron's iron skull. We shouldn't waste Miss Wu's time here. Miss Wu, who governs an entire planet, has more precious time than we do, Katz said politely. Moore nodded in agreement. Miss Wu, may we go for a walk outside the city? Mr. Moore, it's dangerous outside the city. I don't really recommend you go out. Wu directly refused their request. Moore lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. Seeing their troubled expressions, Wu asked, Mr. Moore, why do you want to go for a walk outside the city? Were the two large jade stones that Maureen bought from you yesterday discovered when you went out to search for land? Moore asked. Wu nodded yes. All the gemstones and jade rough stones we mechanically acquire are purchased directly from others. We never personally searched for them. Maureen was bragging to us last night about how happy and satisfied she was about digging stones out of the ground herself. We never experienced that feeling. After Maureen mentioned it, I also want to go out into the mud and find a gemstone rough stone myself. Wu was taken aback, somewhat confused by Moore's thought process. Seeing Wu's silence, Moore quickly explained, Miss Wu, don't worry, we found the stones on your planet, and we pay you the original price. Hearing this, Wu couldn't help but smile. I can roughly understand Mr. Moore's feelings, but it's indeed dangerous outside the city, and jade isn't easy to find. I'm worried you might encounter danger outside. In the nearby areas outside the city, the gemstones had already been almost completely mined by the hamster miners. The discovery of the stray fish by Maureen yesterday was purely coincidental. Finding more gems in a safe area near the city would likely be difficult. Miss Wu, don't worry, we are capable of protecting ourselves. We run away if we encounter danger. Moore's desire to go out and find jade was very strong. Wu actually welcomed them to find stones themselves and then pay her back. However, finding jade isn't like growing strawberries in a plantation where customers can pick them whenever they want. Most of it requires deep digging, not to mention the problem of insects. Even intelligent machines might not be able to find stones. How about we go find Ms. Maureen first? After thinking it over, Wu suggested to everyone. Miss Wu, do you hope Maureen can share some stones with us? Asked Moore. I invited Ms. Maureen to Xiangyang Star to make sachets that can repel insects. Carrying these sachets will prevent insect attacks. So, if you two insist on going outside the city to find jade, for safety's sake, we should go to Ms. Maureen first. If she makes the sachets, then we go find the stones. This was the safest solution Wu could think of. She didn't have to send people to dig for stones herself, and she could sit at home and collect money. She had no reason to refuse Moore's idea of finding stones herself. Moore agreed to Wu's suggestion. She called Maureen and learned that she was in the city making incense. The group arrived at Maureen's temporary residence. Upon entering Maureen's house, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted out as soon as the door was opened. But this fragrance was somewhat different from what Wu had smelled before. Maureen. Seeing Maureen busy at work, Moore called out. Maureen turned to look at them and asked, Moore? Kaz? What brings you here? Are you here to get my stone? I already told you. I'm not giving it to you. Both were onyx. Maureen knew the onyx preferences all too well. It's not the stone, Maureen. Has the aromatherapy that Miss Wu asked you to make been finished? It's finished. With my skills, making these isn't difficult. Maureen proudly raised her chin. Wu walked over. In front of Maureen was a pink solid aromatherapy diffuser. She picked it up and smelled the fragrance. Ms. Maureen, this scent seems slightly different from the fragrance of pink pine. I added a few other scents, so the floral scent of pink pine is a bit weak. As a perfumer, I can't tolerate such a faint scent. Xiaowu looked at the diffuser, pondered for a moment, and said, Ms. Maureen, please stop making it. I try it out first to see if it works. Why can't it work? The scent of pink pine can repel insects, but I don't know if adding other floral scents will have the same effect. So I need to try it first. If it can repel the insects, we can continue making it. Xiaowu didn't stand on ceremony and explained things clearly. Maureen's brain raced, quickly processing what Xiaowu meant. Miss Xiaowu, are you saying that adding other scents to the pink pine will prevent this diffuser from achieving the effect you want? Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we see? What if it does? Xiaowu said. Maureen took off her gloves and apron. I go with you. The scent of pink pine is unique, completely different from any I ever encountered before. The fragrance it creates with other flowers is the most satisfying scent I had in a while. I'd be really sad if it was rejected because it didn't meet your expectations. Chapter 262. The androids described their feelings directly, and without any pretense. Xiaowu comforted her, Ms. Maureen, if the insect-repelling incense reaches a saturation point, you can consider selling your blended fragrance to others. Xiaowu had originally wanted to suggest that she open a perfume company and make the perfume herself. But then she thought again. By then, Xiangyang Star would be full of pink pine trees. She could use the flowers from these trees as raw materials to make perfumes for others. That would be a profitable business. She didn't need to do everything. Maureen felt much better after hearing these comforting words. Although she felt comforted, the experiment still had to be carried out. Most of the soldiers were taken out by Lei Tu to cut down trees and pave roads, while Ling Han and the others piloted the spaceship to search for a suitable location to build a weapons research base. Not many soldiers remained in the city. For safety reasons, Xiaowu still arranged for 15 soldiers to go out with him. Outside the city, Xiaowu sent the monitoring eagle out first, to find any insects nearby. Recently, there had been more signs of human activity outside the city, making the already scarce insects even fewer. It was unclear whether this was because a pink pine tree had been planted near the city, or perhaps another pink pine tree grew in a nearby plantation. To exaggerate a bit, finding an insect within 800 meters of the city was already a difficult task. While the monitoring eagle searched for insects, Xiaowu also opened the system map to look for red dots. Soon, he spotted 2 red dots in a dense forest. But the red dots disappeared the instant they appeared. Xiaowu was stunned. What's going on? The bugs are disappearing on their own now. And the system map can't even detect them anymore? This is system version 2.0, after all. Xiaowu was filled with doubt. She had expected the system to pop up and explain something, like before. Unfortunately, this time, the system said nothing. Let's go over there and see. Xiaowu decided to go and see what was going on with the bug's disappearance. Everyone followed Xiaowu without objection. They arrived at the dense forest where the bugs had disappeared. From afar, Xiaowu spotted Dole and Doka gathering in the forest. Not far from them were 2 dead bugs. Xiaowu quickly walked over. The rustling sound of her shoes on the weeds quickly attracted Dole and Doku's attention. They turned to look and asked, Miss Xiaowu, what brings you here? And Maureen, Kaz, Ron? We came with Miss Xiaowu. Dole, Doku, what are you doing here? Maureen asked. Dole pointed to a bamboo basket placed to the side, filled with various wildflowers and weeds. Collecting plant samples we never seen before. We have a plantation on Xiangyang Star, so it's not surprising that we're here. It's strange that you're here, Doku said. This is the first time I've seen so many companions since I left the machine star. Moore glanced at the Onyx beside him and said, Indeed, it's the first time. My 2 troublesome brothers and I are meeting on another planet for the first time. So when are you going to answer our questions? Why are you here? Dole pressed on. Moore replied, We came out with Miss Xiaowu to find insects, to see if the incense Maureen made could repel them. Insects? Dole looked at the insects they had just dealt with. Sorry, you're a step too late. Mr. Dole, do you deal with insects like this when you're out collecting them? Xiaowu asked. Dole nodded. Yes, if we don't deal with them, they deal with us. But Miss Xiaowu, don't worry, we take what we need from the insects we kill, and take the rest to the defense tower. They were committed to self-reliance, and would never take advantage of Xiaowu in the slightest. They had agreed beforehand that they would only take what they needed from the insects they killed, and give the rest to Xiaowu. So, they did this with every insect they encountered outside. Xiaowu was speechless for a moment. The androids truly had kindness and honesty ingrained in their programming. They only ever took what was theirs, yet were generous to others. What was theirs, they took. What wasn't, they absolutely refused. Even if you don't want it, he forced it on you. If everyone in this world were as gentle and kind as androids, how peaceful this world would be. Now, Xie Wu also has reason to believe that the fact that not a single insect can be seen 800 meters outside the city might be because Dortaku, while collecting samples, also dealt with the insects. But Ms. Xie Wu is testing whether the incense made by Maureen is effective. They could have just come out. Why did you all come along? Dortaku asked again, puzzled. Dortaku also noticed the flaw in Moore's answer and nodded, that's right. Maureen suddenly realized, oh right, why did you all come along? Moore didn't answer immediately. Kaz then adopted the obedient second-in-command. If the eldest didn't speak, the second-in-command couldn't speak either. To dig for rocks, Ron answered innocently. Big brother said that Sister Maureen and Sister Xie Wu dug up 2 big rocks together, and they want to dig for big rocks themselves and experience the joy. Sigh, this younger brother. Moore and Kaz didn't want to say. They just didn't want Dor and Doka to find out and join in the fun. If there are too many onyx, there won't be enough rocks to go around. Do we know where there are rocks? Although they collectively called jade and gemstones rocks, the onyx all knew that only the valuable and beautiful rocks in their eyes could be called rocks. You know? When we were collecting samples, we found beautiful jade stones in a stream. We were planning to tell Miss Xie Wu, but since you're here, could you sell us the jade from that stream? Dole said. Xie Wu glanced at the map and saw a jade marker not far away. After the system update, the icons on the map are more detailed and clearer. Gemstones have gemstone icons, and jade has jade icons. However, Xie Wu didn't have time to dig for jade and gemstones. Dole and Doka found them themselves and then wanted to collect them. Mr. Dole, why don't we go take a look over there first? Xie Wu asked. Dole and Doka nodded. Although they also liked stones, they had the right to roam freely on Xiangyang Star and could find other jade piles, so they were happy to share their discovery with Moore and the others. The group arrived at the jade pile that Dole and Doku had mentioned. It was a very shallow river, the water just reaching above the instep, and all sorts of stones were scattered haphazardly around it, as if they had been impacted by something. Chapter 263. Xie Wu used skill appraisal. Indeed, while some were ordinary stones, most were precious jade. Looking around again, the appearance of these jade stones seemed to be due to a landslide caused by a heavy rainstorm on the nearby mountain. These are stones in the wild. I can feel the different emotions covering them. Moore walked to a large jade stone about half a person's height, feeling its coldness against his skin. Ron was also excited. Ms. Xie Wu, please sell all these stones to me. Clang. Katz punched him on the iron head. Why should I sell them all to you? Ron covered his head with both hands, full of grievance. Can't I take them? These stones were found by Dor and Doku. You should ask them first if they are willing to share them with us, Katz said. So I get a share too? Maureen asked expectantly. Brothers, don't say anything yet, just take some photos for me. This is the first time we found jade in the wild. We have to take pictures to remember it, Moore said. Kaz and the others immediately agreed to Moore's suggestion and took photos in front of each piece of jade. Xie Wu was the one who took the photos for them. There weren't many jade stones on this side of the stream, only about 30 million in total. They were willing to give more. But Xie Wu felt embarrassed about always taking so much. After all, they always gave double the price they had agreed to. If they were supposed to give 10 yuan, but gave 20, Xie Wu would accept that without feeling guilty. But they were doubling it in hundreds of millions. And these were only stones worth about 30 million. Xie Wu, being a generous boss, gave them the gifts directly. Her generosity led to an increase in the duration of her consultation with Lawyer Moore, and Katz promised to send Xie Wu a free VIP template for her online store, permanently. Dor and Doku also offered to send her more fertilizer and other things. Xie Wu gave them gifts, and they reciprocated. It was a two-way exchange. Then, they worked together and found the insects. Xie Wu took out the incense made by Maureen. Coincidentally, they were upwind, and the scent of the incense drifted towards the insects. The insects immediately scurried away upon smelling the scent. It seems to work, Xie Wu said. Maureen's expression softened considerably upon seeing the incense's effectiveness. The scent is mainly composed of pink pine flowers. It's normal for insects to be afraid of the scent of pink pine. Let's try again, Miss Xie Wu. Give me the incense, and I go try it a little further away by myself, Dor said, extending his hand. Xie Wu handed the incense to Dor. Be careful. It's all right. Dor took the incense and leaped onto a tree, looking around for any insects. Xie Wu had the surveillance eagle follow Dor. Dor hadn't gone far when he spotted a few insects. Unfortunately, before he could get too close, the insects scurried away. After several experiments, the conclusion was that the incense contained a strong scent of powdered pine, and the insects were equally averse to incense mixed with other scents. Ms. Maureen, you can continue making incense according to this formula, Sia said. Maureen nodded, understood. I continue making sachets according to this formula from now on. I really want to send a bottle to my enthusiastic fans, so they can admire my newly blended fragrance. Once enough pink pine trees are planted, and the fragrance market on Sunrise Star is saturated, I let you mass-produce 3,000 bottles for free. With Maureen advertising, people who want to make this perfume will come to Sunrise Star to buy it. Now that things are done, we should head back, Moore said. The androids each carried a satisfactory piece of jade home. At the aviation building, Moore and Kaz were reluctant to leave. Moore said he would come back to Sunrise Star to experience outdoor stone hunting when he had a vacation. Kaz also said he would come again next time. Sia didn't mind their coming. After all, they were there to give money. Looking at the time, it was already around 2 in the afternoon. Wandering around with the androids, the day had passed so quickly. Sia stood there, thinking about what to do next. Suddenly feeling relaxed after all the busyness, he didn't know what to do. Finally, Sia decided to go home. She changed her clothes and checked the StarNet for any recent big news. With such a large population in the Hyang star system, there were all sorts of interesting things happening every day. Today, the hottest topic circulating on the community platform was urgent breaking news. Famous Tycoon by Hung was involved in a car accident at 4 p.m. Blue Star time on his way back to the company. He is currently in the hospital receiving emergency treatment. Sio's pupils dilated suddenly. She immediately clicked to view the detailed news content. The content included 2 photos. In the photos, 2 hover cars had collided. One hover car was slightly tilted to the side, clearly trying to swerve. However, the other hover car was heading straight for them. The front of that hover car was severely deformed, while half of the other was completely warped. Just from the photos, Sia already understood. Someone was determined to kill Bai Hung. Yesterday, the attack on Bai Tsuan hadn't even settled down, and today Bai Hung was in a car accident. The Tomorrow Society was far too eager to kill the Bai family so quickly. Sia thought for a moment and immediately called Bai Jingyu. Bai Jingyu answered the phone not long after. Hello, Mr. Bai? This is Sia Wu. Sia Wu's voice was somewhat urgent. Bai Jingyu's gentle voice sounded, I know it's you, Xiao Wu. You know about Xiao Heng's car accident? Yes, I'm sorry. The Tomorrow Society's targeting of the Bai family was partly her responsibility. Sia didn't know what to say, so she apologized first. Bai Hung, is he alright? She asked. He's perfectly fine. Bai Heng's strong voice rang out. Sia was startled, then exclaimed happily, Bai Hung, are you alright? Of course I'm alright. My family's car cost a fortune to build, the safety system is top-notch. That guy should have sent 2 cars to ram me, one in front and one behind, that would have definitely killed me, but they underestimated my family's car, so it only gave me a concussion. That's good, but don't give the enemy any ideas to kill you. Hearing Bai Heng's words, Sia breathed a sigh of relief. What's there to be afraid of? They can't hear us. But we know how much they want to kill us, so we be more careful about our surroundings from now on. By the way, Sia I was planning to take the construction team to your planet today to start building the tourist area. Now that I had the accident, my dad won't let me travel far until I'm fully recovered, so my brother will be helping me with this project for a while. I go pick up that construction team, Sia said. They're targeting you right now, so I'm the safest one. So, you should avoid dangerous places unless necessary. Let me handle anything. Chapter 264. Are the construction team members kindergarten children? Do they need to be picked up and dropped off? Why not just send them on a spaceship? A series of angry questions came from the other end of the phone. Sia was speechless. Yesterday he almost died, today his youngest son almost died. Bai Tsuan knew who the other party was, but he didn't know who the mastermind was or where they were hiding. He could do nothing. This sense of powerlessness was currently stimulating Bai Tsuan's nerves, making his anger explode at the slightest provocation. Sia could understand Bai Tsuan's irritability at this moment. Before she could speak, Bai Jingyu said, Dad is right, let the construction team go on their own. Okay, Sia replied. Bai Jingyu reminded Sia to be careful before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, he looked at Bai Hung, who was wrapped up like a mummy and wearing an oxygen mask, his eyes filled with heartache. Bai Tsuan sat weakly beside the hospital bed, his face filled with worry, making him look 10 years older. Why are you still pretending to be okay? What's the point? Tycoon muttered under his breath. The car accident was actually quite serious. The other vehicle had sped straight towards Bai Hung. If it weren't for the high-quality, well-protected car Bai Hung was in, any other car would have been smashed to pieces. Although Bai Hung survived, he suffered multiple fractures, and wouldn't fully heal for at least a month. He nearly died in the accident. Tycoon was both heartbroken and angry. Although Bai Hung was wearing an oxygen mask, his voice was still strong. It's just a minor injury. I recover quickly. Once I'm better, I find those guys and kill them. Let's focus on healing first. Leave the rest to us, Bai Jingyu comforted her. Bai Hung nodded obediently. Xiangyang Star. Xia Wu hadn't slept a wink all night since Bai Heng's incident. The Tomorrow Society acted much faster than she expected. Bai Hung was her biggest collaborator within the Bai family, so they targeted him directly. Luckily, Bai Hung was unharmed. If he had, she would have been the culprit. Thinking about Bai Hung, Xia Wu couldn't sleep past 4 in the morning. She considered calling Lei Jun to ask about the Tomorrow Society's investigation, but then she thought, Bai Heng's incident, Bai Tycoon hadn't mentioned the Tomorrow Society, and if the Bai family couldn't find anything, Lei Jun probably couldn't either. Besides, Lei Jun was quite conscientious. He'd do his job once he got paid. If he found anything, he'd come and tell Xia Wu personally. Unable to sleep, Xia Wu, fully equipped with protective gear, left home early in the morning. In the eastern district of Xiangyang City, construction was in full swing. With the construction team working 24 hours a day, a 15-story building was nearing the final stage of its roof construction. The framework was complete. The next step was interior decoration. Decoration was where the most time and money were spent. Xia Wu stood downstairs, looking at the towering building. Mr. Xia, you're up so early? Xia Wu looked up at the voice. It was Lu Jianan. Mr. Lu, you're still awake? Xia Wu asked in return. Lu Jianan smiled. I just woke up a little while ago. I'm getting older and need less sleep, but someone as young as you, Mr. Xia, should still be sleeping at this hour. Something's on my mind, keeping me awake. Is it about CEO Bai? Lu Jianan asked. You received the news too? CEO Bai is your partner and the main funder. This concerns my finances, so of course I'm concerned. However, the Bai family's reputation on Blue Star is comparable to that of celebrities. Anything that happens to them will spread quickly on the Starnet. How is CEO Bai? He's alright, Xia Wu said. I called to ask, and he sounded very energetic. He also said he sent the construction team for the tourist area over tomorrow. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Jianan's eyes. Construction is starting on the tourist area? Yes. Aren't there still bugs to deal with over there? Is it safe for the construction team to go there? It might not have been safe before, but it's much safer now. I found a good way to get rid of the bugs, Xia Wu smiled. Lu Jianan nodded. I'm really looking forward to seeing the entire tourist area. I never seen a tourist attraction like this before. The architecture is unlike anything I've seen. Xia Wu plans to build a traditional-style tourist attraction near the waterworks. Aside from some non-traditional facilities, the main focus will be on mountains, water, and old houses. The main reason for this is that Xia Wu intends to have sure you create a batch of traditional Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, that won't be sold to the public, with minimal modifications. Then, she finds some makeup artists to open a shop specifically for tourists to take photos wearing Hanfu. Tourists can then wear Hanfu to the tourist attraction and take beautiful photos. While clothing can be imitated, it's much harder to replicate a tourist attraction. Xia Wu plans to use this unique approach to attract tourists, and then make money from photography. So when Xia Wu mentioned to Lu Jianan what kind of tourist area she wanted to build, Lu Jianan had never heard of it before, but he strongly agreed. However, he didn't know what antique-style houses looked like. Xia Wu then sent Lu Jianan some elements of old houses and corridors. Lu Jianan was left to arrange them. Lu Jianan was a renowned architect, and based on the information Xia Wu provided, he arranged the houses and corridors beautifully. When the design drawings were shown to Xia Wu, he was completely satisfied. The design drawings were complete. Now they were just waiting for the construction team to arrive. A tourist attraction without something new will hardly attract visitors, so we need to design a unique tourist attraction, Xia Wu said. Lu Jianan nodded. By the way, boss, yeah, I saw the video you posted. Xiangyang Star also has a sea? Yes. Xiangyang Star may be small, but it has everything it needs. Boss, yeah, would you be interested in developing a seaside tourist area? Mr. Lu, don't worry, I definitely hire you again for the seaside tourist area. We worked together for so long, we developed a bond. Xiaowu didn't dare to hire anyone rashly now. The Tomorrow Society was working hard to deal with her. What if she accidentally found their mole? Boss, yeah, you can absolutely rest assured about working with me. I do a good job. Xiaowu nodded. Lu Jianan was here to supervise the work progress. After chatting with him, Xiaowu went to exercise. She was running in the city. At 8 o'clock, she encountered Kelson, who was jogging with the cubs. Kelson, as the cubs' physical education teacher, used all his knowledge to teach them how to survive in this world. Xiaowu didn't disturb their morning run. Seeing them in the distance, she changed her route. After running for a while, Xiaowu went home to attend to other matters. Back in the Xia family's living room, Gao Hongji and Suya were sitting on the sofa. Seeing her return, Suya immediately stood up. Chapter 265. Xiaowu, you're back from your morning exercise. Yes, Mr. Gao, Mrs. Gao, are you two settling in well in Xiangyang City? After arriving in Xiangyang Star, Gao Hongji and Suya met up with Gao Yu. They didn't come to see Xiaowu, so Xiaowu didn't want to disturb their family reunion. We're settling in. Giving Gao Yu and Yixi a house each is too extravagant, Suya said. Xiaowu smiled. It's alright. There are more houses than people in Xiangyang City right now. It would be a waste to leave a house unused. It's a good thing that you two are settling in well in Xiangyang City. Xiaowu, we saw on the news last night that Bai Heng was in a car accident, Suya asked cautiously. Bai Heng was in a car accident in public. Even if the Bai family wanted to hide it, they couldn't. Too many people saw it. Yes. Has the Bai family recently offended someone? During the anniversary celebration, they encountered people trying to assassinate them. We saw the photo of that car accident. The two cars looked like they crashed straight into each other. Most cars nowadays have emergency avoidance systems, but the car that crashed straight into them looks like it had its emergency avoidance system turned off. Suya's meaning was clear. The other party wanted to kill Bai Heng, so they turned off their emergency avoidance systems and crashed into him. Xiaowu said, I don't know the specifics of the accident, but I called last night to ask about Bai Heng's condition. He's not in mortal danger. That's good. That car crash scared me. Xiaowu, don't go to Blue Star unless you have to. If you do go, be careful, especially at the banquet the Bai family invited. Suya said, you saved President Bai's life at the anniversary celebration, those guys might hold a grudge against you. I doubt the Bai family would dare send you to Blue Star again, Gao Hongji said. When we came back, the Bai family had a bunch of bodyguards with them, probably afraid something might happen to you. The Bai family will probably keep a low profile lately, Xiaowu said. Those people want to kill them, and if they hold a banquet or something, they're afraid someone might sneak in and assassinate them. Xiaowu really wanted to explain to the Bai family that the undeserved misfortune they were suffering was because of him. However, if he revealed this, he would have to explain this and that later. Among Xiaowu's partners, Gao Hongji and Suya were not as powerful as the Bai family and Kriana, so perhaps Tomorrow's Society wouldn't bother with them. But if Gao Hongji and Suya also knew about Tomorrow's Society and investigated, and were discovered by the other side, their lives would be in danger. It's safer to know nothing. Sigh, so sometimes being too rich isn't a good thing. The Bai family is probably being targeted precisely because they're so wealthy. I hope they find the murderer soon. The Bai family is a very good family, Gao Hongji sighed. Suya nodded in agreement. Yes, the Bai family is so rich, but they're very reasonable and wouldn't look down on those poorer than themselves. Never mind, the Bai family definitely has a way to deal with it. Xiaowu, we were strolling around town last night, and my son found us a plot of land to build a jewelry store. He asked us to come and tell you. By the way, do you remember the craftsman who carved the jade Buddha for you at old Madame Bai's birthday banquet? Gao Hongji asked. Xiaowu nodded. I remember. I invited them to work in our shop. That guy's craftsmanship is excellent, and he's willing to work in our jewelry store. We can use his name to sell an item for 10 or 20,000 more. Gao Hongji said proudly. Xiaowu was somewhat surprised. Mr. Luo Feng, doesn't he make a lot of money working independently? If he comes to work for us, I probably can't afford to pay him a high salary. A single jade Buddha statue can cost over 10,000 yuan. If he were paid, wouldn't it be at least 1 million a month? The salary I discussed with him was 150,000 a month. Actually, that's about the same as what he earns working independently. He handles diamonds and jade, charging based on size and design. For diamonds, which are easier to work with, his labor fee is 2,000 yuan per carat, increasing with size. Jade is the same. Normally, you pay 60,000 yuan per piece for a quick cut, but because you were rushing it, he charged half again as much. However, normally, synthetic diamonds and jade wouldn't even cost 2,000 yuan to buy, so people wouldn't spend that much on processing fees and would opt for machine processing. Now, raw jade and gemstones are becoming increasingly scarce. Luo Feng has a reputation, but without jade and gemstones to process, his reputation can't sustain him. So, when I offered him the job, he immediately agreed when he heard 150,000 a month. Xiaowu still hesitated after hearing this. But wouldn't hand processing be very slow? We can have him process some expensive products. If he processes expensive items, the price will be higher and more acceptable to people. Besides, even with machine processing, you need to program the machine to make the desired shape first. Therefore, our jewelry business really needs a jade craftsman. Xiaowu nodded. Boss Gao, I don't know anything about gemstone processing. You handle this. You trust me that much? Gao Hongji chuckled. Xiaowu smiled too. Trust, Boss Gao. Even if you run away, your son is still in my hands. Besides, Xiangyang Star is my territory. You can't escape even if you deceive me. That's true. Then leave this matter to us. You get some rest. We won't disturb you any longer. Gao Hongji stood up. Xiaowu also stood up. Have some breakfast before you go. No need. We already ate when we arrived. My wife made it herself, Gao Hongji said smugly. Suya gave him a playful glare and said to Xiaowu, Xiaowu, we be going now. We won't take up any more of your time. Xiaowu nodded. You can come to me if anything happens in Xiangyang City. Of course, if I'm not in the city and you're in a hurry, you can go to the finance department to find my finance manager. Gao Hongji indicated he understood and didn't waste any more of Xiaowu's time, taking his wife's hand as they left the Xia family home. Xiaowu changed out of her armor, took a shower, and went downstairs for breakfast. Before she finished eating, Bai Xia rushed in. Wang, the landing application from Kriana Clothing Company. She placed the electronic whiteboard in front of Xiaowu. Xiaowu opened the application form, glanced at it, and pressed the agree button. Why didn't you call me? She asked. Bai Xia said apologetically, I don't have a communication bracelet. Bai Xia had just started working and wasn't paid, so she naturally didn't have the money to buy a communication bracelet. Upon receiving the landing application from Kriana Clothing Company, she rushed over immediately. Xiaowu checked the time. Isn't Minister Liang at work? He just got off work, Bai Xia said. The minister said that with the increased staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they started implementing a day and night shift rotation as a form of practice for future work. Chapter 266. The Haiyang star system is, after all, a single star system. Even on the same planet, different cities will be in different time zones. Perhaps other planets don't have day and night shifts in their foreign ministries, but Xiangyang star only has one. Given the time differences between planets, the foreign ministry must have day and night shifts. Today, Mr. Liang Yin and I were on duty together, but Mr. Liang Yin seems to have eaten something wrong. He keeps running to the toilet. I figured it wouldn't be difficult to find you, so I came myself. Bai Xia, being a rabbit-like beastman, was quite fast and arrived at the Xia family's house in no time. After you get back, write an application form and ask Minister Tan to buy a communication bracelet. Minister Tan will also give you my phone number. Okay. Wait a minute. Seeing Bai Xia about to leave, Xiaowu called out again. Come with me to meet Miss Kriana. Diplomats deal with many people, so you gain experience by coming along and meeting people from other planets. Okay. Bai Xia's voice was a little nervous. Originating from orcs, her first planet was Xiangyang. Xiangyang itself had many orcs, so the natives were very friendly to them. But meeting people from other planets for the first time, she still couldn't control her nervousness. Xiaowu called Liang Yin, telling him that Bai Xia was with him and wouldn't be back until later, so he would be on guard duty alone at the diplomatic building for the time being. Liang Yin replied with a strong voice, I understand. After hanging up, Xiaowu went to the aviation building to wait for Kriana's arrival. By now, their spaceship had landed. Xiaowu stood waiting at the exit of the passage. She didn't see Kriana. Instead, Larkin emerged with a group of men in suits. Seeing Larkin, Xiaowu glanced behind him. Before she could ask anything, Larkin said, Don't look, my mother isn't here. I'm leading the team today. Larkin's expression wasn't good, it was somewhat gloomy. Xiaowu asked, How is Miss Kriana? Not very well. Larkin frowned, his expression tinged with sadness. Although the guy who died that night was a damn bastard, my mother was still badly shaken. It was the first time I ever seen her like that. The nanny told me that it took her over a month to recover after my father's death. I was young then, and don't remember much about it. I was always strictly disciplined by her, and I thought nothing could break her. But after that night, I realized that my mother wasn't actually that strong. She had things that made her vulnerable. Xiaowu gently patted his shoulder. I understand. Understand what? Larkin suddenly realized, you don't even know why my mom was so scared? Yes, I do. Miss Kriana and I went to the anniversary celebration together. On the way there, she told me about it. It was because of her that I noticed the waiter acting strangely. Larkin paused. My mom told you? Yes. My mom trusts you too much. I haven't heard her say this myself. I only heard it from old news reports, and from my nanny who took care of me. The nanny even told me not to ask my mom, saying it would bring up painful memories. As he spoke, Larkin looked at Xiaowu and said, thank goodness you're not my sister, otherwise, I would definitely say she's biased. Xiaowu smiled slightly. Lagan, people are sometimes like that. Even within a family, there are things they wouldn't tell their own family, but would say to outsiders. You probably have many things you wouldn't dare say to Miss Kriana, right? That's true. Alright, let's not chat so much. You brought so many people here, are you planning to discuss the previous business with me? Xiaowu looked at the elites behind Larkin. Lagan nodded. The company's other projects have been progressing smoothly, only the project with you is ongoing. Most of the terms are the same as what you and Mom discussed before. I brought people here today mainly to sign the contract. Please gather everyone for a meeting. Xiaowu agreed. She led Larkin to the conference room in the council building. After everyone was seated, Xiaowu called Tan Lang and Shiryu separately, asking them to come to the conference room. She didn't wait long. 7 minutes later, Tan Lang and Shiryu hurriedly arrived at the conference room. Shiryu was attending the meeting for the first time and, unsure what to bring, simply brought samples of the clothes they had recently produced. Xiaowu and Larkin were discussing the terms and conditions of their collaboration. Larkin was clearly new to clothing-related work, and he seemed to agree to everything Xiaowu asked. He said okay, and acceptable to everything Xiaowu said. A staff member, seeing that the Crown Prince was truly unsure, stepped forward to negotiate the terms with Xiaowu. The group Larkin brought were elites, specially trained by Kriana. Although they weren't the ones ultimately making the final decisions, they were trying to secure as much benefit as possible for their company. Xiaowu already held the lion's share in the collaboration with Kriana. Even if the elites trained by Kriana tried to squeeze out more profits, Xiaowu was ultimately only willing to concede a small portion of the benefits. After some discussion, the person sitting closest whispered something in Larkin's ear. Larkin nodded, indicating the contract was settled. After making some revisions, the two reviewed the contract again. The cooperation was done. Xiaowu stood up. The others followed suit. Xiaowu extended his hand, and Larkin returned the gesture. I wish us a successful collaboration, and that we make a fortune together. Making money is all that matters. I feel even more sorry for my mom now. How many of these exhausting meetings has she attended? I get a headache just attending one. I try to be a dutiful son in the future and help Miss Kriana more. Larkin wanted to shake his head, but thinking of his mother's heartbroken look, he nodded. I try my best. But Xiaowu, you really are good at making money. You only registered your company a few days ago to do business with my family? Seeing the registration date on the Yunchuijian Clothing Company, limited business license, Larkin couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about when it was registered, as long as there's a company. Xiaowu said firmly. Larkin was about to complain when Xiaowu's communication bracelet rang. Xiaowu answered the phone. Wang, this is Liang Yin. I just received a landing request from the androids Ms. Afra and Ms. Zoe from the mechanical planet. It was the first time he heard the names of these androids. Xiaowu hesitated for a moment before replying, I agree to their landing. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Xiaowu looked at Larkin. Larkin asked, what important figure has come to visit your planet again? I don't know them. It's the first time I heard their name. Chapter 267. Go greet the new guests, Larkin said. My contract with you is signed, and there's nothing else important to do. Let Shiryu show us around. You entrusted the clothing company to her. We'd be spending more and more time with her afterward, right? Larkin's gaze fell on Shiryu. Shiryu looked at Xiaowu flattered, her anxious eyes asking, Can I handle this? Xiaowu patted Shiryu's shoulder and smiled. Sure, let Xiaoyu go with you from now on. Minister Tan, you come along too. Tan Ling nodded, okay. Xiaowu, and they walked out of the council building together. Shiryu led them to the clothing factory, while she went to the aviation building to check on the identities of the two new androids, Afra and Miss Zoe. After receiving landing permission, the two androids left the aviation building and headed straight for the main road. They ran into Xiaowu, who had come looking for them. Xiaowu froze when he saw them. Afra and Zoe were both wearing clothes sold by Shiryu. These were modified ancient-style garments, suitable for everyday wear. One of the female androids wore a modified hanfu, primarily black with gold accents, while the other wore a modified hanfu, primarily white with sky blue accents. Both female androids were made to fit standard female figures. Their weight and height were just right. A gentle breeze lifted their hems, creating the illusion of lotus blossoms with every step, beautiful yet dashing. Being androids, their elegant beauty carried a cold, technological edge. It was astonishing how well the androids looked in Shiryu's clothes. Xiaowu really wanted to invite them to be models to promote the clothes. "Hello, Miss Xiaowu." Before Xiaowu could react, Afra and Zoe had already walked up to her and greeted her politely. "Hello." Xiaowu extended her hand and shook hands with them one by one. "Is this your first time on Xiangyang Star? Is there anything I can help you with? We are friends of Maureen, invited by her to visit Xiangyang Star." Afra's voice was calm, but carried a distant coldness. "Do you two know where Ms. Maureen's house is? Go straight that way, the third house is where she is currently staying." Xiaowu subconsciously assumed that people coming to Xiangyang Star were there to discuss business. She completely forgot that they might be there to visit a friend. "Miss Xiaowu, if you have time, could you come with us to find Maureen?" Afra asked. Zoe nodded. "Maureen said she needs your permission to go into the wild to look for stones." Xiaowu smiled knowingly. Upon learning that new androids had arrived on Sunrise, she wondered if they were here to experience outdoor gem hunting. Although the beginning was somewhat convoluted, the ending was the same. "If you two are interested, you can ask Ms. Maureen for a scented incense made from pink pine blossoms, and then go out into the wild to search. Just remember to be careful. I also arranged for a monitoring hawk to accompany you." After Xiaowu finished speaking, the monitoring hawk landed on her shoulder, tilting its little head and looking at the two androids before her. Afra and Zoe stared at the monitoring hawk for a while, then asked, "Ms. Xiaowu, may I see your monitoring hawk?" "Sure," Xiaowu readily replied. Afra reached out and grabbed the monitoring eagle, observing it intently. "Cuckoo?" The monitoring eagle, puzzled by their silent stares, tilted its head in confusion. "It's different. It's completely different from any of the robotic pets we designed before," Afra said seriously. Zoe nodded. "Its data is different from the robotic pets we designed. Its mechanical body seems closer to life than our AI bodies." "Afra, this isn't a machine made by our AIs." "Zoe, who in the Hyang Galaxy knows more about making machines than us?" As they spoke, they both looked up at Xiaowu. The eyes of AIs are completely different from human eyes. When they see anything, the system immediately calculates a series of data. This monitoring eagle was drawn by Xiaowu in a lottery within the system, and its data is completely different from other monitoring eagles. Moore is a lawyer, and Dortiku is an agronomy professional. They weren't as sensitive to the monitoring eagle's data. Ron, although he had noticed the problem with the monitoring eagle, perhaps because he was only 1 year old, had doubts, but didn't investigate further. Afra and Zoe were clearly more sensitive to pet machines than the android Xiaowu had encountered before, immediately recognizing the unusual nature of the monitoring eagle and hoping Xiaowu could provide an explanation. Xiaowu feigned ignorance, exchanging glances with them. "Is there something wrong with my monitoring eagle? A friend gave it to me." "Miss Xiaowu, where is your friend now? We like to see him. He's been living a nomadic life for years. I don't know where he is now." "Zoe, what's his name?" "I don't know. Although we have a good relationship, I never asked him his name." Xiaowu's words were impeccable. Zoe and Afra's calculations indicated a high probability that Xiaowu was lying to them. Further questioning would yield no results. Zoe and Afra showed no anger or dissatisfaction towards Xiaowu's lying. Their expertise told them that people have things they want to possess alone, or things they want to hide. Part of the calculations for the monitoring eagle's creation were done by the AI, but just as AI wouldn't tell humans how to program to create an AI with independent consciousness, capable of working and earning money independently. Xiaowu possessed technology superior to AI in certain areas, and naturally, he wouldn't tell the AI. "Afra, Zoe, what are you doing standing over there?" Maureen's voice rang out. She walked towards them. "I received your call 15 minutes ago, and you barely stepped out of the aviation building? Miss Xiaowu, let me introduce you. These two are my good friends, Afra and Zoe." Maureen introduced Xiaowu. Xiaowu nodded. Afra then realized, Zoe, we haven't introduced ourselves to Ms. Xiaowu yet. Yes. You two really need to upgrade your programming. Forgetting to introduce yourselves when meeting someone for the first time, Maureen couldn't help but complain. Zoe shrugged. We upgraded our programming and storage capacity a week ago, but... She didn't say much, but as an AI, Maureen knew that even with the upgrade, their current internal storage capacity wasn't enough for the necessary expertise. Ms. Xiaowu, my two friends rarely leave the machine planet to interact with people. Please forgive their rudeness. Chapter 268. Xiaowu smiled. Ms. Afra and Ms. Zoe are both very nice. It was a pleasure chatting with them. I hope you really are happy. By the way, Ms. Xiaowu, did they say why they came to Xiangyang Star? Maureen asked. Xiaowu nodded. Go out and explore if you want, just remember to bring incense. If there's any danger, run away. Don't fight the insects. We know, we won't cause you any trouble, Maureen said sensibly. Then we be going now. Take care. Xiaowu watched them leave. As they walked, Maureen asked, Afra, Zoe, what brand of new clothes are you wearing? They're from Ms. Xiaowu's clothing company. You didn't know that on Xiangyang Star? I haven't been paying much attention to the StarNet lately. I've been busy finding new places to plant flowers, plus I have a few commissions. I've been very busy. Now that you're living on Xiangyang Star, you can visit their clothing company more often. If they release any new products, remember to let us know. She listened as they walked away. Xiaowu prepared to go find Larkin and the others again. But she hadn't gone far when Lian Yin called again. This time, it was a construction team arranged by the Bai family. Xiaowu quickly caught up with Maureen and the others, asked Maureen for 12 pink pine sachets, went to find Lu Jianan, and then went to pick up the construction team. Upon meeting the construction team, Xiaowu led the team leader to the waterworks. Lu Jianan handed the design drawings to the construction leader. This tourist area is as large as 2 mountains. To facilitate tourism, many roads are needed. There are relatively few buildings. Most of the buildings are mainly for rest areas and viewing areas. Paving roads is much easier than building houses. After reviewing the design plans, the team leader assured Xiaowu that the tourist area would be completed within 20 days at most. Bai Heng's construction team had a large workforce and a lot of state-of-the-art construction machinery. The 3 construction teams Xiaowu hired couldn't match the number of workers in this one team. Therefore, building a tourist attraction primarily for sightseeing would be quick. With a rough timeline in mind, Xiaowu planned to also advance the progress of the photography studio. After agreeing with the construction team, Xiaowu gave the team leader some incense, telling him it was a tool to repel insects, and that for the sake of the team members, it would be best if one person in each team wore it. Xiaowu didn't need to explain the situation on Xiangyang Star. Everyone outside knew about it. However, regarding the waterworks, Xiaowu had previously had Dor and his team plant a pink pine tree there. Since planting the pink pine tree, no insects have appeared nearby. For safety reasons. Besides having the construction team bring incense, Xiaowu also arranged for soldiers to stand guard to ensure their safety. After finishing this task, Xiaowu wanted to go see Larkin again. However, she was told that Larkin had already returned. Larkin asked Shiryu to tell her that since the contract had been signed, the agreed-upon designer would be sent to Xiangyang Star tomorrow. Also, summer had 1 month left, and Shiryu could start designing the new autumn clothes with the designer. In other words, Shiryu would be very busy starting tomorrow. Thinking about the filming studio she wanted to set up, Xiaowu pulled Shiryu aside and told her about the clothes she wanted to design. The clothes Xiaowu wanted to design this time were based on ancient costumes she had seen on the original World website, and she asked Shiryu to create authentic ancient costumes. These period costumes were for photo shoots. Therefore, the focus was on elegance, grandeur, and beauty. Shiryu listened to Xiaowu's designs, sketching alongside her while praising, Master, these clothes you described are so beautiful and novel. Shiryu's drawing skills were superb. She could almost perfectly sketch whatever Xiaowu described in the blink of an eye. Xiaowu was very pleased with Shiryu's skill. The two of them worked together, one talking and the other busy, until 10 p.m. before they knew it. If Lei Jun hadn't called, Xiaowu would have wanted to provide Shiryu with more period costume samples, and the two of them probably would have worked until dawn. Lei Jun's call suddenly reminded Xiaowu of the important task for tonight. Boss, yeah, I received the goods. We'd be there shortly as agreed. Give us an address, and we go directly there. Wait a moment, I get back to you later. Xiaowu hung up the phone and asked Shiryu to come up with similar designs based on the pattern she provided. Shiryu nodded in agreement. Xiaowu left Shiryu's office and went to the defense building. He found Lei Tu, Ling Han, and Parker. Ling Han had been using his spaceship for the past 2 days to find suitable locations to build a weapons research institute. He had 3 promising sites, all quite far from Xiangyang City. He didn't know if these sites had any resources. Xiaowu flew his spaceship with them to inspect the sites. The first site had abundant iron or resources. Pass. The second site was riddled with holes from worms, but offered no resources. There was a river nearby. However, with so many wormholes, digging deep and filling them would take a considerable amount of time. The third site was the most satisfactory choice, because this is a small island at sea. The island's terrain is mostly spacious, free from insect infestations, and lush with greenery. Although there are some gem resources, it's not a major problem. They can simply take the stones with them while building the research institute. Xiaowu decided on the third location for the Weapons Research Institute. After confirming, they landed their spaceship on the beach. They disembarked to survey the surrounding island scenery. Vice Captain Parker, you will be conducting various researches here for a long time. Are you satisfied with this place? Xiaowu asked. Parker's gaze was firm. 1. We will follow your arrangements. Whatever your order, we will obey unconditionally. Parker, Xiangyang Star cannot purchase many high-performance, highly lethal weapons from outside, but our planet is dangerous. We need powerful weapons to eliminate the insects. The burden on your shoulders will be heavy, but I will fully support you. Just tell me what you need, Xiaowu said with emotion. Parker nodded firmly again. Xiaowu sent the coordinates to Lei Jun. While waiting for Lei Jun's arrival, Lei Tu returned to Xiangyang City and brought back all the building materials needed for the temporary rest area, as well as the tools and supplies the soldiers needed. Lei Tu led the soldiers on 3 trips back and forth, transporting the necessary items. Xiaowu followed the soldiers and found a temporary area on the island to set up the temporary rest area. After they finished, Lei Jun arrived as expected. Looking around at the island's environment, Lei Jun said, Boss Xie, you found a great place to use as a weapons research base. It's spacious enough, and the scenery is quite nice. Weapons can be made here, and if you get tired, you can take a walk on the beach to relax. Chapter 269. This place is very nice, but Lei Jun, how much money do I need to shut you up? Xiaowu looked at Lei Jun with a resolute gaze. Lei Jun didn't expect Xiaowu to say this so suddenly. But quickly, his clever little brain instantly understood what Xiaowu meant by this question. Boss Xie, don't worry, I will always be loyal to you, even though I'm not your soldier or employee. But you made me enough money for this lifetime, and you make me make even more money in the future. I'm not stupid enough to ruin my own livelihood. Is that so? Xiaowu looked at Lei Jun's personal panel. Having cooperated with Lei Jun many times, Xiaowu intuitively felt that Lei Jun was a reliable and trustworthy person, so she hadn't used the system to observe his panel yet. It would have been better if she hadn't observed it. Once she did, she found that Lei Jun's hostility towards her was 0, his favorability was 50, and his loyalty was 70. As Lei Jun said, he wasn't Xiaowu's soldier or employee. Logically speaking, only Xiaowu's employees would have something like loyalty. Reminder, Lei Jun is now only doing business with you. In effect, he's your employee. Xiaowu, I see, Lei Jun is truly devoted. He's made a lot of money from her, and now he's eyeing her wallet. Xiaowu is very reassured by Lei Jun's loyalty. With a loyalty level of 70%, betrayal is practically impossible. Boss Xie, a gentleman loves money, but he earns it honestly. If I tell you to rest assured, then rest assured. If I ever betray you, I cut off my head and give it to you as a chair. Of course, my employees can also rest assured, I'm an honest man, and the brothers who follow me are honest too. Lei Jun only brought 2 people with him, this time to deliver weapons. He understood that too many people could easily cause trouble. Therefore, he only brought 2 people with him from purchasing the weapons to delivery. Lei Jun, I'm someone who easily trusts others. Since you say so, I believe you, Xiaowu said. Lei Jun smiled. Boss Xie, doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Xiaowu smiled back. The weapons Lei Jun brought were delivered according to Xiaowu's list. Xiaowu knew nothing about weapons, but she had the value appraisal skill. She scanned them with her skill. Although the delivered weapons were worth half again, as much as her skill appraised them, they were the same price as the weapons she wanted to buy, meaning they were all genuine. The black market dealer had somehow obtained this batch of weapons, and sold them to Xiaowu at half the market price. Xiaowu sighed. If only her application to purchase the weapons would be approved. Boss Xie, don't sigh. Although these weapons are expensive, I guarantee you they're absolutely genuine. Getting genuine products on the black market, no matter how high the price, is like finding a treasure. By the way, since you're sighing, I give you a free gift. Lei Jun handed Xia Wu an electronic display panel. Xia Wu took the panel with a puzzled look. The panel contained a design drawing. Looking at the drawing, Xia Wu's pupils suddenly dilated. This looks like a missile design drawing. Yes, it's a missile design. My darling gave it to you. Lei Jun said with a hint of pride. That guy suddenly raised the price, and my darling was furious, so she immediately hacked into their starnet and found these design drawings. However, we're not professionals, so we don't know if they're real or fake. You can judge for yourselves. Xia Wu looked at the design drawings and used value appraisal. This upgraded skill could even value design drawings. The price of these design drawings was priceless. They couldn't be measured in money. Xia Wu hadn't expected this unexpected gain. Lei Jun, please thank your darling for me. Of course, just say the word if you need money. These are a gift, how could I accept money? Boss, yeah, my darling is your fan. If you really want to repay her, send her a few sets of clothes designed by your clothing company. She loves your clothes. That's easy. I definitely send her a whole season's worth of new products when they come out. Originally, they wanted to buy weapons to copy. Now, with the design drawings, they could just make them directly. They would avoid more than a decade of detours. Boss, yeah, how about you let me be the middleman for the raw materials needed to make the weapons? I can definitely get the goods for you. Lei Jun was trying to get himself another job. I definitely choose you. I don't trust anyone else. Pleasure doing business with you. Lei Jun extended his hand. Xia Wu shook his hand in return. Pleasure doing business with you. After Parker and the others unloaded their weapons, Lei Jun didn't linger and left in his spaceship. Xia Wu gave Parker the design blueprints Lei Jun had given him. Parker was quite surprised to receive the blueprints. Weapon blueprints are a country's most confidential information. The security measures are certainly more stringent than imagined. Just how powerful are the hackers Lei Jun knows. They actually hacked into weapon blueprints, and they're real. Parker couldn't wait to start building the weapon, according to the blueprints. Xia Wu originally wanted to stay a little longer. However, there was still a lot of work to be done in Xiangyang City. The people from Kriana's clothing design company were coming today, and as the boss, Xia Wu had to go and make an appearance. She had stayed here all night, plus moving weapons and other miscellaneous tasks. By the time she finished all the chores, it was already dawn. She boarded the spaceship to go home. Xia Wu closed her eyes, preparing to rest for a while. Less than 5 minutes later, her communication bracelet rang. It was Liang Xian calling. Hello, Minister Liang, what's up? After working all night, Xia Wu's tone was full of exhaustion and weakness. Liang Tongdao, Wang, the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Interstellar Alliance, Chen Mo, is here again. He demands an immediate meeting with you, and also requests that you attend the Blue Star Security Council meeting. Again? Xia Wu frowned. The humiliation she suffered there last time was still vivid in her mind. And why was he coming to see her today after receiving the weapons? Could it be that her purchase of weapons on the black market had been discovered? Lei Jun wouldn't betray her, who had leaked the information. Minister Liang, ask Commander Shen why he wants me to attend the Blue Star Security Council meeting? Xia Wu asked. Okay, please wait a moment. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone before Liang Xian's voice came through again. Commander Shen said it's related to the security of the Haiyang system, and hopes you can go with him. If you don't go, you might be considered an enemy by the people of all the planets in the Haiyang system. Xia Wu rubbed his forehead helplessly. So, if I don't go, our Xiangyang star will be boycotted by all the planets in the entire system again? What's going on? What did we do wrong? Is buying weapons on the black market really that unforgivable? Minister Liang, has their ship landed? Not yet. Ling Han, how long until we get home? You short-range jump, we be home in 1 minute. You short-range jump, Minister Liang. Allow them to land after we get home. Yes. He hung up the phone. Xia Wu rubbed his temples wearily. Why are they always causing trouble? Chapter 270. The visitors are hostile. Using a short-range jump back to the airfield, Xia Wu first went to the restroom to wash his face, washing away the fatigue of the entire night. Back in the lobby, the 4 from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were already in place, and Lei Tu and the others hadn't left either. The group stood in the lobby, waiting for Xia Wu. Have you arrived? Just landed. Minister Liang, have Liang Yin and the others accompany me in a bit. You wait for us at home. 1. A slight surprise flashed in Liang Xian's eyes, his slightly flustered expression unable to understand Xia Wu's decision. Give them some training. As diplomats of our planet, they can't always stand behind you and be protected by you. But this time, they didn't explain why. Liang Xian's eyes were full of worry. Young diplomats do need training, but not in such a large setting. Xia Wu smiled slightly. It's precisely because this time is a bit strange that we need you to stay home and oversee things. Minister Liang, you are the most senior diplomat on our planet. If something really happens to us outside, you be the first to think of a solution. Liang Yan, Payne, and Bai Xia are all very young. If we have them staying home, can they get us back if something happens to us? Having made things clear, Liang Xian immediately understood Xia Wu's intention in having her stay home. I understand. Master, I go too. Ling Han stepped forward and said. Xia Wu shook her head. What are you, a defense captain, doing getting involved? Don't worry, I attend their invitation in front of everyone. No matter what, I am the master of a planet. What could they possibly do to me? Stay home and wait for me to return. The Alliance Security Council is a place for deliberation. Even if war breaks out, there will be no assassination attempts during meetings. Furthermore, attendees will not be detained without cause. However, the first visit there left a bad impression, and the second time, without explanation, Xia Wu is being asked to go again. It has a hint of a trap. Xia Wu has no choice but to attend this trap. If she truly faces boycotts from all the planets in the galaxy, Xia Wu isn't afraid of other forms of boycotts. What she fears most is the boycott from the mechanical planet. The mechanical planet, leading in technology, has intelligent machines that love stone. This is both the path to development for Xiangyang Star and a path to wealth. Everyone is worried that their king will be mistreated again on Blue Star. Ling Han was about to say something. At this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps came from the exit of the passage. Everyone looked towards the exit. Led by Chen Imo, more than 20 soldiers walked in. Xia Wu looked at him. Silent, who had approached, saluted Xia Wu. Ms. Xia Wu, the Alliance Security Council invites you to participate in an interrogation. Please come with us to Blue Star. Interrogation? Xia Wu asked. Shouldn't an interrogation be in court? This interrogation is somewhat special. The Security Council members will first discuss it together to determine the seriousness of the matter before transferring it to the Interstellar Court. Please come with us, you understand when we get there. Okay. Silent had already revealed enough. He wouldn't say anything more if asked. Xia Wu didn't press him, and followed him onto the spaceship to the Alliance Security Council building. On the way there, Xia Wu remained quiet, mainly because she was tired. Thinking about the tough battle ahead, she didn't want to waste a single second of rest along the way. Unfortunately, technology had made what was originally a long journey very, very short. 50 minutes later, Xia Wu arrived at the Alliance Security Council building. It was the same conference room as before, but this time was different. Last time, Xia Wu was the first to arrive. This time, all the members had arrived, filling the room. And in the spot where Xia Wu had sat last time, a female android was now seated. She was dressed in a suit and tie, her black hair tied up, sitting upright, giving off an air of competence and strength. Xia Wu froze. The android had taken her previous seat. Where would she sit? Miss Xia Wu, please sit here. Shen Pen noticed Xia Wu's confusion and gestured for her to sit next to the android diplomat. Xia Wu walked over. The android made room for Xia Wu. Xia Wu nodded, thank you. I am Sherhui, a diplomat from the mechanical planet. She extended her hand. Xia Wu shook hands with Sherhui. I am Xia Wu from Xiangyang Star. Sherhui exuded an aura of seriousness and rigor. She nodded slightly, indicating she understood Xia Wu's self-introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I am the chairperson, Shen Pan. Today's meeting is mainly to discuss whether Mechanical Star has violated regulations by excessively favoring Xiangyang Star. Xia Wu, She was called to the meeting just for this? This world is truly strange. Because more AIs have gone to Xiangyang Star these past 2 days, someone is actually jealous. Chairperson, may I ask Ms. Sherhui a few questions about this matter? Seeing that the speaker was Needham, Xia Wu wasn't surprised. She looked calmly ahead. Sure. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson. Needham stood up, glanced at the whiteboard in his hand, and asked, Ms. Sherhui, do you acknowledge the fact that Ms. Afra and Ms. Zoe, core members of Mechanical Star's Weapons Research and Development Department, spent nearly 10 hours on Xiangyang Star yesterday? Xia Wu's eyes widened slightly. Core members of Weapons Development? I admit, Yesterday was a rare day off for them. Invited by their friend Maureen, they applied to the minister, and then went to Xiangyang Star to travel with their friend. Monsieur Hui, do you admit that the information and knowledge stored in the android's programs will not be erased upon leaving the machine planet? I admit that the information and knowledge stored in the android's programs will not be erased upon leaving the machine planet. Then, does this mean that Ms. Afra and Ms. Zoe carried a large amount of military weapons development knowledge and stayed on Xiangyang Star for nearly 10 hours? Yes. Isn't this just your android's favoritism? Hearing Sherhui's answer, Needham slammed his fist on the table angrily. According to extensive investigations, no member of the androids involved in military weapons development has ever spent more than 5 hours on a planet other than Mechanical Planet, except for nearly 10 hours on Xiangyang Planet. Fellow counselors, please check your whiteboards. I just sent you a document recording that android lawyer Moore, android developer Ron, and android Kaz have visited Xiangyang Planet multiple times, each time bringing back a gemstone. This indicates that Ms. Xie Wu has been using gemstones to lure androids to Xiangyang Planet. Ms. Xie Wu, please answer, have you been selling various expensive stones to androids, even bartering with them, all for this conspiracy today? To lure military weapons development members to your planet, and then steal some weapon design blueprints under the guise of jade. Chapter 271. Needham's words. Xie Wu finally understood why she had been summoned. She really wanted to applaud these people. To slander for the sake of slander, they could even fabricate such a reason to cause her trouble. Ms. Xie Wu, why won't you answer? Are you feeling guilty? Seeing that Xie Wu hadn't answered for a long time, Needham attacked again. Xie Wu smiled coldly with disdain, looking at Shen Pan, head of the chairperson. Mr. Needham is asking Monsieur Hui. Don't I have the right to refuse to answer his question? Yes. Then I refuse to answer. Refuse to answer? Ms. Xie Wu, you're feeling guilty, aren't you? You really do have a secret with the Onyx. Needham thought he had caught Xie Wu red-handed, and attacked her again on the grounds of guilt. Xie Wu ignored his questioning and asked Sher Hui beside her, Monsieur Hui, do you think Ms. Afra and Ms. Zoe would sell me weapon development blueprints because of jade? No, Mr. Needham's question is an insult to the character of Onyx. Sher Hui's voice was calm, but her anger was palpable. Needham scoffed, I insult the character of Onyx? Monsieur Hui, your obsession with jade and gemstones is known throughout the galaxy. The price of jade and gemstones has only risen over the years. It's all because of you. Mr. Needham, please allow me to ask you a few questions. 1. Do humans consume jade and gemstones? The moment Sher Hui asked her first question, Needham knew she was about to use that same theory to persuade him again. Monsieur Hui, please don't use the same excuse again. I know you want to say that humans don't eat stones, and can't survive without them, so raising the price of jade and gemstones isn't harmful to humans. But everyone has a love of beauty. By raising the price of jade and gemstones so high, making them inaccessible to ordinary people, aren't you depriving them of their spiritual nourishment? Mr. Needham, the AI aren't interested in stones worth less than a few 100,000. Stones that are always auctioned or sold at high prices are always of the highest quality. Wealthy humans will buy them even at high prices, while those without money can buy cheaper ones to satisfy their cravings. Furthermore, there are only a little over 1,000 AIs on the machine planet, while there are nearly tens of billions of humans. According to our research, most gemstones and jade are purchased by humans. As for your claim of depriving us of our spiritual sustenance, I don't know how that's being done. Monsieur Hui, Mr. Needham, please don't stray from the topic. Our meeting today is mainly about whether the machine planet has violated regulations by allegedly revealing any weapon research and design blueprints to Xiangyang Star. The AI's intelligence is something all humans fear. Long ago, they worried that the AI might specifically help any planet or country develop new weapons. Their fear was that those receiving AI assistance would instantly surpass them in technology and military power, then wage war, and become the overlords of the entire Haiyang Star system. Therefore, they signed a contract with the AI prohibiting the disclosure and assistance of any single country or planet in developing weapons. Don't be fooled by the claim that just yesterday 2 androids involved in weapons development research spent 10 hours on Xiangyang Star, and they're calling for an emergency meeting? That's an exaggeration. Many people present were genuinely afraid. Omnics aren't human. If someone develops a tool that can read their memories, even if the androids have signed contracts with them, what if someone steals their memories and uses their years of accumulated knowledge to develop weapons? After all, many present have been secretly researching how to seize control of the androids or read the various data within their programs. Although no one has succeeded yet, they fear that someone else might succeed. The two weapons research androids spent nearly 10 hours on a planet. Unable to see or touch anything, they could only rely on their rich imaginations to create enemies. Chief Supervisor, I haven't gone off topic. The androids have been in frequent contact with Xiangyang Star lately, precisely because of the stones. I think if the androids don't change their love for stones, Ms. Xie Wu might really do something. Ninda glared viciously at Xie Wu. I don't know the true identities of Ms. Afra and Ms. Zoe. They just came to my planet to visit Ms. Maureen. As for why they stayed so long, it's because they're looking for jade outside the city. Because of Ms. Maureen's visit, the androids suddenly felt that searching for stones outdoors was more meaningful, so they started this new hobby. Xie Wu spoke up, helping Shui draw Ninda's anger away. Looking for stones outdoors? We can't see anything. You can't just believe whatever you say. If you want to see, I can provide a video. However, after watching the video, I find that everything Mr. Needham said to me is slander. Please apologize to me and Miss Shui. Xie Wu looked at him coldly. Needham seemed to back down now. His voice wasn't as loud, and he looked at Xie Wu with a hint of fear. Of course, I think you should all apologize to me. Xie Wu stood up, his cold brows sweeping over the crowd. You all used your status and numbers to summon me here without any evidence, resorting to threats. First, I want to tell you all that Xiangyang Star is not a member of the Alliance Security Council. I have the right to disobey the rules you set. I came here at your request only to give you face. For the first weapons purchase application, you summoned me because of the problems on my side, and I understand your refusal. But this second time, it's utter nonsense. The AI has maintained a neutral stance in the Haiyang Star system for so many years. Last month, my planet faced a boycott from all the merchants on other planets, and even my AI friends refused to help me buy some food. AI that refused to help with food, yet you think they favor us by sending us weapons development blueprints? All of you here are older than me. Don't you understand AI? Xie Wu swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone present was a seasoned veteran, accustomed to the ups and downs of life. Faced with Xie Wu's questioning, they remained calm and expressionless. Needham jumped in again. Ms. Xie Wu, if you have evidence, then present it. You can fabricate things with your mouth. I can do that too. Mr. Needham, of course you can. Even better than I am. You? Ms. Xie Wu, I apologize for calling you and Ms. Shui here without evidence. However, this meeting was decided by a majority vote, which shows everyone's concern about this matter. If possible, I hope you can produce the video of Ms. Afra and Ms. Zoe spending 10 hours on your planet, Shinpan said. Chapter 272. This is our mercy, Needham spoke again. We could have charged you with stealing secrets and directly requested the Allied forces to arrest and search you. We didn't go too far, that's why we did this. What mercy? No evidence is no evidence. You're just afraid of being humiliated later. That's why you didn't dare to arrest me directly. After all, she's the ruler of a planet. It's perfectly reasonable for Xie Wu to retaliate and kill those who came to arrest her if she went directly to Xiangyang Star to arrest someone. Needham's attempt to manipulate her was futile. Needham clenched his fists, feeling rebuffed. If this were in private, he would have already hit her. You little brat. You don't know your place. Mr. Needham, please stop interrupting. Everyone's time is precious. Can you save some time for everyone? Shinpan asked sternly and displeasedly. Needham wanted to say something more. At this moment, he saw the person sitting directly opposite him glaring at him fiercely, and immediately fell silent. Ms. Xie Wu, Ms. Shui, if you have evidence to prove your innocence, please present it. The meeting was still a headache for Shinpan. She was exhausted. I need to obtain the consent of Ms. Afra, Ms. Zoe, and Ms. Maureen first. The surveillance eagle filmed the three of them together. Out of respect for their portrait rights, I need their consent. Ms. Xie Wu, you can release it directly. I already asked the three of them before coming. I also have footage of their actions, but it was filmed from their perspective, and the footage mostly shows your planet, so I also need your permission. Perhaps they would be troubled by multiple people together. Shui's tone towards Xie Wu was noticeably gentler. Xie Wu nodded, I allow it. This farce involved the Onyx. Xie Wu had always held a favorable impression of the Onyx. Neutral, non-troublesome, and fond of giving money. However, many of the countries present were prosperous, only spending money on the Onyx, unable to profit from them. This led them to both love and fear the Onyx. For screens were projected on the large screen in the conference room, one from the monitoring eagle, and the other three from Maureen and her team's perspectives. The Onyx eyes were like cameras, recording everything they saw daily. Although important footage was saved during updates. After all, they were Onyx, and a full memory meant they couldn't do many things. Maureen and her team's perspective was like filming a vast forest, while Xia Wu's monitoring eagle offered a full view. Afra Zoe, who had arrived on Xiangyang Star, spoke briefly with Xia Wu first. After Maureen arrived, they chatted for a while before leaving. Upon arriving at the city gate, they greeted the soldiers before leaving. The following scenes depicted mountains and water. The entire sequence consisted only of the three Onyx playing in the forest, meadows, and riverbanks. As Xia Wu had said, they truly were out searching for stones. For nearly 10 hours, only Xia Wu remained relatively close to them. When greeting the soldiers, one was on the city wall, and the other at its base. The scenes of exploring the forest for stones were tedious and monotonous. Later, we even watched them at 1.5x speed. Perhaps because Afra and Zoe were constantly encountering various iron objects, they began to enjoy the forest exploration, despite their initial intention to find stones. It wasn't until nightfall that they remembered their stone-finding mission, and went to the plantation to rescue Dole and Doku, asking them to lead them to the stones. Having come all this way, they couldn't leave empty-handed. Dole and Doku had ventured out of Xiangyang Star many times, and were very familiar with the surrounding terrain, including where to find free jade. Leading their companions out, they soon found jade in a patch of earth riddled with holes dug by insects. After finding the jade, each android took 2 pieces home. Xia Wu wasn't in the city last night. Morin led Afra and Zoe to Tanlung. Although Tanlung was the Minister of Finance, she knew nothing about jade and only knew about its prices from what people on the Starnet had told her. She didn't know how much to charge. The solution she finally came up with was to use the prices on the Happy Taodao website. The jade Afra and Zoe found wasn't very valuable, worth at most a little over 500,000 per piece. However, they paid double the price to take the stones. The scene finally freezes on Afra and Zoe boarding their spaceship home. Throughout the entire video, the only people who interacted with Afra and Zoe were Xia Wu and Tanlung, and the only physical contact was a handshake. Even watching at 1.5x speed, nearly 10 hours of content wasted a lot of time. Xia Wu fell asleep several times during the video. Seeing her almost asleep, Bai Xia quietly reached out and tugged at her sleeve. This prevented Xia Wu from completely falling asleep in the conference room. The video ended. Sherhui looked at Shenpan and asked, Chief Host, do you still think that our AI has done anything biased towards Xiangyang Star? For images were displayed from different angles. Afra and Zoe didn't seem to offer Xia Wu anything during the video. Some viewers showed disappointment, while others appeared indifferent. The video might have been edited. I demand the Allied forces conduct a thorough search of Xiangyang Star, Needham said. Xia Wu laughed angrily. Who put Needham on this puppet? Everyone could see it, yet he still clings to his massive paranoia, continuing to suspect Xia Wu of colluding with the Onyx. She was too lazy to say anything more, rising to say, Everyone, you already wasted enough of my time. I recorded today's farce. Given Needham's various baseless accusations against me, I will contact my lawyer tomorrow to file a lawsuit against you. Furthermore, this is the last time I've been summoned here for such absurd reasons to explain your laughable and shallow slander. Xiangyang Star may be small and backward, but it's not a place where anyone can do whatever they want to it. Xia Wu's gaze was firm and authoritative, conveying the unwavering resolve. If you mess with me again, I make sure you suffer too. Sherhui also stood up. We, the Onyx, have always maintained a neutral stance, hoping for world peace. However, our forbearance does not mean allowing others to bully us. As a diplomat from the machine planet, I hereby declare that Mr. Needham's Safaja nation will forever be barred from purchasing weapons and robots developed by the Onyx. Hearing this, Needham stood up agitatedly. Ms. Sherhui, without the Mother of Machine's orders, how dare you make such a decision? My mother has been with me throughout this interrogation. As a diplomat from the machine planet, I am an envoy to various nations. My mother worries that I might not be able to make any decisions on such an important occasion, so she accompanies me to every diplomatic meeting. Mr. Needham, my mother asked me to tell you that the Onyx will not tolerate any slander. From now on, if anyone slanders the existence of the Onyx, the machine planet will never cooperate with them again. Chapter 273. Needham panicked immediately. The Onyx possessed all the cutting-edge technology in this star system. Without their help, the nation's technological capabilities would regress by decades, turning it into a backward country vulnerable to bullying. Ms. Sherhui, this is just a misunderstanding. Please tell Ms. Veronica that the Kingdom of Safaja has always respected the Onyx. No matter how much Needham pleaded, Sherhui ignored him. Looking at the others, she continued, I know this meeting was convened by a majority vote. Therefore, I would like to use Mr. Needham's words to warn everyone present. The Onyx have existed for so many years, working hand in hand with humanity towards a peaceful and prosperous world, and have never done anything that violated their principles or harmed lives. We have given you sufficient respect, and we hope you will reciprocate with respect. Onyx have no hearts, but we have programmed calculations. Our programs include a method for calculating respect, so please do not try to deceive the Onyx. Please allow me to leave early today's meeting. I cannot stay until the end. Without saying anything more, Sherhui packed her things and left. Xiaowu said to the three behind her, "We're leaving too." After their departure, no one in the meeting dared to say anything more. Some counselors whispered among themselves. That's the nature of androids. They control the technology of the entire galaxy, and we wouldn't dare utter a sound against them. Unless we reduce our dependence on android technology, we won't dare do anything to them. It feels like we have robots riding on our necks. After this meeting, let's go back and hold a meeting to discuss increasing the training of computer talent. Can we win? We need to sleep and eat, while the androids can work forever as long as they keep charging. No matter how many talents we train, we can't keep up with the work progress of a single android. Everyone present shared the same thought. They wanted to get rid of the androids, yet they were afraid of leaving them. This meeting gave Xie with the same feeling. Among the people in the meeting room, some were star lords of small planets, others were from countries within a planet. To be honest, most of them were of lower status than Xiaowu. But precisely because Xiangyang Star currently lacked manpower and weapons, and needed to cooperate with others to make money, it was so weak that it couldn't even compare to a city in a country. As a result, few people present respected her and challenged her. Even though the accusation sounded ridiculous, she still had to explain. The key was that even if she explained, no one would listen. Thinking about this, Xiaowu couldn't feel happy. "Miss Xiaowu, would you mind taking a walk together?" Sherhui, who was walking at the front, stopped. Xiaowu nodded. "Okay. My mother asked me to apologize to you. Afra and Zoe's visit caused you trouble. This matter has nothing to do with the Onyx. It was trouble they deliberately created. Miss Xiaowu, actually, they were deliberately causing trouble for the Onyx. Through this meeting, they were telling us Onyx not to show any favoritism, and not to let your weapons development research members go to other countries." At this point, Sherhui's expression became serious. Although humans are still unwilling to admit that Onyx are also life forms, our Onyx already have programmed calculations that can calculate emotions based on the situation, no matter what happens. Therefore, we weapons development research members are the most stressed and emotionally vulnerable members of the machine planet. Of course, their emotional breakdowns differ from those of normal humans. This is mainly due to the system's constant high-intensity calculations of various weapon data. Sometimes, a large amount of complex data can cause their memory to overflow in a short time, rendering them unable to run and requiring immediate cleanup. When this happens, their internal automatic cleanup system will temporarily clear unimportant data, freeing up memory buffers. However, the system's automatic cleanup often targets the people and events they encounter that day. Clearing these is equivalent to deleting parts of their memories. Miss Xiaowu, this is a cruel thing. This morning, this android was happily chatting with me about a fine piece of jade she acquired. When I met her again at noon and greeted her, she asked me, "Which generation of android are you? What's your name?" We Onyx define memory as the shaping force that shapes a person's existence. If someone loses their memory, it's as if everyone you knew before has died, and a completely new person is standing before you. Therefore, we Onyx value memory highly. When we see an Onyx involved in weapons development research lose a memory, we assume that the Onyx we spoke with that morning is dead. Considering the harm their work causes them, Mother has always hoped that every Onyx in the weapons development research department can enjoy every second. Zoe and Afra spent a pleasant 10 hours on Sunrise, Miss Xiaowu. We appreciate your tolerance in allowing Onyx to move so freely on your planet, but we apologize again for any trouble caused. Sherhui bowed slightly in apology. Xiaowu quickly grabbed her arms. Miss Sherhui, this isn't your fault, it's the fault of those who deliberately caused us trouble. Xiaowu smiled, pursing her lips. Miss Sherhui, I always felt that you androids don't need to be so obsessed with being like humans. Life isn't just about humans, plants are life, animals are life. So, aren't mechanical life forms also a kind of life? Sherhui, mechanical life forms? I interacted with many androids. Everyone has their own personality and hobbies. In my eyes, androids are already a kind of life, they don't need to imitate anyone else. Sherhui lowered her head in deep thought, considering the meaning of Xiaowu's words. After thinking for a while, Sherhui said, Ms. Xiaowu, thank you for your tolerance towards us androids. As long as it's within permissible limits, we androids will definitely help you no less than anyone else. Xiaowu nodded and said nothing more. Miss Xiaowu, I have other matters to attend to, so I'd be leaving now, Shui said. Xiaowu said, okay, see you again sometime. The two shook hands and parted. Watching Shui stride away, Xiaowu's previously depressed mood eased somewhat. Talking with the androids was so nice. It instantly made her feel relaxed. She went outside. Silence walked over and asked, Miss Xiaowu, are you going back? Yes. The car we arranged for you is over here. Silence's gaze fell on the car not far away. Xiaowu nodded slightly, and was about to walk towards the car, when a little girl suddenly ran up to her. Sister, do you want to buy flowers? These are flowers I picked this afternoon. They're still very fresh. They had been in a meeting for nearly 10 hours. It was already dark. Xiaowu looked at the little girl with cute braids and nodded gently. I take all the flowers you have. How much? 100 yuan. The child held out her communication bracelet, and Xiaowu tapped her bracelet, about to transfer the money to the girl. Suddenly, a deafening bang accompanied by the scorching heat of the flames rang out. The immense impact sent Xiaowu flying half a meter away. His ears were ringing. Xiaowu felt the little girl he had instinctively been holding slowly stand up in his arms. She whispered in Xiaowu's ear, I let you off this time, next time. Chapter 274. The explosion came from the car Silent had arranged for Xiaowu to return. The shock of the explosion seemed to have injured Xiaowu internally. She stared in shock at the girl in her arms, incredulous. The little girl's deep blue eyes, filled with a smile, gazed at her, then opened her mouth again. Through the shape of her lips, Xiaowu saw 4 words, for the main god. Xiaowu slowly raised her hand. The shock of the explosion left her, without the strength to even move her arm. Bai Xia and Pain were orcs. A few seconds after the explosion, they reacted immediately. Pain quickly took the little girl from Xiaowu's arms, while Xiaowu was picked up by Bai Xia. Xiaowu wanted to say something, but the injuries from the explosion made her vision go black. The Alliance Security Council was a gathering place for leaders of various planets and nations. Hundreds of Interstellar Alliance soldiers guarded it, making it known as the safest place in the Haiyang system. Now, its safety had been shattered. Instantly, countless comments surged online. Netizens joined the discussion. Some are asking why the bomb hidden in the car wasn't detected. Someone revealed that the next passenger in the car was Xiaowu, the owner of Xiangyang Star. The mere mention of Xiaowu's name has only fueled more questions online. Why was Xiaowu in front of the Alliance Security Council? Has Xiangyang Star joined the Interstellar Alliance? Who wants to kill Xiaowu? But ultimately, the question remains, with such a serious car explosion in front of the Alliance Security Council, can the security of the Council still be guaranteed? Amidst the barrage of questions, the perpetrators gathered together. What do you all think of this show of force against Xiaowu? Yvette crossed her long, slender, white legs, her alluring eyes sweeping over her companions. What a waste of time. We should have just sent her to heaven with that bomb. We finally found an excuse to bring her to Earth. After this bomb incident, getting her to come back will be like climbing Mount Everest, Luther said resentfully. Luther, I'm telling you, this is a show of force. Why do you think I give her a show of force? Yvette smiled mysteriously, her beautiful eyes fixed on Luther. Luther met her gaze silently for a moment, then shook his head in resignation. Yvette, you're a viper, too many wicked thoughts. I can't fathom your intentions. Needham was fired by Safaja. He followed our orders to attack Xiaowu and the Onyx, resulting in the entire country being blacklisted by the Onyx. Safaja then fired him outright, so Needham asked us to save him, 99 said casually, holding the electronic light panel. Wilmer glanced at her and said, Yvette, you're in charge of Needham's redemption. Yvette's lips curled slightly. Okay, this redemption will be as clean as before, attracting no attention. 99 sighed, supporting a senator isn't difficult for us, but finding another believer as easily fooled and obedient as Needham is hard. Xiaowu had a dream. In her dream, she saw Xiaowu, who had participated in a talent show, win first place, sit on the throne, and receive the love and applause of fans. The Xiaowu in the dream smiled happily. The moment the talent show ended, she returned home and went out for hot pot with her mother and younger brother. In the private room, she promoted a song for her mother. Her younger brother teased her, saying that once she became a big star, she shouldn't forget her brother. Xiaowu said, Who's Xiachen? I don't know him. The small joke filled the private room with laughter. Just then, a deep, genderless voice whispered in her ear. A life wrong from the beginning, only now does it return to the right path. From the beginning, it was you who was her, and she who was you. Not you who were you, and she who was her. Xiaowu suddenly opened her eyes. The bright light from the ceiling made her suddenly open eyes unable to adjust. Xiaowu closed her eyes again, waiting for them to adjust to the bright light before opening them again. With her vision clearing, the first thing she saw was the white ceiling, and the smell of disinfectant filled the air. Xiaowu turned her head slightly. Bai Xia crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, eyes closed, her small head nodding. Xiaowu recalled the last sentence in her dream, and closed her eyes helplessly. It was so real. So real that she couldn't forget those words. From the beginning, you were her, and she was you. Could this mean that from the beginning, the world Xiaowu was in belonged to her, and her world belonged to Xiaowu? She didn't come to this world, she returned. System, aren't you going to explain? Xiaowu wondered inwardly. Host, the 2-year-old baby has arrived. Host, the 2-year-old baby cannot answer your questions. Perhaps, when the baby is 20, the baby will be able to answer. A knowledgeable voice answered seriously. Xiaowu sighed. Her sigh startled Bai Xia, who was sitting beside her. Bai Xia jolted awake and opened her eyes. Seeing Xiaowu, who was also awake on the hospital bed, she immediately asked worriedly, Your Majesty, are you alright? Is there anything else that's bothering you? Where am I? Haizhou People's Hospital. What happened to me? The bomb's impact damaged your internal organs. The doctor said it's fortunate you were a little far away. Any closer, and the damage might have been much worse. What about the little girl who was with me? She was injured too, but she's in good physical condition and recovered last night. Wang, you slept for 2 whole days. The doctors don't allow multiple people to stay with you, so it's my turn to stay with you today. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaowu's injuries weren't considered serious by modern medical standards. An hour in the treatment pod was enough to heal her wounds. The 2 days of sleep were actually due to the shock and the all-nighter she stayed up the day before, followed by an 8-hour meeting. After waking up, she ate something and regained her strength and energy. The doctor will come to check on her again, and she can be discharged. Payne went to help Xiaowu with the discharge procedures, while Bai Xia and Liang Yan packed their things. Xiaowu turned on her communication bracelet and started browsing the gossip news from the past 2 days. Every second that had been precious to her before, after just 2 days of sleep, she felt like she was falling behind the outside world. Just then, there was a knock on the hospital room door. Liang Yan looked at Xiaowu. Xiaowu nodded, and Liang Yan said, Please come in. Entering were Shenpan and her silent mother and son. The mother and son each carried a bouquet of flowers. Miss Xiaowu, have you fully recovered? I fully recovered. Thank you for the flowers. I'm so sorry, your 2 visits to the Alliance Security Council not only didn't leave a good impression, but they almost put you in danger, Shenpan apologized. Xiaowu smiled. If everyone on the Alliance Security Council were as kind as Chairperson Shen, I would like them. Chapter 275. Shenpan shook her head. As the head of the organization, I'm neutral, but many people there are eyeing interests related to their own countries and planets, making peaceful coexistence difficult. My regret is that we haven't been able to find out who planted the bomb in your car. Mom, let me handle this, Chinemo said. Shenpan nodded. Chinemo said, We investigated how the bomb got into the car, but the surveillance footage only showed a dog crawling under the car when it left the basement. When we finally found it, it had been burned to death, and we couldn't extract any information from it. Miss Xiaowu, although we have absolutely no leads right now, we will continue our investigation. Please wait for our news. Qin Mo's words surprised Xiaowu, yet not surprised. She was surprised that tomorrow's society had so many methods, even the Allied forces couldn't find a trace of them. She wasn't surprised that neither she nor the Bai family could find tomorrow's society, and neither could the Allied forces. It seemed quite normal. Miss Xiaowu, we will give you an answer to this matter, please rest assured. Seeing that Xiaowu remained silent, Shenpan spoke up. Xiaowu nodded, okay. During their conversation, Payne completed the discharge procedures. Xiaowu had been attacked, and the Allied forces were quite attentive, dispatching a small squad to guard the ward where Xiaowu was staying. Wherever she went, the soldiers followed. Stepping out of the hospital building, Xiaowu saw a little girl and a beautiful woman standing 2 meters ahead by a bench. The child you protected during the explosion said she wanted to thank you in person, Shenpan said silently. Xiaowu looked at them seriously. Is that so? As she spoke, she used hate identification. Lily's hostility, 0. Yvette's hostility, 10. What's with this hostility? Host, when hostility reaches 70, the other party will have the intention to kill you. You can think of hostility as hatred. The more they hate you, the more they want to kill you. They have no hatred towards you, so naturally they don't want to kill you. The people from tomorrow's guild have no hatred towards me. Xie Wu almost laughed out loud. So, they only want my planet, and my life is worthless in their eyes? Host, I'm not strong enough to read their minds yet. Why don't you ask them yourself? I go talk to them. You all wait here for a while, Xie Wu said. The group saw that the other party was just a little girl and a young woman, and obeyed Xie Wu's words, standing still. Xie Wu walked up to them alone and asked, "What's your name?" "We met before, Xie Wu, on the StarNet." "Yvette? Your real name?" "Yes, I have a beautiful name, and I hope more people will know me," Yvette smiled. Xie Wu couldn't laugh. "What else do you want? Another bomb? Or to gather more pirates? Don't you understand what we want? Lord of Xiangyang Star, rescind your previous orders." "What orders?" "Anyone entering Xiangyang Star needs your permission. Now, anyone can freely enter and leave Xiangyang Star." "That's all?" Xie Wu asked. Yvette nodded. "That's all. What if I don't want to? 30 of the bombs you ingested will appear on Xiangyang Star. Then, the small city of Xiangyang will be filled with bang bang bang." Yvette smiled meaningfully, looking at Xie Wu. "Xiangyang City has so few people, when they explode, probably half the population will die." Okay, give me 2 days to consider, alright?" "Sure, we're good at waiting, for the sake of the god." "For the sake of the god." The girl bowed with Yvette, smiling innocently at Xie Wu. Yvette didn't say anything more to Xie Wu and turned to leave. Xie Wu watched their departing figures, his eyes deepening. "Let's go back," she called out to Liang Yin and the others. Hearing her words, everyone quickly followed. On the way back, they were very quiet, but everyone could feel the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Xie Wu. Just as they set foot on Xiangyang Star, Bai Tsuan called. Over the phone, Bai Tsuan asked if it would be done tomorrow, and Xie Wu replied yes. Bai Tsuan immediately asked, "Xiao Wu, didn't you say they wouldn't harm you? They even used a bomb." "Uncle One, this is just a show of force. I know why they're doing this. Uncle One, I have an urgent meeting with my staff. I call you later to explain the details." "Okay." Bai Tsuan, hearing that Xie Wu had an urgent matter, agreed and hung up. As he walked out of the passage, Liang Xian and his group were anxiously waiting for Xie Wu to come out. Seeing Xie Wu, their eyes showed worry and fear. However, before they could speak, Xie Wu said sternly, "Minister Liang, Minister Tan, Captain Lei Tu, Squad Leader Ling Han, meeting." "Yes, yes." Before the worried words could even be uttered, everyone was stunned by Xie Wu's oppressive aura and dared not say anything more. Xie Wu summoned all the key personnel from Xiangyang Star to the conference room, closed the doors and windows to ensure no one could hear, and then activated her communication bracelet, projecting confidential documents onto the conference room's large screen. The perpetrators of this attack are a cult called the Tomorrow Society. For many years, the Tomorrow Society has been plotting to seize our planet. Xie Wu hadn't previously explained the Tomorrow Society to Tan Ling and the others. This was something she, Lei Jun, and the Bai family had investigated privately. Now that she clearly knew the Tomorrow Society was Xiangyang Star's enemy, she brought it up openly with everyone. Lei Tu was the first to stand up upon seeing this. "Your Majesty, is this true?" Xie Wu's sharp gaze fell upon Lei Tu, her expression serious. "It's true. They do exist, but in my investigation, the Tomorrow Society has always been shrouded in mystery. So mysterious that even I, the Bai family, and the Allied forces couldn't uncover them. However, Captain Lei Tu, I first heard the name Tomorrow Society from you." This was also the reason Xie Wu hadn't told him initially. If Lei Tu hadn't mentioned it, she would never have guessed, no matter how hard she racked her brains, that the true enemy of Xiangyang Star was a religious group. Everyone's gaze turned to Lei Tu. Lei Tu also realized the meaning behind Xie Wu's gaze, and even the slow-witted Xie Wu reacted. "Your Majesty, are you suspecting me of being a member of the Tomorrow Society? Captain Lei Tu, you grew up on Xiangyang Star, shed blood and sweat for it, and hoped for a better future for Xiangyang Star. Therefore, I'm giving you a chance to explain." Chapter 276. Xie Wu's attitude was calm yet tinged with seriousness. Ling Han, standing beside Lei Tu, had an icy expression, his eyes fixed on Lei Tu, his hand exerting slight pressure. If Lei Tu made the slightest movement, he would immediately restrain him. Lei Tu's eyes were clear. Being stared at with questioning eyes by his longtime colleague, he was furious at his scheme being exposed. He calmly looked at Xie Wu and said, Your Majesty, I am indeed a member of tomorrow's society. Lay to you? Liang Xian stood up abruptly. Tan Lang quickly grabbed his hand, gesturing for him to calm down. Ling Han had already clenched his fist, ready to restrain Lei Tu at any moment. Xiao Wu remained calm, his gaze sharp, as he looked at Lei Tuesday continue. I am a member of the Tomorrow Society, but I have never participated in any actions or activities related to them. My first contact with them was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, under Lord Xiaoyu's leadership, Xiangyang Star was declining day by day. At that time, a merchant from Xiangyang Star chatted with me and asked if I wanted to get rich. I grew up on Xiangyang Star and never thought about how good my life could be. From childhood to adulthood, all I hoped for was for Xiangyang Star to improve. So my answer to that man was that I hoped Xiangyang Star would improve. Then, he told me that as long as I had money and power, it would be very simple to make Xiangyang Star better. I asked him how. He said that joining the Tomorrow Society would do the trick. Even a vagrant could become a millionaire by joining. I have no business acumen, my mind is full of killing insects, but I know the importance of money. So, I asked him if joining the Tomorrow Society could really make me a lot of money, and he took me to a Tomorrow Society gathering. Everyone at the gathering was masked, nobody knew who they were. Even the host, who spoke, was completely covered up. My companion, who invited me, said those people were big shots in business and politics. They were originally just small members of the Tomorrow Society, but because of their devotion to God, they received blessings and gained the money and status they wanted. Everyone who attended the gathering received a blessing of $10,000. The host said that as long as we remained devout to God, God would bestow wealth and power upon us. It was a very tempting gathering. You could get $10,000 just by sitting and listening to speeches for 2 hours, but you would also be branded with the Tomorrow Society mark. As he spoke, Redo pulled up his sleeve. On his arm was a Tomorrow Society mark, but on the mark was a scar, a wound from an injury that had been stitched up. After I returned from that rally, it happened to be the annual physical examination day for the defense guards. When Dr. Isaac examined me, he asked why I had metal in my body. I thought it was some kind of residue left over from killing insects, so I asked Dr. Isaac to remove it. But Dr. Isaac found a miniature signal locator in the mark, used to track people's whereabouts. I immediately felt something was wrong. Why would a religion implant a signal locator in a human body? When I went to find that person again, his house had burned down due to an electrical fire. I didn't have Tomorrow's Society's contact information. He was dead, and I had no idea where Tomorrow's Society would hold its next rally, or what announcements would be made. Of course, I also had no way of knowing why Tomorrow's Society implanted a miniature signal locator in someone. Later, I looked up Tomorrow's Society online and saw those things. Lei Tu looked at Xiao Wu with a determined gaze. Your Majesty, back then you were worried about which wealthy person had such power to cause you trouble at the Alliance Security Council. I suddenly remembered the Tomorrow Society. Actually, I wasn't sure if they really had political figures as they claimed. I just casually mentioned it to you. To be honest, I was quite surprised that this cult still exists. The gathering I attended had at least 300 people. Just by attending, you could get 10,000 in blessings. 300 people, that's over 3 million. If a few more people, like me, found a miniature signal locator hidden in the token after receiving the money, they could easily get 10,000 more just by removing the locator, and each locator costs over 30,000. Over 40,000 per person. No matter how much money they make, it won't be enough to cover their losses. So, I think they should have gone bankrupt long ago. Lei Tu explained honestly. Liang Xian and the others' expressions gradually improved. Your Majesty, should we ask Dr. Isaac over here? Tanling asked. Xiao Wu's expression remained serious. She asked, Captain Lei Tu, how much of what you said is true? How much is false? My lord, I said everything I can. I haven't hidden anything. Captain Lei Tu, do you need me to recall what you said when you told me about the existence of the Tomorrow Society? When you told me about the Tomorrow Society, it was as if you were telling me that the Tomorrow Society was behind it all, not just a hypothetical statement that the religion was extinct. It was that you definitely believed the Tomorrow Society was behind it all. Xiao Wu looked at Lei Tu with a serious, slightly angry expression. Do you need me to help you recall? Lei Tu's composure slowly crumbled under Xiao Wu's gaze. My lord, all my intentions were for the good of Xiangyang Star. I never intended to harm you or Xiangyang Star. And now? Do you think joining Tomorrow's Society is for the good of Sunrise Star? Their promise to me was that as long as you yielded, everyone on Sunrise Star would be happy and joyful. But King, I only attended one gathering and discovered the signal transmitter. At that time, I thought I had severed ties with them, but a month ago, they somehow contacted me. King, I didn't know from the beginning that they had done so much to Sunrise Star, and I didn't even know they wanted to kill you. Having his thoughts discovered by Xia Wu, Lei Tu truly stopped hiding and lying this time. Perhaps, he hadn't expected that Xia Wu, so busy with so many things to do every day, would still remember what he had said to Xia Wu that day. Looking at Lei Tu's unwavering loyalty, Xia Wu asked, Captain Lei Tu, are you really not hiding anything anymore? No, that's the truth. I attended their gathering. I thought everyone was masked and well covered, so they wouldn't know who I was. After removing my signal transmitter, I had no further contact with them until a month ago when they found me again. Did you reveal any information about Xiangyang Star to them? Like the construction of the weapons research base? Lei Tu shook his head. No. I have never revealed any information about Xiangyang Star to them. Xia Wu remained silent, looking at Lei Tu's still 100% loyalty, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 277. Ling Han, take Captain Lei Tu away and lock him up. No one is allowed near him without my order. Yes. Ling Han stood up and looked at Lei Tu. Lei Tu knew that no matter what he said, the trust had already cracked. He stood up resignedly. Xia Wu continued, Captain Lei Tu, I believe in your loyalty to Xiangyang Star and me. However, tomorrow will be full of tricks. I'm not wary of your betrayal, but rather of them putting something on you again. Your Majesty, I know. Everything you've done is for Xiangyang Star. Even if you kill me, I will not hold a grudge against you. May my king be as mighty as the heavens, and may Xiangyang Star prosper. Lei Tu respectfully bowed to Xia Wu before leaving with Ling Han. Xia Wu blinked, her eyes slightly red. She closed her eyes helplessly and said, Anyone among you who has had contact with tomorrow's society, please step forward. My lord, I have never had any contact with tomorrow's society. I swear on my life. Me too. Liang Xian and Tan Leng looked at Xia Wu with unwavering gazes. Xia Wu looked at them and ordered, Minister Tan, go and buy anti-eavesdropping and anti-location tools. We continue this meeting after you bought them, and Ling Han returns. Yes. Tan Leng got up and left. In the large conference room, only Liang Xian and Xia Wu remained. Xia Wu rested his forehead on his hands, deep in thought. The system popped up at that moment. Host, loyalty is infallible. Captain Lei Tu is indeed loyal to you and Xian Yangxing, and will not obey tomorrow's society or do anything detrimental to you. Captain Lei Tu's loyalty might be genuine, but he lied. Xia Wu understood Lei Tu's feelings about lying. By downplaying the situation, more understanding could be gained. She acknowledged Lei Tu's loyalty. However, so many external factors were at play. Tomorrow, they could implant signal trackers and listening devices on people. Even the most loyal person could be exploited. This was Xia Wu's biggest headache at the moment. Tan Leng returned quickly. The purchased equipment scanned the group, confirming no listening devices or signal trackers had been implanted. When Ling Han returned, another scan was performed. Nothing was found either. Only then could the group hold their meeting in peace. Xia Wu didn't have many people she could use to begin with. Parker was researching weapons on the island, and Lei Tu was currently imprisoned. The large conference room now only contained Xia Wu, Tan Leng, Liang Xian, and Ling Han. Looking at the three of them, Xia Wu said, have Winnie, Juliana, Bai Xia, Payne, and Liang Yin all attend the meeting. 1. Tan Leng hesitated. Xia Wu said, such a large planet can't be managed by just a few of us. Since you're all training talent, trust them, and let them help us through the most difficult phase on Xiangyang Star. Tan Leng and the others were learning about the Tomorrow Society for the first time. The thought that someone they worked with for years was actually a member of the Tomorrow Society, and the uncertainty surrounding these unfamiliar young people, made Tan Leng worry that they might also be connected to the Tomorrow Society. But Xia Wu's words made sense. Xiangyang City now had a large influx of outsiders. A few thousand people couldn't be managed by just the four of them. They desperately needed capable people to help. In the end, Tan Leng and the others still called Winnie and the others. Winnie and the others were attending such a meeting for the first time. Upon receiving the call and arriving at the meeting room, their hearts pounded, afraid of making a mistake. Xia Wu no longer hid anything from them, and told them about the Tomorrow Society. Winnie and the others had only started learning from Tan Leng and his group a few days ago, and suddenly being told about the crisis on Xiangyang Star made them feel like they had been suddenly promoted, even though their positions hadn't changed. Of course, they couldn't believe what the Tomorrow Society had done. To seize a planet, they had already killed so many people, and even wanted to kill Xia Wu. They were so angry they wanted to kill them right then and there. Xia Wu looked at everyone's expressions, and finally began the real meeting. When I returned, I encountered members of the Tomorrow Society. They gave me two choices. 1. Revoke my previous order. No one is allowed to enter or leave Xiangyang Star without my permission. 2. If you don't revoke this order, they will plant 30 bombs in Xiangyang City. Bixia and Pain were both shocked, looking at Xia Wu in surprise. Xia Wu met their gazes and asked, Bixia, Pain, did you hear what Yvette said? Yes. The orcs had excellent hearing. The distance between Xia Wu and Yvette during their conversation was inaudible to most people, yet they heard it. However, seeing that Xia Wu didn't get angry or retaliate, they could only keep what they heard to themselves. Your Majesty, are you planning to listen to them? Tanling asked. How could I possibly listen to them? Xia Wu leaned back and said, rescind the order and allow anyone to enter Xiangyang Star. If they settle all the followers of the Tomorrow Society on Xiangyang Star, their numbers will gradually outnumber the natives, and they will slowly devour us. Remember the rules between the Haiyang star system? On an unclaimed planet, who becomes the master is determined by the inhabitants themselves. If the other side outnumbers us, their first step will be to kill me, and then they can naturally compete with you for the planet. So, the two paths they gave me are simple. The first is my death, the second is yours. They think I'm a fool, they put it in a roundabout way, and I didn't understand. Of course, I won't listen to them. I won't take either path they offer. Ling Han, during the time Captain Lei Tu is imprisoned, you will temporarily be the captain. Select 200 men to form the city's patrol force. Their daily work will be patrolling the city. Minister Tan, equip this patrol force with professional bomb disposal equipment, bomb detection radar, etc. Yes. Tan Lang and Ling Han answered simultaneously, immediately noting this down. Liang Yin, Pain, you two will temporarily set aside your diplomatic duties and establish a new population information processing department. This department will mainly be responsible for people moving within Xiangyang City, as well as issuing temporary residence permits and citizen residence permits. They are already residents of Xiangyang Star. You will issue them an additional Xiangyang Star citizen residence permit to prove their citizenship. For those who come to our planet to work, issue them temporary residence permits. Xia Wu looked at Liang Yin in pain and said. Tan Lang immediately understood her intention. Your Majesty, we establish our own additional Sunrise citizen certificates. That way, we won't have to worry about people claiming to be Sunrise residents and trying to take our land. They have plenty of excuses to steal, but by adding another certificate, we can stand on moral high ground and rally support to drive them away if such a thing really happens. Also, stop calling me Your Majesty, call me Star Lord. Chapter 278. Everyone was stunned, not understanding why Xia Wu had changed his form of address. Xia Wu said, if you continue to call me Queen, those who want to seize land might use this as a starting point, saying, she's just the queen of a small town, what's wrong with us taking a little land? Call me Star Lord, the master of Xiangyang Star. Yes, your lord. Everyone immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Xia Wu. Xia Wu waved his hand. Sit down, let's continue our conversation. Our Xiangyang Star used to have too many things, too chaotic, without any clear division. Taking advantage of today's events, let's properly divide everything up. Xiangyang City used to have a small population. Tan Lang and his team could easily handle about 100 people. But now so many people have come to Xiangyang Star, most of them working here from other places. If Tomorrow's Society dared to boast about planting bombs in Xiangyang City, it meant that members of Tomorrow's Society had already infiltrated disguised as employees. Xia Wu requested a 3-day grace period from the other side. During these 3 days, they had to eliminate the undercover agent who would be sent in tomorrow. The meeting lasted a full 6 hours. Finally, after everything was discussed, Xia Wu dismissed everyone to carry out the assigned tasks. Xia Wu suddenly remembered something and called out to Ling Han, who was leaving last. Ling Han. Ling Han stopped. Master, do you have any other plans? In the defense force, how many can be trusted? Ling Han lowered his gaze and thought for a moment, then said, Master, I think most are trustworthy. The soldiers here originally had a heart dedicated to protecting Xiangyang Star, and once the orcs swore allegiance to someone, they would give their lives for that loyalty. The current orc soldiers are all very loyal to you. Okay, I understand. Xia Wu nodded. Go ahead and get busy. Yes. The already busy Xiangyang City became even busier after the meeting. After the meeting, Xie Wu went to the highest point in Xiangyang City. The old houses in the eastern district had been demolished, replaced by rows of 15-story buildings. In just 2 days, the construction progress seemed to have been wound up like a clockwork mechanism, completely different from what Xie Wu remembered. Xie Wu sat quietly on the high ground, looking at Xiangyang City. Unconsciously, the sky slowly darkened. Time passed little by little, and before he knew it, it was dawn. Defense building, in the detention room. Lei Tu sat quietly on a cold bench. At this moment, a figure slowly approached in the long corridor. His footsteps were very light. If it weren't for the quiet surroundings, the sound would have been difficult to hear. Lei Tu slowly looked up, watching the person walking towards him. The man was dressed in a guard's uniform. Ritu recognized him, and said weakly, "It's you, Colin. Did the queen send you to bring me food? That's great, I've been starving for almost a day. The queen is such a stingy person. I swore all my loyalty to her, and she still suspects me of betrayal. Sigh, all those years of risking my life for Xiangyang Star for nothing." Ritu's words were full of disdain. Colin looked at him, his tone calm, and asked, "Captain, how can you say that about the queen? I remember you were more loyal to her than anyone else. What good is loyalty? A little thing happened, and she didn't show any mercy, locking me up. Colin, I advise you not to be so devoted to the queen. By the way, do you know the Tomorrow Society? The Tomorrow Society is a great place. As long as you're devout to the god, you can have money if you want, and power if you want. Let me out, and once I escape and find the people of the Tomorrow Society, I come back with 300,000 and give you. Captain, when you speak of the Supreme God, please show him some respect. The Supreme God has bestowed upon you wealth and fame, granting you things you could never have in this lifetime. Since you are to be devout to the Supreme God, then don't forget to show respect." Lei Tu paused, looking at Colin with surprise. "Colin, judging from your words, are you also a follower of the Supreme God?" Colin didn't answer. His silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Rita stood up excitedly. "Colin, since we're both believers, please help me. Let me out. Let me leave this damn planet. I really had enough of Xie Wu and this garbage planet. I don't want to stay here another day. Captain, the Supreme God has already bestowed a favor upon you once, but you never done anything for the Supreme God. So tell me, where did you go in your spaceship the night Xie Wu left Blue Star? Is this important? The High Priest needs to know all of Xie Wu's movements. Captain, as long as you tell me what Xie Wu was doing that night, I can report to the High Priest and try to rescue you." Ritu was silent for a moment, then thought for a moment and asked, "Colin, you left Xiangyang Star to find work outside, but later said it was hard to find work, so you returned to Xiangyang Star to become a guard. Why did you come back? Didn't Tomorrow's Guild make you rich? Isn't Tomorrow's Guild as reliable as they say?" Ritu lowered his head in deep thought, puzzled. Colin drew his sidearm and pointed it at Lei Tu. "Captain, tell me, where did Xie Wu go that night? What did she do?" Lei Tu stared at the cold muzzle of the gun, his eyes sharpening. "Tell me first, Colin, what did Mingri promise you? I want to see just how powerful they are, and what they can offer you. Once you tell me, I naturally tell you where Xie Wu went last night." Colin stared silently at Lei Tu for a few seconds before replying, "Xiangyang Star. He told me that as long as I report Xie Wu's entire itinerary and activities on Xiangyang Star, he'd find a way to make me the master of Xiangyang Star. This planet should be in my hands. 3 generations of the Xie family haven't been able to manage this planet properly. They're so incompetent. But if this planet belongs to me, I will absolutely not let it be so terrible. Colin, I never expected someone so young to have such ambition. But you seem to underestimate our Star Lord." Lei Tu smiled. Before Colin understood the meaning of Lei Tu's smile, a figure descended from the sky, grabbing Colin's hand holding the gun and pulling hard. Colin was in so much pain that he couldn't hold the gun, and the next second, his hands were tied behind his back, and his back was pressed down so he couldn't get up. Immediately afterwards, someone came forward and took all his belongings. "What's going on? Ling Han?" Colin turned around and saw Ling Han, his eyes filled with astonishment. After all his belongings were taken away, Xie Wu came out. "Captain Lei Tu, your acting was a bit stiff and forced. I was afraid he wouldn't fall for it if I were hiding in the shadows and listening." Lei Tu smiled sheepishly at Xie Wu's comment. "My lord, I done my best. The thought of saying something slanderous about Xiangyang Star is worse than death. But as you said, a member of Tomorrow's Society would definitely come looking for me tonight. I didn't expect it to be Colin." Chapter 279. Like many young residents of Xiangyang Star, Colin harbored a desire for the planet to become stronger. At least during his time in the army, he was diligent and fearless in the face of danger. Colin was considered one of the more hard-working young soldiers. Unexpectedly, he harbored ambitions to become the ruler of Xiangyang Star. Colin, haven't I done enough these past few days? Xia was squatted down, staring at Colin. Colin's eyes were bloodshot and red. Of course not enough. You have so much money, why don't you accelerate Xiangyang Star's progress? Why don't you seize more land? As long as we have enough land, we can sell some to others and let them develop on it, and our planet will soon become prosperous and bustling. Is this the management techniques tomorrow will teach you? Xiaowu asked. Colin didn't speak, but from the defiance in his eyes, it was clear that tomorrow would indeed have taught him these techniques. Colin was just a soldier. On Xiangyang Star, where educational resources were scarce, he didn't learn much. Because of his lack of knowledge, he could only do dirty and tiring jobs on Blue Star. Back on Xiangyang Star, all he cared about was killing insects. Single-minded guys with no clear direction are most easily brainwashed and most easily swayed by the sweet-talking propaganda of tomorrow's society. Xiaowu didn't intend to say much more. She asked, did tomorrow's society tell you that if I didn't listen to them, they would plant 30 bombs in Xiangyang City and blow it to bits? Colin was startled, looking up at Xiaowu in surprise. Xiaowu said, it seems they didn't. So, it seems you weren't planted by tomorrow's society to plant the bombs. There are others planting bombs in Xiangyang City. Lock him up. To prevent leaks, don't let Colin contact anyone else. Xiaowu stood up. She had assumed that the guy who came to kill Lei Tu after his information was exposed was the one who planted the bomb. Who knew that the number of people infiltrating Xiangyang Star tomorrow would be more than she had imagined. Wait a minute. Colin shouted, when did you set this up? You were sitting on the highest point in Xiangyang City, lost in thought, for a long time after the meeting today. I was lost in thought, but couldn't I secretly send the messages using my communication bracelet? Xiaowu retorted. Colin was startled. Worried about being discovered by Xiaowu, he observed her from a distance. He didn't see what Xiaowu's hands were doing hidden in the bushes. But in fact, Xiaowu had been preparing everything since she boarded the spaceship, including the scene at the meeting. Before returning, Xiaowu had Lei Tu check her for listening devices. Unexpectedly, there really were. Then, Xiaowu arranged a scene for Lei Tu. Lei Tu's lie was to make his imprisonment seem more legitimate. After the meeting, Xiaowu deliberately feigned deep sorrow at being betrayed, sitting in a high place where everyone could see her, lost in thought. In reality, she was secretly sending messages to Ling Han and Lei Tu, setting the stage for tonight's scene. However, Colin forgot one thing. Sitting high up, one can see much more than from below. Just like students who always think they can't see anything from their seats while they're making small movements, the teacher on the podium can see everything perfectly well. She had noticed Colin's presence long ago, but she had been patiently waiting to reel in the bigger fish. Colin and Ritu's conversation revealed little, but it was extremely important. Tomorrow wouldn't know that she had asked Lei Jun to help buy weapons, or that Parker was leading a team to develop weapons on the island. This matter was crucial to them. Tomorrow's lack of knowledge meant they would cause far less trouble. Colin was locked up. Ritu asked worriedly, Star-Lord, we still don't know who planted the bomb. What should we do now? It's alright, I handle it. Captain Ritu, you haven't eaten all day, go get something to eat and rest. Yes. Ritu left with the other soldiers. Xiaowu looked at Ling Han beside him and said, Ling Han, come with me to the outskirts of the city. Yes. The two left the city and arrived at Ron's factory. Ron's factory was brightly lit, and the sound of machines running could be heard as they approached. Just as they entered the factory gate, a small machine slid over. Visitors detected are Miss Xiaowu and Mr. Ling Han. Miss Xiaowu, would you like to see Mr. Ron? Yes. The lounge is over there. Please wait in the lounge while I go get Mr. Ron. Xiaowu and Ling Han entered the lounge. Inside were two small robots. Upon seeing them sit down, they immediately offered tea, water, fruit, and snacks. The little habits of these androids are truly impeccable. Even though they don't need to drink water or eat, they prepare food and water in the lounge just for visiting humans. The little robot had just brewed the tea. Before Xiaowu could even drink it, the lounge door was pushed open. Miss Xiaowu, are you alright? Have you lost your memory? Do you remember who I am? Seeing Ron rushing towards her, Xiaowu smiled. Lil Ron, I'm fine. That was terrifying. You actually encountered an explosion on Blue Star. Who was so bold as to do such a terrible thing? Little Ron stomped his foot angrily. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. Yes, there are so many bad guys these days. So, Lil Ron, could you please help me catch them? Of course. Miss Xiaowu, just tell me what you need, and I go home and get my weapons in a bit. Weapons aren't necessary, Little Ron. Do you have any miniature surveillance cameras here? Like the tiny ones, like ants? Yes, but their production is restricted. They say because of their small size, they'd be easily used by bad guys, and they're quite expensive. Little Ron, I promise you, I don't need them for anything bad, I need them to catch bad guys. Price is no problem, give me as many as you have. To catch the members of the Tomorrow's Society, increasing the number of surveillance cameras is essential. Ron nodded. Miss Xiaowu, I still have 100 ant surveillance cameras, but they're back in my hometown. I go back and get them for you now. By the way, Miss Xiaowu, I've been feeling really down these past 2 days since your accident, so I wandered around the forest and found these 2 stones. Can I use them to exchange for the 100 ant surveillance cameras? Ron turned and took out 2 jade stones from a box behind the table. Xiaowu couldn't help but chuckle. If you're willing, then use these 2 stones to offset the cost. This is really hard to believe. The AI is so adorable. Clearly, the one who pays is the boss, but here they are, going through all the trouble to find the stones, and even worrying that Xiaowu won't sell them. And then value appraisal. Good heavens. The 2 stones together are only worth 300,000. Chapter 280. However, Ron didn't feel he lost out, he felt he hit the jackpot. Miss Xiaowu, I knew you were the best. I go home right now, and bring you 100 ant surveillance cameras. Saying this, he grabbed the stones and prepared to run off. Xiaowu quickly stopped him. Little Ron, wait a bit. 100 ant surveillance cameras aren't enough. Make me another 300. Miss Xiaowu, you want so many? Yes, I want to have my eyes on every corner of Xiangyang City, even the sewers. Alright, then I go and convert a production line to make ant surveillance cameras right now. The money for 300 ant surveillance cameras, if you want, you can go find stones in the wild yourself. No matter the price or size, it's 15 yuan each, take whatever you want. Xiaowu said generously. Even if she gave all the jade to the AI, she would feel good. Every time she chatted with the AI, the emotional value it provided was incredibly high. Not only are they not scheming, but they practically want to give you everything. Such good AIs, Xiaowu is willing to treat them well too. Really? 15 yuan. Yes. Miss Xiaowu, you must stay healthy. Where else can I find a boss as good as you? Compared to many gem merchants, Xiaowu is truly conscientious. You know, many wealthy people on Blue Star made their fortunes through AIs. They rip you off as much as they can with gems. A gem worth a little over 100,000 yuan, and the other party dares to ask for 1 million. Outsiders say that AIs have driven up gem prices. But the AIs consume the stones internally, they don't resell the stones they buy. It was the merchants who initially inflated the prices to sell to the AIs in order to make more money. The machines were willing to buy, and over time, rumors spread that they were the ones driving up the prices. If any merchant were to lower the price like Xiaowu, it wouldn't be so outrageously expensive. Don't be fooled by the fact that the machines always offered Xiaowu higher prices than she expected. This was a pricing formula they developed from buying stones from other merchants over time. Ron, emboldened by Xiaowu's promise, was full of energy. He immediately went to the warehouse to find materials, and converted a production line into a network of ant-shaped surveillance cameras. Xiaowu didn't disturb his work and left with Ling Han. The city of Xiangyang was quiet late at night. On the way back, Xiaowu and Ling Han remained silent. Back in the city, Xiaowu said, Ling Han, you should go back and rest too. Tomorrow, you lead the patrol team to patrol the city, and also place ant-shaped surveillance cameras in some more discreet locations. Yes. Go back and rest. After saying goodbye to Ling Han, Xiaowu returned home. She only sat on the sofa for a short while before going to her studio. She called Lei Jun. Hello, is this Boss Xie? Are you still alive? Boss Xie. I'm alive, Lei Jun. Don't shout so loudly, my eardrums are about to burst. Boss Xie, my god of wealth, it's good that you're still alive. When I heard about your accident, I asked around everywhere trying to find out about you, but you had the accident in front of the Alliance Security Council. It seems the Security Council, to save face, has completely blocked the news, and they packed your hospital room with layers upon layers of soldiers. I can't get any information about you at all. Xiaowu was amused by Lei Jun's tone. Boss Lei, your intelligence capabilities need improvement. Everyone will know I'm being discharged tomorrow, and you didn't even know. Tomorrow's meeting has spies everywhere, and they're incredibly well hidden. It's very difficult for me to find anything related to him. It's normal that they're more capable than me. Xie Wu, not wanting to boost others' morale and diminish his own, said, "Can you check if Needham, the UN Security Council member from Safaja, is still alive?" "Honey, Boss Xie asked us to check if Needham, the UN Security Council member from Safaja, is still alive?" Then, after a few seconds of silence on Lei Jun's end, a sweet voice replied, "Dead. Safaja issued a notice an hour ago. 3 hours ago, Congressman Needham left a suicide note at home and hanged himself, saying he felt ashamed before the country and the people." Boss Xie, baby said the guy is dead, hanged himself, and his suicide note said he felt ashamed before the country and the people. What did this guy do? He was a member of the Tomorrow Society, Xie Wu said. He challenged me and the Onyx at the Alliance Security Council, but was resisted by the Onyx. However, the Tomorrow Society used his position to lure me to Blue Star. The challenge was secondary. The main purpose was to intimidate me. Intimidate me? Boss Xie, what does the Tomorrow Society want you to do? To have me abolish the order that no one can freely enter or leave Xiangyang Star without my permission. That won't do. Without this order, if they allow anyone to enter Xiangyang Star, and they send in a bunch of prisoners and lunatics, won't Xiangyang Star be finished? If they don't abolish this order, they plant 30 bombs in Xiangyang City that almost killed me the other day. Lei Jun couldn't help but curse. Boss Xie, they're trying to slowly boil the frog. What do you plan to do? When my planet was attacked by space pirates, didn't you bring a squad of orcs to rescue us? The fact that you could bring them means they're reliable. So, could you find a squad of guys unrelated to the Tomorrow Society to do security work in my city? With the current military strength of Xiangyang Star, manpower is completely insufficient. Adding cameras also requires someone to monitor them constantly. Patrols are needed within the city, and the insect problem needs to be dealt with outside. After much thought, Xie Wu could only trust the orcs of Orc Star. That's not difficult. The Bai family's foundation recently brought in food and medicine to orcs, reducing the fighting among the orc races. Besides, the orcs have a good impression of you and the Bai family. Your investigation into the NS Pharmaceuticals conspiracy cleared their names of years of injustice. Even without paying, they'd be willing to work as security guards on your planet for a while. The money still needs to be paid. 20,000 per person per month. Lei Jun, there might be 30 highly lethal bombs in Xiangyang City. Tell them that too. Don't let them come to Xiangyang Star knowing nothing and get killed. Xie Wu said, but there's no need to tell them about the meeting tomorrow. Just mention the hidden danger. Boss Xie, you're really generous. 20,000 per person, and 2,000 for the others. You think that's very good to the orcs. This is a job where I risk my life. How could I dare to pay a low wage? Xie Wu smiled helplessly. Find me 150 orcs. 300 as a bottom line. Find as many as you can. Chapter 281. No problem. 300 orcs are easy to find. I go find them for you first. Lei Jun seemed about to hang up to get on with his business. Xie Wu didn't let him hang up. There's one more thing. Can you investigate it for me? What is it? Investigate a woman named Yvette. I met her when I was discharged from the hospital. She appeared openly in front of me, not hiding anything from her Tomorrow Society members. The Tomorrow Society members I encountered before were all silenced after an incident. The fact that she dared to appear openly in front of me means she holds a high position in the Tomorrow Society, high enough that even if she exposed her Tomorrow Society identity in front of others, she wouldn't be killed. Lei Jun exclaimed, doesn't that mean that if we track her movements, we know exactly who the Tomorrow Society is? That's what they say, but the fact that she dared to expose herself in front of me shows she's confident we can't find her. Having a direction is better than having none, Boss Xie. My darling says there are 30 million people named Yvette on Earth. Filter by age, they should be between 20 and 35. That age. That's still 12.75 million. Send me photos of these people. I recognize her face. Boss Xie, aren't you planning to sleep tonight? 12.75 million? Even if you recognize her face, looking at so many will make your eyes blurry. The number 12.75 million is terrifying just to hear. Xie Wu smiled helplessly. That girl jumped right in front of me. If I don't catch her, wouldn't I be letting her get away with it? Send them over. Even if it costs 30 million, I find her. Okay, I send you all these people's information later, Boss Xie. Do you have any other plans? No. Then I hang up. Xie Wu took a quick nap while waiting for Lei Jun's message. 12.75 million. Such a large amount of information couldn't be received all at once. Lei Jun sent it to Xie Wu in million-level increments. Xie Wu opened the StarNet connection terminal, received the file, and began viewing it. This file was set to self-destruct after being viewed. Switching to the next person's information, after viewing one person's information would cause it to disappear. Xie Wu suddenly wanted to see who this hacker next to Lei Jun was, how she could have the ability to retrieve everyone's information from the database, and even set up a self-destruct function for it. But because of the self-destruct function, Xie Wu was very careful, not daring to glance at it and move on, spending at least 10 seconds on each photo. Although she had a grudge against Yvette, Xie Wu had to admit that she was a very beautiful woman with a captivating charm. This alluring charm left a deep impression on Xie Wu. Finding one person among over 10 million people would take an incredibly long time. It might not even be found by dawn. But Xie Wu's luck was S+. She found Yvette, the woman she was looking for, on the 13th photo. She grabbed a camera and took a picture. She called Lei Jun, you don't need to send any more. I found her. So fast? Boss, yeah, you're so lucky. Finding her so quickly out of over 10 million photos. Okay, I sent you the photos. Okay. Boss, yeah, the files have a one-click destroy function. If you don't want people to know you investigated those Interstellar citizens' information without authorization, I suggest you destroy them. Okay. Xie Wu found the one-click destroy function and destroyed all the files. Lei Jun's voice came quickly again. Yvette, the proprietress of Paradise Bar in Haizhou City. I know this bar. It's a bar that many rich people like to go to. I heard that some political figures also go there from time to time. Quite a few bosses are her admirers. You know her? Xie Wu asked suspiciously. Boss, yeah. I only know the owner of this bar, not her real name, Lei Jun quickly explained. When I did business with some bosses before, I often heard them say that after making a profit, they would go to Paradise Bar to have some fun with the owner's wife. Judging from their expressions at the time, I thought that owner's wife was someone cheap, someone anyone could have a fling with. Xie Wu frowned slightly. I didn't see that streetwise vibe in Yvette. She had confidence, arrogance, and composure in her eyes. Although she was indeed alluring, she didn't have that feeling you described. Boss, yeah, I never seen her either. I just heard some idiots talking about it. Maybe they were just spreading rumors. But now that I know what she looks like, I investigate further. Be careful with your investigation, don't let them find out. Okay. After hanging up Lei Jun's call, Xie Wu finally called Baitsuan. It was already several hours into the night on Xiangyang Star, while on Blue Star, Baitsuan was just about to get up. Xie Wu's phone call woke him from his sleep. Hello. His voice, still hoarse and low, came from just waking up. Xie Wu said, Uncle Wen, it's me. Sorry to disturb your rest. Not at all, I'm about to get up too. Baitsuan slowly sat up, leaning against the pillows. Girl, you said you'd call me later, but almost a day has passed? Are you that busy? The Tomorrow Council is going to plant 30 bombs on my planet. How can I not be anxious? I've been trying to clean house as soon as I got back, preparing for the possible arrival of those 30 bombs. Has the Tomorrow Council gone mad? They're actually thinking of planting bombs in a city? Baitsuan asked angrily. Xie Wu said, I handle things on Xiangyang Star. Uncle Wen, I suggest you take some time to investigate the people around you. I caught a long-time traitor today. The Tomorrow Society's reach might be deeper than we think, so it's always good to be careful. Don't worry, ever since I learned of the Tomorrow Society's existence, I had my 2 sons investigate. Of course, only one son is currently working on it, so there aren't enough people, but I haven't asked anyone else to help. Baitsuan sighed and asked, Girl, didn't you say Tomorrow wouldn't attack you? I think that should be changed to they won't kill me first for now. The bombs are a warning shot, a way to show me how powerful their bombs are, and then use them to blow us up if we don't obey. Uncle Wen, I handle the current situation on Xiangyang Star myself. Please help us out on your end too. What do you want us to do? Most people on Xiangyang Star are coming from the Western Aviation Building by spaceship. Make sure your boarding security is stricter to ensure those guys don't bring bombs or bomb parts to Xiangyang Star. Chapter 282. Baitsuan could assure Xie Wu of this. Although the Western Aviation Building belonged to the Bai family, such a place, connecting other countries and planets, was easily vulnerable to intruders carrying weapons. Let alone weapons, even catching a few poisonous insects would be a headache for them. Therefore, their inspections were always very strict. Hearing Baitsuan's assurance, Xie Wu said, Uncle Wen, even the Alliance Security Council has members of the Tomorrow Society. Can you guarantee there aren't any Tomorrow Society members in the Western Aviation Building? I'd been there before. I bought food from Blue Star, and the ship they said brought back a bug. The bug wreaked havoc in their warehouse, and they blamed me for it, demanding compensation. I suspected before that someone in the aviation building was colluding with someone to frame me, and now I'm certain. So, Uncle One, you still need to be extra careful. Of course, the aviation building is also improving its facilities and inspections. I was just letting you know in advance. Remembering Xie Wu's experience, Bai Tsuen's confidence vanished instantly. We be setting up more checkpoints here, girl, be careful. Yes, by the way, Uncle One, I learned about a rather important member at Tomorrow Club this time. I sent you her photo and personal information, have your people investigate. Okay. After hanging up, Xie Wu sent Yvette's personal information and photo to Bai Tsuen. Today's work was finally finished. Xie Wu finally felt tired and exhausted, and immediately lay down on the sofa in the studio and fell into a deep sleep. Bai Tsuen received Xie Wu's call, but this time he couldn't sleep. He got up, washed up in the bathroom, and went to his study. Just as he stepped out of his room, he saw Bai Jingyu standing in the hallway, holding a glass of water and looking out the window. Jingyu, up so early? Yeah, I just couldn't sleep much. Dad, are you up so early today too? Xiao Wu called me. It's so late, there's no need to sleep anymore. Hearing the name Xiao Wu, Bai Jingyu visibly stiffened. He turned to Bai Tsuen. Xiao Wu, are you alright? Her voice sounds alright. That girl, she's really had a tough time. Bai Tsuen sighed heavily. As we suspected, the explosion was orchestrated by Tomorrow Society. Those lunatics are planning to plant 30 bombs on her planet. The first thing she did upon waking up and returning to Xiangyang Star was to investigate the spies and her family, and see where the bombs Tomorrow Society mentioned were. Also, she gave me information on a Tomorrow Society member. Later, take a few trusted people to investigate. Bai Tsuen forwarded the information Xie Wu had given him to Bai Jingyu. Bai Jingyu glanced at the message, his eyes narrowing. I met this person before. What? You met her? Son, have you been in contact with Tomorrow Club? There's a client who really likes going to this bar. Maybe it's because of my reputation, but I met the owner a few times. Every time, she tries to curry favor with me. But she gives me the feeling of a split personality. Split personality? Yes, twice I could clearly feel that this owner was like a completely different person, entirely different from the one I met before. Bai Tsuen looked at Yvette's profile with suspicion, then looked up at his son, with a puzzled expression. Bai Jingyu couldn't help but chuckle under his father's gaze. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? I didn't pay for anything at that place besides drinks. Son, you never gotten married or found a wife. I wondered if you were hiding something from me about your sexual orientation. Hearing that you went to a place like that, even if you didn't buy anything, I'm still a little surprised. Bai Jingyu gave the impression of being a rigid, unsmiling, abstinent monk who didn't drink, smoke, or seduce women. But now that someone was telling Bai Tsuen that his ascetic son frequented places of ill repute, how could he not be surprised? Dad, I just want to find a good girl. I don't want to waste time on unimportant people. But what does that have to do with me going to places like that? Besides, the bar owner is connected to the Tomorrow Club. I pay more attention next time I go. Son, are you still going? Aren't you going to investigate? Bai Jingyu retorted. Bai Tsuen, an investigation is necessary, but son, I'm afraid you'd be deceived by a bad woman. Children are always children in their parents' eyes. Bai Jingyu hadn't expected this to work on his own father. Dad, if I were that easily fooled, I would have been deceived long ago. Besides, this concerns Xiao Wu, it's better if I investigate personally. Bai Tsuen sighed. After what happened to Xiao Wu, I felt a chasm between her and us. We're just business people, but Xiao Wu isn't just in business, she can also contact political figures. The planetary lord is a being far superior to us. Perhaps because Xie Wu approached them first, they felt that Xie Wu had always been on their equal footing. But when the members of Tomorrow's society got involved with people they couldn't handle, they suddenly realized that Xie Wu's ordeal was far more complicated than they had imagined. Even if they investigated Tomorrow's society, they might not be able to directly take action against them, given the immense power protecting them. So, we need to seize this opportunity to do business with the owner of a planet. No matter what, it's a win-win situation, Bai Jingyu said. Bai Tsuen nodded. Even with Tomorrow's society causing all this trouble, Xiao Wu has managed to do so much. Her Xiangyang Star is bound to develop. The more business we do with her, the more likely we are to not only secure our position as the richest person on Blue Star, but also break into the top 10 of the Haiyang Star Rich list. As everyone knows, the top 20 on the Haiyang Star System's rich list are all occupied by AI. The Bai family, despite their best efforts, has only managed to squeeze into the top 30. They're still a bit lacking compared to the AI in terms of wealth. The mornings on Xiangyang Star are filled with the noise of concrete being mixed and various construction machines clattering. Xiaowu went to bed late last night, but she woke up at daybreak. After breakfast, she went alone to the newly completed building. The construction team was working much faster than Xiaowu had expected. The 15-story building was now in the interior decoration stage. They were laying tiles on the floors and doing other finishing work. Xiaowu's arrival drew the attention of the construction workers. The person who had appeared on the news just a few days ago was now standing right in front of him. This novelty made them want to look at her more closely. "Good morning, Miss Xie." Lu Jianen's voice sounded behind her. Xiaowu turned to look. Lu Jianen was wearing a hard hat and holding design drawings. "Mr. Lu, are you here to see the renovations too?" "Yes, renovations can't be done carelessly. If they're not done well, problems like leaks and blockages will keep popping up." "Miss Xie, are you alright?" Chapter 283. "I'm fine, just some shrapnel injuries." "Mr. Lu, since we met, why don't we go check out the waterworks later? It's been a few days since I've seen it. I wonder how things are going there." Xiaowu answered Lu Jianen's question calmly, discussing the attack as casually as if it were a nice day. Lu Jianen didn't dwell on that, saying, "The Bai family hired a large construction team with advanced equipment. You'll be amazed when you see it. In that case, let's go take a look now," Xiaowu said excitedly. Lu Jianen had come to check on the progress of today's renovations. Even though Xiaowu really wanted to go, he insisted on finishing the renovations before going to the waterworks. These buildings weren't built by Lu Jianen himself, they were done by his employees. He believed that the boss should pay more attention to what his employees did. Lu Jianen checked the renovations and found no problems before going to the waterworks with Xiaowu. At the waterworks, the tangled weeds had been cleared away, revealing the reddish-brown soil. The construction team was simultaneously digging and paving the road. They were using some kind of cement, which they mixed and spread on the ground, then sprayed a layer of strange water on top. A minute later, the ground was as hard as a regular road. Technology brings progress. With technology, paving roads and building houses has become incredibly simple. Xiaowu hadn't walked far on the paved road when she saw Mo Lin busy in an open space in the distance. Mo Lin had found some iron railings somewhere. She used the railings to create small enclosures on the ground. Lu Jianen explained, "Ms. Mo Lin learned that flowers were going to be planted here, so she comes in the mornings to tend to her flower beds, and in the afternoons she's busy with other things." Hearing this, Xiaowu went over. When Maureen saw Xiaowu, her eyes widened in surprise. "Miss Xiaowu, you're already able to get out of bed and rest." "I'm not seriously injured, Ms. Maureen. You started planting flowers so early?" "Flowers take several dozen days from seed to bloom. I asked the construction team, and they're completely transforming this area into a tourist area. The time they take is even shorter than the time it takes me to plant flowers, so I'm planting them ahead of time. The waterworks area has natural waterfalls and lakes. As a tourist attraction, the main task is to pave walkable paths, rest areas, viewing points, and recreational areas. Modern technology is advancing so quickly, construction won't take too long. Indeed, it's shorter than the time it takes Maureen to plant flowers. Ms. Maureen, if you want your flowers to grow as fast as the construction team, you can use a plant growth nutrient solution," Xiaowu suggested. Maureen shook her head. "Plant growth nutrient solution is only for plantations. They won't give us a single bottle for my flowers. Even in plantations, the plant growth mechanics use the rapid growth solution sparingly. After all, without insects, there's no mass production. Every little bit helps." Maureen was busy planting flowers, so Xiaowu didn't disturb her. They continued walking along the road. Not far along, they encountered Dor and Doku planting pink pine trees. Dor and Doku had researched another batch of grafted pink pine trees. Knowing that a tourist area was being developed here, they planted these pink pine trees near the site to be developed. Seeing the changes here and everyone's work ethic, Xiaowu was very pleased. Even without her orders, everyone was dutifully doing their jobs, gradually changing the scenery around Xiangyang City. The number of pink pine trees planted near the waterworks is increasing. Previously, there were some insects nearby, but now they're nowhere to be seen. The inspection here is over. Xiaowu then went to check on the progress of the road leading to the sea. The soldiers' execution was quite good. They cleared away the weeds and trees along the road, And in no time, they reached the end of the road, getting closer and closer to the sea. When Xiaowu returned home at noon, Ron happily presented him with 100 miniature ant-shaped surveillance cameras. These miniature surveillance cameras are truly as small as ants. You can hardly spot them unless you look closely. However, their small size has both advantages and disadvantages. The area they can monitor is very small, of course. If placed at a high position, the area they can see is much larger. Xiaowu went to the temporary monitoring room. This monitoring room is mainly responsible for monitoring the city's surveillance footage. The room is about 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, with screens installed on 3 walls. The surveillance footage can be directly projected onto the screens. Xiaowu instructed Ling Han to lead a patrol team to deploy ant-shaped surveillance cameras in areas of Xiangyang City that were out of the reach of the surveillance eagles. After deploying the cameras, they could individually control a single surveillance ant to monitor any desired location. However, because the surveillance ants were small and slow, they needed to be deployed first and then adjusted. Xiaowu and the soldiers in the monitoring room were busy deploying the cameras until late at night. The following day was also busy. Xiaowu got up early, busy with various tasks, and in the afternoon, he took a spaceship to deliver supplies to the island to find Parker and his team. At the Weapons Research Institute, Xiaowu deployed 150 soldiers. In terms of the tasks they had to accomplish, 150 soldiers were a very small number. And even fewer knew how to manufacture weapons. The soldiers here were essentially building the base, while simultaneously learning how to manufacture weapons from scratch. But, because they were making weapons to protect their planet, the soldiers were incredibly motivated. Xiaowu didn't linger here for too long. However, by the time she returned home, it was already dark. The day passed simply and uneventfully. As Xiaowu expected. A new day dawned. It was just past 9 in the morning. Her communication bracelet received a call from an unknown number. Without hesitation, Xiaowu answered the phone, and sure enough, Yvette's voice came from the other end. Miss Xiaowu, the 3 days are over. What's your decision? Ms. Yvette, I've been thinking about this non-stop for the past 3 days, and I feel I can't agree to your conditions. Miss Xiaowu, are you still hoping for an explosion? Wait, Ms. Yvette, I haven't finished. The fact that you're willing to spare my life and give me 3 days to consider proves you don't intend to push things too far. So let's discuss it further, shall we? Xiaowu interrupted Yvette, explaining. Yvette asked Ms. Xiaowu, what else do you want to discuss? Allowing anyone to come to my planet is a bit unrealistic. What if murderers and mentally ill people all flock to my planet? I have a hard time managing them. Here's the thing, I recently discussed it with the Bai family, and the Western Aviation Building is willing to set up a processing point for Xiangyang Star in their lobby. This processing point will mainly process permits for people who want to go to Xiangyang Star. Chapter 284. A license? Yvette repeated the 3 words in confusion. Xiaowu said, actually, there's another simpler way to put it, a pass. Anyone with a pass can travel to Xiangyang City on a Xiangyang Star spaceship without needing my additional permission. Miss Yvette, I can only accept this method. If I allow anyone to come to my planet, it will become a mess. Therefore, I can only allow those with no criminal record and financial means to obtain a pass at the Xiangyang Star processing point in the Western Aviation Building. Those who obtain a pass can enter Xiangyang Star directly without my consent. Xiaowu explained earnestly. Her tone was filled with a sigh of I really suffered a great loss. Yvette raised an eyebrow and glanced at everyone in the room. Wilmer gave her a look. Yvette said, Miss Xiaowu, I have some things to attend to. I call you later. Okay. Yvette hung up the phone and asked, what do you think? Xiaowu disagrees with our proposal and wants to change it to requiring a pass to travel to Xiangyang Star. The call was on speakerphone. Everyone in the room heard what Xiaowu said. Luther chuckled softly, agreeing to her condition is fine. Our brothers and sisters are all clean, financially capable, and have no criminal record. While it doesn't mean everyone can go, it's perfectly fine for our brothers and sisters to go. I agree too, 99 lazily raised her hand. In fact, I prefer Xiaowu's policy. Allowing anyone to go would lead to all sorts of scoundrels polluting our land. Screening it, ensuring only our brothers and sisters can set foot on our land, is a good thing for us. Wilmer nodded slightly. We can agree to Xiaowu's condition. It's beneficial and harmless to us, so we have no reason to refuse. Agree to Xiaowu's condition, and then arrange for some brothers and sisters to prepare for the journey to Xiangyang Star. Yes. Having received everyone's agreement, Yvette called Xiaowu back. Upon hearing their agreement, Xiaowu said, he would immediately call the Bai family to set up a processing point in the lobby. 10 minutes later, Yvette called the customer service at the Western Aviation Building and received the reply, Xiangyang Star does indeed have a past processing point set up in our aviation building. You can see their processing point by turning left after entering the aviation building. After confirming that Xie Wu wasn't lying, Yvette relayed this information to everyone. Luther scoffed, Xie Wu's too timid. One bomb scared her. If I'd known it was this simple, I should have given her a taste of a bomb sooner. I think Xie Wu might be plotting something, Yvette said. So many schemes have been thwarted by her before. This time she needs 3 days to consider things. Could it be to set up this past processing point? Our spy planted on Xiangyang Star sent us a message saying Xie Wu just sits in the highest place in her house, doing nothing. She probably really can't think of a good way to deal with us. After all, we have many brothers and sisters, and they're hiding. It'd be difficult for her to find them all one by one, 99 said. Planting spies on Xiangyang Star isn't easy, although some workers could be sent there to monitor Xie Wu. However, their unauthorized departure from their posts would be easily detected. The only truly effective informants were the guards of Xiangyang Star. But these soldiers were all fiercely loyal to Xie Wu. The moment they heard someone speak ill of Xie Wu, they immediately cursed him as an idiot and hung up. The only one they found who wasn't entirely loyal was a pawn they had planted long ago. But this pawn lacked power. He knew very little. At most, he could keep an eye on Xie Wu's movements within the city. And the information he had given them for the past 3 days was that Xie Wu was sitting on a high mountain near her home, lost in thought. Lost in thought for 3 days straight. Was the pressure of 30 bombs really that great? When Xie Wu was sprayed with disinfectant, she showed absolutely no expression, frighteningly calm. One of our bombs almost killed her. Is her compromise really believable? Yvette asked doubtfully. Luther said, can disinfectant compare to a bomb? Yvette, although you're the only one among us who's faced her twice, aren't you overestimating her? No matter what, she's just an ordinary woman. She'd definitely be afraid of bombs. I think you shouldn't overthink it. Let some brothers and sisters go scout ahead and see what's going on. Yes, let's send a group to scout ahead. If Xie Wu dares to lie to us, let her taste a few bombs, 99 said. They had the advantage, and weren't afraid of any trick Xie Wu might play. After all, once their people got there, they could do whatever they wanted. Seeing how much everyone had lowered their guard against Xie Wu, Yvette didn't bother to persuade them anymore. Trying to persuade them further would only make her seem cowardly. Xiangyang Star. After informing the Bai family, Xie Wu called Tan Ling to tell them to prepare. Tan Ling replied, okay, we proceed as planned. After hanging up, Xie Wu quietly waited for Payne's call. An hour later, Payne called Xie Wu, informing her, Star Lord, the processing center has received 800 applications for travel permits. The Bai family has assigned 2 staff members to assist. These people are applying to take the afternoon spaceship to Xiangyang Star. Okay, you can continue your work. Xie Wu hung up. She looked forward to the afternoon's arrival of the spaceship. Of course, while waiting, she still did some work in the city. After all, time flies when you're busy. And while Xie Wu lost track of time, the system's voice rang in her mind. Mission, acquire 3,000 new tourists, progress completed, 340/3000. Xie Wu stopped what she was doing. She glanced at the system, a slight smile playing on her lips. Ling Han, come for a walk with me. Staying indoors for too long isn't good. Okay. Ling Han immediately put down what he was holding and followed Xie Wu out of the room. They walked along the main road. After a few steps, Xie Wu saw a group of people approaching, dragging suitcases and carrying backpacks. Several people who looked relatively wealthy walked quickly towards Xie Wu. Boss Xie, do you remember me? I'm the owner of Sherwei Tian Catering Company. After this person introduced himself, the people beside him also introduced their own businesses, some even saying they used to own shops on Xiangyang Star. Listening to their chatter, Xie Wu spoke up, please be quiet, everyone. If you want to continue doing business on Xiangyang Star, please go to the first floor of the finance building. There are staff there. You can ask them for an application form, fill it out, and submit it. Once they approve it, if you wish to continue doing business on Xiangyang Star, then you can continue doing business there. Chapter 285. This is so troublesome. The owner of Shaiwaishan restaurant looked reluctant upon hearing Xie Wu's dismissive reply. When we came to work in Xianjiangxing before, your dad agreed to let us work right away. He even sent us to look at shops first. After the shops opened, he personally delivered the contracts to us to sign after a few days. Xiaowu simply smiled politely at his words without responding. Hearing this, the woman beside him chimed in, "That's exactly right. Boss Xia, we're already doing you a favor by coming back to your planet to do business. Your father was only thinking about how to collect rent from us. We couldn't sell anything of our tiny stuff, yet we still had to pay rent, causing us to lose over 10,000. Boss Xia, your father has ruined us so much, you have to compensate us something, don't you?" "Oh, look at what you're saying," Xiaowu laughed. "My father negotiated business with you. Go talk to him. I am me, he is him. You can't just grab a living person to collect a debt. If you want to collect a debt, go collect it from him." The crowd inexplicably pinned the blame on Xiaowu. Xiaowu just throws anyone she catches on the ground. Why should Xiaowu bear the blame for her mistakes? "Boss Xia, we're doing business with you. Aren't we just bringing you money? We're just trying to get back what your dad made us suffer before. Boss Xia, you might earn less. Let's just consider it making friends." "Sorry, Auntie, I'm not that keen on making friends." Xiaowu tries to smile politely. "If you really want to do business, then follow my instructions. If you still want to use my dad's methods, then you don't want to do business with us. The spaceship will take off in 30 minutes. Why don't you take it back? You stubborn child. If you're so bad at business, who will want to do business with you in the future?" Seeing that he couldn't persuade Xiaowu, the merchant became enraged. Xiaowu was completely unmoved. Although she needed some small merchants to enrich her shops in Xiangyang City, these people trying to take advantage of her through Xiaowu should just get lost. These merchants who couldn't distinguish right from wrong and only thought about how to make money were a nuisance. Faced with their verbal attacks, Xiaowu couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. After telling them to find a place to rest, she and Ling Han left. Leaving the group, Xiaowu asked, "Did my father always do business with people so casually?" "Yes, not many big merchants were willing to do business with Xiangyang Star before. If even one person was willing, Lord Xiaowu would give them the best treatment. No wonder they all act like lords, bossing me around. I hope Minister Tan can withstand the pressure. Master, you arranged everything perfectly. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for Minister Tan, they wouldn't have a reason." Xiaowu looked meaningfully into the distance. 3 days of preparation. I hope it wasn't in vain. Thinking back on what Xiaowu had done over the past 3 days, Ling Han felt that no matter what, they had won. After wandering around outside for a while, Xiaowu went to the monitoring room of the defense building to observe what the 340 people who had arrived were doing. The hotel wasn't finished yet. The arrivals were being accommodated in previously vacant houses as temporary accommodations. This kind of accommodation, equivalent to a guest house, wasn't cheap. It cost 900 a day. And the restaurant wasn't finished either. In the canteen of the defense building, a space was temporarily set aside as a restaurant to provide food for the guests. This meal wasn't cheap either. A plate of stir-fried vegetables cost at least 12 yuan. Of course, the restaurant's head chef was a domestic helper named Xiong. The food was expensive, but delicious. Even so, the first group of tourists, upon arriving, immediately started posting videos on the Starnet complaining. Accommodation on Xiangyang Star was expensive, the environment was poor, there was hardly any scenery to see, and food was outrageously expensive. All the videos criticized these things. Xiangyang Star already had a bad reputation on the Starnet. Now, with a bunch of people cursing, uninformed netizens joined in the cursing. Many people said they deserved it, saying things like, knowing Xiangyang Star was a garbage planet, why spend money to suffer there? After all, a boat ticket to Xiangyang Star costs 1,600 yuan. A first-class ticket from Blue Star to other places only costs 2,000, but an economy-class ticket costs 1,600. What's the difference between that and robbery? The key is, a permit to Xiangyang Star costs 300. A trip to Xiangyang Star costs 1,900, and that doesn't even include the return trip. A streamer who mainly makes travel videos started complaining to his fans about how terrible Xiangyang Star was as soon as he put down his luggage. Expensive, terrible, and nothing fun to do. At night, there are hardly any streetlights. It's so backward it doesn't seem like a planet that should exist in this interstellar space. Xiaowu watched the live stream, watching the streamer's various accusations against Xiangyang Star, and the ridicule and agreement in the chat, her expression calm. Just as she was engrossed in watching, her communication bracelet rang. Xiaowu looked and saw it was Bai Heng calling. Xiaowu answered the phone. "Mr. Bai, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What brings you to call me?" "Xiaowu, you agreed to let so many people go to Xiangyang Star. Why didn't you discuss it with me? We could have arranged for several departments to help you." Bai Heng knew someone was threatening Xiaowu, saying they'd plant a bomb if she didn't let people go to Xiangyang Star. He also knew how small and uninteresting Xiangyang City was now. But that wasn't an excuse to give up and be ridiculed. Don't rush, I'm purifying it, Xiaowu said. Bai Heng frowned. Purifying? Purifying what? There's nothing fun to do, the accommodations are bad, the food is expensive. The only people willing to go to Xiangyang Star at this time are those from the Tomorrow Society, right? If I mention it again, the rest might even be from the Tomorrow Society. But they're smearing Xiangyang Star on the Starnet, Xiaowu. Even if the Bai family advertises our tourist area, it might not be enough to salvage our reputation. That's the biggest fear for a tourist area. When a place experiences numerous problems, and is widely publicized on the Starnet, people develop a stereotype about it. Even if they haven't been there, the first thing that comes to mind upon hearing the name is the negative news. As a result, tourists will immediately avoid traveling to that area. Bai Heng, I understand the logic. But I can't help it. If I don't open up, they bomb me. Besides, even if Xiangyang Star is cheap and has fun places to visit, it will still be smeared and slandered. After all, I offended the Su family, not just the Tomorrow Society. They don't want to see me succeed. Bai Heng sighed. He knew Xiaowu's situation was difficult. However, anything related to Xiaowu and Xiangyang Star would be widely publicized and vilified. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Chapter 286. Mr. Bai, don't sigh. Your crown might fall. Is your injury any better? I'm back to my old self after just 2 days of rest. Xiaowu changed the subject. The change of topic was awkward and forced. Bai Heng could sense that Xiaowu didn't want him to be too troubled by this matter. However, this concerned the future of the tourism industry. How could he not be anxious? Mr. Bai, you clearly haven't been criticized enough. I get criticized on Xinguang every day. Do you know how many followers my short video account has? 13 million. You're getting smug? You're proud of the attention you get from being criticized, aren't you? Hey! Mr. Bai, don't insult the intelligence of netizens, okay? Some are just following the trend and criticizing me because they have followers, but most appreciate my talent and beauty. I just want to say, out of my 13 million followers, 10,000 criticize me. Isn't that a lot? Bai Heng didn't want to talk, he was exhausted. Xiaowu continued, besides, the criticisms from those streamers and video creators are valid. Xiangyang Star is indeed small, expensive, and boring right now. But if they criticize us, we should change. Don't feel like the sky is falling just because someone criticizes you. Are you going to start changing it tomorrow? Not in the near future. I told you, Boss Bai, we need to purify it. I implement it for a few more days, and see how many normal people will spend a lot of money to suffer. Boss Bai, I know what you're worried about. You're just worried that Xiangyang Star will leave a bad impression, and no one will want to come for tourism in the future. But we talk about that after our tourist area is built. I find a way to solve this problem then. Xiaowu spoke with such conviction. Bai Heng could only believe her. After all, Xiaowu had resolved many problems before, so this one wasn't really a big deal. It wasn't at the level of being blacklisted or boycotted. The next day, Bai Heng, lying in bed at home, saw a video posted by Xiaowu's video account. In the video, Xiaowu explained. The accommodation fees were expensive because most houses in Xiangyang City were being demolished and rebuilt, leaving no extra houses for people to live in. Those with high accommodation requirements should think twice before coming to Xiangyang Star. Also, the food was expensive because all their food was purchased from other shops. They only made a 3 yuan processing fee selling it to them. It's normal that there's nowhere to play. Outside the city are insects. For the safety of tourists, they just wander around the city. Xiaowu's video practically screamed, Xiangyang Star is poor, it is nothing, if you insist on coming, don't complain. After watching the video, Bai Heng understood even more what Xiaowu meant by purification. Even the Star Lord came out and said that Xiangyang Star is really nothing fun. At this time, who else is still rushing to Xiangyang Star besides just looking for fun? Xiaowu posted this video. Yvette and the others watched with slight smiles. Xiaowu is really pushed to the limit. She was scolded yesterday, and today she made a video to explain herself. Is she afraid that no one will want to go to Xiangyang Star to spend money anymore? Luther asked. Majory swirled his wine glass, the round ice cubes inside clinking against the glass with a crisp sound. Yvette's gaze was drawn to the sound he was making. She reached out to stop him from swaying the glass, saying, Majory, don't play with the ice cubes like that. It sounds awful. Speaking of which, how many people went to Xianjiangsing yesterday? 860 people. There are still quite a few people queuing at the registration point today, waiting to see how bad Xianjiangxing is, 99 said. How many of us went? 18 yesterday, 12 today, a total of 30 people. There are over 400 believers who haven't received permission, and there should be over 100 more going today. The Tomorrow Society's members are divided into classes. Those who haven't received permission want to join the Tomorrow Society, but aren't yet qualified to enter. The other 30 are blessed believers with some fame. But these are only green robe believers. Entry-level believers are divided into 4 categories: green, blue, red, and white. Don't be fooled by the simple 4 categories. To become a red robe believer, one needs assets exceeding 1 billion. Many big stars who join the Tomorrow Society, no matter how popular, are only blue robe believers if their assets don't exceed 1 billion. Being a white robe believer is the most difficult. Very few white robe believers can squeeze in. In all these years, only one person has risen from red to white. Most of the white robe individuals were raised by the divine child of the Tomorrow Society and possess a certain level of usefulness and wisdom. Of course, those who are too stupid and have no merit will be personally eliminated by the divine child upon reaching adulthood. We can encourage more unapproved believers to go to Sunrise Star, promising them that if they stay there for a year, the Tomorrow Society will accept them as brothers and sisters. Wilmer joined the conversation. High Priest, that unapproved believer took 10,000 of our blessed funds. They took the money we gave them to Sunrise Star. I feel like they're giving Xiaowu money, Yvette said. Wilmer dismissed it. The video Xiaowu released, besides clarifying things, also proves that her planet is currently developing, and development requires manpower. Just let those believers find work on Xiaowu's planet. Sunrise is a planet that needs development. Let those unauthorized individuals and Xiaowu build it up. When we take over, it will save us a lot of trouble. I agree with the High Priest's plan. 99 lazily raised her hand. The others also agreed with Wilmer's approach. What they were doing was essentially planting a seed in a field and harvesting it when it matured. They would treat Sunrise in the same way. Give the seed enough nutrients, and when the branches are laden with fruit, harvest it all at once. Sunrise. After Xiaowu posted the video, he quickly received a barrage of insults. Lilisa looked at the negative comments and asked Xiaowu in confusion, "Miss, our planet is under construction right now. Logically, you should have let them in later. Even if you make a video to explain now, everyone will just be criticizing you." Lilisa was unaware of the threat from Tomorrow's guild. From a normal person's perspective, Xiaowu's actions seemed highly unreliable. Xiaowu didn't intend to explain. She said, "Lilisa, would you like to make a movie?" "Miss, you're going to invest in my movie?" Lilisa blinked in surprise. Xiaowu nodded. "I fund it. You can make a love story set against a backdrop of poverty and backwardness. Parts of our Xiangyang city haven't been renovated yet. Those old houses are the best filming locations. So, before those houses are demolished and rebuilt, you can make a low-budget romance film." Chapter 287. Young Miss, I'm an expert at romance movies. Lilith couldn't help but boast. When I worked on other planets, 9 out of 10 film crews I was on were shooting romance dramas. Even if I haven't filmed a single romance drama, I know it inside and out. Oh, and I even wrote my own script before. Lilith suddenly remembered something. "Young Miss, I go back and get the script for you." "Wait, I have a subject I want to film." "What subject?" "I talked to an AI a few days ago and learned that when an AI's memory is full, it automatically erases some data. If this data isn't saved to other memory modules in time, it will cause the AI to suffer from memory loss. Our movie doesn't need to film such advanced AI as we have now. It should film an older generation of AI that is prone to automatic memory erasure." Hearing Xiaowu's proposed subject, Lilith frowned, looking somewhat troubled. "Young Miss, the image of an AI is patented. We can't just create one ourselves, so we need to hire AI actors specifically for the role. However, such a large mechanical planet only has 2 AI actors, a man and a woman. I heard that Ms. Fuyu, the AI actor, is currently on break. But her appearance fee is very high. 100 million per film. AI actors are actually considered the most useless profession among AIs. Although AI actors' appearances are different from other AIs, more closely resembling humans, the appearance fee for any AI will never be cheap. Many directors feel that using real people is better than using AIs. Real people are cheaper and more obedient. Romance movies don't require large production budgets. A few million is usually enough to make one. Selling a movie for 10 million is a huge profit. Hiring AI would cost 100 million. Wouldn't that be a complete loss? Perhaps for others, hiring AI is expensive, but for us, it's very cheap. Just a stone will do. A stone? Jade? I heard Miss Fuyua likes white jade. We have a few pieces of white jade. Lilisa, go contact Ms. Fuyua and say the payment is a piece of jade. Ask her if she'd be willing to act. Okay, but who should we find for the male lead? Lately, many of the minor stars on Blue Star are unreliable, all just products of capital. They can't sing or dance, their acting is terrible, and their fees are exorbitant. I wonder if anyone with even slightly better acting skills would be willing to take the role. The actors Lilisa has encountered have all been of very poor quality, to the point that she doesn't have a good impression of minor stars. Of course, that doesn't mean they're all bad. It's just that with her limited connections, finding a gem in the sea of people is difficult. How about casting Ling Han? You can give him a stoic, emotionless male lead role. Ling Han has a naturally expressionless face. He won't need any acting skills. Huh? Miss, are you serious? Lily looked at Xie Wu in surprise, quickly glancing at the time to see if it was April Fool's Day. Xie Wu was just joking with her out of boredom. But to her surprise, Xie Wu said seriously, it's true. Cast Ling Han. If he doesn't want to, have him come to me, and I'd persuade him. Lily knew that as long as it was Xie Wu's order, Ling Han would definitely agree to make the movie, even if he had no experience. But Lily didn't understand. Miss, why did you suddenly think of having me make movies? Of course, it's to make money, and also to not waste your talent, Xie Wu smiled. Every time I watch your short videos, I feel like they're a waste of your talent. You clearly joined me to become a director, but all you do is make game animation CG or short videos. What a waste of your talent. If you make movies, and they turn out well, I can talk to the Bai family about getting them released in their theaters. If you're good enough, we might even make some money. Also, Lily, I decided to build another film studio for you after the tourist area near the waterworks is finished. If we make a lot of movies there, and a few become famous, it can be opened as a tourist attraction later. Isn't that a money-making project? So use your talent and make good movies. If you need anything, come to me, I solve it for you. Xie Wu patted Lily's shoulder earnestly. Lily could tell that Xie Wu was serious, not joking. Finally able to film her first movie, Lily's hands trembled slightly with excitement. She couldn't speak, her eyes welled up with tears. Why are you crying? You've been doing all these chores for me these past few days. You don't feel like I've been making you film short videos, do you? Xie Wu smiled, wiping away Lily's tears. Lily tried to control her emotions. Thank you, Mississippi. I always thought I have to be in my 30s or 40s, saving enough money to hire actors for my first movie. Because of you, my dream can come true sooner. I promise I won't let you down. I carefully plan the script and make a movie that definitely won't lose money. Alright, for our first movie, we won't aim to make money, just breaking even is fine, Xie Wu said with a smile. Lilisa nodded firmly. Miss, I go home and write the script right now. Wait a minute, you need to contact Ms. Fuyua first and see if she'd be willing to act in your movie. Also, talk to Ling Han. Okay. Lilisa left the Xie family and immediately called Fuyua. Fuyua wasn't actually resting lately. It's just that fewer people were asking her to act in movies and TV series. After all, her appearance fee was too high. While the AIs had plenty of money, even if she did nothing, other AIs would pay for her maintenance and upgrades. Her life was still quite comfortable. When Lilisa called and said the reward was a piece of white jade, she agreed without hesitation, without any bargaining. Fuyua's agreement was expected. Lily had thought Ling Han would be the hardest to persuade, but to her surprise, after she revealed that Xie Wu had secretly chosen him for the male lead, Ling Han immediately agreed. Lily was stunned by Ling Han's quick agreement. Ling Han, you really agreed? A movie? That's a movie. Do you even know how to act? I learned, Ling Han said. Making movies can make money for my master. I'm willing to do anything that can make money for my master. Hearing this, Lily excitedly patted Ling Han's shoulder. You're right, Ling Han. We need to make money for the young lady. Although romance movies don't necessarily make money, I do my best to make it well. Wait for me to come home, and I give you a book on how to act well. After you get the book, study it carefully, okay? Although a hint of reluctance appeared on Ling Han's usually expressionless face, he still nodded. Although Xie Wu hadn't told Ling Han about the movie beforehand. However, Xie Wu was always secretly doing big things. Although filming was not part of his job, Ling Han would obediently follow his orders. Chapter 288. Task: Acquire 3,000 new tourists. Progress completed, 1225/3000. Looking at the numbers on the system interface, Xie Wu fell into deep thought. After announcing that travel to Xiangyang Star was possible with a pass, over 2,000 people applied for passes. However, because they currently only have one spaceship available, the spaceship can only carry 340 guests per trip. Even with 3 trips a day, it can only carry 10-20 guests. Yesterday, when it first opened, it was already afternoon, and the first and second flights were full. But after the first 2 groups of tourists spread the word on the Star Network, the aviation department received hundreds of refund requests within just 1 hour. Seeing the refund requests, Xiaowu knew that there were still more normal people than normal people. However, it seemed impossible for her to use this opportunity to complete the system task. If normal people didn't come, the abnormal ones probably wouldn't invest too much at once either. Xiaowu sat in the rocking chair, looking at the white ceiling, thinking about her next move. Just then, Ling Han brought over a glass of water. "Master, have some water." Xiaowu sat up straight, took the water, and gulped it down. Looking at the various monitor screens in front of him, he asked, "How's it going? Have you found any strange guys?" "There are some guys behaving strangely. We've been keeping a close eye on them. Some seem to be familiarizing themselves with the terrain, wandering back and forth in the same area multiple times. These guys might be collecting information about the layout of Xiangyang City, so they can provide a map when contacting the space pirates later. We can't control these guys. We can only strengthen ourselves. Have you found any other strange guys?" Some tourists threw small surveillance cameras and listening devices in secluded spots, but we picked them up and destroyed them as soon as they were thrown. "Do you remember the faces of the guys who threw these things?" "Yes, the list is here." Ling Han sent a list to Xiaowu. Xiaowu looked at it, confirmed it was correct, and then sent a copy to Lei Jun and Bai Xuan. The guys who could throw surveillance cameras and listening devices in Xiangyang City must be connected to tomorrow's society. No normal person would do such a thing. When the time comes, kick these people out first. "Yes," Ling Han answered decisively. Xiaowu raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. "Ling Han, don't you have anything to ask me?" Ling Han raised an eyebrow and looked at her questioningly. "What is it? Did Lilia tell you about the filming?" "Yes." "You agreed?" "Yes." Ling Han nodded. Xiaowu suppressed a laugh. "You really want to act?" She found it hard to imagine how hilarious Ling Han's expressionless face would be if he were to act. Some might even say Ling Han was more like a robot than AI. "Master, I know your plan," Ling Han said. "Accepting a stranger without knowing their background could potentially harm Xiangyang Star. Therefore, no matter what we do, the person we arrange things for is the most trustworthy. Master, you chose the AI and me as the primary actors for Lilia's role because you currently trust them the most. I'm glad you trust me so much. To live up to your trust, I will diligently film this movie and earn some money for you." Ling Han spoke with a serious and solemn expression. His seriousness and expressionless demeanor only fueled Xiaowu's curiosity about his performance in the movie. "Ling Han, I'm glad you think this way, but could you please change how you address me?" Ling Han shook his head firmly. "No. Master, I agree to anything except this." Xiaowu tried to persuade him a few more times, but Ling Han refused to change his form of address. In Ling Han's eyes, from the first time he swore allegiance to Xiaowu, she became his master for life. Even if this master led him to his death, he wouldn't hesitate. After all, that's how orcs are. Once they swear true loyalty, they blindly follow their king. Seeing she couldn't persuade him, Xiaowu gave up. She changed the subject. "Ling Han, if you go to film, the patrol team will be short a leader. Have you thought about who will temporarily fill your position while you're away?" "Lilia is very good." "Why?" "Lilia has excellent dynamic vision. He can immediately spot suspicious individuals among hundreds of surveillance screens. He also has strong learning and organizational skills. Most importantly, many of the patrol team soldiers were rescued by Lilia from the insect's jaws. He has both ability and reputation, so there's no need to worry about them not listening to him." Xiaowu nodded. "Since you strongly recommended him, let Lilia temporarily act as the patrol team leader while you're away. If there's nothing else, I'd be going now. You guys continue with your work." Xiaowu got up and left. It was dusk when he reached the Defense Department building. The evening glow painted the sky. However, the sunset didn't see Xiaowu home before darkness completely fell. The streetlights along the long corridor came on. Every household lit their lights to dispel the darkness. Over 1,200 tourists had visited Xiangyang Star in the past few days, making the main street much busier than usual. Suddenly, a dozen or so people gathered ahead, cursing and swearing. Seeing this, Xiaowu hurried over to see what was happening, only to hear a man's angry roar. And sorry is all it takes. Do you know how expensive this shirt I'm wearing is? You filthy thing wouldn't even be worth that much. I beat you to death, you filthy thing. Xiaowu really doesn't care about anything. Even if the Amelia virus wasn't caused by orcs, isn't their planet still filthy? Without the Amelia virus, are there really no other viruses? What do you know? This is called mutual appreciation among trash planets. Ha ha, you're right. What? 2 orc cubs, around 7 years old, trembled, surrounded by a group of adults, tears streaming down their faces like broken pearls. The portly man at the head grabbed the older cub's hair and continued his tirade, and sorry is enough. What about my shirt? Kneel down. Ah! Before the man could finish speaking, his hand was suddenly grabbed. The grip on his hand was incredibly strong. The man felt like his hand was about to be crushed. He looked at the owner of the hand. Hey, isn't this Mr. Morita from Shaoishan? Why are you so angry? I could hear your loud voice from far away. Did my child bully you? Seeing that it was Xiaowu, the crowd's expressions were a mixture of fear and awe, and they quietly dispersed. Morita looked at Xiaowu, his expression changing several times. Mr. Xia, it was just a little accident. Let go of my hand, and we talk slowly. Chapter 289. What are you talking about? Weren't you just grabbing my child's hair while talking? I thought you liked talking like that. Mr. Morita, we're your guest, and if you like it, we treat you warmly. He finished speaking. Crack. Xiaowu twisted Morita's hand off with one hand. Morita screamed in agony. The people surrounding him took a large step back in shock, staring at Xiaowu as if he were a monster. Xiaowu, how dare you? Morita wanted to curse Xiaowu, but the pain prevented him from speaking. He rolled on the ground in agony. Mr. Morita, you're too kind. We on Xiangyang Star are always so hospitable. Xiaowu crouched down, glanced at Morita kneeling on the ground, then looked at the 2 frightened cubs, her eyes softening considerably. Tell me, what happened? Star Lord. The cub barely uttered those 2 words before tears welled up in its eyes. My sister and I, Sob, we want to go home. He suddenly came out, bumped into my sister, and stepped on her foot. Sob, he said we got him dirty. Sob. Born on the war-torn planet Orcs, the cubs weren't actually afraid of adults much stronger than themselves. Orcs were physically superior to humans in every way, and even the cubs weren't weak. If they encountered humans bullying them like this on Orcs, the cubs would fight back without hesitation. But this wasn't Orcs, this was Xiangyang Star. Before they left, the adults had told them not to get into conflicts with tourists, and to apologize first, regardless of who was right or wrong. So, they weren't crying out of fear, they were crying out of grievance. Hearing this, Xiaowu said, Baby, we don't need to admit to things we didn't do, we only admit to things we did. This gentleman came from afar to slander you. You can't let him down, you must respond warmly. Look, his clothes haven't even gotten dirty, what are you going to do now? Get them dirty. With Xiaowu backing her up, the little female wiped away her tears and said angrily. Xiaowu nodded. That's right, go ahead. Wait, what are you going to do? Xiaowu, how dare you let the beastman bully me? Ah! Before Morita could finish speaking, the little female raised her leg and kicked him hard in the face. Star-Lord. Go ahead, if you kill him, I bury him for you. Yes. With Xiaowu backing them up, the brother and sister kicked as hard as they could, making Morita beg for mercy repeatedly. Mr. Xia, you don't have to go this far. Yes, we came to your house to play. Besides, Mr. Morita wants to do business with you. Who would dare do business with you if you act like this? I was wrong. Mr. Xia, I was wrong. Tell them to stop fighting. Morita was beaten up by the 2 cubs. Morita didn't expect them to be so strong. Their little fists pounded on him like hammers. Master, what happened? Ling Han and the others, watching the chaos through the surveillance cameras, hurriedly asked. Xiaowu said, Babies, that's enough, stop fighting. The 2 cubs obediently stopped, came to Xiaowu's side, and glared fiercely at the group who had spoken rudely. The group looked at Xiaowu with both shock and fear, and helped Morita up. Mr. Morita, it seems you have some questions since this is your first time visiting Xiangyang Star. We have a rule at Xiangyang Star that anyone who beats a child under 18 without cause will be fined 200,000. You bullied 2 children this time. Thank you for your patronage, but the fine is 400,000. I pay, Xiaowu said. In a mere instant, Morita was already bruised and battered, blood trickling from his mouth. Hearing Xiaowu's words, he stared in shock, then roared, Hey, You dare to find me. He lost several teeth in the cubs, making his speech slurred. But Xiaowu still understood him, calmly replying, You don't have to pay, kids, go beat him to death. As soon as Xiaowu finished speaking, the cubs transformed into ferocious beasts, clenching their tiny fists. Morita stumbled back, stammering, I pay. Xiaowu held out his hand, revealing the QR code on his communication bracelet. Morita shakily tapped the bracelet and scanned the code. Xiaowu received the money and said, Ling Han, these guys are causing trouble on Xiangyang Star. Take them back to the guest house immediately, pack their bags, and send them back to Blue Star. Those who refuse to cooperate, tie them up and throw them onto the ship. Yes. Ling Han nodded in reply. Everyone was shocked. Xiaowu, we paid to come to Xiangyang Star for fun. How dare you just kick us out like this? Yeah, we even wanted to do business with you. And this is how you treat us. I think Xiangyang Star is doomed sooner or later. You think you have the right to talk back to us just because you hooked up with the Bai and Brown families? The god will punish you sooner or later. Xiaowu paused, looking at the guy who had shouted God. The guy realized what he had said after he finished. His eyes immediately turned fearful as he looked at his companions. Xiaowu smiled and walked towards him. Her smile was cold and sinister, making her look like some kind of villain. Everyone stood aside in fear, but even without touching Xiaowu, their bodies still trembled uncontrollably. Fine, go back and tell your god that Xiangyang Star accepts all your challenges. Come on, if you dare, see how I welcome you. You, what ability do you, a mere Star Lord, have? Do you know how powerful and omniscient our god is? Everything you've done is under the god's surveillance. It's only a matter of time before the god punishes you. You just wait. I'm waiting. Come on, you rats from the gutter. You just wait. The man, feigning his last bit of bravado, said this and immediately ran away. Master? Ling Han looked at Xiaowu, waiting for her instructions. Xiaowu said, Send them back. Tell them to go back, and tell their god that we are not afraid of him. Yes. Ling Han led the group away. The noisy surroundings immediately fell silent. Xiaowu looked at the two cubs, her expression softening considerably. She took out a handkerchief to wipe away their tears. Were you terrified? With you here, we're not afraid. So strong. Xiaowu smiled gently. Children, listen carefully. It's right to admit your mistakes, but if the other party still won't let it go after you admitted your mistake, use your fists to make them accept your apology. Also, if you've done nothing wrong and the other party still causes you trouble, you can fight back. Even if you beat them to death, I still stand by your side. The cubs shook their heads. Star Lord, we won't kill him. Yes, if we kill him, he won't pay us compensation. We beat him half to death, and then make them pay. The little female clenched her fists, speaking with great determination. Chapter 290. The two little ones were no longer as frightened as before. Xiaowu led them to Dr. Isaac's clinic for a checkup. After confirming the children had no external injuries, he took them home. The people traveling with Morita were connected to the Tomorrow Society. Of course, after sending the children home, Xiaowu sent the group's information to Lei Jun. Lei Jun set a large question mark. Boss, yeah, are there so many Tomorrow Society members on your turf now? The Tomorrow Society is too audacious. They used to hide everywhere, but now they're not hiding at all. Is this still the Tomorrow Society I know? Seeing the message, Xiaowu also sent a message to Lei Jun. These guys don't seem to be important operators. Their lack of composure is unlike the Tomorrow Society's style. How many do you think will die on this trip back? Lei Jun replied with understood. The Tomorrow Society wasn't afraid of lower-ranking members exposing their existence. Because once they were used, they could simply be eliminated. Therefore, they would deal with them, and their demands on them were naturally low. After this group was sent back to Blue Star, news of Xiangyang Star's bullying tactics immediately surfaced on the Star Network. Someone present posted footage of Xiaowu and the cubs fighting. Of course, it was edited. The edited video completely portrayed Xiaowu as the villain. Most netizens who saw it condemned Xiangyang Star, only Xiaowu's fans were still waiting for a reversal. Having dealt with Tomorrow Society so many times, Xiaowu knew all too well how much they liked to use public opinion to stir up people's emotions. Not long after, Xiaowu's short video account reposted another video, adding the comment, Come 1, I beat you up. Come 2, I beat you up. Clicking on the forwarded video revealed, account name, Xiangyang Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The video, captured by a security camera, showed Morita and more than 10 others bullying 2 young children. It continued until Xiaowu personally intervened, allowing the children to fight back. At the end of the video, in black text on a white background, it read, according to Article 1 of the Xiangyang Star Law, anyone who assaults a child on Xiangyang Star's territory will be fined over 200,000, and in serious cases, will face a fine of over 3 million plus life imprisonment or the death penalty. Upon seeing this law, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Xiangyang Star's laws? This is only the first article. What if someone causes trouble on Xiangyang Star, and they just add another law whenever they want? Haters began attacking Xiangyang Star, accusing it of arbitrarily adding laws and abusing its power. The Baizi, a group of people, felt Xie Wu did the right thing. An older adult bullying a child barely reaching their knees to gain satisfaction and vent their frustration. Such a person should be killed. The Xiangyang Ministry of Foreign Affairs account was newly created and had only just posted its first video. The video's comment section was like a debate, with various arguments taking place. Within just 1 hour, the comments exceeded 10,000. Looking at the account's followers, there were 371. Xiangyang Star had many things to do. Xie Wu didn't pay much attention to the arguments on the Star Network. She woke up early and busied herself with various tasks. By daylight, she had finished a pile of other things. While out on patrol, the little child who had been bullied the day before, accompanied by its parents, came to thank Xie Wu in person. Xie Wu didn't feel she had done anything worthy of thanks. As the Star Lord, protecting her people was simply her duty. After telling them to go back, Xie Wu was about to check the surveillance footage to see if anything serious had happened last night when Bai Heng called. As soon as Xie Wu answered the phone, before she could even speak, she heard Bai Heng sigh. What's wrong? Little Bai, did something sad or upsetting happen? Why are you sighing like that? Tell me, let me cheer you up, Xie Wu teased. Bai Heng rolled his eyes. What kind of time is this to be joking? How can you be so tough? 1 by 1, 2 by 2, saying such strong things. Won't that give some people more ammunition to criticize you? When have I ever been afraid of being criticized? Besides, that's really what I think. 1 by 1, a group by a group, who's afraid of a little online criticism? Anyone who bullies my child, die. Bai Heng sighed. Ever since Xie Wu experienced that explosion, she truly fears nothing, and her actions have become increasingly ruthless. Before, he only thought Xie Wu was a cunning fox, someone who would secretly do things behind people's backs. But now, Xie Wu is abandoning all scheming and coming out in the open. My cousin Bai Yuyan went to your place and is waiting at the entrance of the aviation building. He originally wanted to contact you directly through the communication number given to him by the intelligence department, but then he thought that would be a bit abrupt, so he asked me to call and let you know. What brings your cousin to Xiangyang Star? Business. If it's business, just call me directly. Why be so polite? Brother Yin is mainly in charge of our family's grain business. Weren't we incited by the Starnet's rhetoric to boycott you? He was scolded by his grandmother at home and felt ashamed, so he felt bad for you. Therefore, this time he wants to try to follow the proper etiquette. Xie Wu is somewhat puzzled. Your cousin wants to sell me grain. Yes, both selling and buying. Selling and buying? I don't have much to sell him. My family is so poor we have to buy our grain from outside. Didn't your family discover a beach? My cousin wants to do seafood business with you, contract at sea area, fish, and transport it to other places to sell. Seafood is quite profitable compared to grain, and the demand is high. The sea near your family's place looks undeveloped, so my cousin wants to be the first to try it. Xie Wu lowered her head and thought for a moment. The crabs at my house don't seem to taste that good, but they're not inedible. What difficulties are there? Bai Heng asked. What other difficulties could there be? Of course, it's the bugs. Besides, I plan to develop that area into a tourist zone. Now that he's fishing, how can I develop it? The fishing is in the deep sea, it won't affect the beach. Besides, your beach looks quite large. You could have a tourist area on one side and a fishing area on the other. I haven't gone there yet. I know what's going on after I go. You should focus on recovering. I'm going to find your cousin and have a good talk about what to do. Okay, you guys talk. I'm going to play some games. Using recovery as an excuse, Bai Heng has been playing games non-stop lately, ignoring everything else. Xie Wu hung up the phone and went to the aviation building entrance to find Bai Yuyan. Bai Yuyan was standing by the potted plants in front of the entrance with an assistant. His figure could be seen from a distance. Xie Wu walked over. Bai Yuyan also noticed Xie Wu and strode over. Before they met, a woman dragging a suitcase suddenly rushed in front of Xie Wu. Boss Xie, what's going on? I only been here 3 days, And your soldiers are already telling me to pack my bags and go home. I've been behaving myself on your Xiangyang star, haven't I? Why are you kicking me out? Chapter 291. Following the woman were quite a few people. They dragged suitcases of various sizes, with Ling Han and the others following behind. Xie Wu's gaze met Ling Han's. Ling Han received the signal and walked up to Xie Wu, explaining again, everyone, the passes you have are temporary tourist residence permits. Holders of these permits can only stay on Xiangyang Star for 2 days and 1 night. You exceeded the time limit. You're talking nonsense. The woman yelled at Ling Han, where does it say temporary tourist residence permit on this? Boss, yeah, you can't be this greedy, can you? We paid 300 for the permits and spent 1600 on a spaceship, and we haven't enjoyed anything here. We only stayed for 2 days, and you want us to leave? Even black market dealers don't rip off tourists like this. Ling Han was about to explain further when Xie Wu patted his shoulder, signaling him to be quiet and let her handle things. Ling Han understood and took a step back, standing behind Xie Wu. Madam, the fees for the pass and the spaceship ticket are clearly marked. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to come. But if you're here, don't complain about the price. Also, take a look at your pass. It clearly states that this pass only allows a 2-day, 1-night stay. Where does it say that? Show me your pass, and I explain it to you again. The woman reluctantly produced her pass. Xie Wu activated the scanning system on his communication bracelet, scanned a code on the pass, and the bracelet quickly redirected to another screen. Xie Wu turned the bracelet screen around to show the woman. Madam, look. The woman stared intently. It read, Notes. This pass is a temporary tourist pass. Holders are permitted to visit Xiangyang Star for 2 days and 1 night. The pass will expire after this period. Xie Wu, you're lying. The woman roared. You didn't put this instruction on the form we signed when we applied, you put it here. You're just fooling us. Madam, don't you often apply for membership cards or VIP cards on Blue Star? The special instructions are all here. After all, a card is so small, writing too much isn't neat. Besides, this instruction is indeed on the pass application form. Didn't you read it carefully? Those applying for passes hadn't carefully read the form, thinking, what's the big deal about getting a pass? They filled it out as soon as they received it. However, some people came simply following the orders of tomorrow's society. They had no doubt about their superior god and readily obeyed orders. They filled out the form, paid the fee, and came. Xie Wu, aren't you afraid of ruining your planet's reputation? Expensive tickets, 2-day, 1-night passes. If you keep doing this, no one will ever want to come to your Xiangyang Star again. The woman gritted her teeth. Xie Wu ignored her anger, his expression remaining calm and composed. There's a window at the aviation terminal for refunding cards. After the staff confirms the card's return, they refund you 150 yuan. Also, the return ticket is only 950 yuan. Of course, if anyone throws a tantrum and refuses to go back, I help you call the Interstellar police and have them come pick you up. Xie Wu, you're ruthless. Xie Wu had done everything flawlessly. Even if the Interstellar police came, they couldn't do anything to him. If they throw a tantrum and refuse to go back, the Interstellar police might send him home, but they could also be taken to the police station and fined. This is because Interstellar law stipulates that trespassing on someone else's private property is prohibited. Their failure to leave by the deadline is tantamount to trespassing on someone else's private property. Whether it's a big or small matter, if the property owner files a complaint, they will definitely be fined at least 3,000. Everyone can distinguish between 950 and 3,000. They gritted their teeth at Xie Wu, but since Xie Wu's actions were all within the law, they could only vent their anger. With Ling Han and his patrolling soldiers guarding the area, they could do nothing. They could only go and cancel their cards and buy return tickets. Bai Yuyan watched as a group of tourists glared at Xie Wu and walked into the aviation terminal. He glanced at Xie Wu's profile. Xie Wu's fair profile was expressionless, remarkably calm. Miss Xie, why do you do business this way? Bai Yuyan asked. Xie Wu turned to look at him and said, Mr. Yin, let's go a little further away and talk. Okay. There were too many people around. It wouldn't be appropriate to talk about anything here. Xie Wu led him to the Xie family residence. Mr. Yin, how has the Bai family been lately? The Bai family? Bai Yuyan was taken aback by the question, thinking about the recent events at the Bai family. They're alright, except Ah Hum got into some trouble recently. Only little Bai got into trouble. Oh right, and uncle was almost assassinated at brother Yu's anniversary celebration. You were the one who saved him. Xie Wu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Bai Yuyan. Bai Yuyan's eyes were clear and bright, looking like an obedient child. His behavior made it difficult for Xie Wu to continue the conversation. Xie Wu secretly sent Bai Heng a message, urgent. Sister, doesn't your cousin know that the Tomorrow Society is watching the Bai family because they do business with me? I'm a little afraid the Tomorrow Society will kill him. Should I refuse his cooperation request? Bai Heng was playing a game at the moment. However, his communication bracelet was set to voice. After seeing Xie Wu's message, he replied, "Oh no, my cousin really doesn't know. Didn't you say the Tomorrow Society is everywhere? Even you have spies around you. My dad doesn't dare tell anyone else. What if my cousin isn't a member of the Tomorrow Society? Will he be killed?" Looking at Bai Heng's reply, Xie Wu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked up at Bai Yuyan. Bai Yuyan looked at her and smiled politely. "Miss Xie, as the ruler of the planet, you must be very busy." "It's alright, just a lot of miscellaneous tasks. I don't have an assistant, so I have to do many things myself." "Miss Xie, you could hire an assistant. People I trust all have their own positions. Suddenly hiring a stranger might be risky." Xie Wu glanced at her communication bracelet. "Xie Wu, why don't you just refuse my cousin's offer of cooperation?" "Xie Wu, what if I can't refuse? Bai Heng, I go ask my dad." "Xie Wu, Miss Xie is the ruler of the planet, handling all the confidential matters of Xiangyang Star. It would indeed be dangerous to find someone disloyal and loose-lipped. I hope you can find a loyal helper." Xie Wu smiled and nodded, then asked, "Did Mr. Bai call me beforehand?" He said, "Mr. Yen, you want to do seafood business with me?" "Yes, how much did Ah Heng tell you?" "If it wasn't clear, I can explain it to you again." Bai Yuyan's gaze was intense and sincere. Chapter 292. His enthusiasm and earnestness put Xie Wu in a difficult position. She stared at her communication bracelet, waiting for Bai Heng's reply. Looking up at Bai Yuyan again, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Yen, Xiao Bai already made it very clear to me on the phone that you want to be the first to try something new on Xiangyang Star. But given the current situation on Xiangyang Star, it seems unlikely that you can succeed." "Why?" "There are too many insects. The seaside is far from the city, and there are more traces of insect activity than anywhere else. If something happens to you there, it will be difficult for us to get there to rescue you immediately. Ah Heng told me that you dug up a tree called pink pine on Ook Star. The fragrance of this tree can repel insects. Wouldn't it be better to just plant some trees along the road to the seaside?" Xie Wu rubbed her forehead. It was clear that the Bai brothers had a very good relationship. Bai Heng told Bai Yuyan everything he could. Planting trees takes time. The length of that road would be so great that even a year of research by the AIs wouldn't be enough to plant trees to the sea. There are always other ways, Miss Xie. It's a real shame you don't use your vast ocean resources to make money, Bai Yuyan said. The Haiyang star system has so many planets, and 3 of them have extremely scarce water resources, let alone ocean resources. Currently, only Blue Star and Pelam Star have abundant ocean resources, and now we have Xiangyang Star. The Haiyang star system has so many people, yet only these 3 have ocean resources. It's clear that seafood is in high demand. Miss Xie, you also have a collaboration with Brother Yu. The collaborative project involves selling insects to Brother Yu's pharmaceutical industry. Insects found along the coastal road can be sold to Brother Yu, and a road to the sea can be built. Miss Xie, you're such a shrewd businesswoman, I don't think you haven't considered this. Normally, Bai Yuyan's method of making money is feasible. Earn 2 fortunes from 1 task. Furthermore, with the existence of aromatherapy, there's no need to plant trees. Carrying a single aromatherapy stick allows one to traverse the entire sunrise star. This seemingly difficult business with Bai Yuyan is actually not difficult at all. The problem is, after cooperating with Bai Yuyan, will the Tomorrow Society see him as a thorn in their side? Xie Wu is currently cooperating with Bai Tsuan to investigate the Tomorrow Society. She's essentially in the same boat as the Bai family. She can't ignore the rest of the Bai family. While Xie Wu is in a dilemma, Bai Heng sends a message. My dad said you can do business with Brother Yin. My dad has already arranged for people to secretly protect the Bai family members. The Tomorrow Society has many members of the Bai family on their radar, so they reveal more clues, making it easier for us to catch them. Receiving Bai Heng's message, Xie Wu is completely relieved. The worry on her face vanishes. Mr. Yen, you're right. This collaboration is a surefire win for both me and the Bai family. How about we go check out the sea now? Really? Xie Wu's change in attitude left Bai Yuyan in disbelief. Of course it's true. Let's go. Xie Wu stood up and invited Bai Yuyan to see the sea. Taking a car to the beach wouldn't work. The road wouldn't even reach the beach. The car would have to stop halfway because there was no road. Xiaowu led him to the aviation building and had the staff arrange a spaceship to take him to the beach. The tourists still queuing at the aviation building to get their refunds were muttering curses and spitting at Xiaowu. Xiaowu seemed not to notice, sitting in the lounge waiting. More and more people are hating Xiangyang Star, Mr. Yin. Will the seafood you catch on my beach sell? Xiaowu asked. Bai Yuyan smiled and said, Miss Xia, you're just unlucky. Everyone you met seems to dislike you. There are plenty of people on the Starnet who like you. Is that so? Xiaowu didn't want to speak. At least these past few days, very few people from Xiangyang Star liked her. Miss, what are you doing here? Are you going to another planet? Lily's voice suddenly rang out. Xiaowu turned around. Lily was radiant, her face beaming with smiles. We're going to the beach later, Lily. What are you doing here? Miss Fuyue is coming. Lily exclaimed expectantly. Miss, didn't you ask me to invite Miss Fuyue? Miss Fuyue agreed and said she'd be coming to Xiangyang Star today. By the way, Miss Fuyue is coming in her own spaceship. Miss, please tell Uncle Xian. Call Minister Liang, I talked to him. Okay. Lily quickly activated her communication bracelet and called Liang Xian. After explaining their purpose, Liang Xian replied, understood. Miss Xia, can people fly their own spaceships to your planet? Bai Yuyan asked. Yes, they can. However, they need my landing permission. Those with permits can only come by my spaceship. Xiaowu had played a trick on tomorrow's club. She hadn't withdrawn the order, and her spaceship, which previously had few guests, was now almost full. She had given Xiaowu an opportunity to make money. Quite a few people have come to Xiangyang Star these past 2 days, but their opinions of Xiangyang Star are not good. If this impression is fixed, it will be difficult to change in the future, Bai Yuyan said. Xiaowu smiled slightly. It's indeed difficult to change their opinions about Xiangyang Star, which is currently under construction, but isn't there an opportunity to correct it? We can fix all the shortcomings of Xiangyang Star and turn it into a beautiful and affordable planet. Then people will naturally come back to visit. There's nothing I can do now. We don't have any extra houses or food, but they insist on coming. I can't stop them, Xiaowu shrugged. But just as she finished speaking, her communication bracelet rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Xiaowu stood up and said, I take this call. Okay. Xiaowu walked to a secluded corner, answered the phone, and Yvette's voice came through. Miss Xia, are you playing us? Aren't you afraid of our bombs? Bombs? Where are they? Xiaowu asked confidently. Yvette was taken aback by her question. Xiaowu said, Miss Yvette, you seem to overestimate your abilities and underestimate us. Didn't you notice that all the listening devices and surveillance cameras your people dropped were recovered and destroyed by us? Besides, why can't I find any of the bombs you mentioned? Are they hidden too well? Or am I just unable to find them? Why don't you play one for me to hear? There are thousands of surveillance cameras in the city now. Even if a stranger throws away a piece of trash on the street, a patrolling soldier will pick it up the next second. People visiting Xiangyang Star as tourists are not allowed to use the Starnet connection terminal. If they are dealt with, the bombs will be sent to Xiangyang Star via the Starnet connection terminal. Furthermore, the internal audit during this period also revealed that tomorrow's society's undercover agent is only Colin. Over the past few days, patrolling soldiers have been searching the entire city for traces of bombs with their equipment. Ultimately, 3 handmade bombs were found in Colin's house. And tourists visiting Xiangyang Star have all their dangerous items confiscated during security checks. Based on the investigation over the past 3 days, Xiaowu guessed that the 30 bombs Yvette mentioned were probably homemade bombs made by Colin, who was deliberately exaggerating to scare her. Chapter 293. Xiaowu's arrogance rendered Yvette speechless. The bomb on Blue Star was indeed a show of force for Xiaowu. It was meant to let Xiaowu know that they had the ability to plant a bomb in front of the Alliance Security Council without fear of being caught. They dared to do that because they had people in the Alliance Security Council. They even had people in the Alliance Army. With a little coordination, it was easy to do. But Xiaowu's Xiangyang Star was different. Xiangyang Star was previously dirt poor, and it was a planet discovered and developed by mercenaries. Those mercenaries risked their lives every day, forging deep bonds of brotherhood and loyalty. They would rather die poor than betray their brothers. Ever since the main god decided to designate Xiangyang Star as the origin of the Tomorrow Society, they began to bribe some of the people of Xiangyang Star. The Xiangyang Star people who left to work there treated them like con artists, even after receiving money, some of whom were so extreme that they called the police on the spot. They couldn't persuade them to join the Tomorrow Society at all. They also considered having some merchants settle on Sunrise Star. The Su family was one of them. But the Su family was greedy and lacked vision. After secretly plundering the city's gems from 5 shops, they refused to pay rent and simply left. Later, they realized the Su family wasn't unwilling to pay rent. They just didn't want to fill the 5 large pits with mud. They cleaned up the mess for the Su family. In the end, their attempt to plant a spy on Sunrise Star failed. Finally, they found an ambitious guy who wanted to become the planet's ruler through the Tomorrow Society. But this guy was too low-ranking to access any classified documents. Actually, it's not entirely Colin's fault for not being able to get close. On Xiangyang Star, Xie Wu did everything herself. She kept even the most confidential matters, like Tanling Liang and Xian Lei Tu, from him. How could he possibly find out? At most, he could only find out who Xie Wu was doing business with that day and where she was going. Of course, Colin had also prepared a few bombshells, but after Lei Tu was exposed, they ordered Colin to deal with Lei Tu. After all, the Tomorrow Society had some contact with Lei Tu, and although the information revealed was limited, according to the Tomorrow Society's operating habits, they would handle things cleanly, no matter where they were. Colin's replies clearly stated that everything was handled cleanly, but starting today, Yvette noticed that Colin's replies were very strange. Now, she received news that the first batch of believers who went to Xiangyang Star had been forcibly repatriated. Yvette then realized that she had been tricked by Xie Wu. The crucial point is that she had been tricked, and she had no way to refute it. Because you can't plant bombs on Xiangyang Star. Colin was originally the one with the best chance to plant a bomb on Xiangyang Star. As a defense soldier, he could easily carry weapons, and just one bomb from him would be a deterrent to Xie Wu. But Colin is practically non-existent now. He can't be contacted at all. Using believers to plant a bomb is also incredibly difficult. The Blue Star's airfield conducts various checks before boarding. Normally, all kinds of liquids are prohibited, as are small knives. In short, anything dangerous will be confiscated. The Blue Star airfield is checked once, and Xie Wu Xiangyang Star airfield is checked again, basically leaving it completely ransacked. Furthermore, the surveillance cameras and listening devices previously planted by the believers were purchased beforehand by Colin and placed in a designated location for the believers to deploy. After all, even the communication wristbands and various photographic equipment at Xianjiangxing's aviation terminal are thoroughly inspected before being returned to tourists, ensuring they are safe. Forget about having Colin plant bombs beforehand. During the 3-day grace period given by tomorrow's meeting, Xie Wu purchased all sorts of bomb-detecting equipment, and patrol soldiers searched the entire city 10 times day and night, uncovering every possible bomb. Even now, patrol soldiers are still walking the city with equipment, checking for bombs. They're not giving tomorrow's meeting any chance whatsoever. Xie Wu's arrogance isn't without reason. Her arrogance also infuriated Yvette. Xie Wu, before the tomorrow's meeting, I advise you to curb your arrogance. Our tomorrow's meeting has existed longer than you lived. We have a solid foundation, and the bomb we owe your Sunrise Star will detonate sooner or later. If your planet wants to develop, it will inevitably need to absorb more people and relax the conditions to allow more people in. Otherwise, with your current population of just over 1,000, it will take several generations to truly grow strong. How my planet develops is none of your concern. I only know that once we become strong, your rat society hiding in the gutter will find it difficult to harm me even a hair on my head, Xie Wu said arrogantly. Yvette sneered. Where does your confidence come from? Compared to you, of course I'm confident. Are you so used to scheming that you think you're truly invincible? Those who don't even dare to look directly at the sun, what makes you boast of your strength? Xie Wu's words truly broke Yvette's defenses. Yvette, do you know? I now have a lot of evidence about your Tomorrow Society's deadly crimes. Why don't you think I should release it? What's the point of releasing this? We can tell our followers it's a deliberate smear campaign, Yvette said disdainfully. Xie Wu nodded. That's right. If I release it, you say it's a deliberate smear campaign. After all, you've been established for a long time and have a solid foundation, as well as a certain media team and online army on the StarNet. My Xiangyang Star population is small. We definitely can't win against you on the StarNet. But I don't want to release this because I don't want you to stand in the sunlight. Since you were born in darkness, then die in darkness. Xie Wu had collected many stories of people who joined the Tomorrow Society, and were then disposed of by it. If this information were released, would some members of the Tomorrow Society be afraid of suffering the same fate, and thus refrain from doing bad things? Difficult. Those members of the Tomorrow Society had been there for a long time, driven by greed and blinded by money. Leaving the Tomorrow Society would mean losing everything, So why leave? Furthermore, people easily develop a sense of complacency. As long as the knife hasn't pierced their bodies, they feel forever lucky. Tomorrow's society is already launching a massive online attack on Xiangyang Star. Even the Bai family's public relations department would find it difficult to deal with these online trolls. Xie Wu wouldn't want to create trouble for herself. She couldn't control the public opinion arena, nor did she want to waste time and money on it. Xie Wu, I have never encountered anyone so disrespectful to tomorrow's society. I will tell the God of Justice about what you said, and I hope the God of Justice will allow me to kill you. If you can't win an argument, you go to your parents? What? Is your God of Justice a real being, not just something you made up? Chapter 294. Beep. The only answer to Xie Wu's question was the sound of the phone being hung up. Xie Wu looked at the disconnected phone and smiled. You were so arrogant and haughty in front of me before, and you broke down after just a few words? I've been through so much with you guys, and you still haven't broken down, and you think you can play with me like this? Trash. Xie Wu glanced at Bai Yuyan, who was resting in a chair, and took a moment to call Lei Jun. Boss Xie, congratulations on your fortune. Is there anything I can do for you? Lei Jun's playful and teasing voice came through the phone as soon as it connected. Xie Wu asked, Lei Jun, did you find the orc soldiers I asked you to find a couple of days ago? Of course I found them, exactly 300. When do you plan to send them over, Boss Xie? Lei Jun said, you said a lot of tourists suddenly arrived on Xiangyang Star, and the eastern district of Xiangyang City is under construction, so there aren't enough houses in the city. You asked me to send them to Xiangyang Star later. They can be sent over now. I started clearing out the tourists today, and soon there will be room for the orc soldiers, Xie Wu said. Initially, Xie Wu asked Lei Jun to help find bombs in the city. However, after capturing Colin, they searched the city several times, and found only 3 homemade bombs. Considering that the more than 1,200 tourists had filled all the available accommodations in Xiangyang City, they asked Lei Jun to send the orcs over later. Boss Xie, now that you started clearing out the tourists, do you still need the orcs? Lei Jun asked. Xie Wu, yes, I need to. I have other things to do, and more people will mean more work. Bring them over. Okay, I send them over tonight. Having agreed to the arrangement, Xie Wu hung up the phone and walked towards Bai Yuyan. The AI actress Fu Yu had also arrived. Lilia, seeing Xie Wu approach, immediately introduced her. Ms. Fu Yu, this is Ms. Xie Wu, the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star. Hello, welcome to Xiangyang Star, Xie Wu said, extending her hand. Fu Yu returned Xie Wu's hand, thank you. Fu Yu was different from other AIs. Most AIs would reveal their iron exterior, but Fu Yu used a silicone prosthetic skin to cover her iron exterior. This prosthetic skin was extremely similar to a human's, even possessing warmth. Even up close, it was impossible to tell that Fu Yu was an AI. She looked like a real human. Xie Wu was secretly amazed by the AI's capabilities, to be able to create AIs that were indistinguishable from real people. However, they wouldn't make all AIs like this. Only AI actors wore such costumes. Xie Wu quickly suppressed his surprise, and politely said, Ms. Fu Yu, thank you for participating in Xiangyang Star's first film. Lily is a new director. If she does anything wrong, or if she doesn't listen to your advice, you can come to me. Okay. But I'm an AI actor who's about to be retired. I'm glad someone still hired me to act. As long as director Lily doesn't make any major mistakes, I do my best in this film. Lily was thrilled to hear someone call her director for the first time. Xie Wu smiled slightly. Okay, I believe you two can definitely make a good film together. Master, the spaceship has been checked and is ready for takeoff, Ling Han announced as he entered. Xie Wu nodded. Ms. Fu Yu, please introduce yourself. This is Ling Han, the male lead of our film. He has no acting experience. If he does anything wrong during filming, please feel free to teach him. Ms. Fu Yu, please guide me, Ling Han said humbly, extending his hand. Fu Yu grasped his hand and smiled. Okay, I have extensive teaching experience. Before my break, I happened to participate in a variety show that teaches new actors how to film. However, the production team used me as a selling point, deliberately arranging for my students to misbehave and cause trouble, wanting to see what it's like for an AI to get angry. Fu Yu's words piqued Xie Wu's curiosity. Do AIs get angry? Our programs have algorithms for anger, but as an actor, I'm exposed to the public more often than other AIs. To maintain a good image for AIs, I will disable the anger program when necessary. Being an actor is really not easy. Xie Wu looked at Ling Han. Ling Han, I hope you can stay calm when you're harassed and insulted on the StarNet in the future. I don't get angry easily, Ling Han said. Xia Wu believed him. After all, Ling Han's face was even more expressionless than the AI's. Alright, the three of you can get together and discuss how to act the scene. I have guests here, so I be leaving now. Master, it's a bit dangerous for you and Mr. Yin to go to the beach. Please allow me and the other soldiers to accompany you, Ling Han said. I talked to Lily and Miss Fuyue about the script after we finish work. To the beach? Miss, is it the beach we filmed it before? Lily asked. Xia Wu said, yes, Mr. Yin wants to do seafood business with me, so we're going to the beach to check things out. Miss Fuyue, would you like to come with us to the beach? Our area is really beautiful. I've been thinking that filming a movie there would be amazing, Lilisa said. Fuyue smiled and nodded, sure, I don't have any other work, I have plenty of time to wander around, anywhere is fine. In that case, let's go together. Xia Wu invited everyone to board the spaceship. The spaceship slowly took off. Going to the beach wasn't a very long distance, and a spaceship is meant for interstellar travel. Using it for planetary travel was a bit of a waste. Therefore, the spaceship flew very slowly. Bai Yuyan looked out the window at the scenery. Everywhere was a scene of bustling activity. Xiangyang Star is undergoing a transformation. Construction teams can be seen everywhere, he said. Xia Wu also glanced out the window. The view from above was indeed more breathtaking than from below. Newly dug roads and newly built cement roads. At a glance, the entire city was busily changing. Xiangyang City was able to undergo such a significant transformation in a short time because the Bai family was willing to cooperate. Without their cooperation and financial investment, the changes wouldn't have been so swift. I don't think so. Cooperating with the Bai family only eased your financial and networking burdens. Without them, the process would at most be a little slower. Xia Wu smiled. Without them, it's not just a little slower, it's much, much slower. The Bai family's wealth and connections are truly not to be underestimated, Mr. Yin. You, as a member of the Bai family, may not feel this, but I certainly do. Bai Yuyan, after all, was unaware that Xia Wu and Bai Tsiwen were secretly investigating tomorrow's society together. Moreover, Bai Tsiwen had actually provided information that Lei Jun hadn't investigated. For example, Qiuxi's death. Chapter 295. The Tomorrow Society has a long history, a solid foundation, and a large membership. With more people conducting investigations, they can gather more information from multiple perspectives. Even if it's not an investigation, having multiple partners and business collaborations is truly convenient and cost-effective. Although Xia Wu currently holds several hundred billion, weapons development costs are only a few hundred billion at the beginning. The more research she undertakes, the more money she spends. If all the money is put into weapons research, the livelihood of the city's residents could be severely compromised. Don't underestimate Xiangyang City just because it doesn't have many people now. Each one represents a significant amount of money. With partners, at least Xiangyang City can be guaranteed an income to cover the residents' living expenses. She can then focus most of her money on weapons research without being distracted. Bai Yuyan believes that Xia Wu owns a planet and has many ways to make money. Even working alone, she could develop Xiangyang Star very well. But don't forget about the Tomorrow Society. Things that should be straightforward will become complicated and troublesome. Of course, Xia Wu kept this private matter to herself. There was no need to explain it too clearly to Bai Yuyan, and she didn't dwell on the topic for too long. While chatting about other things, the spaceship had already reached the seaside. The beach outside the city was truly beautiful. The beach was clean and wide, with tall coconut trees growing in the sandless areas. The wild coconut trees, untended and neglected, were as tall as 30 meters, resembling sharp swords piercing the sky from the ground. Many ripe, rotten coconuts lay on the ground, some fallen from the trees, others seemingly freshly fallen. Of course, some old coconut trees had been snapped in half by the sea winds. The creatures on the beach, undisturbed by human presence or other life, roamed freely in the fine white sand. But when the spaceship landed on the beach, the undisturbed creatures scattered in all directions, seeking safety. As soon as the spaceship's hatch opened, a sea breeze carrying the briny scent of the ocean rushed in. Xia Wu's long, seaweed-like black hair swayed gently in the sea breeze, her fair skin glowing softly in the bright sunlight, possessing a gentle yet divine beauty. Bai Yuyan, after disembarking from the spaceship, happened to glance at Xia Wu and was speechless with amazement. It's so beautiful here. Miss, our Xiangyang Star also has beautiful beaches and sandy shores. Lilisa was the first to run off as soon as she stepped off the spaceship, excitedly shouting as she stomped on the sand. Xiaowu stepped onto the soft sand and said, if this place could be developed into a tourist area, it would definitely attract many tourists. Mr. Yin, isn't it a bit of a waste to build a fishing ground for you in such a beautiful place? Xiaowu turned around, her gaze meeting Bai Yuyan's. Bai Yuyan immediately reacted from his daze, the beach is so big, this area is nice, but we can use another place as the fishing ground and concentrate the boats on the other side. That's true. Let's walk around and see how long this coastline is. Okay. Bai Yuyan quickly followed Xiaowu's steps. Ling Han took a sun hat out of the spaceship and handed it to Xiaowu. Master, the sun is strong outside. Please wear a hat. Okay. Xiaowu put on the hat, then looked at Bai Yuyan, who was under the scorching sun, and asked, Ling Han, don't you have a parasol or an extra hat? That's all. I'm sorry, Mr. Yin. We weren't prepared. Here, take this hat. With that, Xiaowu took off her sun hat and offered it to Bai Yuyan. Bai Yuyan quickly declined, Miss Xia, no need. I quite enjoy sunbathing. It's comfortable like this. The outdoor temperature on Xiangyang Star is currently 36 degrees Celsius. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in the sun. But as a man, Bai Yuyan wouldn't take the only hat from Xiaowu. Xiaowu hadn't thought of this either. She was used to running around and forgot to buy umbrellas, hats, and other daily necessities. Seeing Bai Yuyan's reluctance to take the only hat, Xiaowu looked at Lilia, who was running a short distance away, and called out, Lilia, come back for a second, let's go over there. Xiaowu called Lilia back, and went to the grassy area by the sea. Xiaowu picked some wild grass that resembled zongzi leaves, and wove a sun hat for the group. Lilisa, wearing a straw sun hat, exclaimed, Young miss, you're so skillful. You can even make this. It's a bit hasty, a little ugly, but I hope it can shield you from the scorching sun, Xiaowu said. Bai Yuyan, wearing the straw hat, felt a surge of indescribable emotions, a warm feeling in his chest. Young miss, if I had your skill, I would be so proud. It's so beautiful, Lilisa said. Xiaowu looked at her and said, take Miss Fuyue for a walk around. Don't stray too far from us. Insects prefer fresh water, ocean water is salty, and insects won't even approach 100 meters from the sea, so the beach is quite safe, and there's no need to worry about being attacked by insects. This has become a naturally safe place. Lilisa happily replied, okay, Ms. Fuyue, let's go. Lilisa took Fuyue's hand, and ran off happily in the other direction. Xiaowu and Bai Yuyan walked along the coastline for a short while before they discovered a rocky area. The rocky area was full of uneven rocks, covered with various kinds of seashells and other creatures. It hadn't been disturbed by anyone else. The seashells were piled up layer upon layer, enough to trigger trypophobia. Various marine creatures swam around in the seawater in the rocky area. Bai Yuyan, who managed the Bai family's grain business, was a big fan of seafood, as seafood was considered a type of grain. Upon seeing a fish, he began explaining its properties to Xiaowu. Miss Xia, this fish is called the red-bellied spiny back. You can see that the rest of its scales are silver, only its belly is red. The fins on its back are shaped like spines, and these spines are poisonous. If you get pricked, you immediately experience swelling and excruciating pain. Although the poison won't kill you, the pain is intense. So when you catch it, hold it by the belly, not the back. This fish has many bones, and isn't suitable for eating, but if you use it to make soup, its flavor is second to none. This fish is called the guppy. Don't you see how its scales resemble peacock feathers? The name comes from this. Guppies are delicious and best steamed. The texture and freshness of steamed guppies are unparalleled. The largest guppies on planet Pelan weigh up to 50 pounds, but guppies that are too large are not good steamed, grilled, or even pan-fried. In short, no matter how they are cooked, they don't taste good and are only suitable for display in aquariums. The best-tasting guppies weigh between 3 and 5 pounds. This is a blue-backed, silver-striped, white-bellied guppy. This fish is absolutely amazing when used for sashimi. The texture is delicate, and the flavor is incredibly fresh. It's my favorite kind of sashimi. Chapter 296. When it comes to cooking seafood, Bai Yuyan knows it like the back of his hand. Seeing any fish at random, Xiaowu listened intently to his explanation, her mouth watering. They caught a 3-pound blue-backed, silver-striped, white-bellied fish. Bai Yuyan borrowed a military knife from Ling Han, and skillfully sliced the fish into thin slices. He then spread a little wasabi on each slice, took a bite, and the wasabi's flavor hit her nose. But after the initial shock, the delicate sweetness of the fish lingered in her mouth, stimulating her taste buds, making her want to eat a second slice. Lately, work has been busy. So busy, Xie Wu's only requirement for food was to fill her stomach. Although the housekeeper Xiong's cooking skills were excellent, and the food he made was delicious, perhaps because of her habit of eating so much, she didn't have that wow factor. Bai Yuyan's simple sashimi gave Xie Wu a different kind of amazing surprise. Seeing the surprise in Xie Wu's eyes, when she tasted the sashimi, Bai Yuyan felt a little smug. Miss Xie, isn't this sashimi delicious? It tastes really good. Your area is so vast, and it hasn't been exploited, so it has abundant seafood resources. Just on the shore, you can find such a large blue-backed, silver-striped, white-bellied fish. In the deep sea, you might catch even bigger ones. And the bigger the blue-backed, silver-striped, white-bellied fish, the tastier it is, and the price is high. Just this small piece costs 5 yuan. Bai Yuyan said, picking up a small piece of fish. Xie Wu looked at the fish slices he had cut and said, then this fish we're eating must cost at least 300 yuan? Yes, a fish like this normally costs around 300 yuan at the market, but if it's freshly caught and still lively, it can cost an extra yuan and 50 cents. Xie Wu watched the fish swimming among the rocks. Each fish was a piece of money swimming in the water. Miss Xie, do you think it's not worthwhile to build a fishing ground by the sea? Good environmental protection creates a permanent tourism resource. If fish are caught indiscriminately, the resource will be quickly depleted. But we're capitalists, of course, we want both. After we finish this fish, we continue walking and look for a suitable place to build a fishing ground. Xie Wu definitely wanted everything. You know, the sea not only brings abundant seafood but also abundant salt. Salt isn't expensive, but it's a necessity for people's daily lives. As they walked along the coastline, Xie Wu asked Bai Yuyan if they wanted to find a place to set up a salt field and a salt factory. Salt is also a type of food. Bai Yuyan, of course, agreed. After walking along the coastline for about 35 minutes, they actually found a suitable place to house fishing boats and build a temporary storage and transfer station for seafood. Xie Wu looked around and said, this place is quite far from Xiangyang City. Establishing a transit station isn't difficult, but we might need to build a separate waterworks and power plant nearby, otherwise, we can't guarantee the water and electricity supply here. However, that's not a big problem, Mr. Yin. Once the contract is signed, leave the rest to me, Xie Wu assured him, patting his chest. Bai Yuyan nodded. Then I have to trouble you. However, there are no land routes here, so future food transport might require spaceships, which will slightly increase transportation costs. Higher costs are temporary. Once the pink pine trees are planted on a large scale and roads are paved here, we won't need spaceships anymore, Xie Wu said. Bai Yuyan said, then I wait for Lu to arrive. After all, building a warehouse and transit station here will take some time. I can provide fishing boats. My company has a shipyard and experienced fishermen. That's the advantage of cooperation. I do half the work, you do the other half, saving costs for both of us, Xie Wu said. Bai Yuyan smiled slightly, then I go back first today, draft the contract, and then come to Xiangyang Star to sign it with you. Okay. Having finished their discussion, it was getting late. They returned to Xiangyang City. Bai Yuyan had other things to do, and didn't accept Xie Wu's invitation to stay overnight. He returned to Xiangyang City just in time for the last spaceship flight of the day. After saying goodbye to Xie Wu, they boarded the spaceship home. As soon as Bai Yuyan left, Lilisa walked up to Xie Wu and said, Miss, I decided on the filming location. Isn't it in Xiangyang City? No, miss, our planet's first film should ideally be set in a permanent location. Our city is constantly being demolished, it's unreliable. So we set the location by the sea. Lilisa was full of confidence. A big question mark appeared above Xie Wu's head. Darling, there's nothing on our beach. I asked you to film a romantic love story, not a wilderness survival adventure. Being called darling by Xie Wu made Lilisa secretly very pleased. Miss, didn't you agree with the Bai family to build a fish farm or something by the sea? Think about it, you can't just build a few warehouses and a processing station where people live. You also need to build houses for the workers. So, we can set the male lead as a worker ordered to build a new city, and the female lead as an AI hired to help. Since construction is involved, there's an excuse for the female lead to exceed the standards in the building calculations. How logical and reasonable this love story would be. A perfectly reasonable excuse for meeting, a perfectly reasonable opportunity for them to spend time together, then falling in love, and a perfectly reasonable amount of heartbreak. I'm truly a genius. Lilisa was completely absorbed in her own ideas, praising her own brilliant concept. Ling Han nodded in agreement upon hearing her idea. Master, I think Lilisa's chosen location is excellent. Sending workers there to build a few houses, even if they're carrying incense, they still need soldiers to ensure their safety. I can bring soldiers there and film while protecting the workers. Xiaowu thought about it carefully, and suddenly also felt that Lilisa's filming location was quite good. Miss Fuyue, what do you think? The beach is a bit far from Xiangyang City. Although there are fewer insects there, there will still be some. Can you accept filming a movie on such a potentially threatening beach? As the female lead of the film, Xiaowu had to respect Fuyue's opinion. Fuyue said, I really like the beach environment. The scenery there is beautiful. Filming there should yield many beautiful shots. My calculations tell me that director Lilia's suggestion is excellent. Xiaowu smiled slightly. Okay, since the director, the male lead, and the female lead all agree, then we go with your suggestion. That's wonderful. Miss, I really like you so much. Lilia happily hugged Xiaowu, feeling very comfortable having a sponsor who completely respects the director's ideas. 35 minutes later. Blue Star. Returning from Xiangyang Star, it was already late at night on Blue Star. Bai Yuyan dragged his tired body back to the Bai family's old house. He loosened his tie and relaxed on the sofa. Just as he sat down, Bai Jingyu's voice suddenly rang out, You're back. Bai Yuyan was startled by the voice, then saw Bai Jingyu sitting on another sofa with a paper book in his hand. Brother Yu, why aren't you asleep so late? Sitting on the sofa without making a sound, it was terrifying. Can't sleep, so I read a book. How did the collaboration with Shiwu go? Of course, it was a success. Bai Yuyan couldn't help but smile slightly. Discussing the collaboration with Miss Xie was really comfortable. There was no aggressiveness, no scheming. There was only shared ideals. It was so comfortable. I hope I can meet such a good partner in the future. Hearing this, Bai Jingyu also smiled slightly. At this moment, his gaze fell on the straw hat in Bai Yuyan's hand. What's that in your hand? A sun hat. Miss Xie made it for me herself when we went to the beach. Miss Xie is so skillful. I'm going to treasure this hat. Bai Jingyu's smile froze for a moment, and he said sourly, What's so great about a straw hat? Well, these days we all use automatic umbrellas. These straw hats have disappeared for many years. Brother Yu, I think there's a kind of romance to being outdated. Sometimes being too high-tech isn't so good. Bai Yuyan smiled, and put the hat on his head. Bai Jingyu looked at his tattered straw hat, and felt inexplicably annoyed. Chapter 297. After deciding on the filming location, Lily urged Xiaowu to quickly sign a contract with Bai Yuyan, so she could film with Ling Han and Fuyu. Xiaowu wondered if the script was ready yet. She told Lily to go back and work on the script first, then she would urge her to earn money. Lily nodded in agreement, and went home energetically to write the script. Xiaowu was confident that she would sign the contract with Bai Yuyan faster than Lily finished writing the script. She rested for the night. Early the next morning, Xiaowu sent a message to Tan Ling and the others, informing them of a meeting at 9:30. Since Xiaowu took over, Xiangyang Star had experienced a roller coaster ride for over 2 months. Since the first meeting and the bomb threat from tomorrow, they hadn't had a proper debriefing meeting. With the tomorrow bomb incident temporarily resolved, they could finally take a breather, and Xiaowu called everyone together for a meeting. Xiaowu arrived at the conference room at 9:30. Tan Ling and the others were already seated. The documents Xiaowu needed to review most often were Tan Ling's. The finance department was currently the heart of Xiangyang Star. The money it generated daily was like its lifeblood. Tan Ling showed everyone the organized documents. Lei Tu and Ling Han were overwhelmed by the sheer volume of data, and ultimately only looked at the total figures. Liang Xian and Tan Lung were a couple, and they discussed the finance department's affairs every night before bed, so Liang Xian was quite familiar with its operations. Xiaowu reviewed the documents very carefully. She knew the exact amount for every single transaction. All of Tan Ling's ledgers were calculated and summarized by accountant Kat, ensuring that the amounts were absolutely accurate. After reading the document, Xiaowu put it down and asked, Minister Tan, what do you think is our planet's next development strategy? Let's find more ways to make money. Currently, our only source of income is jade, but jade prices have been suppressed recently. The money earned from the weekly jade auction isn't even enough to cover the construction team's material costs for 3 days. Xiaowu flipped through the construction team's material costs and nodded slightly. Currently, there are 7 construction teams on Xiangyang Star working day and night to build and decorate houses. The first one to be built, the Xiangyang Grand Hotel, is already in the decoration stage. The decoration costs are indeed expensive, 50 yuan a day. The cost of renovation materials is over 10,000. Star-Lord, you requested the best materials and the latest technology from Mechanical Star for the renovations. 500,000 a day for materials is already considered a low cost. In addition, a 15-story building in the residential area is also entering the renovation stage. Although the requirements for the residential area aren't as high as for the hotel, the daily cost of materials is still around 100,000. The construction teams here aren't paid daily, they're paid a fixed amount per building completed. To earn as much money as possible, the 7 construction teams Wu hired are building houses at a breakneck pace. They're building houses quickly, but the various expenses that follow are considerable. With the money we currently have, should we be able to last until all the houses are finished? Wu asked. Tianlong said, the cost of all materials and labor, if we were to renovate all the houses in Xiangyang City, it would cost at least 200 billion. But recently, we spent 8 billion on weapons in one go, and we haven't even reached the research and development stage yet. The minimum estimated cost for various raw materials to be purchased later is also over 200 billion. Wu lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Researching weapons alone would cost a considerable amount of money. If they didn't seize the opportunity to earn more money now, they would face a financial crisis later. Star-Lord, don't we also have a cooperation with the Bai family's pharmaceutical industry? We can go out and catch more insects, sell the pharmaceuticals to the Bai family, and sell the fertilizer to the AI, Lei Tu said. Captain Lei Tu, killing insects can make money, but not much. And if we increase the insect hunting, we need to buy weapons, which will cost a lot. Besides, there's the threat of the Tomorrow's Society in our city. We need to send more soldiers to protect the city's security before considering the insects, Tianlong said. Ling Han disagreed with Tianlong's words. As long as we can kill a few bugs, we still make money. Master, killing bugs doesn't necessarily require guns or other weapons. The orcs from Orkstar can handle bugs barehanded, they don't need many weapons. You recently hired 300 orcs from Orkstar to Xiangyang Star, why not let them kill the bugs? Ling Han added, if we let them kill the bugs, we won't have to give up 10% of the profits from them. Lei Tu immediately agreed, that's right, Star-Lord. Let the 300 new orcs kill the bugs. They don't need to kill hundreds a day, killing 10 or 8 will still make us profitable in a month. If their own soldiers were to kill the bugs, and only one squad was allowed to go, the others might become resentful. After all, killing one bug yields a 10% profit. Letting the hired orcs kill the bugs avoids this problem. Your suggestion is good, but I'm afraid that if we don't involve our own soldiers, they feel like I'm not letting them earn money. That's why we hired other orcs to kill the insects. Here's what we do. Captain Lei Tu, you create a deployment schedule. Have these 50 soldiers and 150 orcs go kill about 10 insects each day. As for the remaining 150 orcs, Ling Han, you create a deployment schedule for those 300 orcs. Have 150 take turns each day. Today, these 150 orcs patrol, and those 150 go out to kill insects. They're hired, we can't really take their lives. Our soldiers can't be neglected or deprived of training. The threat from tomorrow's meeting will only come in waves, but as long as the insects aren't eradicated, our planet will always face an insect crisis. Therefore, our soldiers can't forget how to deal with insects. Lei Tu and Ling Han nodded in agreement with Wu's suggestion. Ling Han, when will your scenes with Lily start filming? It should be a few more days. Aside from the script, Lily needs to find other staff. Ms. Fuyu said she can provide us with the latest filming equipment invented by Mechanical Planet. With the equipment, we can have far fewer staff than a normal film crew, but we still need some people, so filming won't start for at least the next couple of days. Those filming machines will cost at least $1 million each. Wu rubbed his forehead. Regarding buying the equipment, I give you 3 jade stones. Have Lily talk to Ms. Fuyu about whether we can use the 3 jade stones to buy a few machines. Okay, I talked to Lily about it after the meeting. Chapter 298. Star-Lord, we still have a lot of jade. Can't we also use a barter system for building materials? Tianlong asked. Wu said, if we keep building houses, we need to constantly buy various building materials. Even if the androids are willing to accept everything, we need to send them several warehouses worth of jade to change the number of houses we have. Furthermore, because of Ms. Maureen's promotion, the androids have recently been enjoying coming to find stones themselves. Why don't we let them find the stones themselves and then pay us? That way, we won't need any resources to find or bring back stones. Also, we signed a jade jewelry contract with Boss Gao and Miss Kriana. Miss Kriana's employees have already come to our Sunrise Star to start working. Wasn't Xiaoyu supposed to be working with them to prepare for the autumn fashion new arrival competition? Xiaoyu came to find us last night. I ordered 2 pieces of jade. Although Boss Gao's store is still under construction, Mr. Luo Feng has already become one of our full-time employees. The night before last, I gave him 30 pieces of jade to carve into ornaments. Once Boss Gao has everything ready, we put the ornaments Mr. Luo Feng has made up on the online store for sale. We also need to start consuming jade here. We can't do what we did before, bartering all the jade in the warehouse with the AIs. We need to keep some capital. However, Lily and the others don't need to buy many pieces of equipment for filming. Each purchase will last a long time, so we can exchange 2 or 3 pieces of jade. After starting to cooperate with Gao Hongji and Kriana, Xie Wu would no longer be able to exchange stones for money whenever he needed it, like before. Instead, they tried to save money wherever possible. Star-Lord, since we changed our method of selling jade and gemstones, but lately everyone's been shunning for them, leaving the AI to search in the wild, won't we end up selling more stones to them? Liang Xian questioned. Xie Wu smiled. Some jade is unearthed by insects digging holes, which is easy for the AI to find and collect. However, most gemstones are buried more than 500 meters deep, making them harder for them to find. But we have the miner hamsters. They find at least 50 gemstones for us every day. As long as they keep working, we don't need to worry about running out of gemstones. Hearing Xie Wu's words, everyone immediately relaxed. Xiangyang Star made its fortune from gemstones. As long as they had gemstones, they wouldn't face a financial crisis. We invested in quite a few projects on Xiangyang Star, haven't we? Liang Xian asked. Xiaoyu's clothing factory, Lin Sin's game studio, EG's agriculture and animal husbandry, the Bai family's pharmaceutical business, tourism, and the grain business we were discussing yesterday. Currently, only Xiaoyu's clothing factory is profitable. The batch of clothes we pre-sold, after deducting costs and labor, only earned us a little over 50,000 yuan, but the machines we bought cost 3 million. Tanling finished speaking and chuckled coldly. Xiangyang Star seems to have many projects, but all of them are losing money. They're losing more than they're earning. Star Master, Lin Sin's game studio applied for 50 million yuan in funding yesterday. Should we approve it? Tan Lung remembered this, and showed Xie Wu the application Lin Sin had written. Xie Wu glanced at it, and signed his name without hesitation. Tan Lung knew immediately upon seeing Xie Wu's signature that another 50 million was gone. Star-Lord, can making games really make money? Lei Tu asked doubtfully. Xie Wu nodded. Yes, the Haiyang Star system has tens of billions of people, and 3 billion of them spend some time playing games every day. The most popular game currently has a peak of 200 million players. If Lin Sin's game studio makes a game with 20 million online players, we can probably recoup our initial investment in 3 months, and then make a profit for the next 3 months. There are hundreds of millions of games on the Star Network now, and at least several thousand new games are released every year. The player base is limited. If we can't attract a certain number of players, Star-Lord, we might not lose money, but how much we can recoup is uncertain. If the game doesn't make money, we could very well go bankrupt, Tan Lang warned. Xie Wu exclaimed, Minister Tan, you should have faith in my judgment. I already tried out the game developed by Lin Sin Studio. Although it has many shortcomings in the early stages, its combat feel is excellent. After playing the demo they provided, I later took some time to experience the most popular games on the StarNet. Although they're not the same type, our game is no bad and will definitely make money. Star-Lord, you have so many things to do every day, how can you find time to play games? Tan Lung frowned slightly. You can ask others to do the game testing. You should rest more when you need to. Currently, we invested over 100 million in Lin Sin Studio. It's our largest investment and riskiest project. I need to know the recent market trends for games, and how fun their games are to determine if they can make money. After playing them, I feel their games can make money, so I have a lot of confidence in them. Minister Tan, you should also have more confidence in them. Xie Wu had put so much effort into Lin Sin Studio, and Tan Lang didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, so she nodded in agreement. So, by that logic, our most profitable project right now is the pharmaceutical project with Mr. Bai Jingyu? Xie Wu asked, looking at the documents. Tan Lang didn't answer immediately. Xie Wu glanced at her and asked, Isn't that a bit off? It's not quite right, Tan Lang said. Star-Lord, you forgot that we bought a lot of weapons before we started killing the insects. Although some weapons were obtained through barter, we still spent money on others. Look at the total amount in the weapons section, just those light weapons, and those with relatively low lethality. we spent over 200 million. And the project with Mr. Baijingyu has only earned 4.32 million so far. Of course, the money will be paid next month, because we only started selling insects to him this month. Xiaowu looked at the accounts, and it would have been better if she hadn't looked. A closer look at the ledgers revealed only 2 words. A loss. Fortunately, thanks to the jade and gemstones, they made nearly 100 billion from the intelligent machines, and by Hung, otherwise, no family would be so resilient as to lose money without making a single penny. Actually, this only includes project-related expenses. Think about it, there are the salaries of the waterworks employees, the salaries of the defense guards, and other miscellaneous salaries for other employees. And they haven't even discussed the expenses related to Liiji yet. It's all expenses, no matter how you calculate it. If it weren't for the huge sum of money made from the stones, given Xiangyang Star's situation, they would probably be stuck in the same situation for 10 years. Thinking of the money in their accounts, Xiaowu smiled faintly. Although our financial reports don't show any profitable projects right now, we have money in our coffers, and the planet has already partnered with the Bai family, the Brown family, and some other smaller companies. These are all profitable projects, so the money we invest now will be returned 1,000-fold or even 100-fold in the future. Before that day arrives, there's a lot to do on Xiangyang Star. Here, I ask that everyone continue to work hard with me, taking steps towards that impending moment of immense wealth. Now, our first step is on the past, but the next step forward is into the future. With effort, our future will be even brighter than you all imagine. Hearing Xiaowu's words, everyone's lips curled into a slight smile, and they nodded respectfully, saying in unison, "Our Lord, we are willing to go to the future with you, unafraid of hardship, undaunted by toil, and never betraying you." Chapter 299. The responses from the crowd warmed Xiaowu's heart. It is my honor to work with you all and journey together towards a bright future. When we have time, let's sit down and have a drink to properly toast our unwavering determination and fearlessness in the face of hardship. Star Lord, it's a deal. We're looking forward to that day, Tanlung smiled. Xiaowu smiled back. That day won't be too far off. Alright, everyone, today's meeting is adjourned. Let's all return to our posts. By the way, Minister Lei too, the soldiers are mainly dealing with the insects along the roads leading to the sea. Currently, we're focusing our main weapons and manpower there. Lei Tu nodded in agreement. Xiaowu thought of that sea and the delicious food she had eaten yesterday. That ocean is beautiful and rich in marine resources. It's one of our paths to wealth. If there were no insect problem there, it would become our second city on Xiangyang Star. Her words caused everyone to widen their eyes in surprise. Although the reconstruction of Xiangyang City has only just begun, Xiaowu harbors ambitions to build a second city. This is not just ambition, but also their goal. Thinking that he would be the one to sweep that second city out of the swarms of insects, Lei Tu's eyes were filled with determination and anticipation. Star Lord, rest assured, leave this matter to me. I will make that area as safe as Xiangyang City. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Xiaowu nodded. Receiving his new task, Lei Tu was full of energy, leaving the meeting room first with strong and cheerful steps, followed by the others. Tanlang tidied up the documents on the table, becoming the last person to leave. Xiaowu carefully packed up the document Tanlang had given her, keeping a copy for herself. Tanlang looked at the document in Xiaowu's hand, a sense of curiosity rising within her. She leaned closer and asked, Star Lord, do you have any money in your own bank account? Xiaowu glanced sideways at Tanlang. Minister Tan, why are you suddenly concerned about my wallet? It's mainly because you never tell me when you transfer money, Star Lord, Tanlang said. Every time someone applies to use the main card for Xiangyang Star, I'm always shocked by the balance. Although Tanlang knew the secret of the card and how much money was in it, every time someone applied for millions or tens of millions, she worried whether there was enough money left. When she went to transfer the money, the balance was always a bunch of zeros, which often terrified her. Because the money in that card was transferred by Xiaowu. Xiaowu always transferred the money discreetly, never informing her. It's not safe to put all your eggs in one basket, Minister Tan, Xiaowu said. Hearing this, Tanling realized that Xiaowu had a considerable amount of money in her own bank account. She didn't press further, agreeing with Xiaowu's statement. Yes, it's safer to put fragile items in several baskets. We still have plenty of eggs at home. Don't be stingy, eat what you need and spend what you need. If we run out of eggs, I go earn some more. Okay. Tanling nodded. The two walked out of the conference building side by side. Just as they reached the door, Liang Xian quickly approached. Star Lord, 13 people have arrived at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building. They request a meeting with you. What are they doing? These volunteers were teachers on our original Blue Star. They said after watching the videos, they felt our children lacked a good educational environment, so they wanted to come and teach them. Hearing this, Xiaowu frowned. Our children need them to teach them? Are the educational robots created by the AI unreliable? Or are they smarter than those AI-made educational robots? Her intuition told her that there were probably no good people among these guys. Should we send them back? Yes, send them back. I am the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star. How can they just see me whenever they want? Xiaowu wasn't one to put on airs. But given her status, if she didn't act a little haughty, people would think she was easy to bully. The past is the past, now she should learn to be a little arrogant. Liang Xian nodded in agreement, and went back to deal with the volunteers. Watching her husband's departing figure, Tanling said coldly, Star Lord, do you think there's a problem with those volunteers who are going to teach the children? Even if there's no problem, we can't accept them. Children are the future. These guys of unknown origin suddenly say they want to teach our children. Who knows what kind of nonsense they teach them? Speaking of which, shouldn't we have more specialized departments? Minister Liang is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but because there are so few people, he's like a messenger, running around all day. Xiaowu fell into deep thought. Tanling smiled slightly. Our planet only has this many people right now. As the Star Lord, you occasionally disguise yourself as a businessman to negotiate deals with merchants from other planets. What's wrong with us doing more? The problem of having too few people isn't actually that big. The big problem is not having enough outstanding talent. Otherwise, randomly assigning someone to a position they don't belong in would be a mistake. They'd be lucky to avoid causing trouble, let alone getting anything done. Xiaowu's thirst for talent was immense. Unfortunately, Xiangyang Star's reputation was now tarnished, and practically no outsiders were willing to work there. Xiaowu arrived at the school. It couldn't really be called a school. It was just a large building with a yard that had been slightly modified into one. The cubs initially all entered the school in the same class. However, due to their different ages, the older ones had higher comprehension and understanding, and learned new knowledge faster. The faster learners were assigned to other classes, while the slower learners continued in their original classes. The cubs were still cubs, and most had relatively poor self-control. After studying for a short while, some of the more restless cubs would want to go out and play. The educational robots only focused on cramming knowledge into the children, completely ignoring their behavior. After the beastmen realized this, they assigned at least 2 females to each classroom to keep an eye on the disobedient cubs. However, orcs had never had the opportunity to learn before, and most of them were barely literate. As a result, the majority of those sitting in the classroom learning alongside the cubs were females. They were even more attentive in class than the cubs. Xiaowu watched them study, a slight smile playing on her lips. "What? 2 childish voices rang out, and Xiaowu felt her trouser leg being tugged. She looked down, and there were 2 little cubs, too young to speak, at her feet. One was a white tiger cub, and the other a squirrel cub. The little creatures had round, fluffy animal ears, chubby, round faces, and couldn't stand. They crawled onto Xiaowu's side on their hands and feet. Their tiny tails couldn't hide their joy, wagging from side to side. Chapter 300. Seeing the 2 adorable little creatures, Xiaowu crouched down and hugged one in each arm. "What are you doing here?" "What?" The white tiger cub stretched out its arms in praise, while the squirrel cub nodded in agreement. Xiaowu couldn't speak baby talk, and she couldn't understand a word of the 2 little ones' soft, childish voices. But she listened to them with a smile. The little ones looked at Xiaowu with a smile and chattered enthusiastically. As they talked, the 2 little ones, seemingly talking about something happy, burst into laughter. Xiaowu didn't understand anything, but seeing the little ones laugh, she smiled along. "Star Lord, what are you doing here?" Luoya's voice suddenly rang out. Xiaowu looked up at them. Luoya stepped forward and asked, "Star Lord, are these 2 little cubs bothering you? Why don't you hand them over to us, and we help them find their mother?" "No need, let them play with me for a while." Xiaowu sat down on a nearby bench, holding them. The fact that the cubs appeared at the school gate meant their mother was a female teaching in the classroom. Xiaowu liked studious people, and was willing to provide them with a learning environment. "Are these the new beastmen from Orc Star?" The patrolmen from Xiangyang Star wore uniforms. The beastmen following Luoya and his group wore different clothes, some with holes and worn-out patches. Clearly the beastmen Lei Jun had brought yesterday. "Yes, they're patrolling Xiangyang City with us today. They're new here and don't know the city well, So Captain Ling Han assigned us a team to guide a few to familiarize themselves with the area, Luoya explained. Xiaowu nodded slightly. They have 2 sets of uniforms. The patrolmen patrol Xiangyang Star all day, so they need to dress appropriately to avoid being looked down upon. Okay. Send 2 soldiers to take them back to change their clothes, then they can continue patrolling. Luoya immediately instructed the 2 soldiers beside him to take the orcs back to change. The orcs weren't in a hurry to leave. One of them stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Xiaowu. Lord of Xiangyang Star, I have something to say to you. Go ahead. Thank you for your help to our orc star. My king told me when we arrived that I absolutely must not take a single penny from you, so you don't need to pay us anything. Xiaowu held a very high position in the orcs' hearts. Although Xiaowu had recently been a major buyer of orc slaves, after she issued Interstellar citizen ID cards to those orc slaves, somehow rumors began to circulate among the orcs. Xiaowu, the Lord of Xiangyang Star, is the human who respects orcs the most in this century. The video of Xiaowu standing up for the 2 orc cubs circulated widely on Orc Star. But no matter how many videos they saw, a personal visit to Xiangyang Star, seeing the cubs well-fed, clothed, and able to attend school, and knowing that both males and females had jobs and were well-fed and clothed, made what they had only seen in videos a reality. This made the orcs, who had come yesterday, respect Xiaowu even more. After all, Xiaowu had already helped them clear their names, and later donated money, to help the orcs rebuild their homes. This made them feel extremely goodwill towards Xiaowu. Even though they had been warned beforehand that Xiangyang Star would be dangerous, the orcs who came to Xiangyang Star at this time still actively signed up to come. Of course, most of them came to repay Xiaowu for clearing their names. Who is your king? Xiaowu asked. Nanuya. I remember him. The night my sunrise star was attacked by space pirates, he led the orcs to help us drive them away, Xiaowu said. The orc was somewhat surprised. Thank you for remembering our king. I will remember those who come to my aid in my time of need for a lifetime. Besides, you saved me once, so in principle, our debts of gratitude have been settled, and I will pay you the wages you owe. Sunrise Star Lord. The orc's voice was urgent, seemingly unable to accept Xiaowu's words. Xiaowu raised his hand, stopping him from continuing. The potential dangers on Sunrise Star are greater than you anticipated. You might lose your lives on Sunrise Star, or you might return safely. But you came knowing the danger, so whatever your reasons, I will pay you for your work, so neither of us will owe the other anything. Xiaowu's meaning was firm. The favor had already been repaid when Nunua helped them repel the pirates. Xiaowu couldn't possibly exploit that favor. Seeing they couldn't persuade Xiaowu to change his mind, the orcs finally had no choice but to concede. At that moment, 2 females emerged, looking flustered. They saw the patrolling soldiers at the gate, and following their gaze to Xiaowu, their expressions immediately changed. Star Lord, our children have caused you trouble. Were you having a lesson? Yes. The female nodded fearfully. They usually play in the grass under the trees, and don't go anywhere. We don't know why they ran out today. They're usually very well behaved. Not all the females had contact with Xiaowu. Although the beastmen knew Xiaowu was a good person, offering no oppression or enslavement, and that as long as they worked hard and didn't cause trouble, no one would bother them. However, Xiaowu's status was undeniable. Even if they hadn't done anything wrong, knowing Xiaowu's character, they were still instinctively afraid. What? The little white tiger, clutching Xiaowu's arm, shakily stood up. Xiaowu reached out and hugged its waist, and the little guy lost his balance and fell into Xiaowu's arms. The little white tiger's mother was quite frightened, but Xiaowu was delighted by the little guy's embrace. Seeing Xiaowu's smile, the mother's fear slowly subsided. These 2 little ones seem to like me a lot. All right. Come and take them home. Their milky scent is almost making me dizzy. Yes. The mother came forward and took her cubs away. The little creature clearly didn't want to leave and tried to pounce on Xiaowu again, waving its tiny hands. Xiaowu took their hands, her eyes gentle, and said, Little ones, be good and listen to your mother, grow up well, and become outstanding beastmen, so you can build Xiangyang Star with me. What? The little creature happily shook its arms and legs, as if saying, Okay. Go back to your classes, Xiaowu said. The 2 females nodded and turned to leave. Watching their departing figures, Xiaowu looked at Luoya and said, Increase the patrols near the school. Check the bomb sensors here more often. The students studying there are the future of Xiangyang Star, you must protect them well. Yes. Seeing everyone's reply, Xiaowu left with peace of mind. Watching Xiaowu's figure, the newly arrived orc said, All the young children studying at the school are orcs. The Star Lord of Xiangyang Star actually considers them the future of Xiangyang Star? Luoya looked at him. Anyone who strives for Xiangyang Star, whether orc or human, is the same in our Star Lord's eyes. As long as there is no malice, Xiangyang Star welcomes anyone.